And did this seem attractive to you?
Absolutely. You mean ticker Bitcoin?
No, it really wasn't weird because people.
Excellent. Yeah, dog. It could happen anytime. Hey, man, whatever floats your boat, dog.
That's typically how things go.
So, scientific community.
Hey, just so you know, I'm not ignoring you guys. I just have to restart my streams, so just bear with me. I'm right here.
Nevada whole area was chunks of Nevada. The people.
Big, and it's split up into different areas. Here's this range north of that. There's little sub areas. There's areas of chemical weapons like that. So it's all as gigantic.
Take you.
Yeah. First day was essentially flew into Area 50, and I left McCarran Airport. All the Janet flights.
At this point, I just do whatever makes you happy.
To Area 51. Really just going through paperwork that day from security. Just solid paper.
When I first started doing this, I just lived my life as normally as I normally live it, so I wouldn't care what I was naked on camera or anything.
Did you pay? Even seem like it's from this planet.
That I get. The day.
Yeah. Was it?
The first inkle. I can't. Gone around the front through a normal.
Right, Fred, everybody here to the
and flying saucer. I saw it sitting there. We walked by it.
Yeah, Reds are a real American.
Flying saucers fighter. I went by. I slid my hand. Forward in your hand.
Be nice to him. Be nice to him. Don't be mean. Hey, did you hear that?
Later, that partner. And Barry was very angry. Things. Where it caught my attention to where this doesn't even exist. It's the first time I knew that.
What was it? What?
Yeah, I do.
Well, it was the.
I'm really bad. Yeah, I might play with you if my computer can handle it.
Certainly. That this was going to be a weird job.
I've played before. I'm pretty bad, but yeah, I'll play if my computer can handle it.
A basket on a metal.
All right. Well.
And what? Get wrapped.
I'm an only child.
But there's no machine. Wrap. You can turn on an electric.
I'm like Batman. I'm an orphan.
You can't make a gravitational. And
yeah, you've seen Batman. Maybe the Joker killed him.
Go ahead. I could. was
No, I'm Jewish because my mother's Jewish. I have very good parents.
There's nothing that does that. Wow.
I only have one mother. I'm joking about
And
being like
that
Batman.
connected me to the on the first day.
I'm not going to tell you anything about my family.
You know, everything that I.
Okay, I mean, at this point, do whatever you want, dog.
With event. Has the
I'm right, dog.
but they compartmentalize the power and propulsion system. So what the briefings they gave me was over, on the craft. The only that is just in case what you're working on is connected intimately in some way that we don't know of to one of the other projects, you have to know there.
You can see it. It's all over Instagram. No, I can't.
These will be very short briefings. But
Yeah, I would lose my accounts, and I don't want to do that.
And very clear.
Dog, trust me, I've lost them before because of it.
So when you actually saw the,
yeah, that doesn't matter if you do. People who see the stream will. No, that camera is also streaming to YouTube.
At the time, I mean, I was.
You can't just watch your stream.
A lot of times they'll take in real high security. The fact, or if for someone.
Hey, dog. Truthfully,
so
I mean this. Because you guys are total trolls, and I understand, but I'm a troll too. So we're like very close. If you want to see my shit, like straight up naked, hey, what's going on, big dog? Go to viralrabbi13 on Instagram, and you can see long form sessions. All right, well, let's go. Down. So it shuts down when it starts. So you can get, although it's not necessarily electric. So thank you, I appreciate it. Spread it far and wide.
Magic, and that's essentially where we left it. When I left.
So there was no progress.
There was some progress. I mean, we processes and we think of what was going on. We think this is that they've had for a long, and I was replacing somebody that Barry worked with. That I didn't have a whole lot of information on, but
A horrific accident. Someone died, or was trying to tamper with things, or figure out how.
Yeah, they were trying. One there, and that's what it was. They were still doing underground tests, but from what I understand, made now this must have been because it's not very scientific process to cut, analyze something that way. But it looked like they used a plasma cutter or something like that to cut into an operating reactor.
What did they have?
They had nine craft altogether. I only hands-on with one of them, so I can't really say there's operators.
Did you see the other ones?
Bay doors between the hangars were all open, all the way through.
And with this thing?
No, they were. Absolutely.
Did any attempt to explain or to tell you?
The least bit interested in letting everybody know all the facts. So they want to give you the minimum information to complete. So where they came from, the story of what other people are making, focus on the small component.
But they gave you some indication that they've been working on these.
Yeah.
When do you think they acquired these?
I really couldn't say. I think they've been around for a while.
So they bring you into this room. You see this reactor working. You realize this is nothing that, as far as like the scientific community at current time, has the ability to create.
We still don't.
What is your life like from that moment on? Is that where everything changes? Because I would imagine the moment you actually make contact with something that's extraterrestrial, whether it's an object or a being, something where you can actually absolutely be certain it's not from here, your whole paradigm, the whole world you live in, is now a different place.
Well, this is the only time it became exciting. The rest of the time, it was really an ominous feeling being at work. But at that time, it was exciting. I mean, now I knew we were on the absolute beyond the cutting edge of science. And I was so absolutely excited to be there every single time it was. This was a fantastic opportunity. And however, in short order, it began to concern me. We really have no idea what we're talking about. And the excitement kind of turned to dread at some point, because the amount of power we're dealing with is astronomical. I mean, to affect gravity, to produce the effects like this equipment does, takes huge amounts of
How are you, SBNC?
I've given the...
I'm well. What's good in your neck of the woods? Actually, sure. You just missed Zoot and Rise. Yeah, they weren't here. We just played for like, I don't know. We played like 6 or 7 games or something, and then these guys come in, and that's fine. Normally, I would ban people, but at this point, I just hit my mute button and let them talk as much shit as they want, because I'm kind of at the point where, what's the old adage? I don't care what they say about me so long as they spell my name right. So basically, like, hey, if you guys want to go and look at my social media from 3.5 years ago, knock yourself out. That's what I want people to do. I've got all kinds of wild stuff on there. So if that's your thing, go for it. Anyway, I had a friend of mine come in. She said she would be in perhaps again tonight. Her name is, well, she goes by Campery. Her name's Priscilla, and she is I actually met her on TikTok with some other friends, and I've just had this group of friends for like 3 years now. There's like these three people, so they've known me for a long time, at least in the digital world. And yeah, she's at she's at Cal Berkeley, and then my other friends are there. I met her through them, and I haven't spoken to her for a long time, so it was good catching up with her. We spoke for like an hour or two, and then what else? Oh, okay. So I let's give you an update on where we're at, on where we've been banned, and all that other shit. I was finally banned officially from iShowSpeed, which I'm happy about because they had basically done everything to ban me. They made it so that I could only show my screen in one of their VCs. So eventually they just flat out banned me, which is fine. The fact that they banned me means I have another spot for another another server. So then there's this server that it's called the Camp, and it's big. It's got like 200,000 people in it, and it always has a lot of people there. It's like it's very popular. It's a big Filipino server, and so they do some karaoke. The issue is that in the karaoke server, like not everybody speaks English in there, so when you sing karaoke, you can be like, "Hey, is it my turn?" And they won't know what you're saying, or a lot of times they don't. So, but I'm in there right now streaming, and that's good. I mean, there are like 25 people watching me right now, so I'm happy about that. And then I'm in. I went to some really big servers where there are a lot of people. Like there's a study server, and it's called Study Lounge, and it gets really popular around this time of the year because kids have finals. So I shouldn't say kids, but college students, and that's generally it's college students and graduate students, and so I'm live streaming in there, and trying to think. I mean, you were just here not too many days ago. What did we have that was officially groundbreaking or explosive? Just really, I've been getting a lot of random like bursts of people in here. So that group of guys that just came in, they've been coming in, just kind of give me shit on a nightly basis. But that's fine if they want to do that. That's cool. Oh, yesterday. Oh no, we had a ton of people in here yesterday. Not a ton, but like I'd say like 10 to 15, and I talked for like an hour or two just on advanced technology. So I have this list of things that goes into de-extinction and Dyson spheres and all kinds of shit like that, and people were listening, and that was cool. Yeah, so I can't say that I've had like nobody's been in here as long as you have by any means, but I have had like quite a like how would I describe it? Like bursts of people who come in here. Caspian, see, if you don't mind, I have to use the restroom. I haven't had a chance to go in a while. I'll be right back, my man.
Example before of taking a small portable nuclear reactor and putting it back into Victorian times, with the scientists at the time, and just dropping it in a room. They come and look at it and see that it's producing power and wonder how it works, and they start taking it apart. And as soon as they get some of the shielding off, people are going to drop dead because of the radiation inside. Now, people have no idea that radiation even exists back then. But anybody that comes in to check on them will also drop dead. And, there's no reason that exact scenario couldn't happen with what we're dealing with. We have no idea how the physics operates within this thing. The power levels are like I said, astronomical. Like, it's incredibly dangerous to tinker with something like that. And, in some respects, we were guinea pigs. Just try to find out how to make this thing.
So they had a series, as far as your surmise, they had a series of scientists try to back engineer this thing, try to figure out what this thing was, and they would bring in new people and like, let's throw Bobby in.
Yeah.
And they
I don't know how many, but I knew there was certainly one before me, and I knew he died during the analysis of the reactor.
And you don't know how many have worked on it. No one gave.
This could have been there for 50 years. It could have been there for 5 years.
When they're giving you instructions, what are they saying? Like, they're giving you direction, they're showing you all this stuff. Like, what are they saying? Specifically, what are they asking?
Well, essentially, what they ask is what I said.
So really it. And what?
Caspian Sea, have you seen some of the recent, like within the last, I don't know, week footage of UFOs around the world? Dude, it's been everywhere. To the point where people are getting aggressive. Like people are getting aggressive with them, meaning they are like shining lasers at these things, at these things, and the things react. They'll move like at a total 90-degree angle. Hold on, I'll show you. It's actually, yeah, okay. So if you would just go to X and type in UFO. I mean, I can show it to you too. Just one moment. My fucking phone is frozen on me. Type in UFO laser and then search by recent, and you'll see this big green beam that goes. Somebody shoots at this thing, and it's happening like in a bunch of different places. All right, UFO laser. If you look at, I'll tell you their name in a second. I can send it to you too. Okay, go to World News _X_. And then it's going to move like to the left, like really quickly. Is it a green laser? Isn't that fucking wild that they react to lasers? And you know, it's like an FAA violation if you do that. It's like $10,000 fine and all kinds of other shit. Yet nobody fucks with these people because it's like, oh, okay, if you want to come and find me and like, you know, put me in jail and shit, then tell me what the fuck that was. Right. So they like call in backup. So then there's another one that I've seen. Is that one like at Lake Michigan? Okay, so that's a different one. Um, okay, yeah. So there's one over New Jersey, and there's one they so there's one over Lake Michigan, one over New Jersey, and they like okay, watch this, watch this. They fire a fucking laser at this thing, and it fires a laser back at them. Okay, just one moment.
Sí, es que debe ser un metal grande o un espejo, no sé por qué. No, porque sería filete negro. Porque para que rebote de esa forma, claro.
Like I've never known people to be like fucking with UFOs.
El rebote. Cayó el hombro allá.
Okay, cool. Isn't it wild? Like, have you ever? I've never. I mean, I've been studying ufology pretty hardcore for the last half decade, and I've never known anybody to aggressively shine shit at one of them ever and see it react. So that's been some wild shit to me. Right. with like no fear. Like they're like, no, this isn't a plane. And if you've ever seen, isn't it wild? And it's not just the laser ones. There have been like I don't know if it's like a UFO flap or just all kinds of people are like seeing the stuff online and going outside and taking a look. There was something over Irvine. I saw some footage of it, and um, it was like the next day, so I didn't have a chance to see it in person. But I could tell you that it's like it's almost like they're trying to tell us something. And I don't know if it's related to the UFO hearings that you made us aware of with Lou Elizondo that one day, or I don't know. There's some guy. There was some prediction by somebody from like 2014. I mean, like a long time ago. And they were like, yeah, on December 3rd, there's going to be some kind of UFO, like major UFO sighting. And everybody, I don't know if it was exactly that long ago, but it was like, wow, this motherfucker was really pretty accurate. Like he said it would be December 3rd. Holy shit. Hey, look who it is. Hey, Riser, Riser, dog, you are the greatest American hero we've ever had, Riser. Riser, Riser, you got to get on board with what we're looking at right now. So Riser, when we first met, not first met, but like you used to be skeptical about the alien topic, like, and you know, I talk about it a lot. At least Zoot was like, Rabbi's the reason why I believe in aliens now. But we've gone through this. Riser, do you believe in aliens? Dog, just go on X right now. There are like sightings all over the world right now. Go on X. No, I mean this is real shit. People are using laser pointers to like defend themselves against these things. No, it doesn't defeat the aliens, but they like fire lasers back at us. Yeah. Here you go. I'll show it to you. Like no one ever. Okay, just for a moment, big man. I want to get the one where they fire it back at. Okay, so it's right here at the beginning of it. So there are all these videos of people shooting lasers at these things, but here it is coming back at you.
Sí, po, es que debe ser un metal grande o un espejo, no sé. Más grande porque sería filete en negro. Porque para que rebote de esa forma, claro, ¿cachai? Eso no es una linterna, ya cachamos que no es una linterna. El rebote, ¿cachai? Yo alumbro para allá.
Dog, when else do you know of a light in the sky that shoots a laser at you? Okay, well then open up your phone, go to X, and look at it for yourself. Here are other people shooting lasers at it. There's one in New Jersey. There's one at Lake Michigan. There's one, but yeah, you can look at the New Jersey one. Dude, there's another one. Dog, what the fuck else is it? Dog, do you know if you shoot, at least in the United States, a laser at a plane, it's a $10,000 fine and jail time? Well, the thing is, it's not from Earth, or perhaps it's not from the United States, at least. I forgot. Riser is the ultimate skeptic of everything, and which is good. It just makes it very difficult to prove anything. No, 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 no. We didn't say invasion. They're just there. An invasion's different. An invasion, they'll destroy the planet if they wanted to. Okay, if I just type in UFO laser or just UFO in Twitter, like far more than you normally see. Now, I don't know if that's just because they've become more popular or what, but like here's one from 7 minutes ago in Arkansas. Um, these things are just wait. Don't call it bullshit. Don't call it bullshit. That's that's my word, but that's reserved for things that we for which we don't have evidence. Perhaps there's a lot of evidence here. What do you want? I mean, it to land at your house and allow you. Okay, well, if you want to see it, I mean, I've shown you. Have I shown you the top secret KGB UFO files? Okay, well, that's a crashed UFO on the ground. Right, I know. I'm saying at a certain point, you can't force someone to believe something. So I understand if you want to be skeptical, but at a certain point as well, your your skepticism is blinding. I mean, here's one over New. Absolutely. Thank you. Dog, here's one over New Here's one over New Jersey 18 minutes ago. What up, V-Roy? How you living, Pam? We are just talking UFOs and aliens. How about you? Are you a fan of UFOs and aliens? Oh, amazing. So did you okay, well, you're in the right spot. What did you say? You're more of a fan than what? I don't know what you said. What did he say? He's more than a fan than more people feed him? Okay. How how are things going for you, B-Roy? Well, we're glad that you're here. If you have a chance, excellent. Take a look on Twitter and type in UFO. There are all kinds of UFO sightings that are going on now, like across the United States and the world, and it's pretty amazing. Have you seen the UFO with a laser? No, there's a UFO that people are using a laser pointer, shooting a laser pointer at it, and it's like shooting lasers back at them. Here, I'll show you some footage. So this laser pointer makes the UFO move. It just scoots off to the side of the screen once it gets hit. Bloop. And then a bunch of them show up. This all happened within the last 72 hours. All right, well, now you're seeing it again, my man. And then there's another one where it shoots a laser at the people or shoots it back at them. I'll get that one in a second. Here it is.
Sí, es que debe ser un metal grande.
Okay, well, I don't know if that's true. Okay, well, I mean, there are like hundreds of these that are coming out every single night. Do you know who Bob Lazar is? Okay, excellent. Well, that's phenomenal. If I may ask you, Roy, how'd you find out about me? Okay, I know who your friends are. Perhaps I don't know, but all right, very cool. I don't know. They were just in here like not too long ago, but you guys, uh, where did it? Who would they be? I don't even know their names. But there's like a group of like 6 guys or so. Yeah, they from like Australia and New Zealand. Okay. Excellent. Well, I want you to know that you're welcome here whenever you want. I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. And essentially, some of the things that we discuss on the stream are things like anti gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, de extinction, life extension technology, mind uploading technology, some really cool science. I don't think they're I don't think they're malicious. Well, if you know what they do, they fly over our nuclear facilities and shut them down. So they actually shut down nuclear weapons. And if you know anything about people who have had alien abductions, one of the key themes that is talked about is that aliens want us to not use nuclear weapons for an aggressive purpose. Oh, 100%, dog. Excellent. Yeah, and I can. Okay, well, I don't know about that, but you never know. That it very well could be, my friend. Well, we're watching. Cool, fine. I could give a shit. Um, but okay, this one's really interesting. Some of these UFOs and what they're. Did you see the one over Manchester, UK, riser? No, 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 no. This was like during the day. It's a it was like a droid, like a perfect circular ball that just flew over like maybe within 1 inch of the tarmac at Manchester Airport. And then when the security came, it shot up into the air. Um, I mean, I'll show you what it looked like. Now, people are calling it a drone, but if you know anything, these things, you can't fly a drone generally near an airport. They get shut down. So, do you see it? It's like a ball. Shoot. Just type Manchester UFO in X, and this happened on Thursday. A strange spherical object descended next to the runway at Manchester International Airport, England. And the video is they took video of it as well, and it's from like inside an airplane, like one of the. I mean, think about it whatever you want. It's from a bunch of different angles, and there are like reports about it, like various media reports about it. If it were CGI, it would come out as this is CGI. Like they wouldn't run. I mean, perhaps they would, but usually they won't run a news report if it's CGI because they'll be like, "Oh, well, that's obviously been proven to be CGI." But again, did you see it fly up into the air? Okay, there's another video of it flying up into the air. I remember how hard an argument, not an argument, but how skeptical you are. I remember I said, what is it going to take? And you said it would take 3 separate videos of the same object. But even though we've had that, um, you were like, yeah, I'm skeptical of it. I understand. What do you think it is? If not a UFO? Okay, I get that. Okay, I found if you look at the person at One Crazy Ray, ONECRAZYRAY, he's got some different angles on it. That guy. That one looks to be from a plane, but a different plane. Okay. Well, hold on. There's the one from inside the cockpit, and then there's another one, or whatever took the video that has it just like a perfect ball outside the plane. Hold on. Let me see if I am seeing a different one. It's a video, but it looks like it's just composites of the pictures. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know what it is. I'm just have you ever watched the Bob Lazar interview on Joe Rogan? Right, but have you ever seen the whole thing? Okay. And what are your thoughts on that? Wait. That's not true. That's not true at all. There are people. Okay. Yes. So the man's name is Dan Burrish. If you've ever listened to the Dan Burrish interviews, it's very similar to what Bob Lazar talks about. S4, but Dan Burrish has more in-depth knowledge about the extraterrestrial biological entity portion of it. Here's another one. This is a new one I haven't seen. So this is a video showing 4 glowing orbs floating in the sky, which completely disappear.
What is that?
They just disappeared. No, look at these things. Then they turn back on and they fly around each other.
What is going on? Yeah, that is bizarre, dude. Like, what's going on, man? Like, there's one circling. You see that one circling over there? And then they go away. It almost looked like how they had like the small lights on it. Yeah, like what is behind there. Yeah. What I don't understand is how they're circling so close. Yeah, what is going on there? Whatever's trailing behind them just disappears. Yeah, then it's gone. That's bizarre. That's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like that in my whole life. What the heck is that, man?
Whatever it is, I don't know what it is. Holy shit, what the fuck is this? Like I've said, your no, I would say that it's to the point of absurd that you want. I mean, here it is from all different cameras, all different people, all over the world. Well, does it have to be recent? Let me see if I'm. Dude. Okay, so here are 4 different over Jerusalem. These are 4 synchronized videos that you'll see. This thing flies right over the Temple Mount.
Amazing. Holy shit.
4 different videos, dog.
You can almost hardly look at it. We had...
Sure. It's UFO in Jerusalem, 28/01/2011. It's by Marco Vinci, Marco space Vinci. It's 43 seconds. UFO in Jerusalem. Just type UFO in Jerusalem 4 videos. Now, if you're like, well, that could be special effects. I mean, this happened in 2011, which is 13 years ago. Special effects were good, but not that good. I mean, they were good enough to fool people, but this is 4 different camera angles. Isn't that crazy? It flies up into the air. Like faster than anything you've ever seen. Quit it. I mean, seriously, at a certain point, like, I can't give you any more evidence. No. This wasn't fast forward. This is 4 different people's cameras. This isn't a fast forward trick. This is 4 independently verified videos that they had to put together. In fact, when I saw it, it was only whom I who independent. I don't know. I can't convince someone who's going to be blind. I can't. I can't convince a blind person to see. It's like, no, I'm saying, dude, I just showed you like, I don't know, 8 different, well, one has 4 different angles. I showed you at least 12 different videos of UFOs tonight, not including all the documentaries we've watched, and you're still like, well, I don't know. I mean, at a certain point, it's a waste of breath to talk to you about. J-Rod. 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 No, not J-Rod. But that's really, honestly, that's really good that you know that you know his name. That's okay. You knew that there was some kind of alien there, allegedly, at some point. So that's half the battle is knowing. No, I think there's a ton of it. The fact is, no, I think there's a ton of it. Anything, I mean, it's illegal to possess anything extraterrestrial, at least in the United States. I don't know about other countries, but it's illegal to possess or to it's illegal. Let me look at the law because I don't want to just, he might be chill. He might be chilling. Okay, here we go. What is the law in the United States? Isn't it illegal to own anything from an extraterrestrial origin or something like that? In the United States, let's see here. Um, Space debris, extraterrestrial life forms. If an item were discovered to contain extraterrestrial life, there would likely be additional legal and ethical considerations, such as a potential contamination. Hold on one second. There's something more to this. Hasn't the United States government stated in some paper that it is illegal to own anything extraterrestrial? And if anything is found, you're supposed to bring it to authorities? Yes, you're likely referring to certain regulations and practices related to the discovery of extraterrestrial materials, especially in the context of space exploration and government oversight. So, I mean, like the Outer Space Treaty in 1967, which the U.S. is a signatory of, lays down certain principles regarding the exploration and use of in outer space. Space debris and government property. Under U.S. law, space debris, such as that from satellites or spacecraft that re-enters Earth's atmosphere, is considered government property and belongs to government, to a government space vehicle. The no ownership rule of extraterrestrial life. Let's see. It would likely fall under the oversight of federal agencies, NASA, the CDC, and Department of Homeland Security to investigate and ensure the potential any hazards or significant materials that were handled properly. There's a broader ethical concern around contamination of Earth's biosphere. So I mean, it's like it's you're not allowed to have this stuff, or if it is, it's supposedly you're supposed to give it to authorities. And I mean, there's, I don't know if it flies. Well, okay, so here's a case. There's a man named Mac Brazel who found wreckage on his farm in New Mexico in the 1940s. And what he did was he called the sheriff, and the sheriff came out. The sheriff called the federal government, and they blocked off all of his land, and they wouldn't allow him to use it for several weeks while they took the wreckage to Roswell Air Force Base, and then eventually the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So that's a case of a crashed UFO, and they would not allow him. Oh, they wouldn't allow him. Pardon me, I have a hiccups. They wouldn't allow him to hold on to any of the metals that he had there. These metals would not bend. They would not burn. He could not dent them. And they took them all from him. So anything that you have, they're going to take from you. So I think that the amount of evidence that we have is a huge amount. And of anybody who's ever spoken out about aliens from a government perspective, it's this motherfucker from Canada. Yo, dog, please tell me about the former defense minister of Canada. Hey, what's going on, med student? My friend med student is working. He's 23. He's working as a he's working to be a doctor, and he starts that like the full-on part of his medical education next year. I just met him today. So I don't know if they ever talked to you about this. I mean, I've heard of. Okay, so do you know who Paul Hellyer is? He's the former Canadian Minister of National Defense who became widely known for his statements about UFOs and extraterrestrial life. Do you know who Paul Hellyer is? Okay, well, he was your national. Do you know what the Canadian Minister of National Defense is? So, like, he was the head of it. So, in 2005, he made headlines when he publicly stated he believed UFOs were real and several extraterrestrial species had visited Earth. He went as far to say is that some of the extraterrestrial beings were working with various governments, including the U.S. and Canada, on matters of technology and security. He claimed some of the extraterrestrial species had been visiting Earth for thousands of years. Comments on government knowledge. Hellyer claimed that governments around the world, especially the U.S. government, had known about the existence of UFOs and extraterrestrials for decades and had kept this information classified. He called for the full disclosure of UFO-related information and for governments to stop withholding evidence from the public. The 5 alien species. According to Hellyer, there were at least 5 different alien species visiting Earth. He described them as being different shapes and sizes, with some resembling what people refer to as the grays, small gray skin beings with large heads and black eyes. He said these beings were not at all hostile and that some were peaceful and had been cooperating with human governments and technology and scientific matters. The true story of the Roswell incident. Hellyer was also a critic of the official story behind the Roswell incident in 1947. He suggested that the U.S. military had covered up the crash of a UFO and the retrieval of extraterrestrial bodies near Roswell, New Mexico. He believed that the Roswell incident was one of the many examples of the military suppressing information about UFOs. So, I mean, when he came out and said this in 2005, it was pretty big now. At least in the United States, there were people who were like, yeah, well, he didn't work for our government, so we don't know how credible this is. But since then, I think people have opened up to the fact that this was essentially a G5 Department of Defense or defense minister talking about this. There's a lot to it. I mean, look, I'm not going to convince you. The only thing that can convince you is evidence. And I've given you just as much evidence as basically is available right now. I mean, I can show you alien bodies, but I don't know for a fact if they're true or not. So at a certain point, like, you want to see an alien land on the White House lawn. And while that hasn't happened, they have flown over the Capitol. and they flew over the Capitol like within the last month. Let me see if I can get that footage. And the doctor, yeah, right. So that's Dr. Lear, Roger Lear, exactly. And excellent, good job. Um, oh, okay, yeah. Um, so I mean, what is that? It's like got elements that we don't even have on Earth. So, um, but like it's really exciting when all you have to do is just be on Reddit, and under Reddit UFOs, somebody posts something every few hours of something that's new. And also, these people are the most skeptical of anybody because they've had the rug pulled under them more than anyone. So they're the ones who are saying, no, that's a plane. No, that's a helicopter. No, that could be a Mylar balloon. But a lot of this stuff is inexplainable. Exactly. I was just going to say, well, what about the congressional hearings last month? I mean, they wouldn't just sit there and be like, if this stuff was just like someone faked it with After Effects or something like that, that would be pretty easy to disprove that or prove that it was a hoax. I mean, it was in the New York Times on the front page I think it was on the front page, but let me check and see. I know it was in the New York Times. I think it was on the front page though. Yo, dog, when were UFOs on the front page of the New York Times? I think it had to do with the Tic Tac. You're right. Specifically, a Tic Tac UFO made headlines on the front page of the New York Times in December 2017. So it's been on the front page of the New York Times. At a certain point, this is just known as slow disclosure or soft disclosure, where they don't come out on the news and say, hey, aliens are real. It's just basically like you figure it out for yourself. Have you seen the footage from off the coast of San Diego? Where have you seen the Tic Tac footage? Exactly. So I mean, these guys are fighter pilots. They're not fucking around. Nobody is able to uh, put a video in front of them. I mean, this is like they've got it on radar and they're tracking it. I mean, if it's not, and the US has the most advanced military in the world, and they don't know what it is. So yeah, I'll admit that we can't see who is flying it, but that doesn't mean to say that we can wholeheartedly dismiss that it's not an extraterrestrial biological entity. I agree with you. I mean, I'm looking at him over Phoenix, Arizona right now. That's a good question. You know, when I started this stream 3.5 years ago, I didn't know too much about Antarctica, particularly like. Let me ask you this. This is a little bit of a quiz. Do you know who the first man was to visit the South Pole? That's fine. Exactly. Sure. Sure. Absolutely. It's going to take you Scandinavia. No, he's from Norway. His name is Roald Amundsen. Now, what I wouldn't normally quiz you on this, but it's something that's very interesting that isn't studied very well. He's considered a Norwegian hero, but like to the average person, we don't know, and I feel like they don't want us to know this type of information. But what's even more interesting is he was also the first man at the to trek the North Pole. So he did the South Pole and the North Pole, and he was the first person to isn't it? Yeah, the South Pole is easier, but but keep in mind, Antarctica is a continent, so the South Pole is on land. The North Pole is just over ice in the winter, so it's not over land. Oh, you're saying distance-wise, it's closer? Yeah, it's closer. But well, he didn't just do that though. He was also the first person to make it through the Northwest Passage. Isn't that fascinating that this one guy did all that and nobody knows about him? Correct. Right. I mean, he had a compass, so the compass basically tells you where you need to go. Right. But I mean, isn't it interesting that one guy went to first guy to go to the South Pole, the North Pole, and traverse the Northwest Passage, and nobody knows his name? The beginning of the 1900s. I'll get you all the information. Just one moment. Yo, dog, can you please tell me all the specifics on the dates of when Roald Amundsen from Norway trekked the South Pole, the North Pole, and the Northwest Passage? Okay, so he did the South. Um, I think it was a family, like a really wealthy benefactor who did it, or something like that. It could have been actually, I might be confusing it with Ernest Shackleton, but um, okay, so he made it to the South Pole in 1911, and he made it to the North Pole. It's disputed that he made it, but 1926, I mean, it's really hard to prove because it's just on ice. And then 1906, he completed the Northwest Passage. So, who paid for these expeditions? Okay, the South Pole, his initial funding. Oh, what the fuck? Yo, who paid for Roald Amundsen's treks to the South Pole, North Pole, and Northwest Passage? Okay, so it was private investors, government support, and his own personal wealth. The South Pole was largely by private investors, but also included the Norwegian government. The Northwest Passage was personal savings and private donations, and the Norwegian government a little. And then the North Pole, private donors. Great question. Well, a lot of times there would be arguments for like minerals and like staking claims on certain areas, but let's find out exactly. What is the benefit of a private investor to pay for one of these trips? Why would they want to do it? What's the benefit that they gain? Private investors funded expeditions with tangible benefits. So, commercial and economic gain, resources and trade exploration often led to discovery of new trade routes, natural resources, and regions that could be economically valuable. For example, the search for the Northwest Passage could open up shipping lanes through the Arctic, potentially saving time and money for future trade, which it did. Monopoly or trade advantage. Investors might expect to benefit from exclusive trading rights, access to new territories, or discoveries of valuable resources in unexplored regions. There are also scientific and technological prestige. There's personal and national prestige. And I remember the national prestige was pretty big on this one. And then there's social and public influence and a return on investment indirectly, media and branding. And then there's just the philanthropic reasons to do it as well. Oh, but anyway, well, I got sidetracked on rolled almonds. And when I first started this, I did not know who that guy was, and I'm kind of fascinated by him that he did so many different things, yet nobody like if you were to ask in the United States, not 1 in 100 people would be able to tell you Roald Amundsen was maybe 5 people in 1,000 would be able to tell you that. It's just not something that we know. It's not an American, so we don't really pay attention to anything that's not American, and it's not really well known either because it's not even like a British person. It's a Scandinavian person, which is like even further um, diluted or even further um, even a further connection to the United States. Why you're saying why people in the United States don't know this? Well, here we know Christopher Columbus, and he wasn't American and he wasn't British, but we know him pretty well. We know Ferdinand Magellan pretty well. Ferdinand Magellan, what Ferdinand Magellan was the first person. Well, he ended up dying in the Philippines, but or in and around Oceania. But his trek or his expedition was the first to circumnavigate the globe. So they went from Portugal to like Brazil, then around it's called the Strait of Magellan, basically where like just north of Drake's Passage. So we're talking between basically like the tip of Argentina and there are islands there, but basically between Argentina and Antarctica. And then they went from there to like Oceania. He ended up, I believe, getting killed by some natives, and the people who and he was going to find. He did all this to be able to find a route to the do you know what nutmeg is? Like this spice? Yeah, exactly. That at one time was one of the most, if not the most valuable um, item on Earth, more than gold or silver or anything. And the nutmeg could only be found in what's known as the Spice Islands, which are this little group of islands in like the Philippines. And the Dutch had a stranglehold on the trade going from basically Europe around Africa. So, in order to find another way to get there, they went the other way around the world. And so Magellan ends up getting killed, but the other people end up continuing the expedition and then make it back to Portugal. And they just barely make it. And they were the first people to circumnavigate the globe. But okay, so like, I mean, not a lot of people know Magellan, but like we know Christopher Columbus. But okay, so why do I think you people don't know Roald Amundsen? I think it's because they don't want people looking into the poles. They just don't want people to know a lot about them. And it's always been a very secretive thing in the United States. And another thing that's interesting about it, usually the United States has like claims of, for most, like everything. I mean, like we say we have claims of the moon and stuff, but I don't even want to get into that. But Antarctica is one where we don't really have a good claim. The British have a great claim. The Argentinians have a really great claim. The Australians and the New Zealanders, they have good claims, but the United States really doesn't. We do have the biggest or perhaps most famous scientific laboratories there, but those are really towards the coast and not at all inland. Now, well, perhaps there's a lot that they just don't want your average person going there. I mean, it's very dangerous. Um, yeah, yeah, I've had some of my friends' parents have been. It is not like they go on the land though. They only go around the basically the ice walls, and they only go in the summer. So it's a little different, but at least as I mean, if you know, like the Nazis were really interested in um, Antarctica and perhaps had a base there. It's the easiest place to find meteors in the world because it's like a big black boulder on or a rock on this complete white scape. So it's just a very secretive place. And if you know anything about Admiral Byrd, so he's the really big American explorer there. There's a very weird story, like a very weird story. Just one moment. Yo, dog, can you please tell me about Admiral Byrd's expedition to Antarctica? And allegedly, what happened, I don't know if it's true or not, but basically, right when he flew around the South Pole, his instrument panel went all crazy. And there's a story that he went over a ridge and all of a sudden it wasn't snowy anymore. It was very lush and green. And there was a way that his plane landed, and allegedly some kind of alien civilization was there. And when he went back to tell the American authorities, he was told that he wasn't allowed to talk about it anymore. Something like that is the story. What's going on with all that? Okay. So here's what they say. The story you're referring to is one of the most popular and persistent theories around Admiral Richard E. Byrd's expeditions to Antarctica, specifically in 1947. Now, keep in mind, that's when Roswell was as well. Operation High Jump mission. However, it's important to clarify what evidence is available. The actual expedition, Admiral Richard Byrd was a well-respected U.S. Navy officer and polar explorer and led several expeditions to Antarctica. His most famous was Operation High Jump, a massive U.S. Navy operation conducted in 1946 and 1947. The purpose was to establish a U.S. presence in Antarctica, conduct scientific research, yada, yada, yada. Byrd flew over the South Pole during his mission, and indeed his instruments sometimes malfunctioned, which was not unusual given the harsh environment and challenging conditions of the region. The alleged secret story. The version of events you're describing comes from a combination of rumors, speculative accounts, and other theories that have been linked to Byrd's expeditions. Now, I'm not saying I believe this one. I really don't believe this one. But it's an interesting story that I've heard. But do I believe it? No. I don't have enough evidence to believe it. The instruments going crazy. Some claim that Byrd's instruments malfunctioned when he flew over the South Pole, possibly due to interference from a mysterious energy source or even alien technology. Lush green land beyond the South Pole. According to the story, Byrd allegedly crossed a mountain range and discovered an area of Antarctica that was unexpectedly lush and temperate with plants, animals, and vegetation. Some versions even suggest a hidden lost world or secret entrance to a hollow earth. Encounter with an alien civilization. Another part of this tale suggests that Byrd and his crew encountered an advanced alien civilization or extraterrestrials in a lush region. According to this theory, the beings warned Byrd to stay away from the area, and the U.S. government allegedly told him to keep silent about the encounter, with some suggesting a cover-up. Government suppression. The theory suggests that Byrd was either silenced by the U.S. government or that his report was suppressed. Some people believe that Byrd was ordered not to talk about his findings because they would expose a hidden truth about Antarctica. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. I don't necessarily put a lot of credence into it, just because really we don't have any evidence of this. And to think that all of a sudden everything could be nice and green and lush in this really, really scary, unforgiving environment at the bottom of the world is hard to. Dog, do you know what an RC plane looks like? Okay, because I mean, that's not an RC plane. RC planes don't just sit there, they move. They usually additionally have some kind of lights on them that are green and red, and they make noise. None of those things are true in what we just saw. But at least there's evidence of that. I mean, there's video, and it's not just like there's evidence over Lake Michigan, there's evidence over New Jersey, there's evidence wherever those people speaking Spanish was. I mean, that's over the course of the last 72 hours. There's a lot of evidence that something's going on. And juxtaposed against Admiral Byrd's story, which is like, we don't even have like an interview of him talking about this stuff. It's all just persistent rumors. But I do know of this story, and I don't necessarily think it's true, but it's something interesting. That's a great question. Well, there are pyramids. there is a weird pyramid down there, a black pyramid. Let's learn all about that. Now there's proof of that. I mean, you can look at that on. I think it's quite perfect. Yo, dog, can you please tell me about that black pyramid in Antarctica? The Black Pyramid in Antarctica. Most of the stories about the Black Pyramid stem from claims about mysterious satellite images or claims that something strange is spotted in the Antarctic region. The closest thing to a pyramid in Antarctica that has been scientifically discussed are natural formations. Satellite images reveal unusual shapes in the snow or ice. So I should have been clear. Do I think it was like a pyramid that people make? No, I don't think that. But I think there's some kind of weird black pyramid or mountain or something down there. I mean, I've seen that. Now, the interesting thing when it comes to pyramids are the association of, I mean, let me just show you the picture. I'm sure you've probably seen it, but pyramids, Giza, China, Mexico. Giza, pyramids. These pyramids are exactly the same orientation of Orion's belt, and that's where Zeta Reticuli is, where the alien grays are from, and they all line up exactly in the same way. So here's what this says. Let me show you the picture of it first. That's interesting that it just. I mean, this should be the first fucking thing that shows up. I should not have to go to Reddit for this. Okay, UFO or pyramid, China, Mexico, Egypt. Okay. Yeah, here you go. So here's what it looks like. Giza, well, they did it with the World Trade Center as well, which I think is probably related to this. Not that, like, when they built the World Trade Center, they're like, look, the Giza pyramids are in a certain order, the Chinese pyramids are a certain order, and the Mexican pyramids are in a certain order, so we could make the World Trade Center in that same order. But apologies, can you repeat that? No, it those two went down, and then they built another one. And if you look at the line that they're in, they're very similar to the Egypt, China, and Mexican ones. So here it is. So they're very far end. You'll see the Orion's belt, which is the three stars there, and Giza, Mexico, and China all have a set of pyramids that are in the exact same orientation. Now, getting to the World Trade Center, this is a known fact on Earth. So it would just take the architects of the World Trade Center to just build one World Trade Center a little offset to where the previous footprints were of the previous World Trade Centers to have the same orientation. Let's look at that. Yeah, because I've never looked at the mathematics behind it. So let's see. Yo, dog, can you please tell me about the mathematics of the similarities between Orion's belt, the Egypt pyramids, the Chinese pyramids, And Guida, how you living, pimp? How are things in your neck, dog? Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Successful as always, my friend. Hello. How you doing, big dog? Absolutely. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, it was wonderful. Thank you so much. It was there lots of football and stuff. Hey, I just sent you a link to my YouTube streams. If you ever want to watch my live if you ever want to watch my live streams, go to the link that I just sent you. Look how many live streams I have going simultaneously on YouTube right now. Yeah, I have more than that. They're just not all. Some of them don't have my name on them. In case I ever get banned, they're still out there, but you can't trace them to me. So it's like still my. I'll echo through eternity, perhaps. But yeah, that's a big deal. Hey, how is Kick going for you? Okay, so what happened? Were you gone for a while? Was it? Was it? What? Yeah. So, was it? Let me think. Last time we spoke, you had to take a little time off. Did you have to take time off again? But you don't do anything you don't do anything very controversial. I don't understand. Absolutely. Well, you know I've done shout outs to you and I'm a big advocate of yours. And I know that Eddie Craven knows who you are because I shouted out to you in a video that he's seen. So I mean I know he knows who you are for other reasons as well. But we're just waiting on you to get that kick creative creator incentive program. You think that could come within the next year? Oh, oh, really? That fast? Doug, 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 I'm going to tell you what. It okay. I'll tell you, I mean, it's kind of been I'd say over the last 90 days or so kind of quiet over there at well, dog, dude, okay. So, here's the thing. They have no one watching. And like I'm sorry to say, but like it's really hard to get people to watch. I mean, you and I both know how difficult it is, and you can get lost in a sea of content. But like when they have certain people who they say have, 10,000 people watching them, but nobody is typing in their chat, it's just nobody buys it. Oh, I'll name you. What the biggest one I find is West Call, WESTCOL. Dude, he has 99.9% of everyone who's watching his stream is a bot. I mean, people have done this. Like people there are ways to prove it now. And if you ever watch Eddie's weekly chat, he knows it. And he says, "Look, we're the ones who have all the data on what people are doing and we can see that that these people are botting and it's just kind of one of those things. Other people who bot Amaranth bots. She's got 2,000 people who are watching her every single day. The people who I think don't bot, well, Neon's a huge botter. He gets 50,000 people who watch him. I mean, you can literally like pick out who is botting and who is not. And I think the people who aren't botting are the people who have like 7 to 15 people watching them at once, because those are real people who are interacting with them, and you know that, like, okay, they're not going to buy, or maybe they didn't buy viewers. What's going on? What's going on? We're just, I am. Guido, don't get offended by these guys. If they're mean, absolutely. How you living, pimp? I do. Oh, I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. So I have created the world's largest time capsule. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Essentially, people in the future will be able to watch my live stream and know exactly what was going on for every single day, going back to the pandemic. And I have no plans to stop. Essentially, this is the biggest event in global history. I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. We talk about some things on this stream that aren't normally discussed. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, everything. And I have more data archived online than any person ever. Some of the things that we discuss are things like anti-gravity, antimatter. We were just discussing alien disclosure. Have you guys seen any of these recent UFO uh, any of the recent UFO footage or the congressional hearings on UFOs that we've had recently in the United States? Absolutely. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you. This happened within the last 24 hours or so. Um, there are all of these crafts that are flying over cities. And so if you just go on X, you'll be able to just type in UFO. You'll see they're coming out in waves. Okay, so I'm going to just type UFO and laser, and you'll see people are firing lasers back at these UFOs, and the UFOs are firing. Just one moment. Let me get a good version of this one. Um, these things are firing back lasers back at people. So here's a version of it. So this is a laser firing up at a UFO, and you'll see the UFO just move away. And this happened within the last 72 hours. Just moved off camera. And then a bunch of them show up when they shoot it into the sky again. Now, here's another one where they fire a laser back at the people who would fire a laser at it, which is kind of funny. Here we go. One of them was in New Jersey. Another was over Lake Michigan. Another, I mean, they're happening like all over the world. Um, Yeah, so that's the MUFON website. So there's a way, or they used to have it where you just look at the world, and they anywhere in the world where someone has a sighting, it will be tracked, and they'll either have like it would be like a flying triangle or a disc, or sometimes they're rod like, or they're cone like, or they're like circular, whatever it is, and you'd be able to see it all over the world. So that's MUFON.org. Actually, it might be MUFON.com. Let me see. MUFON. Uh, no, I believe that's. We were just talking about that. That's strange that you you bring that up. I mean, like literally within the last 10 minutes, we were talking about this. Absolutely. So we were looking at this piece of like this really interesting fact that the all major pyramid systems in the world, in Egypt, China, Mexico, and Antarctica, align with the stars of Orion. So here they are, and they're basically all just in the same shape. And if you know that in the where Orion is where Zeta Reticuli is, which is apparently where the alien grays are from. So it's almost like, I don't know, they somehow were able to communicate this information to ancient cultures, and they helped to build these things. But do I think that they were created by aliens? No, I think they were created by humans. That's a great question. You know, um, well, let's talk about first shape shifting. So eventually, like if you are a type of extraterrestrial biological entity, you eventually are able to evolve into anything that you want. So you could be a reptilian, you could be an alien gray, and perhaps with the right kind of technology, whether it's a push of a button or perhaps just mentally, you could change your shape in one way or another. And if shape shifting is a possibility, then any shape is a possibility. So by default, Bigfoot and Chupacabra would be. Now, let's talk about Bigfoot and Chupacabra without the idea of shape shifting. There are a lot of tales about them, but there are a lot of questions that would arise, like why haven't we found a dead body? What happens? Like, why haven't we seen them mate? Why don't we know about um, their living conditions or what they eat? So I would, and then there's another weird thing that happens. I don't know if you've seen, but like the people who have hair that grows on their face and on their hands and things, like they become extremely hairy. And how would you describe that if you were a people of 5,000 years ago? I wouldn't really know how to describe it, but at least from native people, it does seem to be that there is some credence to what is going on. But then again, I mean, why don't we see these things from a helicopter? You know, I mean, there are all kinds of arguments I've heard made that like why don't hunters kill them? Oh well, perhaps they have a very good sense of smell and they can just run away from any kind of hunter, or very good sense of hearing. Now, the most famous video is on this topic is the it's escaping me right now, the Patterson Gimlin film, which I'm sure you guys have seen it. Just so that we're aware of what. Go ahead. Oh, hold on. Let me tell you, I'm not a big Sonic fan. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth $300 million. So when I started with this coin, it was worth pennies, but now it's worth a lot. So I'm glad you like it, but don't think that I'm like into little kid stuff. Um, I'm I'm into making lots of money. So absolutely. And these are NFTs. When I started, they were giving these things away. Several weeks ago, they were worth $800. Now they're worth $11,000. So, I mean, if you guys didn't know, Bitcoin just surpassed $100,000 for the first time within the last 24 hours. It's really exciting stuff for the world of cryptocurrency. Well, I wish I could provide you with everything that you need, and perhaps in the future I will be able to. I really mean this. I have more content than any person ever. I'll be able to monetize this and make you all rich. Take care of your friends, your family. You'll be able to start charities of your own, and it's just a matter of time. All I ask you, just share my project, and with more and more people finding out about it, more and more people are going to find the positivity that we exert on this, and optimism for the future, and I'll make you all rich. Oh, absolutely. You can find that on Instagram, allegedly. Go to viralrabbi13 and you can knock yourself out there. Excellent. Hey, I want world peace. I want everybody to put down their guns. I want people to sit at diplomatic negotiations and come to essentially an agreement, eye to eye, and I want it to be live streamed. I want world peace, whatever world peace means. Hey, you're entitled to anything you want to do. Shout out to you, Erwin Speed 30. Hope you're doing well, my friend.
By December of 1941, remember the invasion is June 41. June 41 murdered 2 million Soviet POWs. At that point in time, they had murdered many more POWs than they had murdered Jews. And this is not to deny for 1 second that they were on a murderous rampage when it came to Jews. But they were also on a murderous rampage when it came to Soviet citizens and Soviet soldiers, right? So those Soviet soldiers quickly came to understand that they were fighting for their lives. If they were taken prisoner, they would die. So they fought like wild dogs.
Yeah, the story of the Holocaust and the 6 million Jews is often told extensively. If Hitler conquered the Soviet Union, it's terrifying to think on a much grander scale than the Holocaust what would have happened to the Slavic people, to the Soviet people.
Absolutely. All you have to do is read the Hunger Classes, right? And they also had a plan. What was it called? Grand Plan East. I forget the exact name of it, which made it clear that they were going to murder many tens of millions of people. And by the way, I believe they would have murdered all the Poles and all the Roma. I mean, my view is that the Jews were number one on the genocidal hit list. The Roma, or the Gypsies, were number two, and the Poles were number three. And of course, I just explained to you how many POWs they had killed. So they would have ended up murdering huge numbers of Soviet citizens as well. But people quickly figured out that this was happening. That's my point to you. And that gave them, needless to say, very powerful incentives to fight hard against the Germans and to make sure that they did not win.
To fast forward in time, but not in space. Let me ask you about the war in Ukraine. Why did Russia invade Ukraine on February 24th, 2022? What are some of the explanations given, and which do you find the most convincing?
Well, clearly the conventional wisdom is that Putin is principally responsible. Putin is an imperialist. He's an expansionist.
That's the conventional thinking.
Yeah. And the idea is that he is bent on creating a greater Russia. And even more so, he's interested in dominating Eastern Europe, if not all of Europe. And that Ukraine was the first stop on the train line. And what he wanted to do was to conquer all of Ukraine, incorporate it into a greater Russia,
and then he would move on and conquer other countries. This is the conventional wisdom. My view is there is no evidence, let me emphasize, zero evidence to support that argument.
Which part that the imperialist part, the sense that he sought to conquer all of Ukraine and move on and conquer.
There's no evidence he was interested in conquering all of Ukraine. There's no evidence beforehand that he was interested in conquering any of Ukraine. And there's no way that an army that had 190,000 troops at the most, right, could have conquered all of Ukraine. Just impossible. As I like to emphasize, when the Germans went into Poland in 1939, and the Germans, you want to remember, were only intent on conquering the western half of Poland because the Soviets came in later that month. We're going to conquer the eastern half of Poland. So the western half of Poland was much smaller than Ukraine. And the Germans went in with 1.5 million troops. If Vladimir Putin were bent on conquering all of Ukraine, he would have needed at least 2 million troops. I would argue he'd need 3 million troops, because not only do you need to conquer the country, you then have to occupy it. But the idea that 190,000 troops was sufficient for conquering all of Ukraine is not a serious argument. Furthermore, he was not interested in conquering Ukraine, and that's why in March 2022, this is immediately after the war starts, he is negotiating with Zelensky to end the war. There are serious negotiations taking place in Istanbul involving the Turks, and Naftali Bennett, who was the Israeli prime minister at the time, was deeply involved in negotiating with both Putin and Zelensky to end the war. Well, if he was interested, Putin, in conquering all of Ukraine, why in God's name would he be negotiating with Zelensky to end the war? And of course, what they were negotiating about was NATO expansion into Ukraine, which was the principal cause of the war. People in the West don't want to hear that argument, because if it is true, which it is, then the West is principally responsible for this bloodbath that's now taking place. And of course, the West doesn't want to be principally responsible. It wants to blame Vladimir Putin. So we've invented this story out of whole cloth that he is an aggressor, that he's the second coming of Adolf Hitler, and that what he did in Ukraine was try to conquer all of it. And he failed, but with a little bit of luck, he probably would have conquered all of it, and he'd now be in the Baltic states, and eventually end up dominating all of Eastern Europe. As I said, I think there's no evidence to support this.
So maybe there's other things to ask there. Maybe just to linger on NATO expansion. What is NATO expansion? What is the threat of NATO expansion? Why is it such a concern for Russia?
NATO was a mortal enemy of the Soviet Union during the Cold War. It's a military alliance which has at its heart the United States of America, which is the most powerful state on the planet. It is perfectly understandable that Russia is not going to want that military alliance on its doorstep. Here in the United States, we well know what's called the Monroe Doctrine. And that basically says no great powers from Europe or Asia are allowed to come into our neighborhood and form a military alliance with anybody in this neighborhood. When I was young, there was this thing called the Cuban Missile Crisis. The Soviets had the audacity to put nuclear-armed missiles in Cuba. We told them in no uncertain terms that that was not acceptable and that those missiles had to be removed. This is our backyard, and we do not tolerate distant great powers coming into our neighborhood. Well, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And if we don't like great powers coming into our neighborhood, it's hardly surprising that the Russians did not want NATO on their doorstep. They made that manifestly clear when the Cold War ended, and they exacted a promise from us that we would not expand NATO. And then when we started expanding NATO, they made it clear after the first tranche in 1999 that they were profoundly unhappy with that. They made it clear in 2004 after the second tranche that they were profoundly unhappy with that expansion. And then in April 2008, when NATO announced that Ukraine and Georgia would become part of NATO, they made it unequivocally clear, not just Putin, that that was not going to happen. They were drawing a red line in the sand. And it is no accident that in August 2008, remember the Bucharest summit is April 2008, in August 2008, you had a war between Georgia and Russia. That involved at its core NATO expansion. So the Americans and their allies should have understood by at least August 2008 that continuing to push to bring Ukraine into NATO was going to lead to disaster. And I would note that there were all sorts of people in the 1990s, like George Kennan, William Perry, who was Bill Clinton's Secretary of Defense, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Paul Nitze, and so forth and so on, who argued that NATO expansion would end up producing a disaster, which it has. I would note that at the famous April 2008 Bucharest summit, where NATO said that Ukraine would be brought into the alliance, Angela Merkel and Nicolas Sarkozy, the German and French leaders respectively, opposed that decision. Angela Merkel later said that the reason she opposed it was because she understood that Putin interpreted it as a declaration of war. Just think about that. Merkel is telling you that she opposed NATO expansion into Ukraine because she understood correctly that Putin would see it as a declaration of war. What did the United States and its friends in Europe do? They continued to push and push because we could push NATO expansion down their throat after 2008, the same way we did in 1999 and 2004. But we were wrong, and it all blew up in our face in 2014. And when it blew up in our face in 2014, what did we do? Did we back off and say, well, maybe the Russians have some legitimate security interests? No, that's not the way we operate. We continue to double down. And the end result is that in 2022, you got a war. And as I've argued for a long time now, we, the West, are principally responsible for that, not Vladimir Putin.
So the expansion of NATO is primarily responsible.
Yeah, to put it in more general terms, what we were trying to do was turn Ukraine into a Western bulwark on Russia's border. And it really wasn't NATO expansion alone. NATO expansion was the most important element of our strategy. But the strategy had two other dimensions. One was EU expansion, and the third was the color revolution. We were trying to foster orange revolution in Ukraine, and the basic goal there was to turn Ukraine into a pro-Western liberal democracy. And that meant that you'd have Ukraine, if it worked, as a pro-Western liberal democracy that was in the EU and that was in NATO. This was our goal. And the Russians made it unequivocally clear Ukraine was not going to become a Western bulwark on their border. And most importantly, they made it clear that Ukraine in NATO was unacceptable.
Can we talk about the mind of Vladimir Putin? You've mentioned that this idea that he has aspirations for imperialist conquest, that he dreams of empire, is not grounded in reality. He wrote an essay in 2021 about one people. Do you think there is some degree to which he still dreams of the former Soviet Union reuniting?
He's made it clear that anybody with a triple-digit IQ understands that it's nuts to think about recreating the Soviet Union. He thinks it's a tragedy that the Soviet Union fell apart. But as he made clear in that essay, the July 12th, 2021 essay, and as he made clear in speeches immediately before he invaded Ukraine, he accepted the breakup of the Soviet Union, and he accepted the status quo in Europe, save for the fact he did not accept the idea that Ukraine would become part of NATO.
He's been in power for over 2 decades. Is there a degree that power can affect a leader's ability to see the world clearly? As they say, corrupt. Do you think power is corrupted? Vladimir Putin to a degree?
It's very hard for me to answer that question because I don't know him and I've not studied him carefully. His overall performance over the course of the 23 years that he's been in power. I've studied him as a strategist, and I've studied how he deals with the West and deals with the international system more generally. 14, and I think he is a first-class. This is not to say he doesn't make mistakes, and he admits he's made some mistakes. But I think that the West is dealing with a formidable adversary here. And I don't see any evidence that he's either lost speed off his fastball or that power has corrupted his thinking about strategic affairs.
So he has consistently put as a primary concern security, as does the United States. He's put for Russia's security, making sure that NATO doesn't get close to his borders.
I think that's clear, yeah. I think, as I emphasized early on in our conversation, that leaders privilege security or survival over everything else. And by the way, he gave a number of talks and press conferences in addition to writing that famous article that you referred to on July 12, 2021. So we have, a pretty clear record of what he was saying, and I would argue what he was thinking in the run-up to the war in February 2022. And if you read what he said, it's quite clear that he privileged security or survival. He was deeply concerned about the security of Russia. And Russia is a quite vulnerable state in a lot of ways, especially if you think back to what it looked like in the 1990s. You know better than I do. It was in terrible shape. The Chinese talk about the century of national humiliation. One could argue that for the Russians, that was the decade of national humiliation. And it took Putin, I think, quite a bit of time to bring the Russians back from the dead. I think he eventually succeeded, but it took a considerable amount of time. And I think he understood that he was not playing a particularly strong hand. He was playing something of a weak hand. And he had to be very careful, very cautious. And I think he was. And I think that's very different than the United States. The United States was the unipole. It was the most powerful state in the history of the world, the most powerful state relative to all its possible competitors from, roughly 1989, certainly after December 1991 when the Soviet Union fell apart. Up until, I would argue, about 2017, we were incredibly powerful. Even after 2017, up to today, the United States remains the most powerful state in the system. And because of our geographical location, we are in a terrific situation to survive in any great power competition. So you have a situation involving the United States that's different than the situation involving Russia. They're just much more vulnerable than we are. And therefore, I think Putin tends to be more sensitive about security than any American president in recent times.
Europe on one side, China on the other side. It's a complicated situation.
Yeah, and we talked before about 1812 when Napoleon invaded and Moscow got burned to the ground. We talked about World War I, where the Russians were actually defeated and surrendered. And then we talked about 1941 to 1945, where although thankfully the Soviets prevailed, it was a close call, and I mean the casualties, the destruction the Soviet Union had inflicted on it by the Germans is just almost hard to believe. So they are sensitive. You can understand full well, or at least you should be able to understand full well, why the idea of bringing Ukraine up to their border really spooked them. I don't understand why more Americans don't understand that. It befuddles me. I think it has to do with the fact that Americans are not very good at putting themselves in the shoes of other countries. You really, if you're going to be a first-class strategist in international politics, you have to be able to do that. You have to put yourself in the shoes of the other side and think about how they think, so you don't make foolish mistakes.
And as a starting point, Americans tend to see themselves as the good guys and a set of others as the bad guys, and you have to be able to empathize that Russians think of themselves as the good guys, the Chinese think of themselves as the good guys, and just be able to empathize. If they are the good guys, it's like that funny skit, "Are we the baddies?" Consider the United States could be the bad guys. Like, first of all, see the world. If the United States is the bad guys and China is the good guys, what does that world look like? Just be able to just exist with that thought, because that is what the Chinese leadership and citizens, if not now, maybe in the future, will believe. And you have to kind of do the calculation, the simulation forward from that. And same with Russia, same with other nations.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Just, I always think of Michael McFaul at Stanford, who was the American ambassador to Russia, I think between 2012 and 2014. And he told me that he told Putin that Putin didn't have to worry about NATO expansion because the United States was a benign hegemon. And I asked Mike what Putin's response was to that. And Mike said that Putin didn't believe it. But Mike believed that he should believe it, and that we could move NATO eastward to include Ukraine, and in the end, we'd get away with it because we are a benign hegemon. But the fact is, that's not what Putin saw. Putin saw us as a malign hegemon. And what Mike thinks or any American thinks doesn't matter. What matters is what Putin thinks.
But also, the drums of war have been beating for some reason. NATO expansion has been threatened for some reason. So you've talked about NATO expansion being dead. So it doesn't make sense from a geopolitical perspective on the Europe side to expand NATO. But nevertheless, that threat has been echoed. So why has NATO expansion been pushed from your perspective?
There are two reasons. One is, first of all, we thought it was a wonderful thing to bring more and more countries into NATO. We thought that it facilitated peace and prosperity. It was ultimately all for the good. And we also thought that countries like Ukraine had a right to join NATO. These are sovereign countries that can decide for themselves, and the Russians have no say in what Ukraine wants to do. And then finally, and this is a point I emphasized before, we were very powerful. We thought we could shove it down their throat. So it's a combination of those factors that led us to pursue what I think was ultimately a foolish policy.
We've talked about how wars get started. How do you hope the war in Ukraine ends? What are the ways to end this war? What are the ways to achieve peace there? To end the I would say senseless death of young men, as always happens in war.
I'm sad to say I don't have a good answer to that. I don't think there's any real prospect of a meaningful peace agreement. I think it's almost impossible. I think the best you can hope for at this point is at some point the shooting stops, you have a ceasefire, and then you have a frozen conflict. And that frozen conflict will not be highly stable. And the Ukrainians in the West will do everything they can to weaken Russia's position. And the Russians will go to great lengths to not only damage that dysfunctional rump state that Ukraine becomes, but the Russians will go to great lengths to sow dissension within the alliance, and that includes in terms of transatlantic relations. So you'll have this continuing security competition between Russia on one side and Ukraine and the West on the other, even when you get a frozen peace, or you get a frozen conflict, and the potential for escalation there will be great. So I think this is a disaster.
That's a very realist perspective. Let me ask you sort of the human side of it. Do you think there's some power to leaders sitting down, having a conversation, man to man, leader to leader, about this? There is just a lot of death happening. It seems that from an economic perspective, from a historic perspective, from a human perspective, both nations are losing. Is it possible for Vladimir Zelensky and Vladimir Putin to sit down and talk and to figure out a way where the security concerns are addressed and both nations can minimize the amount of suffering that's happening and create a path towards future flourishing?
I think the answer is no.
Even with the United States involved, 3 people.
Well, I think if the United States is involved, the answer is definitely no. You have to get the Americans out. And then I think if you have Zelensky and Putin talking, you have a sliver of a chance there. The Americans are a real problem. Look, let's go back to what happens right after the war starts. Okay? As I said before, we're talking March, early April of 2022. The war starts on February 24th, 2022. And as I said to you, the two sides were negotiating in Istanbul, and they were also negotiating through Naftali Bennett. And the Bennett track and the Turkish track were operating together. I mean, they were not at cross purposes at all. What happened? Bennett tells the story very clearly that they had made significant progress in reaching an agreement. This is Zelensky on one side and Putin on the other. Bennett is talking in person to both Putin and Zelensky. And what happens to produce failure? The answer is the United States and Britain get involved and tell Zelensky to walk. They tell Zelensky to walk. If they had come in and encouraged Zelensky to try to figure out a way to shut this one down and work with Bennett and work with Erdogan, we might have been able to shut the war down then. But it was the United States.
Well, let me sort of push back on that. You're correct, but the United States paints this picture that everybody's aligned. So maybe you can correct me, but I believe in the power of individuals, especially individual leaders. Again, whether it's Biden or Trump or whoever, goes into a room and says, in a way that's convincing, that no more NATO expansion. And actually just on a basic human level, ask the question of why are we doing all this senseless killing? And look at the interest of one, Russia, look at the interest of the other, Ukraine. Their interests are pretty simple. And say, the United States is going to stay out of this. We're not going to expand NATO. And say all of that in a way that's convincing, which is NATO expansion is silly at this point. China is the big threat. We're not going to do this kind of conflict escalation with Russia. The Cold War is over. Let's normalize relations.
Let me just embellish your argument. Okay.
Thank you. I need it.
If we say there's a sliver of a chance that you can do this, and I do think there is a sliver of a chance, let me just embellish your point.
All the help I can get.
Two things have to be done here, in my opinion. One is Ukraine has to become neutral. And it has to completely sever all security ties with the West. Right? It's not like you can say we're not going to expand NATO to include Ukraine, but we're going to continue to have some loose security arrangement with Ukraine. None of that. It has to be completely severed. Ukraine has to be on its own. Okay? And number two, Ukraine has to accept the fact that the Russians are going to keep the 4 oblasts that they've now annexed in Crimea. Right? The Russians are not going to give them back. And what you really want to do if you're Zelensky or who's ever running Ukraine in this scenario that we're positing is you want to make sure the Russians don't take another 4 oblasts to include Kyiv and Odessa. Right. If I'm playing Putin's hand and this war goes on, I'm thinking about taking 4 more oblasts. I want to take about 43% of Ukraine and annex it to Russia. Right. And I certainly want Odessa. And I certainly want Kyiv. But I want the 2 oblasts in between.
Literally, or as
another episode of the Children Audio
leverage
Podcast, episode
negotiation.
234.
No, I want them literally.
Joined by my beautiful brothers
I
out
want
of
to
LA,
conquer them
Alice
literally.
and Jesse. Hello, Jeremy.
But my point to you is if we can begin to talk about cutting the deal now, you may be able to head that kind of aggression off at the pass. In other words, you may be able to limit Putin and Russia to annexing the 4 oblasts that they've now annexed plus Crimea. That's the best I think you can hope for. But the point is you have to get the Ukrainians to accept that. You have to get the Ukrainians to accept becoming a truly neutral state and conceding that the Russians keep a big chunk of territory. It's about 23% of Ukrainian territory that they've annexed. And I find it hard to imagine any Ukrainian leader agreeing.
Somebody made a
Well,
post.
there
It was on the
could be
subreddit
more
that
nuanced
said,
things
I want
like
somebody to donate
no
$10,000
military
so that
involvement
for a
in the
whole
United
month,
States and
Jesse
Ukraine,
has to yes
but
and
economic
me,
involvement,
no matter
sort of
what it is I'm
financial
talking
support,
about. How crazy it is. And I'm like,
normalizing
wait,
economic
let's test.
relations
All right, here we go.
with Ukraine, with Russia.
Test it.
I think
Jesse,
you
this
could
whole
probably get away with
episode
that.
is going to be
I
a good
think
test.
the tricky
See how
question
long
there
you
that
can
you have to
hold
answer
it.
is what about EU expansion? Right? And I
Well,
think
I definitely
EU
think it's
expansion
something
is
anomalous.
probably a no-no
Having
for the
released
Russians
the
because most
second
people
video
don't
that I shared
recognize
with you
that
guys
there
on
is a
the text messages
military
that were on,
dimension
you see it go
built
further away.
into EU
It certainly just seems
expansion.
like a
It's
3D
not
object. It
purely
is
an economic
absolutely something anomalous. And
alliance
today, the
or
DOD
relationship
released a
or
statement
institution,
that
whatever
is
word you
so
want to use. There's a military
basically
dimension
a
to that.
mirror image of
And
the statement they released in
in the run-up
2017
to the
when
World
those
War,
UAP videos released, where
actually in
it's,
the run-up
they're
to the
not denying it.
2014
They're like,
crisis
nothing
when
we
it
don't
first
like.
broke out,
No, they were just like, we don't like when things
the
leak, and we cannot
Russians made it
confirm
clear they
that this is
saw
illegal.
EU
The same
expansion
exact, like,
as a stalking horse
political talk that they
for
have to probably
NATO
do because of who they are.
So EU expansion
What do you think,
is
Jesse?
but I think
I think the
your
footage
point
is
of
incredible. The
close
more we
economic
see is
relations
so
between
interesting. And I have absolutely no questions
healthy
or concerns
economic
about the fact that
relations,
there
to
is
use
a
a
lot of
better
other
term,
footage they keep
between
talking about, but they
Ukraine
never show
and
us.
the West.
In fact,
It is
I'm fine with not ever
I
seeing
think
it.
the
Like
Russians
seeing
have
go
a
in the water,
vested
who needs to
interest.
see that? I
If
have
it's a
imagination.
neutral
Absolutely.
Ukraine, they have a vested interest in that Ukraine flourishing.
If we'll call
But
that a
that then
foundation,
brings
we
us
can work
back
on
to
it. They should
territorial.
cross some edges. That was the free version.
Well,
so
do you believe it's possible for individual human relations to counteract the structural
Hey, by the way, speaking of
the
our
leaders
lovely audience, Shout out to everyone over on Reddit because over on the subreddit for this lovely show, the resounding
I think
response.
leadership matters.
I mean, to a lot of stuff we've been doing lately, and I want to give a huge
one
shout
of the
out
real
to
problems
everyone who,
here
a few episodes back, we were talking about
there's no trust
light and
on the Russian side, and
the
that
way
has
that you
to
could
do
like
with the Minsk agreement.
cloak something and how that would be possible and modern day cloaking and things like that. And I just want to shout out to
which
Key Cowboy, I hope I got these names right. Key Cow and R2_R2 and the God Weapon
Eastern Ukraine
and
in the Donbass
Lubrication_Theory and to
really mattered to the Russians.
your Compass
There were
Rose on
4
YouTube
players
who made an
involved.
18-minute video deep diving this. That was an incredible
4
video.
main
Yeah.
players, Russia and Ukraine, of course, and then Germany and France.
This is for us. Oh my God, I felt so special. I was like,
I
hell
believe
yeah,
the
let's go.
Russians
I was very
took the
impressed with
Minsk
that.
Accord seriously.
And so I loved all of that.
Putin
And
took them
someone
very
sent us a
seriously.
video
He wanted to shut
I think
down
it was
that
the Gondo
conflict.
Epic sent us a video of Kyle Hill, and Kyle Hill did a
And,
thing about it. And really, at the end of the day, the thing that I learned,
Francois
I
Hollande,
learned 2 things. The
the
first thing
French
is,
leader,
one, that the
and
way everyone was
Poroshenko,
talking about it,
who was the
it literally
Ukrainian.
is
Those are
that
the 3
scene
key players
in
besides
Mission
Putin.
Impossible
Again,
Rogue Nation, I
Hollande
think
from
it's
France,
Rogue Nation.
Germany,
Simon
and
Pegg and
Poroshenko
Tom
from
Cruise
Ukraine
are trying to
have
go
all
down the hallway, and there's
explicitly
a dude at the
said
end of the hallway. It's like
they
put up a
were
screen that
not
shows the light behind them, so the
seriously
dude looking at it
interested in
doesn't see
reaching
them
an
approaching
agreement in
as they're
all
moving
of
down
the
the hallway,
discussions.
and they keep tricking him to move around the room,
They
and then
were
they got these cameras that like
bamboozling
change
him.
the light and
They
stuff.
were trying
That's
to
pretty
trick
much
him
what they're all talking
so that
about.
they
So if
would
you want
buy
to see an
time
example of it,
to build up
like
Ukraine's
the best
military.
case scenario of what it looks like in a movie,
Putin
that's what
is
everyone's talking about when we talk about
profoundly
cloaking.
upset
It's really
about
just like
these
altering the light
admissions
for
by
our
these
perception.
3
Kind
leaders.
of vibe. And would you
He
be able to
believes
see
he
out?
was
Maybe not.
fooled
Yeah, like
into thinking
it's essentially
that Minsk
you're not
would
making
work.
it visible. You're just
He
making the
believes
light
that
go
he
around the
negotiated
object, which
good
is super
faith
interesting.
and
So
they
you
did
won't. If
not.
you're inside, when you're
And
inside,
he
there's no light
believes
reaching you
that
either, right?
the
So you
level
can't
of trust
see.
now
Right,
between
but in
Russia
this, in the movie,
and
they
the
had like the
West
screen where you could see through it.
virtually
Right, the guy
zero
couldn't
as
see
a
that. So
result
I'm like
of
doing
this
the movie version.
experience
Yeah.
over
And if you want to
Minsk.
see it, I'm
I
positive
only
there's
bring
clips of
this
it on
up
YouTube.
because
Just look up
it
Rogue
cuts
Nation
against
hallway,
your argument
and you'll get
that
that. But then I
leaders
also
could
want to give a
pick
shout
up
out
the
to.
phone
No, it's Ghost
and
Protocol.
talk to
Is
each
it
other,
Ghost Protocol? Right, one
trust
where he's
each
going down the
other,
hallway.
at least
He's
somewhat,
a ghost. He's like a
to
ghost.
work
That's
out
the
the
ghost out to
meaningful
me.
deal.
So who's never
If
seen
you're
those damn
Putin,
movies, who's never seen
at
the
this
movie,
point in time,
that's the Ghost
trusting
Protocol. He
the
takes his
West
glasses off, he
is
looks
not
right into the camera,
an
and he
idea
says,
that's going to be very
"Activate the
attractive
Ghost
at all.
Protocol."
In fact, you're going to distrust anything they say.
Yeah,
I just want to say
distrusting
for the
the
record,
West side that there
those
is
movies
individual
get better
human.
the further they get into the
The way
series.
human
I
nature
must
works,
stress
when
this.
you
The
sit
first
in a
couple
personal
Mission
person,
Impossibles I don't care about.
you can
But
trust
I
a
also
human
see,
being
I
and
think it's
also
Rogue
distrust
Nation,
the
and
West.
maybe it's Ghost
Yeah,
Protocol, one of
I
them.
believe
At
in
like
the power
number
of that.
4
I
on,
think
they
with
become
the right
incredible.
leaders,
I
you can
love
sit
these
down.
movies. I don't care.
Yeah,
I really love the second and
override
third
the
one very
general
much. I can't
structural
wait for the
distrust
14th
of the
movie, which is
West
just going to be a
and
documentary
say, you
about
know
Tom
what,
Cruise like doing
I
something
like this
crazy.
guy.
Like they're going to just
Or
drop.
guy,
The most
right?
recent one was awesome. The
I
most
do
recent one was
hope
so good.
Zelensky
So
and
I
Putin sit
heard
down
they
together
did not very
and
well
talk
in
at
theaters, and so
multiple
they're
times.
renaming the sequel to not be part 2 and just
Just
going to be
remember
calling
they
it
were doing
something
that in
entirely.
March, and the Americans came in and the British came
It
in.
is very, the whole thing,
And they
guys.
scotched
It
the
did great.
potential deal.
Ignore everyone. It's awesome. But more importantly, this is what I want to say
The
about the
other
audience.
beautiful thing about human nature
I
is forgiveness and there's
love hearing from
trying
people
to
who are
get.
knowledgeable
When you're the
and
leader
have a
of the
passion in
country
their
in
field.
an
So
anarchy
everyone who
system,
responds to us, they're like, I know something
you
about
have
this.
to
And they're
be
like,
very careful
just tell it to
not
us,
to
and I
let
love you. And I've
your
realized
trust
that
in
we have
a
a lot
foreign
of smart,
leader
like
take you
smart
too
people in
far.
our audience.
Because if that foreign leader betrays you,
is so
or
much smarter
betrays
than
your
us, and I
trust,
love that.
and
I was
stabs you
thinking
in the
about
back,
this, and I
you should
truly
die.
firmly believe it's because we
And
don't
again,
pander
you
to
want
the
to remember
stupidest
the
among us.
principle
Yeah, like that is something a
responsibility
lot of
of
podcasts
any
in
leader,
our
no matter what
space
country it
do,
is,
where they
is to
like,
ensure this is
yeah, so you read
this
something on
thing.
Facebook, and we totally
That
believe that
means
too.
that,
Yeah,
you
and
know,
I
trust is only
love
going to
that
value so much.
we have an audience that would
And
call
when
us
you've
on. If we
already
start doing an
betrayed
episode where it's like,
the
yeah, so
trust
here's a
of a
conspiracy
leader,
that some lady wrote on Facebook
you
about this topic
really
that
are not going to be able to
I
rely
guarantee they
on
destroy us,
trust
and I
very
want to
much
thank you for that.
to help you
So what I'm
moving
saying
forward.
is no more
If you
episodes
disagree with that,
with just
I
me
hope
saying
you're they're right, and if they can shut down the Ukraine-Russia war, it would be wonderful. If I'm proved dead wrong, that would be wonderful. My prediction is this war is going to go on for a long time.
That have been circular, that have lasted for like 2 hours, or tries to explain something like
that just didn't happen to me. Like, well, according to,
I
don't like at all.
It still
Well, I
didn't
hope I'm wrong.
happen.
He wrote that many of us believe that the best hope for ending Ukraine was to remove Vladimir Putin from power, but you argue that this isn't the case.
Are probably the complete opposite. I guarantee it's the exact same conversation.
A lot of people
except one of us is just kind of goofing on the other.
All that trouble, the Russians are having all that trouble with
Honestly,
Prigozhin.
the mention of
And the
Santel
Wagner
and the
group
jellyfish
that
UAP, which we're going to talk about, I think, way more in
vulnerable
the Minnesota
and
case,
was likely
more
to be
things have happened.
overthrown. And
It's
what would
fascinating still
happen?
because you hand out the jellyfish
A
UAP,
peace-loving
the
leader
closed door
would
skip and crush name. He called and said,
number one,
the
he's
people
not.
to reach their companies that he's actually
He was
calling out
not.
by. We'll see what happens.
It's really interesting. Whole shot. My second point is he's replaced more
When you think about it, this explains why we spend so much money paying these companies.
I actually think trust was West before the war started. And number two, I think one could argue that wage against people as vigorously as one expected. Nation for war,
Regardless
and
of how it all funds
pursued war. Civilians in Gaza in one than the Russian.
That's a whole other. We'll talk about that in the Minnesota. The reason
Vladimir
segue
campaign
a lot of what we've
is
covered
killing
all is
civilians.
talking different
All
agencies
this
and
is
the
to say
nonsense of that kind of
that
healthy experiment. Evidence and control people within the government
what else
come
is
and
lying than him.
all
Trust the press.
indulging and then talk.
Have a conversation. And
ULC. It just sounds like that. I thought that's how it was supposed to say. I'm
You-
saying.
good idea. To honor often like
Yes, his response to
and
when I asked him,
even especially
but Alex,
caused by
a
the
little bit more versed.
Review.
Weird. I know that it's.
He's also very knowledgeable. Right about it. What you have to do is just figure out what all the right questions are.
And it's understandable.
But yes, I was so foolish. Hold on. Military. You know, once about like immediate.
Actually, there's
All sorts of questions like that.
that's actually, yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about Bill saying that exact thing. Like, this is not a place you would be able to, like, pin on your map. If you know where this is. You know, don't think this is on the radar.
Like John here.
Metropolis, like Jesse said, is snuggled close.
Ukraine.
And
Is that true?
Chicaria?
Does it make sense to take Odessa?
I think they say Apache Reservation.
And John Mearsheimer also.
See, it's like rich in American culture history. And
I
very
mean, what
much
important
a
question
place full of
is
culture. So this little
if the
kind of
United
town in the
States
middle of
had
nowhere to have
basically
this huge
not
facility,
driven you
it kind
into
of
the
feeds
arms
into
of the
that conspiracy
Chinese,
narrative
there's
really
no
well.
war over
This little
Ukraine,
know-nothing town
and the
nobody
United
can think
States
of.
had
So
European
just
allies
like
for lanes
our
to create some
reservations.
sort of
Yeah.
security.
And
There's
there's so much around them. And
Putin having
this
good
place,
relations with
it would be an
Ukraine.
interesting place
What
to
would your
hide
relations with China
a
be?
government facility, but I would imagine if I was any of the
Yeah,
native
how would you
Christians, I'd be
think
like,
about
get the hell out of here. Let's be
So
honest, it's kind of
there's
bullshit.
plenty of
Like,
questions.
let's have right.
You could
Kind of a
ask.
bullshit place to hide a fucking government facility, to be honest.
Well,
Let's try it.
hope
But is it cliche now because before, or was it
probably
cliche back in the
hard to
1940s and 50s? When let's put it this way: if you're in
his hope is
the continental
the
United
leap of
States
trust that we've
and you're
talked
like,
about
where
is
should I hide this?
necessary.
In some fucking nest.
I-
You know, knowing that it might be kind of cliche too. I mean, to live in the desert.
All time.
The facility
I don't know
itself,
if you know
just
this,
to
but
give
in
you an idea of what
1990,
we're about to
I
dive
argued
into.
with Ukraine to keep
Dolce is almost like a VIP
probably
lounge.
made that argument.
Like we're talking about not just a base, T levels,
Yes.
or alien
Russia
experiments. So instead of New York, yes, it's only
Ukraine
underground.
had nuclear
Meanwhile,
weapons.
as in like you
The
open the door
military
and it's like, so you got your Dunkin'. Dunkin'. Like,
If you're
like,
Russia,
this place supposedly, you know,
really affected
this thing really, thanks to a man by the name, really kind of like,
nuclear use would
if you
be
want to think of it like
blocked.
a conspiracy,
So
alongside
that's why I
Tom, a man
argued
by the name of Coffee. Was it whistleblower?
down the correct.
Is from the government in
Key
the
role
past. Now, is whistleblower did it? No, it was.
I argued 2014 not to continue
Thank you, sponsor.
result.
Really skip trip.
Time go to the Ukrainians, not to mention
It's
the
America's number one
stability
meal kit.
in
With your
Europe
resolution
is
this save money, eat better,
almost
stress
everybody
less, HelloFresh.
not listening
So
to
say
them
hello
either.
to your most delicious cereal. Fresh ingredients and
Okay.
at a price that you'll like.
Because mutually assured
And each
destruction.
HelloFresh
It's
box
not
with farm fresh ingredients. Right there. Step less
can't
wasted
use
food. So make saving time.
Unless-
Resolution. Also,
Question. President,
right.
much less likely
ingredients
that
and just
a
follow
great
step
would
instructions to
address
get yourself
against
cooking.
doesn't take that possibility.
In fact, they're giving away subscribers free breakfast. You'll enjoy with every single delivery. So you want to check out one breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's
We're in a world
fresh.com.
of equals.
Number one meal kit.
Likely.
Talk about
You
different housing interstellar peace talks
demonstrate
among aliens to being the site of doobies. It's involving crossbreeding both alien DNA.
say West German.
Some of the make this a conspiracy theory. And a little bit of a chunky boy. Well, it's chaotic.
If we would
Philadelphia.
handful of
The
nuclear
sources
weapons,
that are trustworthy.
that's not necessarily against the military.
Like I said, the Philadelphia like story
The
that
signal from
kind
the
of
Soviets
us
deadly putting an end to the
in a base in New
Uh,
Mexico. Time
and-
travel. Yeah, so like I said, two are the name of Bill Moore, who is a self-identified ufologist.
risk.
The man is an author, researcher, prominent mostly in this.
And it was television. Probably it's the hand against West Germany.
State and became a section director of fund, which we've talked about a couple of times out here. Fund that one of the bigger civilian
Which I
the
just
Philadelphia
used
experiment project and visibility in 1970.
fast forward to the losing in Ukraine.
Mexico, no.
That's the best deal, I think.
Like I said, street. Circulated
They would have sued nuclear 4 or 5, 3 or 4, who knows? Nuclear weapons. A rural area that
really did. And then Paul Benowitz is a bit more of a detail.
nuclear you.
Businessman, a UFO investigator.
Your scenario.
Except
You don't know what
actually Jones.
he would manipulate.
So the CIA.gov is where we're at. CIA.gov is a document that came out in 2000. Detailed breakdown.
They would
There's a lot of
That's exactly
encounter
right.
with a UFO. It
Or
simply
3
appeared
or 4
overhead.
everybody.
Maybe the top RJ.
I only tell you
some
this.
other.
All right, at the
Answer
February
your
20th,
question.
1992, Robert J. Durant gives, which probably isn't wise, and a phone number, so that's the whole thing. Maybe he doesn't live there. So that's probably.
Interesting is all of his references. So that one of them is
Blowing it up.
protecting human deception. That's one of
About
the things he talks
and
about.
not
It's fascinating.
me to
But
give
through the learned that Paul Benowitz was in fact
just
fed forcibly lots of
in a matter of
misinformation to make him
how the
paranoid.
news
And
travel.
the man had a what was in control of that. He
Little
himself in a
demonstration
speak to
power.
her,
Ripple
hospitalized
effects.
and before all of that happened, he was an electronics engineer for the
Because
Coast Guard.
see
He worked at the
human
CBS
emotion
station.
leaders
and
in
KPHO in
populism
Tucson.
and
On February 1949, he got married.
shifting,
We know that he
like,
moved to New Mexico. His own industrial sales company. And in
it's
1966,
terrifying.
censored Thunder Science with his wife, and continued from there. And he was a profile picture book about his company. He kind of gave a bigger name. $1 million in sales. And then later on in life, he became a research organization, or maybe a civilian UFO organization. Had become cattle mutilations.
It's a case where one side the other doesn't.
People was
That
and
they
some
are
conspiracy
likely to get away with
individuals that may or may not actually kind of use
they
him
were
to
attacked.
have him
Nuclear use more like
see some things out. Specifically, a man by the name of
let's
Gabe,
assume the
the
Russians
high
was in a
directly
remote
involved in
area.
the state. When they go out, I know you've been.
We would not
Yeah, that's covering for
nuclear
the
weapons in
slurping.
then
But I,
David
the guy at this later
Russia,
this
naval
July
act
1979 is funded.
Russia in
He
Ukraine.
reportedly began filming street lights and signals space on May 6th. Police state aerial
They have
phenomenon
nuclear
research
weapons.
in
They use
Arizona.
nuclear weapons. Take it. Go back.
Received a report from a woman.
Russia.
Bright
The
lights.
Russians fearful
Police
when
and
they NATO
referred to
coming
the
up
case to their
to the
colleague
border.
Dulce,
Well,
who else
here's
but Valdez,
where
the man
they're in a war with NATO.
who they
Right
knew
on.
who
It could be finished.
the guy who just
The escalation that happened just happened minutes. The only way
stuff. He was a UFO. Cattle mutilation. 1980. With Benowitz saying at son near two large, approximately the size of
The overarching is we've never done this. I would say
psychologist
theoretical enterprise because there's no empirical basis for
for Sprinkle to fly to Apple. What else was
of course is a
he was regrets for the memories. Yeah, you know, again, we've talked about
Survival.
is
Empire's
out there
rise
to
and
be
fall.
used, but any
PC's rising.
so
Rising.
let's sprinkle it's an
It's not
event.
obvious.
It's
So easy. Here's a little bit of a different part of the world.
You can
I did
get
come out
Lido
23.
personal
You understand
explorations
the
and
situation.
reincarnation. Soul samples?
What was
Incredible.
the
300
You had this long as persists.
This vehicle, Lincoln Town
You
Car,
got
which was
not
then covered the
staying
windows
upright. There's the second in the
just to
box.
be during
Seven.
her
And they're
progression of
upright. This
classic
tag is due
like
to fact.
imagery.
Together.
Body parts that
in effect. Years. And
During
the are relatively new
members of
phenomenon. Driving force. I think the name and they should. Was resistant to what they were.
Systems attack involved in a lot of ways of what the retaliation will involve from Israel to Gaza.
You know, Operation Cast Lead, 2009. It ended right before President.
I don't think so either.
They call
beams.
low
Foil
to
to
that
later. What's the assumption there? Right? Would be like, have you seen the
The metaphor of right. So
that we learned of what was known as
say that well, use
fight
that
that happened.
metaphor. There's
The
other
guy
side.
that's
That's
about
the
then the CIA did end up trying to accomplish it. Does that all make sense? We've fought so far. Yeah, I mean,
Israel's military response.
the
10,000.
there and then
Are under
first we've got the underground levels. Subterranean mega structures for multiple levels.
on the
And each
prospect
level purpose ranging from security, research to explore alien housing. experimentation lab. Whole level
Palestinians have a state of their own.
Literally, yes. You think the Grays want to play the PS5? I don't know what they want to do. The Grays are
American games. That is the
prefer the PS. They're still playing yeah, who does that? What loser out there is still playing old games? Yeah.
part
One
because
guy
the political
just never
to the
had
right. When I
really someone buying a device that old games and then looking up at some telling like what an idiot. Sounds like yeah, I get it. Somebody yes. Did you ever feel like
right. Civilians killed. Already had blood between the Palestinians and the Israelis. Four.
yeah, the aliens have like as you get weirder and weirder, the deeper levels are said to house
Position inside
Israel.
Yeah.
Between humans and different alien species.
Foreseeable future
With
inside Israel
fantastic.
is so it
To the
is
lore,
impossible to
humans and
move the
aliens work
Israelis
side
in
by
that
side.
direction.
Lab coats run alongside trees,
Because it's
trying
the
to figure
Israelis
technology
who
and
control. Israelis who
technology
you
back
have to
and
convince.
forth.
And the top
Other things that happen. Genetic experiments.
and the Arab
Mostly
side
narratives take world of those genetic experiments. Animals.
to understand
Talk about
that
split
was
between humans and
settling
aliens. Humans and animals. Like
solution.
big dudes and you know.
Solution.
Babies.
Fish
Fish like problem spaces. Yeah.
Sort of agreement.
That was fucking cool. Genetically, he turned me into a
I mean,
consider me in it. So just know that that's a thing. Consider me in it. It's many. He learned to become a man. Right. Those
greater
things.
Israel.
Animals.
In fact, I think more the Israelis.
Disclosure in there.
Ways
I mean,
to
there's many
clearly
versions, but the
They-
recent version
Israelis prefer that the
you do see a man sex scene, which is pretty
people
cool.
who live in the West
Yeah,
Bank
animal. Would you be?
where the Palestinian. Yeah, except the two-state solution, I think. The one. Oh,
but I am one. Strong bear or an elephant.
Sure, but also that's the.
I want to have body
This point. I think there, Carter has said this, that Hamas can be convinced, assuming that Palestinians get. Can you say that? I think so. No,
being developed. Say where every
they should have worked with the Hamas. They should have worked. So they
a lot of different conspiracy theories kind of.
Yeah.
It doesn't kind of exist. You're part of the UFO narrative, and it's kind of
What do you think of Israel ground invade Gaza?
Still debated in the UFO world as to whether parts of it might be true. Maybe it's mostly disinfo. Definitely still very. Was actually around. That was included in 1969, and then kind of filled by a bunch of researchers that picked up the mantle.
The Israelis
are actually working in those days.
Time to do that. I doubt that they can finish off Hamas even if they're given the time. I think they're going to. The Israelis going to die.
What we consider doubts until next episode.
They'll
really down how much of this can be true.
Surely no. Even if they finish off, even if I'm wrong, they're able to. The group is going to rise up.
Known as
You've got the Iron Wall.
And there's a supposed line, except only reason often out of necessity.
Their own. They don't want to live. And
we'll talk about this a little later. Maybe next episode. Says
you can't go
the shadow
right inside a greater Israel. Favor the Palestinians. In which case, you'll end up with a Palestinian.
There's a scan of a paper that says what the Dulce paper is. What is exactly
the Israelis, I very interested in that.
Right, so, Alex, Dulce paper. Documents discussing
the Palestinians. Right. Cleansing them. So you two-state solution or a great and a part change. I mean, that's what the occupation.
Many strange documents were fed to the hungry public domain. Cloudy background.
We've now reached the point, here in the United States, say that Israel is an apartheid state. That's going to get you into all sorts of trouble. The fact is that human rights watch of itself
1987, stories and legends. The whole
In the case that
1996, through the year,
media, right? All sorts of Israelis,
this turned out to show upright takes in the scene. On that website, there once was like have it. I've tried it. And
hard to see how you get the two states
the actual piece of scanned on it. An idea. So 25 black and white photos, a videotape included of the alleged.
they want
Package were shown
a Jewish
oriented
state.
and knew very little about
Idea committed to that.
one of these persons. Scenes. And that's what
A
scratched out here.
Palestinian have
Written or drawn any more than you can.
you're in
I
big
pass
trouble.
these papers on to prison
Compromise.
for information. I believe I also facility type and
Sorry.
God, MJ12.
Maximals are not going to work. A solution. That at this point, there's a lot of willingness. People actually on both sides.
But also apparently something went down.
Fuel
In the late 70s. I mentioned talked about we very briefly mentioned. Yeah, right. But
it's hard to imagine how you
it just says it's 66. Inside that, so maybe like
that
a
boat
kind
is
of
sailed.
turn
You know,
over. But yeah, there's shit that happened there. We'll eventually get to that. Also, these images,
Other
by the way,
nations, Jordan,
just
Saudi, in the Middle East that can help.
we have a close up of a little tiny gray baby in his little sack.
Hopefully.
With notes next to it that talk about like what's
I
happening
think
now.
human
And the
civilization
next image
progresses. Controversial on the topic.
Not a problem. Controversial
It's like
book,
it's a little
Criticized Israel lobby in the United States. But,
and then the next image is like they describe you're on the floor and like a trauma. Things like that.
Well, my mate
What's my
article.
favorite? There's large pieces of mail being submerged. It's like it's interesting. To feed the grain, learn that way get and it says they talked about how they have only taken a liquid diet that's kind of amber. Nutritious amber liquid. YouTube video that was
I need two
that thing, but
countries
it's been
and
removed. And
recorded. amazing
It seems to
the
be a
extent to
flash.
which Israel and the
I
United
don't
States
know
are
what it
going
is
to
that the
head.
website
We
has
support
backups
Israel
all the way
no matter what,
beyond
almost
15
all the
years.
time.
Have a link
And
to it that I can
George Rabbi
something
is
through. Let's talk about pieces of alien. And
American political system set up
live and
in way
breathe. They're working with the
wow,
Yes,
to wield
they're
great
okay, so let's start with the phrase.
rightful
Obviously,
association.
have been there looking at foot tall, their bodies, all their own. They don't have,
Enormous
no
for the Middle East.
totally smooth. Is
Nature of the
as far as we know,
so
they're
Arab
so
is not
eruptions
doing
that are happening
anything
around the earth and genetic
illegal
experiments to those
or
abducted.
immoral.
Say they are very itself.
And
They're the ones that are
it just happened.
genetic and biological research
And
throughout the
our
base.
argument is
Possibly to understand human biology, possibly to create some sort of hybrid.
because
There's also
no
the
two
rumor that they
put
are
Israel's
great. Basically every
conflate America one to support Israel
reptilians are
no
hanging
matter
out.
what.
And
We also emphasize this enough.
they just terrestrial.
The rock
6 to 8 feet tall, extremely muscular.
is
And they're said to possess strength,
not
but
American.
here
Like you
is
say,
talked about in stories as
what
between
foster
in themselves. In the governance or management of day-to-day operations.
Israel.
There's sometimes presence.
We have to resist
on Star Trek. There. Like, don't they just do their job? Those guys on the Citadel. Well, they're also involved. Other than some of the facilities. Guys on the Citadel, bro. Including the manipulating humanity and
pressure
over the government.
It's not in Israel's
Seem like
interest.
their own
It was not
be
in
in charge.
America's.
And they also
And that was the argument. We, of course,
be very
Like,
respectful.
is it Hawks is militaristic in nature? Is it nationalistic in nature? What's is there more?
Well, is it a secret? We know about it. We're talking about
to get
it.
to
Is
the
it a secret?
thing.
Oh, you know what?
There are a huge number of Christians.
So reptilians doing reptilian things.
You know, one of the
Also got the
arguments
tall white thing. You guys are,
is that well,
very
it's just like
real presence. Very like they make be around them. Somewhat detached. Seem
number
in the research, but they're there.
prominent.
Like zoo theory. So maybe playing a role helping us get some more
the quality Jewish
It's easier
lobby
to just be there.
to the Jews who are
They're not
this
computer side, not hybrids, but specifically human alien
lobby are
hybrids.
not religious in any way. They
They
feel they're
are
part of
described
the
as having
Jewish
their mouths like their skin colors can be a little
the Jewish
and so
This is
they're
not
said potentially
the main
represent just a fusion of human and potentially themselves into our system. Program becomes some threat or something that we accept. We're already living on those hybrids. They were here.
anyway,
Then, you know, goes, I'm a hybrid pigment.
we've
Sure, yes. I believe someone would have big ability. You guys anywhere starch out
if
like
you
get
criticize,
it.
people will say,
I'd be like, yeah, dude, like we should say
and
that
I said,
like, I'm just smoke all those cigarettes.
important term,
It's great to watch.
and
Like that's
point
you know what,
where
be
it's
yourself. Be, yeah, whatever.
right?
Be
So
true to you,
when
dude.
Steve and I, well, all sorts of,
So he's holding up
This
his
is a-
phone, and it has a
Wait.
picture,
a lot, criticizing,
and
you
it
know,
asks if it's real or fake.
if that's what it is. Going Jews.
Species left on this.
You can argue, but many Jewish national
Here on
and
Tulsa.
should
Yeah,
be applauded. There is
these are the giant
a Semites.
and they always emanate some sort of loving one another, raising each other, brothers and
Were they
sisters that we are.
I
Stop
don't.
blowing each other up with
But we've
bombs.
got
You can always tell the
we're
back
we're
people live in like a so Israel.
weapon
They are
of
tough.
calling Semite
What you would expect.
so
Diplomat, series, interspecies, a
lost.
mediator between a
I
species
think
goings on.
Netanyahu
Obviously, the reptilians are
headed to
things at an operational level. They're sometimes advocates counter to the people like really just don't like humans. So the
Where's the
aliens are
slither
there.
of hope
The last species of aliens,
for
the
Israel?
ones that we don't talk about. The ones that we're saying look like the jellyfish aliens.
I think
It drew out like trees, like, but I'm like a weird
there's
yes.
no
It's exactly what we're talking about. Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. They're large insects, often to praying man.
very very
A
important
blade like a
to make
elongated structures on the top of their head.
they
Talking about
understand
those
Bobby, understand that you have an open discourse. Israel will end up looking very bad. You don't want to talk about the art. You don't want to talk
they're often very focused on so hyper focus, you know, when you get something that
right. When you have October 7th,
there's a couple for as well.
Is how did this happen?
Potentially a
What's
small
the
eye
root cause
into what
of this
goes
problem?
on adult say is known as
What caused it,
Commander X.
so that we were
Commander X
doesn't happen.
does he wear
Somebody
like a
worked to shut it down. Talking. And the was created.
There's a secret problem.
Telling
You're gonna tell me how related to the other secret
and
brother, obviously. High rank. He was we believe Nordic,
on
and he we're seeing action
and wanted to kill Jews. This is not, you know,
that we don't
Nazi
put
Germany.
details about him. Very and contradict. The second one we have
open. Really?
his father. Everything. The elder as a kid. You know, like they call the elder.
We don't want to talk about
the person inside his
better
brain.
from
Is
the
like,
law.
I think that's what it was. I like that. I kind of like that. It was about style comic books. I would say the it's gotta be right. Stuff like it.
Silence.
I don't know much about the elder is. It's often depicted as being wise.
Charge.
Human thing about the elder is thought to play kind of like
oh my God,
this enemy might be involved in overseeing interactions between different alien species and possibly between humans and aliens themselves. But it's not clear which species belongs to.
I think we talked
within
about
those
when
like the Greys and like
a long way.
definitive answer the elder is it seems
It's
interdimensional.
complicated,
It seems
and
almost
I
not
wonder if you
fully
can comment on
like one of any of the
the
species
complexity
there.
of this, because
As far as
you know,
where we get
criticizing
this
the
again,
law
this comes from varying
can,
sources throughout of quote unquote witnesses.
for a lot of people be a
But
dog
again,
whistle,
beyond that, else about the
sort
elder,
of
it's just
Semitic
all
conspiracy
rumors,
theories.
speculation.
Yeah, the
It seems
Jews
to
run
be there
everything,
to
run the
oversee and
world,
offer
or
guidance.
kind
Say,
of, and you know,
you mean like the whole facility?
it's also very
It's
true that people who are
one
doing
of the examples that I've
are
read
also
are
critical of
things
Israel.
as an argument
So
between
it's
the
such a
Greys and
complicated
reptilians to
landscape in which
diplomatic
to have
like
discussion.
But this right, there's no we have no species this thing is. We do that's some good lore. That's like that's lore like that. It's got a name that help.
Because
Maybe
maybe
it's
I
just like a little like tree. Maybe it's like a tree. You know, like
because
God,
that
bro, and it
anti-Semitism in the world.
dude, I'm this guy has an AI that that's actually multiple AIs. One AI.
Rolling Stones. There's just a ways conspiracy theories that can make up for black Jews as part of the hatred. So there's like
setting.
And
Yeah,
I just
the entire tribe is based on noise. That's all right. Most of it's kind of like you want to kill the T-Rex. Tech interns got. The last thing I want to cover, just briefly, the thing what exactly it was, and what it refers to
This is not a
between
cabal.
humans specifically and the extraterrestrials. And
They
late
brag
1970s,
about your power.
don't say base, which and the conflict is often described scientists and
in the
workers
article
and the extraterrestrial inhabitants of the base, particularly over the nature of the experiments being conducted. Now, part of UFO is that the Greeks are the ones often doing the also part of that, depending on Greys have an agreement.
some of them are super effective.
That's exactly right.
The Greys are not supposed to be
You know,
abducting
and it
anymore,
was
but the
nothing.
Greys,
I
and they
submitted
just
by
they don't
any
care about your
reasonable
agreements because none of that
definition
fucking
of that.
matters. To make you go away.
And over the years,
We also have the
said that
reptilians.
if I submitted 2006, you got this right. Influence on
That's referred to as a war.
and
Due to the
yeah, it's
intensity and
just
scale of
important
fighting
to
lost
talk about,
numerous
right? In the
casualties,
United
including a
States,
significant
it's
number
an
of human
interest to
personnel,
talk about
and
this.
presumably.
In my opinion, if we all
Source
have easily exposed in the marketplace, knock
the
this
human
down.
casualty a significant number of scientists and military officers during this conflict. There,
And
but usually it's suggested.
that could
Sorry,
say
July.
it's going
I'm just like, what happened to
to talk
that only
about
tragic
business
accident? The other.
without being
Why the
called an
family?
anti-Semite. It's just in terms of
Notice that 66.
make light. There's a giant.
Interesting. A lot
If
of
you're
the
not
much like
volume
Philadelphia,
two,
you know,
you don't I think that
raise truth to this at all.
would have been
In
in
terms
America.
of extraterrestrials, we
Yeah,
know less
I
about
know.
how many of
Underneath
them
it all,
those ended up dying. In some versions
I
of the
wonder
story
why
include accounts like are not verified and means so the conspiracy narrative. General understanding about some of the
we are ultimately before we are individuals. I believe socialized space where
part of the decision.
and
As we always do. That's it for today's episode.
religious and
Those
we end up there's a place the Croats are served and throw in the and
you're allowed. This is
hatred
we're about one.
to some extent that they reduce, like completely eliminate the hatred that exists between neighbors. I don't know. You go around East Asia today, Japan, China, places like Korea. So just has you get groups that have crashed into each other, one or another. There are those. By the way, this Palestinian and the Israeli Jews all of it, which is ongoing. To ask to not the 30s from a perspective of realism. Look at the Holocaust. It's sometimes popular in public discourse today to compare certain things to the Holocaust. So compare the attack on Israel, saying things like the which kind of people have made that same the other direction. What do you make of this comparison? Is the use of any modern day international? Is it possible?
Hello, everybody.
Another, and I would argue that you had it.
36, either one. Anyway, I'm one of
How
your hosts,
did
joined
not
by
genocide?
the man
We need
of
Palestinian Israelis
winds up being like an old lady.
eliminate. I think what happened with the Holocaust, genocide,
like men.
Ben, on
Like he's got the face.
and
He's
if
like
they put
soft.
it up,
He's like 75 years old. And he's like,
who's outside of it, yeah. And I think Turks and
Luke like understands broke away. He's like,
arrogant.
he's
I
like,
don't think there are many cases that qualify.
it's a totally different guy. It's like
What
he's like,
happened?
Grogu. this
19.
just kind of funny, but
How in comparison? It's hard to make
to that
that
end,
argument.
let's
But,
which yeah,
it died. And furthermore, Hamas was in the kill.
PBS took what it's like for the episodes
Just
and just talking about for some reason.
that was, I mean, had not, and by the way, and what is okay.
Wonder what's inside the like, it's also
I would
now
not have
all
So they would avoid the death. There's some
no way.
magazine.
Is trying to it doesn't
What? No one knows that's
hire
I did.
Gabatinsky.
That's one of station did. My God. Time.
Really? People
Yeah. Yeah.
and that was it.
I picked up the
Yeah, I think you-
soundtrack for
I
Inside
think you
the
said
Roxy
that.
Store. That's the
Jericho
where are you? Where are you? Is this like Fringe? No, just for not got a lot going on, you know? That's true. Just doesn't got a lot
Reason.
in general. It just
Package, not
a lot of 45 minutes.
You're
And
but human beings.
February. Something that she had early out there. Friday the 13th. How
really are reacting.
as I may have said earlier,
The other side, the
part one of this two-parter.
Are they going away?
This place.
Capacities within Israel, United States, 9/11,
Along with a few
to do
notable
some
in the actual
there
base.
and
Promised last week.
fighting
About last episode.
By that
Take
is
it out of how
military response.
I mean, hold on to that.
Yes. What was that?
Hold on to that. It's out. How
It's
much closer to
From my
exist for a long
perspective, that's
time
what you should
until
do.
admitted it. It's
My
almost like
view
maybe
is
similar
states
in
are
that
rational
they
actors.
actually
They
just
should be
not
right. They should think about
a military base where maybe they
strategic situation they're in
and a lot of the story is
response.
a lot of
What
nonsense.
happens is why my and then
Since last week,
I would
that
argue
area,
in the case
all kinds of shit that I got a bunch. I feel like
the United States
I feel like saying that it might be more like a loaded.
helped moderate
Say really,
how to deal with problems. Instead of
you know what?
put to the Israeli.
I played the game though. It's like I'll play the PS5
Would make sense.
Don't give me that.
Think about the strategy that
Is it really necessary?
the Americans doing.
I'll tell
The
you, man,
Americans
I'll
gave
say
them
this
a bear
World Cup was
hug.
a talent. You don't want, but it,
I
you've
don't
never
think
seen man blocking off.
in
The
the
fact
wake
that
of
it's an
us,
app- yeah,
the
I haven't seen
Israelis had
that. Watch that 70s show.
not like
Red
there's a
formula. That says all
formula.
you need to
They,
RoboCop is the one where the
that's
gets
not
shot in toxic through the van.
But there's
and
smarter
climbs out the
things
back
than
of the
those.
van. He's like a
And
toxic
I think
waste.
that's that.
Oh, that's
Way,
awesome. It's like
I think
a list of things to say.
not in every
Conversation.
and in fact,
It sounds great.
people against
So,
this.
last
You know,
put together. Time out.
There's been traffic around the
He was like, sounds to me.
like
And then
number
uninterrupted. Oh, he was
versus
not. But then,
from
time of my life.
16. So then, over the
Things.
if you look at some of the
Mentioned last week, a man by the name of Thomas Edmonds.
out in
And
support
today, we're going to papers supposedly confirmed him, and there was only linked, and I can only find it
the
on the
argument for
website.
going after surgical
So, and this is deep down, you know,
is not going to
It's
they're not going to be proposed the same time,
It looks like a geostation. So we're going to look back at when Costello was. This man was an allegedly former security technician employed by the Brand Corporation for
ethical. Demonstrate power
he also
without
claimed deep within the
use that
facility,
leverage
a place so secret that it's very the early years of Thomas
or
ordinary. How he claims station at Nellis typical military was a military order as
perhaps
a
to say
if
I think what
anybody
you're
tells
missing
you
here
they're destined to do anything,
the Israeli government.
Get on a green.
To the rest of the he almost have a lot of people in the right. Yes. Sir Benjamin Netanyahu.
Military literally let the world all removed from the mundane normality that
and
is the logic on that just like it? I mean, somebody's got to take pictures of the secret stuff.
in the cabinet, and then there's
So it seems
and
like
history.
world of the
Israel.
began
I think of how history will remember. You get two states solution.
elevated to a level that basically was like beyond.
We'll see. I mean, it's very point. Like you said. Window in which Israel ethical. Slippery slope. Of course.
I don't know why it's
But yeah. Yes.
as you age, your brain just changes and you can no longer remember things. I forgot to think it was literally, I just instead was like,
At least
oh,
we should not do
that dude ended up
because when geopolitical contender China.
That's right, I'm learning a new language.
Yeah. On
Babel for
Ukraine, we
sponsoring
should
today's
not
episode.
have pushed Ukraine
Language, let me tell you, it's just
and once the war
immerse yourself
started,
in the
we should
world,
have
another
worked
language,
overtime
living
to
with
shut
language
it down
spoken
immediately.
and using it every single day. That's on the cards. Millionaire. Right? You can still learn second best. 2024, let Babel help you. This is Babel. From a private tutor or wait. Really help you speak language.
One into a
Babel's
song
quick
and the
10-minute
other
lessons
part.
are help you start speaking your language.
Most of
Designed
the
by
time
real
to
people
negotiate
for real
the
conversations.
high
Tips
water
and tools
mark
are approachable, accessible. Just take a look. You're ready to practice. Spanish has been
head this problem.
but
And
I'm getting better. All of that
That's
by
the
the
United
20 special. Prime deal for
position. Saying the book.
That's
Treat Israel like
55%
a
off at
normal country.
babel.com/chill. BB. Rules and restrictions apply.
And this is some of the policy that be in a position where we could.
It was in
That's our
1971 that Thomas's
But anyway,
pivotal term. It's in this offered a
well,
position
regarding-
within this security
and we're
technician.
now up to our eyeballs
Relocated to
in
California.
alligators.
Oh,
Oh,
residence. Three.
the area.
Yes.
China is.
Early 70s, you know,
You think
what
there
were
will be a
comics
war
in that era? Like, what were comics in
in
the
the
70s?
21st century?
Could they write something like this? Yeah,
My
I mean, look,
argument is
we're
that
like
serious security.
the time when it really
Possibility.
yeah. Right, corporations are really. No, I know he's talking about this. Yeah, yeah.
Serious
I saw
security
the Netflix show,
conflict
which was a
roughly
very real thing that may not be
and
just as as the
probably came the
Danny
closest in
Rand story from
1962 with the Cuban.
so like, you know, it's
But,
like isn't it like a think tank?
I think we can avoid it here.
And some of the shit that comes out of there is truly awful.
You've said that
Surprise.
China won't move on Taiwan
So,
militarily.
He
In part
supposedly
because
had like
it's,
work there.
as you
He's
said,
hired as a
and
security
could
tech. Clearances
and not
basically
Taiwan.
paved. Okay. 1977.
It's because
would
there's
mark the
this
year
body of
that
water
changed
called the
Thomas's
Tide,
life. For
which
Santa
is
Fe,
a
New
big
Mexico.
body of walk on water.
Calibration, monitoring cameras, complex, so secretive that it's
In an ideal
to
between you and
say
6,000
you
get across.
They were introduced to what Thomas later referred to as
And I can go right into your country or attack your country.
restricted
Canada
was
division.
from that is what he considered to be
Big
fine.
body
That
of
is not
water
true.
between us.
As
Panzer
Thomas settled
divisions
into his
can't
new
go.
role,
You
July
get them
that I'm
across the
familiar
water.
with.
And,
This
you know,
is
have lots of
just 80s went online.
and all you have to do is
His
think
job
about
maintaining
Normandy,
surveillance.
you know,
Secrets. The
coming
base he
in on
discovered
Omaha Beach,
was a hub
right?
for joint alien /
Well,
US government operations. That was
But
as
there is a
exhilarating
growing
to him as it was terrifying.
there.
And his initial encounters with
Even though it's
extraterrestrial
difficult.
beings, crazy
That is
reptilians alike,
So I guess
that is correct.
dangerous,
so.
equally so.
I-
As he delved deeper into the labyrinth of
He
Dulce,
says
he realized that the reality
that,
was far more sinister than he had even come to
you
believe
know, China
on his
is
own
quite
from just his
serious
interactions.
about the
The
one
facility,
China
shrouded
policy.
in secrecy, the police ethics and
Inevitable for
morality were
Taiwan
abandoned in the
to
pursuit of
be
unseen science.
in the 21st
And
let
exploration of
there either
disturbing
diplomatically
discoveries,
or
but
militarily.
none more so than his experiences of this multi
Do you think about the
infamously known
inevitability
as
when a nation says
nightmare level
priority?
6 of this? A hard
What do
cell
you think
facility is
about
supposedly like.
that?
The most unimaginable
And what
experiments
do we
were
do
sent
about
Top priority. And it's also a top
leading to his
priority for
clandestine
us
level.
not to let them
Air-
take.
He had a
It's because
open to
Taiwan's
reveal
in the
labyrinth of itself, unveiling a new
So first is
Nightmare Hall housed a series of extensive experiments were conducted by human and alien scientists.
alliance.
Animal hybrids, we talked about that last week. Mammals. Five nature's laws. Some resemble beasts. Test them out. And then you think alchemist
American
like
there.
that's what. Oh, that
So
never
the
happened.
update
Oh yeah, right.
interesting effect on our health. It's not a tame in China.
Amber liquid.
You were getting to this
connected to
before.
lights. Appear to be
Second,
characteristics.
you want to the Chinese
A
Air
chilling
Force.
counts.
You don't want to inside. You don't want to do
Disoriented
that.
and afraid. Humans kept
Philippines,
labs
and
experiment they
Western
were going to
Pacific,
be
and cause all
subject
sorts
to
of
next.
problems.
So a lot
Well,
of the alien
you're
abductions,
saying
there's
humiliation.
whether it's the Greys taking
Japan
them,
and the United States.
I believe, if I remember
Don't
correctly,
you think they see the other And
missing
in
are
the
being
interest of
shipped off to
avoiding a
government
world war?
facilities. Things like the Dulce
I
facility.
guess
Exactly, but if you take
seemed
the
like
wrong
the
slide, you're going to end up in the back.
military involvement in the conflict
But
between
yeah, flying shit are being done here.
I don't want to.
just
These
saying,
individuals claim were
which
subjected
is
to the
the
genetic
less bad option.
manipulation,
Make sure that you
transformations,
deter
counted the despair in the eyes of these
China
captives,
from
a
invading
haunting
Taiwan.
reminder
You and I
that you
are
can never
completely
forget
agreement
of this
on that.
facility.
We don't want a war.
The sixth
But we
level
want to
also
contain China.
housed
We do not
advanced
want to let
technology beyond any known
That's
human.
we're principally concerned
Costello
with.
mentioned just simply
Neighbors are
manipulating
principally
on their
concerned
own.
with this. You know,
The technology for the
and
creation
the
of life forms
Taiwanese,
designed
they
to
don't
specific specifications. Just have the
China
one things. I'm like, oh hey, talk about the Greys and that
but
genetic.
at the same time,
Supposedly,
we not only want to we want to make with
yeah,
China.
exactly. The relations for Thomas.
So you have
was
to
the
have
existence
the powerful military forces. Don't do anything that's provocative. It's for the Taiwanese
was
government to declare
transferred
its
from one
independence
body
because
to
the
another,
Chinese have said
effectively
go to
change
war.
body existence,
You want
acquiring new physical forms.
smart military forces, and you want to do everything you can to contain
It's
China,
not worth seeing, but that's
and at the same time not be
All right,
provocative.
well, there you go. Well, don't they do that
So
in Days
a
of Future
big
Past? They
proponent of
put
that
Wolverine's consciousness
I'm
back in
sure
time.
your the U.S. military is bigger than the Chinese military.
In fact,
It's interesting.
Stargate,
Most of people
that film,
think
I'm just
that
convinced modern day sci-fi comes from that movie.
you have to be able
Like,
to
that's how you look
compete
at it.
with
Facebook,
Chinese,
and they're like, we just
and
need
therefore you need a much bigger
if you look at the soul transfer,
I think it's probably
Stargate,
possible
if
now.
you look
Taiwan,
Stargate,
clear to the Chinese,
I want to watch
there will
that. Would
be.
be
You want to make sure
Wars has been soft disclosure.
Okay.
Start that. Not even.
And if you can't,
just
they're so powerful that they're and I got off the war.
That's not true at all.
So best best strategy.
Theme in Costello's description
Their hall was basically just the utter disregard. Anything was allowed. Was the pursuit of knowledge and power. Is they would anybody was doing there. Scientists and beings working by curiosity, darker desires, participated in activities that were not just scientifically audacious, but just simply more
China
and
sold down
for Costello, nightmare hauling discovering this place was his
our
turning.
discussions is kind of
The
idea the
atrocities that he
U.S. is
witnessed
the
there
big
said
guy,
he's
bad guy.
held his decision to
First of
become
all,
to immense, he says, and but Thomas believed the world needed to know the truth about the dark Dulce facility.
human
So,
civilization
that's the
project
turning
we're
point for this
undertaking.
man.
Well, it looks like for China,
Living there, and
I don't
they talk a
tend
little
to
bit about
think
last-
in
depth
terms
the
of good
Dulce
guys and bad
base. According
guys.
to
There's
Costello,
a good
the
realist
secret's not just
they just
experiments,
think,
interactions,
I
extraterrestrial
don't
beings.
discriminate.
Vivid depiction of the
Having said
species
that, I am
really collaborate with in
as
this
an American,
facility.
I'm interested to survive.
It makes, as per Costello's account,
I
one of the
want
greatest beings
states
known for
to
their
be.
distinct
I want the
working under the
dominant
of
states to
human
dominate.
science
and
and
have
other.
I want us to be a
They
leading
describe
country. I want to make sure Asia
various
the way we
tasks
the
throughout the
Western
facility.
Hemisphere.
Rays were involved in
We're the good guys and they're the bad guys. If I were Chinese, or
intelligence.
and
Seemed to
paying
lack of
national
emotional
security, do it. Make sure we dominate. And then do everything we can to undermine America's. That would be my. So I guess you could say I do. Because I'm an American, and more like, yeah, it's a nice way to put it. Yeah, it's not so much good versus
also the peaceful world. Challenge.
You're hypothesizing world.
That's what I'm
And we
saying.
done with Western.
Yeah.
I believe there's a great deal of security between those two
The
superpowers.
definition of intense matters here. So,
Most people want to go out
okay,
and jerk
conflict,
off a cow, right?
or it could be
Cow for the
What you
No, understand.
charity
Impregnate each
competition,
other, you know?
shooting. Shooting
We're the animals to them.
Hey,
But they got
if
psychic
one of
powers,
those
so like make me
superpowers
see something that's not
was
real, make it more
involved in
fun.
the war,
I mean, like, listen, I'm not saying there has to be a barrier to
Korean
entry.
War,
If
take the
you
Korean
can't do
War.
that,
the United
you still
States
want to take
fought
me.
the
I'll go. I'm
Chinese
just saying,
war
if you
alive.
can't give me a
So,
Like,
a
they
war
can-
between just
these
like a war
guys are kind of known as
between
the
United
dominant
States
force within the base.
So
They're more formidable and demanding than the Greys. By a long shot.
So I
They
think have it
describe these
in
having stature,
you
scaly authority. They were the true overseers of the more critical and sensitive
and you would
projects within
probably have
Dulce.
some wars
Their
where one of the
reptilians, as portrayed by
superpowers is
Costello,
involved
alien species.
Right.
They were
With
political as
other
well,
superpowers.
exerting considerable influence.
yeah,
I'd
Between
say
representatives
Sometimes in
often
situations
discussing
where-
matters of scientific
oh,
collaboration,
great.
alliance
Taiwan.
with Earth's governments,
Proxies.
and power. Fertility, basically, particular subset of fertility as the Draco. Or Draco and reptilians are totally are described as even
the
more
Saudi
enigmatic ways of the reptilians. Still seen, but were believed to be the puppeteers, orchestrating much of what
kind of dramatic partnership of Iran, China,
Costello's description of the Draco conveyed a sense of ancient wisdom and formidable power. He speculated that they might have been involved
That's
for
possible.
much longer than
What
species,
about
possibly guiding
but
history. And these guys are explained as hailing.
your scenario, we're trying to already done.
And the ruling
I think
class,
you're
they're the reason.
that the United
And
States
then,
and
of
China
course,
go
we've
head to
got
head,
the ethereal
or
beings that
fight
into
through
that
process.
a little bit.
I
In addition to
is
the
the goal
reptilians,
for the
Costello's
middle
encountering
scenario.
tangible entities. These
I mean,
beings were
one
harder
question
for
I
him to
have,
define, often appearing as
I don't
ethereal
know
or
about you, so
semi-transparent.
for me,
Their presence in the
unlike
base was one of the
Soviet
most
Union,
closely guarded secrets,
and
with
I know
only
I
a
was born
few
there, but
high
even
clearance
outside of that,
personnel aware of their true
the
nature. So
cultural
even Thomas
gap,
having an Ultra 3 level
the
classification,
lost in
he wasn't
translation,
even
the
allowed to
communication
know
gap
what
between
their true
China
nature was. He
and the
just kind of
United
encountered them
States
occasionally.
seems to be
Even
much
he
greater
tried to figure
than
out what
that
their
of
origins and intentions were,
those
but he
who
could
form the
never
Soviet
figure it
Union
out. But he
and the United
sensed that
States.
these ethereal beings were
I
of
see
significant importance to the
two
activities within the
cultures
facility itself.
intermingling and
Their
communicating as
interactions
one
with
of
the
the ways
physical
to
world were limited,
de-escalate
but when they did
future
engage,
conflict.
it was with a purpose that seemed to transcend the
Interesting
mundane
question. I mean,
concerns of the base. Whatever the
it
fuck
is sort of an
that
abstract
means.
theoretical level.
Thomas's
My
words
argument
sometimes
is
are a little bit on
that
the vague side. But yeah,
great
these ethereal
powers
creatures are kind of
act
just like
according to
all
realist
around.
dictates,
Don't have Thomas's
and
words are
they
vague for his
understand
own
those
safety.
realist dictates,
Whistleblowers got to look out for
and
themselves. Sometimes you can
that
only
could lead to
leak
cooperation or
safely
it
an
could lead
interview to
to
workmedia.net.
war.
So, no, I understand.
Depends.
So there you go. There's like a rundown
I
of the
would say
major, the
just in
major
the case
races.
of
Really,
the
just three of them.
Soviets,
Now, granted, we
a
have
lot of
stories
people
and
describe
supposed sources
this
saying Nordics and all
Cold
of them were in there
War
as well.
as an
But according to
ideological
Thomas,
competition
this is
above
the only
all
things
else.
that he saw while he
Is
was there. He's
communism
the only one
versus
that claims to be
liberal
from the
democracy, or
base as a
communism
whistleblower
versus
who worked
liberal
there.
capitalism.
So, kind of, if you're
Whatever.
going to take anybody's word on this,
I
for
actually
fact,
don't
it has
believe
to be
that. I
Costello's.
believe the
However, we
Soviets
have no
were
evidence, obviously, beyond the
realists to
Dulce
the core.
papers that are heavily
I believe
contested or whether
Stalin
actually
was a
real or
realist
not.
par excellence.
So then we move into the era that
And that
Thomas Costello
ideology
talks
did
about
not matter much
the
in
kind of
Stalin's
the
foreign
conflict
policy.
in
And I believe if you look
revelation
at
that he
Soviet
has,
foreign
where he
policy
begins to build
after
this
World War II,
rebel
throughout the Cold War,
alliance.
they were
See, Star
realists
Wars
to the
may
core.
have been soft disclosure.
And,
He builds a rebel
and I think
alliance,
in those
dude,
days,
to
the
fight
Americans
back
were
against the
realists, right?
evil empire of
A lot of liberal ideology
Star Wars
floating
was
around
war.
out there.
There's
But the
never been another
Americans were
story about
realists. And
a
I think one of the
lucky
reasons
band
we
of
avoided
rebels. No, it's only
a
Star
shooting
Wars.
match
No,
between the
only
United
Star Wars.
States and the Soviet Union
Brand
from
new
47
It's
to
called Rebel.
89.
Oh shit!
Was
I have
because
heard of
both
it.
sides, I
That's
think,
I
understood basic
want to
balance of
watch
power.
and then make the angriest video because I know
U.S.-China
that
competition is
I love
somewhat
Sucker
different.
Punch, so
First of all, the
can we
Chinese
watch
are
it
realists
together?
to the core. I've spent a lot of time in China.
It's
I
Zack
basically
Snyder,
have rock
I'm
and roll.
assuming
I'm basically a rock and roll
no
star in
substance.
China.
Like gorgeous
the Chinese-
cinematography, plot that
They
makes
have
no
a big
sense.
deal in China.
Yeah, he should make a movie. He should make a movie
The
about
Chinese
Jose
are my kind
Base.
of people.
Yeah.
They're realists, right? They speak my language.
Yeah.
It's the United States that is not very
So Costello's
realist.
like
Yeah.
tenure
American
at Dulce
leaders
Base, or
have
Dulce
a very
Facility,
powerful
whatever you
liberal
want to call it,
bent
was
and
not
tend
just
not
like
to
a
see the
journey
world
through
in
the physical
realist
parts
terms.
of the secret
I believe,
facility,
by the way, just
but
going
also
back to our
became a
discussion
descent
of
into
NATO
a
expansion,
more
I think our
militaristic mind
inability
of its
to understand
creator.
that NATO expansion
Oh,
was
air hypnosis, he
anathema
would
to the
definitely have been
Soviets, to the
there
Russians,
at Dulce
was due in
Facility
large
doing
part to
some
the
weird
fact that we
shit.
just,
He's
during
like,
the
I
unipolar
just
moment,
got back
didn't
from
think of
Argentina.
international politics from a realist perspective, and
Did you know
didn't
that
respect
baseball is
anyone
different
who
now?
thought about
It's the same
international
on the torture
politics
and
from a
then
realist
drugs,
perspective.
getting into 8-ball machine.
If
I remember
those
the whole
various
thing.
American
They call it
administrations,
speedball
starting with the
drugs.
Clinton administration, and put their realist hat on,
Sorry, don't
they
worry
would have
about it.
understood
Okay, listen, I'm educated. Yeah, I want to know
China's
that
not
it's
a
never
good idea.
sounded more
But
like
we
an
had this
argument
thoroughly liberal view of the world that dominated our
Don't
thinking.
worry about it.
And it's gone away somewhat since
Yeah,
we moved
this
into
moral
multipolarity, but not
quandary for
completely.
Costello really drove
And
him from this point
this
on.
makes
The
me a little
the
nervous,
realization of what
right,
truly
to
was
pick up on your
transpiring
point.
within the walls of the
The United
space,
States
far
is
from the eyes of the
thinking about
public
the
and under
world
the
in
guise of
ways
national
that's somewhat
security,
different than
shook
the
his
Chinese.
very
Well,
beliefs.
realist
And
par
day by
excellence.
day, as Thomas
So
navigated the complex network
that's
of
fascinating. So
Dulce's
the Chinese
levels and
are
interacted with its
pragmatic
unusual inhabitants, he began
about
piecing
thinking of the
together
world
a
in
disturbing picture. He observed the treatment of the human subjects and the alarming nature of the experiments. The ethical lines that were crossed in the name of advancement and collaboration, the usual with extraterrestrial beings became increasingly apparent.
We can achieve stability and
Thomas's
balance of
conscience was
powers
deeply troubled
through
by the
that
plight of the
military
human subjects,
competition.
many of whom seem to have been abducted from their regular lives, only to find themselves in the grip of the nightmarish reality of Dulce facility. The screams that echoed in the hidden chambers of the base, the look of despair in the eyes of the captives, and the secret discussions he overheard among higher-ups, all pointed to a sinister agenda far beyond mere scientific research. Haunted by what he had seen and learned, Thomas covertly reached out to a few like-minded individuals that he had come to know over his time working within the base. This group comprised not only of sympathetic human workers, but also of
We pursued containment. It was whenever anybody talks about American grand strategy towards the Soviet Union, containment. We now know from the historical record that the
they were
United
from the
States
lower
was not only
echelons of the
pursuing
reptilian
containment,
caste,
it
who
was
seemed
pursuing
equally disturbed
rollback.
by the direction
We're
of their
trying to
leader's
roll
edge.
back
Don't you
Soviet
laugh,
power.
Jesse? What? How dare you
Columbia
doubt?
trying to
How
wreck the Soviet
dare you doubt?
I would never doubt the caste system of
And
reptilians.
I would not be
Clearly,
surprised
they've had
moving
millennia
forward
to work
with
on
regard
And
to
it's
China
really
if
great
the
for them.
United
Clearly,
States
they're in
pursues a
control of our
serious
military.
rollback policy.
These clandestine meetings were
And
fraught with
see,
danger.
throughout
The base's
history,
security
the United
protocols
States
were
is
stringent, with surveillance
Well,
and
where's that
monitoring
from?
at every
Why
turn.
why
A
can't
mere
we
whisper of dissent
respect
could lead
the
to
power of
severe
it?
repercussions, yet the group was driven by a moral imperative to expose the truth.
Well, I mean,
In the narrative recounted by Thomas Costello about the
power
Dulce
of other
facility,
nations.
there is a figure that
fear the
comes to
power of
that we actually get to learn the
well,
name
fear and
of.
respect and
The
that's
reptilian that you said was Sebulba was a name.
I just mean that it could be very counterproductive.
His actual
right?
name was.
Because if you can empathize with
Sorry,
their,
I'm looking this up. How do
you
you spell
assume their
that?
rational
Yeah, I
actors,
got you. Hang on. I'm
you
gonna
try to
copy
roll
paste this.
back with
You
create
can't just say it.
Let's go for the test.
It's a secret.
would lean into the uncertainty
SSHHAAL.
That
potential
is the
conflicts.
name
You want to
of
avoid
a
the
current
uncertainty, potential
from
conflict.
the Star
Caution,
Wars
right?
universe.
We just call him Hal for short, you know?
Yes and no. Look, your thing is you want to
Shall we
empathize. You want to be able to
You
put
might be saying,
yourself
what
in
would
the shoes
what
of
are
the
lower
other
caste
side.
members of the
I
reptilian
100%
species? What do they do with the Dulce
It's very
facility?
important
What are
that
your
you're
guess? What do you
first
think
class
lower
graduate
caste
to be able to
members
do
of the
that.
reptilian species
But at the same
specific?
time, there is this competition for power taking place.
High class.
And what you want to do is maximize how much power you have relative to the other side.
We're talking about
The other side wants to maximize how much power it has relative to you.
like an
So
assistant.
you have this competition for power,
Like kind of like a little
right?
pad.
Yeah, or middle management type.
Taking place all
People
the
who take
time.
meetings that their rich
And that's
bosses would
taking
like to
place at the same
skip
time
to
you
do
want to have
fun
empathy, or you want to be able to put
reptilian
yourself
golf
in the shoes of
tournaments
the other
and things.
side.
Honestly, that
So
probably,
those
they
two
probably
things
enjoyed
kind of
that
go
was the
together.
case. Because the
It
lower
just
echelon
feels
of the
less
reptilian caste,
threatening
this
to
man
feel
was a
that
janitor.
your thing
Okay.
Charles
versus
was just a janitor.
try to
Okay, because
hurt
that fucks
the
me up
other
because I would have imagined for sure that the Greys would have been the janitors.
Right, but
Right?
if you
No,
build
yeah,
up your
yes,
own
yeah, I had that
power,
thought too, and I was
you're
like, wait, but I thought
building
we
up
were, I don't
your
know, maybe the
capability
caste
to
system,
hurt the other
it's just
side.
the way it works
so
there.
like
Yes,
I guess you don't
Charles was a
rattle the
reptilian
thing.
janitor worker,
Just work
and
on
he kind of
manufacturing
emerges as an
cases.
unlikely but key
But
That I
participant
agree with.
in the
I
covert
think that, you know,
resistance against the base's
the United
clandestine
States,
activities.
you know,
Here is a more deep, like we're gonna go
wants
like
to
a
make
more
sure it has a
detailed
big stick, and you
look
say,
at
for
Charles'
purposes of
involvement as
containing
per
China
Costello's
and
account.
avoiding a
really
war.
quick.
Right now,
So
again, I want to be
wanted
clear.
to look
I'm
up
not
because I was trying to figure
advocating
out like who would serve as the
Start
lowest
World
caste.
War III.
I think it's very similar to
The point is, you want
kobolds
to have
and
a big stick,
dragons.
Well, yeah,
and
'cause you got the
you want to
Draco,
make
the
sure
reptilians,
that
and then
you
these guys
don't
are piling up.
overstep
little
your
like
bounds in
baboons and
terms
like
of using
yeah,
it.
yeah,
This is the danger with
Yeah,
rollback.
the kobolds.
Right?
Yeah,
That you
exactly.
get too
Yeah, according to
aggressive
Costello's
and you
account of his
precipitate a
experiences,
war.
he mentioned meeting the
You also
reptilian
just have to be
janitorial
very
worker
careful what
just
you
while he was
say.
working.
And
So he
to go
met him,
back
bumped
to
into
your
him, they
favorite
kind of had a
argument,
conversation,
you
and
want to be
things
able
kind
to
of
have
led to
empathy with
how they both
yourself
don't like how
in
certain things are happening.
the shoes of
The
the other
reptilian
side.
named Shaw,
Because if
working
you do
Costello,
something,
was
you
part of
want
the
to
lower
think
caste
smartly
reptilian
about
species
what that
working
other
at Dulce
side,
and was
how that
sympathetic
other
to the
side
plight
is
of the
going to
human
see your
workers
act
and the victims
and how
of the
they're going to
experiments
react.
being conducted here.
And
Charles'
mostly focus
involvement
on
was
care. Have a
significant because
giant
it
stick
suggested a
laying around.
complexity and
You never mention
diversity
it.
of opinions
Just
and
focus on
attitudes
the
among the
care.
reptilian
Well,
beings that
occasionally you have to
Costello
mention the
initially
stick.
thought
Everyone knows it's
wasn't true. He thought all the
There is some
reptilians
truth
just
in that,
needed humanity.
right?
I mean,
So
yeah.
meeting Shaw and
But you know,
lower caste is like, oh,
and words
you guys are
matter
just as
a lot.
oppressed as us
You know,
humans
this,
here. There's a common portrayal of them as
President
a
Biden was
uniform, like
meeting
they
with
could see them as like a
and I think the
uniformly
words exchange there
malevolent
are
and dominating
really
species,
important.
the reptilians.
I have
Even
a
the lower
notion that
caste
leaders
saw
can stop wars just as
kind
much
of
as they can
the iron fist they ruled with. Costello described Shaw secretly formed. He described how Shaw helped
just
secretly
on
form a group
rhetoric,
of like-minded
you want
humans
to
and other
remember that
reptilians who were
Putin
disillusioned with
has,
the
on more
activities
than
of the
one
base
occasion,
and willing to support the
very
human-led
subtly
rebellion.
rattled
The
the
inclusion
nuclear
of
sword,
Shaw in his
and it has been very
Costello's
effective
story, shall we
because
call,
Joe Biden
just brings kind of
has
an
paid
interesting dimension
attention,
of Dulce
and Joe
Base that I
Biden
kind of
wants to make
wish
sure we don't
that
end
he
up
had
in a
mentioned
thermonuclear
other
war.
names as well
Thank
as what they did,
goodness.
because he mentioned that
He's thinking
Shaw
that way.
was key in
So
bringing
all
out
Putin
other
has to do is
reptilians,
mention
but I would
the
have loved to know
possibility of
more
nuclear war.
about them.
Just to
We
go
just don't
back
learn
to
anything
Taiwan,
about anyone else other than
let's switch
Shaw
areas
and
of the
that he
world.
was a janitor.
If you're
And that's all we know.
interested in containing China, and
The
you're
pivotal moment
interested in
for what
deterrence,
both came when Shaw directly ended
let's
up
go back to
approaching
those
Costello.
various
And this was
scenarios
highly
where
unusual and
the
risky for
Chinese
any
win,
reptilian
we
to do,
win,
given the
Chinese
strict
win, but they
segregation
do it at a
and the
costly,
rules against
at
fraternization
great
within
cost.
Dulce. You know,
One
was
could
you
argue
do not talk unless
that
you're only
that
doing
discussion that I laid out before
or
didn't
research.
take into
Otherwise,
account
fucking
nuclear
stay
weapons.
away. Don't talk to
And
anybody. They're afraid
all
for information sharing, I
President
imagine, or
Biden
something
or
along
any of
those
his
lines.
successors has to
But it
do
was in this when he
is
approached him
just
that
very
he
subtly
told them all about his
rattle
awareness and disapproval of the base's activities, which began
employ
forming this
the
clandestine
nuclear
group.
threat.
Shaw revealed to Costello also that he had actually
And
already
just
formed
sort of
a small
remind the
secret group
Chinese
of
that,
reptilian
you
workers
start a
who
war
were
over
disturbed
Taiwan,
by these unethical
it can easily
experiments.
escalate into
And
a
this
nuclear
group,
war.
while
You
limited
want
in
to
their
understand,
capacity
we
to
both
effect
have
change due to their
nuclear
lower
weapons.
status,
And
would end up
if
being
either one of
crucial
us
as well
put
in
into a
providing
desperate
information and
situation,
support
we
to the
may turn
human-led
to those
resistance
nuclear
effort. So,
weapons.
yes,
And
Shaw
oh, by
had a
the
spy
way,
network within the
you
reptilian
want to understand that we're out here in the
that would
water
feed him
and
information
using
that
nuclear
he would then
weapons in the
feed
water.
to Costello that informed the
Well,
rebellion
same
group
as
they
using
were
nuclear
time.
weapons on
The
land.
alliance
So we
between
may very
Costello,
well use
Shaw,
them.
and others was
I'm not
very
saying we will.
dangerous.
But anyway,
Communication had to
a
be
little
super
saber
discreet,
rattling.
and meetings were held in
Right?
secrecy due to the
Let me
omnipresent
just zoom
surveillance
out
and
on
the risk
human
of
history.
punishment, as previously
What
mentioned.
makes empires
As Shaw and his
last
group risked
and
not
what
just
makes
their
them last?
positions, but potentially their lives, as dissent was
When
not
you look at
tolerated
human history
within
in this sense,
reptilian hierarchy.
thinking about the United
Shaw's
States
comfort,
perhaps as an empire.
like he truly says, like he
I
says
don't view the
that he was
United
risking
States
his
as
life, that they could kill him for this
What's
if they
the
ever found out.
what's the definition? So to you, empire is
Whether
a thing that
whatever that fucking means, there's no
seeks
evidence,
expansion.
obviously. But hey, the guy was risking his life, and
I think
it's
it's a country
Yeah, I respect this man.
that incorporates
Shaw's
different
contributions ended up primarily being
regions
in
or
that
areas
information
around
with
the
the connection of
world
the spy network. He provided insights into the activities
sort of a
of what the
giant
higher-ranking
sphere
reptilians were doing, their
without
movements within the base, potential
incorporating
opportunities for the human
those
resistance to swing in
territories
and gather evidence before
actually
other
into the
eyes
state
came into a
itself.
room that had been recently
We had
emptied or
this thing
something.
called the
His
British
role was also
Empire.
pivotal in demonstrating that dissent
Controlled
existed
areas
among the
like
alien ranks,
India,
challenging the monolithic perception of the reptilian
North
species
America.
that Costello previously had.
and
Shaw's
Kenya,
fate, however, during the
just to pick a
uprising and
couple
subsequent crackdown within Dulce
instances at
facility is
different
not
points.
really clearly
Singapore would
detailed
be
by
another
Costello's
example.
account.
Australia
His
would be
involvement
another
in the events leading up to the rebellion
So
paints a
these
picture
were
of cross-species
all
collaboration
entities
driven by a
that
shared
were
sense of
part
moral
of
outrage and
the
a
British
desire for
Empire.
change.
Right.
But what ends up happening
And
to him is
the
just
United
kind of
States
left out.
has taken a
Don't
stab
know.
at empire
The story of Shaw as
after
part of
the
the base
Spanish-American
narrative
War,
for
for
Costello
example,
kind of just like
with regard to
adds
the
another layer of
Philippines,
like
Cuba,
storytelling
and Puerto
complexity
Rico.
and more
We never
ambiguity and
got
maybe even
serious.
confusion to the story.
There's never
I
been
don't
an
know.
American
If this
empire.
man is truly
This is not
making
to
it
say
up,
the
which
United
obviously
States is
I
not
think
an
he is.
incredibly powerful
I don't understand
country.
the point of bringing
It
up this
goes all
character
around the
and making this
world,
character then
building
just like
military
not at
bases
all
and stationing
finishing
troops
the story.
here, there, and everywhere.
Sometimes
But
you just
we're not
just fall
running
in
an
love with
empire
the
the way the British
You just gotta want it to
empire
die. You
was
just gotta let it
run, or the
ride for a little
French
bit. You know what I mean?
empire.
You gotta let it be what it is.
You think Shaw
So
was like
the question for me is, why did
Thomas's
those
OC? Like
empires
he
go
like truly
away?
fell in love with this character.
Why
It's the
did
only one
the
with the
British
name.
Empire
It's the
go
only
away?
one with the
You
name.
ever
It
look at
sounds
the map
exactly
of the
like
world,
when I made a fighting game when I was 11 years old.
1922, after
I just
World
drew
War
with my hands when I was like
It's truly amazing how much of that map
That's the name of
is
the character that I would
controlled
make.
by
Shaw with
They
like
had
two,
a huge
with like two
empire,
of each letter.
and it disappeared.
Except for the L.
Probably by
Yeah.
far
Like,
the
come on,
biggest
Yeah, fair
in terms
enough.
of area
But this
empire in
alien
human
named
history.
X
I think so.
Sephiroth X.
I think that's
He was really
Don't
cool,
look
dude. He had a
Yeah,
huge
right.
sword.
It's crazy.
crazy. Yeah.
And then it's no
Gotta
longer
move on.
no
The
longer the
rebels,
case.
as they might,
Yeah.
as
I
we
mean, clear, the Americans
devised a plan
have
from this point on to bring the realities of
maybe
Dulce
even greater
facility to the
influence
light
than
of the
Britain did
public.
when it had its empire.
Thomas,
But I don't
Thomas
believe
was
we
given
have
his
an
role
empire
in
that bears
security,
any
played a
resemblance to
pivotal
the British
part in
empire.
gathering evidence. The very documents and
So the question
photographs
is, what
that would later
happened
be
to that
known
British
as what we
empire?
mentioned last
What
week,
happened
the
to the
Dulce
French
papers.
empire? What
The
happened
Dulce
to the
papers
Belgian
are things that
empire?
he
What
just
happened to
scooped
the
from the
Dutch
page
empire?
before he left,
These were all
according to
countries that had
everything
colonies
we know.
all over
Read
the
link to
planet.
that
The
for the Dulce
Dutch
papers,
East
by the way. I got
Indies,
you. Don't worry. I have
right?
that. Yes, I have that
Vietnam,
ready. Don't forget, it's at bibliotechapleades.net.
Where did those empires go?
/off-limits/especially off-limits.
Number one, national.
You see that?
Nationalism
Yeah, at the very
became
top,
a very
yeah,
powerful
it's
force in the 19th century. It began to
/off-limits/off-limits.
rear its head in the late 18th century.
Especially
Became a
off-limits.
very powerful force.
Super off.
Certainly.
Yeah, this is the dose papers at the bottom. We have like
Nationalism is
5
the idea that
different
these different
images of video that
nations
doesn't work anymore.
that were
And
part of
these are
the
things that get
empire,
you
like the
scooped from
Kenyans,
the
wanted their
base,
own state,
supposedly.
nation state.
So
This is
while
by
you're
putting
looking
up
at
the
that, those are all
Palestinians,
government
right? These
papers.
Palestinian nationalists. What is
Their
Zionism?
plan with these don't say
Zionism
these
is
don't say papers.
Jewish nationalism.
Their plan was to leak this information to the public, to reveal the existence of the base and its egregious violation of human rights and ethics. They
Nation
hope
state,
that
look at the word
public outrage
nation
and scrutiny
state. That
would
embodies
force the
nationalism.
powers
Nation
behind
state,
Dulce
Jewish
to
state.
cease their operations, or at
Palestinians
least
want their
bring
own
them
state,
under
two-state
regulation.
solution,
That was
right?
like the goal.
Can't beat the
Which is kind of a
Palestinians
weird-
into submission.
A weird,
Like the Indians wanted their own state,
I
the
guess. I just
Pakistanis
don't know why you
wanted their
didn't
own
take
state, the
pictures
Kenyans wanted their own state,
something.
Singapore
There's
wanted
the
its own
number
state.
one
Oh, the
question.
Americans
He was
wanted
the
their own state. It's
photographer
called the
for a
American
while. Like, the
Revolution,
man was
right?
camera ready
So that's the
for a
first
long
reason
time.
nationalism
Yeah, it's just
empires
yeah.
disappeared.
Anyway.
The second
Before we move on, I also want to
reason
give you
is
a quick
that from a
list
cost-benefit
of other bases
analysis,
that are all
they no longer made
operating
any
in
sense.
similar styles,
And it was
or at
coming
least
to the
where they're
Industrial
located,
Revolution.
as
Once
well
the
as
Industrial Revolution comes, an empire is basically
Like
an
Disney.
albatross around your
Like
neck.
a
I would argue that the
cross-state
British Empire was an albatross
So,
around Britain's
in
neck
Utah
in most of
alone,
the 20th century.
Salt Lake,
Some of my
Powell
friends
area,
disagree with
Dark
that
Canyon,
and think there
Duckweed
were all
Grounds,
sorts of
Modena.
benefits
Some
from
of
the
them have
British
exits
Empire.
as well. These are all
But you want to
entrances and
remember
exits
that
to the
in the
area.
20th
Mount
countries
Mount
that were
Archuleta,
really
or
the
Mount
United
Shasta,
States,
is a site of elder race.
Great. Any of them have it?
Hey, there you go. Beginning in history
You don't
has
need,
visited the city. It was
right?
as a
What
high
you need is a
archon.
powerful
It
manufacturing
was
base.
supposed to have met the king of the
Well,
world
the
there
cost-benefit
and give him the
analysis.
keys. Say, quote unquote, a
Empire.
shuttle system that connects with other
Kate Wentz,
bases
right?
that moves through.
Or you
Connects
do
these other
just look at the
bases.
British in years war, 1750. The
This is
British what all
any other
taking areas and now
we laughed at. Like this is
Canada.
level now.
Are you
So
heard?
borders change.
You're denying the truth and the government's
Countries
hiding
got
from us,
established.
Jesse.
South America who were once and in the case
The United States,
in the
like
19th
that
century
is
got their independence.
nonsense.
What I'm saying, 20th century, there were driving the truck. What is that?
Garbage.
And then
Proof to me it's
the other
like
is
it's-
the
you know
Industrial
what?
Revolution.
That is the inherent problem with all these. I said, facts here.
And the chocolate.
Level and he had heard rumors.
I'm at a bookstore
7 level
looking at
clearance. He wasn't able to get. He didn't hear a lot of
what
talk,
role
and
did
he
US
did
play?
say that he saw elevators
Story of US
off limits unless you had
100,
Umbra or higher.
Okay,
big
just
role,
TS
small role.
higher than Ultra.
TS Ultra 3.
If you, let's just say the next
This is like
100
worse than
years,
Xbox. Is that like
you know, I think we're in excellent shape.
there's T3
And
and
here's
there's
the reason. Going back to the
T3R.
beginning of our
Like those are real
conversation,
security clearance
you asked me,
things. There's
you know, about power,
phase,
and I told you
and
the
then
two
there's
principal
like
building
national
blocks of
agency check
power
things and
are
X's.
population size.
But it's like
Well.
partial truth. Throwing in things
And
like I am
therefore,
over
you
level.
want to look around the
Like,
world
suddenly
look at
it's hitting a
of
it's like a
countries like
little too
Britain,
edgelordy.
United States, Iran, China, Russia, pick your country.
Snippet of the interview. One of you to ask the question. One of you.
You give me more information.
We discover very
What do they
quickly
do
that
on the
in
6th
almost
level
every
area
country
called
around the world
Nightmare
is
Hall?
detoxing over
The
time.
worker cat. Daily chores,
Russia's going to be much
mopping the
smaller.
latex
China's going to
floors,
be much
cleaning the
smaller.
cages, bringing
In
people
both of those
and
countries.
other species.
Especially
It's their job to formulate the
the
proper
United States.
mixture.
Women are
Means that
not
the
having
Draco
enough
race
babies these
has
days.
created working in the labs as well as in. Basically speaking, different races are active.
That's wonderful.
And races of aliens.
Arguing that immigration
That section is commonly called
this is ridiculous.
the alien section.
Immigration is what
The
made us
Draco
great.
are the undisputed
It's
masters
when
of the
my
5, 6,
relatives
7
came
levels.
over in the
The
middle of the
humans are
19th
second in
century,
command
Germany
of
and
those
Ireland.
levels.
Right?
I had to
That's fascinating,
argue
like,
with
you know,
one
because
large draconian boss.
there's been a huge concern
His name is difficult to
that America and
verbalize.
other developed nations are not having enough children. But you just made me
They
realize
called him Karsh and he hated it.
in
The
the long
Draconian
arc of
leaders
history,
appeared
the United
from
States has done really damn good
These ancient
at
beings consider
integrating
us a
immigrants
lower race.
and
Karsh called me Leader
helping them
Costello,
flourish.
but it
The whole
was used in a
diversity
sarcastical way.
that makes up
However,
America
the
great.
worker
There's a
caste is friendly
machinery
enough,
of
as long as
integrating
you allow
other
them to speak
cultures.
first. They will answer if you
just
address them.
quickly on
They
this.
are very cautious
Sam
beings
Huntington's
and
book,
consider
Who Are
most
We?
humans to be hostile. They
In many
always
ways,
seem
I love
surprised when
that
they
book,
found many of
but
the
it has
humans
one
open
fundamental
and
flaw,
trustworthy.
and a
There
number
is
of
no
people told him
fraternizing with the
beforehand that
aliens
that flaw
or ours.
existed, and
It
he
is
didn't
forbidden to
fix it.
speak to any
But
alien
Sam
race in the
argues
halls
in the
or
book
an elevator
that we
without a
have
clear
large numbers of
business-oriented reason.
Hispanics in this
Humans
country,
can talk to humans.
and we're doing a very poor job of integrating
But
them
that is as
into
far
the
as it goes.
mainstream,
At the
and
worst,
they're
I
not
know it.
becoming
It's
Americans.
There
Because
is
many of them are
free
concentrated in the
speech
southwest of the United
The
States,
camaraderie
unlike
found
other ethnic
in the
groups that are
labs
spread out
also
all
reaches the
about the
computer
Green
based
Acre.
section.
Right,
In
we're going
those
to
areas,
have
everybody
this
talks to
cohesive
think they're
group
sharing
of Spanish-speaking
I don't know if the alien beams are very
right,
funny.
who are going to
However,
want to break away.
everything
And the
changes the
United
minute you
States
cross the
is
threshold
no
of the
longer going
camaraderie
to
found in the labs.
a reasonably coherent
Cross the
nation.
threshold of the hall. Instantly,
wrong.
all conversations
All
become
the evidence
strictly
is that
formal.
Hispanics
Hard
are
as it was,
integrating
several times I had to
into the
arrest
American
someone
mainstream
simply because they spoke to an
more
alien.
quickly and more
It's a
effectively
strange
than
place.
the European
And that is
the European
answer to
groups
one
became
question
starting
out
around
of like, and he just
1845.
said that.
If you look at
They just
immigration
said that.
from
You
Europe
spoke
into the
that.
United States,
Definitely
leaving
not a
aside
red
the
line.
original
Definitely
lots
spoke that out to a
and
person
founded the
who
place.
asked him.
The immigrants
Formulated
start
it
coming
that
in
way.
large numbers in
But
1835.
that's
and
to
we
give you
really
an idea
don't
how
shut
this
the door
man kind of
until
gave information out. But he gives a very
Right.
detailed idea
Starting,
of the
this is a
reptilian
crude
caste. Do
overview.
you feel
Starting in
motivated?
I feel like
1835
I
and
have
running up
more
to about
information in my head,
1885,
but they're
it's
about
mainly
as
Germans and
educational as
Irish.
some
That's why
lyrics.
Germans are the largest
That's a
ethnic
very
group ever
nice way to
come
put that.
to the United States, and the Irish are right behind them.
So-
These are the European ethnic
All right, we're done with
groups.
just like listening to us.
Then
We're back to
starting
the
in
actual outline of the show.
1885,
And we're moving into the
Poles,
ensuing
Jews, and
chaos
Italians
of
start
the
coming.
rebellion
Right.
that was about to happen.
And
Before
the Germans
could
and
enact their
Irish keep coming.
plans,
And
disaster
this is
struck.
why Ellis Island
Somehow,
was
the
opened. I
base's
think
higher
it's
authorities got
1893.
wind of the
Ellis
brewing
Island was
descent,
open
and a
because
crackdown
Castle
into
was in
Swift
New
and
York.
Costello
which had
described
handled
how
all
in an
the
act of
previous
ruthless efficiency,
immigrants
a military
coming
strike
across the
team
pond.
entered Dulce,
Castle Garden
targeting
couldn't
not
handle
only
them
the human
all, so they
conspirators,
opened up
but
Ellis
also
Island.
any alien
That's
entities
why
that were
somebody
seen
like
as
me, I can't
collaborators.
find
The
my
collaborators of Dulce
distant
once the
relatives'
silent witness to
records
covert
in Ellis
atrocities,
Island
now
because
echoed
they
with the
came to
sounds of
Castle Garden.
gunfire
Right,
and
whereas
panic. It was a kill
lots
on
of Jews
sight.
I know,
But like I
lots
said,
of
their
Italians
lives are
I
at
know,
risk.
they
It
can
was
find their
right.
relatives'
The
records
military
in
came in and
Ellis
started
Island
putting
because
it
they came
down.
to Ellis Island.
Thomas
The
witnessed
point
the
is,
fall of his
you had all
co-conspirators
these
one by
immigrants
one, though
who
not
came
of
in roughly between
I don't know what happened.
1835 and
The rebellion
1924
ended up
when we
being
shut the
crushed
gates.
right
The
then
only
and there,
time we've
but
ever
it
really
only
shut the
solidified
gates
his
in a
resolve
meaningful way.
to now escape
Right?
and
And this
take
is
the
what made
truth
America
to
great.
light. So they couldn't even get a rebellion off
And
the
they made
ground.
lots
The
of
rebellion was
babies.
formed before
Right?
they could make
So
any action.
sometimes make America
They were
great
found
again
out
means
and they
getting
were
in.
crushed. So
Getting
now
more
his only
immigrants
goal
in.
is to get the fuck
Well,
out
we opened the
and get
gates again
information
in
out so he
65.
can share it with the people.
Closed
So
them in
that maybe
24,
something
opened
can
in
be done
65. I'm
about this facility.
oversimplifying the story
So,
here because we
in a
didn't
harrowing
completely shut
light from the base, Costello managed to evade capture. And with him, he carried the evidence that he had gathered, a testament to the unspeakable acts committed within the walls of Tulsa. The burden of these secrets and the trauma of what he had witnessed would haunt him for the rest of his life.
They're mainly
Costello's story,
Hispanics
as he
and
told
Asians.
it, is one of a man who, despite
If
the
you look
overwhelming
at
odds,
those
chose to stand
Hispanics and
against
Asians,
the
they're
juggernaut of hidden
integrating
powers.
into
His
the
account of Tulsa
American
Bank's a
mainstream
facility shrouded
at
in
a
history and
much
war, challenges the
faster
very
and more
limits of our
effective
understanding
clip
of morality and what
was
humans
the
are
case
capable
with
of.
those
Gentlemen,
immigrants
do you
who
see what the
came
government is
in
hiding
the
from us? Do you
19th
see
century and early
why
20th century.
we have to
The
fight?
Irish,
I'm
oh my
starting to
God,
I
you
think
know,
I'm starting
they
to
were
glimpse
treated
it.
horribly. There's
If
a
I don't
book, a
see
very
why,
famous book
because there's
written
horrifying
called
things
When
happening.
the Irish
That's
Became
why.
White. Just think about the title.
Duh.
There was
Duh.
discrimination
Yeah,
against
but
all these
basically
groups.
the why
And
is
the worst
because
discrimination
the government can't stop it, so they're like, well, we might as well just join in. Sure, yeah.
But we've gotten
But then at the
much
same
better.
time,
And what we should
they're
do
like,
moving
we're also
forward
racing for
is
alien tech.
redouble our
And
efforts
we're also
to
keeping this
integrate
other side of it
immigrants
quiet.
into the
And the most,
American
like,
mainstream.
the more you add,
Hispanics,
the more
Asians of all
impossible it all
sorts.
becomes.
Because
Fair.
the fact
So
is
while people are
that
being
America
gunned down,
is
this military
rapidly
strike team
reaching the
moving
point
with
where it's not
ruthless
going to be
efficiency through the
an
Dulce
all-white
facility,
country.
Thomas made his decision.
I
In the
have
midst of the
5
chaos, he
children,
realized
and
his
2
only
of my
option was to flee.
children
His intimate knowledge of the facility's
Generation
layout,
Z,
coupled with the
Gen
confusion of the
Z.
assault, aided his escape
Gen
and
Z
avoiding
is the
being
last
shot down
majority
dead.
white.
He navigated the maze-like tunnels, avoided patrols and surveillance,
Right.
driven by a desperate
Subsequent
instinct to
generations
survive
are
and tell the world
majority
what
white.
he'd seen. As he made his way through the lower
So,
levels,
for
Thomas
anybody
encountered
who's
scenes
bothered
of
by this, I'm
desperation.
not bothered
He saw
by
other
that,
staff
but
members and
anybody
teams
who's
caught in the
bothered by
crossfire,
this,
struggling
they
to
better get
comprehend the
used to
sudden
it,
outbreak of
because
violence in a place that, despite its
Americans
sinister
aren't
nature,
making
had always
enough
been meticulously
babies
controlled.
that
Costello
we
emerged
can
finally
continue
from the
to
Dulce
grow
maze, not as a triumphant whistleblower, but as a
population-wise
haunted
in a
survivor.
robust way. So
Burdened
we
with the
need
heavy weight of his
immigration, and we're an
experiences,
immigrant
he
culture.
witnessed the
And
brutal
this is a
suppression
great
of a
virtue.
rebellion that
It
sought to
has been
shine
a
a light on
great
atrocities
virtue over
hidden beneath the
time.
surface.
Should be a
His
source of
escape
hope,
marked the
not
beginning of a
worry.
new chapter, one
That's
filled with
my view.
paranoia of being
That's my view.
pursued,
And
the moral
America,
obligation he
when
now
it
carried
works,
to
is a
reveal the truth
place
to the world
that
about
is
what our
very
government is doing.
attractive to
The
immigrants.
documents and evidence he
And
managed to
immigrants
smuggle
can
out,
do very
the
well
Dulce
here.
papers,
And
became
then
his
the
legacy,
real
a testament to the
story
courage and horrors
is
associated with one of the most enigmatic
you
and
have a huge
controversial
amount of
conspiracy
difference.
theories of all time. The
Somebody
story
was
of the
telling me not
uprising
too
and its
long
crushing
ago that the
defeat
highest
within the
intermarriage
Dulce base,
rates in the
as
United
narrated by
States
Costello
among
himself,
Asian
leaves us
women,
with a
Asian
chilling
American
portrait
women,
of resistance in the face of an
and
overpowering
Anglos,
shadow
right?
authority.
And
It's a
I
reminder
say
of the
wonderful.
lengths to which such powers might go
And,
to preserve
right.
their secrets,
No,
maintain their
love-
agendas, and
Love
control the human
is the fastest
population
way to
with a
integrate.
fist like
Yeah,
iron
what you
fist,
don't, what you want to
many
do is
ethical
you
or
want to
human calls.
eliminate difference.
Costello was a
Right?
hero
You
and
want
a
to eliminate
whistleblower who
difference.
now found himself in
It's
exile.
like, people who
He
say I'm an
narrowly escaped the
anti-Semite.
deadly purge at Dulce.
I
Costello found
have
himself a man on the run,
grandsons
carrying with him the secrets of
who
one of the
Adolf
most
Hitler would
secretive
have thrown
installations on
into a
Earth.
gas
He
chamber.
was aware that his
One
life
of
was
whose
now
first name is
constantly in
John
danger,
and
and he
middle
could
name is
never
Richard.
again lead a normal
Right?
life. In
Yes.
his exile,
This is what
he
you
released the
want.
Dulce papers, hoping to shed light on the
Steve
atrocities.
Walt's
The papers
wife
filled
and
with
his 2
descriptions of
children
advanced technologies,
would have been
alien
thrown
species,
into a
and
gas
Arctic
chamber by
experiments
Adolf.
sent shockwaves through the
This is
UFO
what you want.
conspiracy
You
theory
want
communities of the
intermarriage.
time.
Now, there
The story of Thomas
are
Edwin
people in
Costello
some of
and
those
the Dulce
groups,
facility
especially
base
among
remains
Jews,
one of the
who
most
don't like it,
enduring and controversial tales
but
in
they've
the
lost.
conspiracy theory
Because I
library.
haven't looked
Skeptics
recently
question
at
the
the data,
veracity of his claims for
the
good
data
reason,
among
pointing to the lack of concrete
intermarriage
evidence
rates
and the
among
absence of records
basically
confirming his
secular
employment
Jews,
or
but
even
it used to be
his
around
existence.
62%.
And believers, however,
Large numbers
view
of
Thomas
Jews
as a
married
courageous
Goyim.
whistleblower where the
And
military
they've
wiped
lost
out his
because of
past and
intermarriage.
pretended he was a
Intermarriage
nobody while
helps
making fun
fight
of him and performing
tribalism.
covert psyops on him to keep him confused.
Nice.
Calling me an
Did you
anti-Semite.
when people do that? I
I
do.
haven't met my grandson,
Wait, so you're
my
telling me, time
son-in-law,
out, let me answer it.
nieces that
I could go
a niece
around,
that I have,
like right now on
nephews
this
that I
podcast, I
have,
can announce that I, in fact,
brother-in-laws that I
served
have, Jewish.
4
Right? Come on.
tours of duty.
And
And
this gives
I
a
was a
really
well-decorated
nice
soldier.
hopeful view of America
I
is the integration
was in
of different
Vietnam,
different
the
cultures,
Iraq
different
War,
kinds of
and
peoples.
the War of
That is
1812.
a unique property.
I
But
have
just to go back to where we started,
been involved
it
in
was
many
not
top secret
smooth in the
things.
beginning.
And here's
All
the thing,
things
guys.
are rough in the
I saw
beginning.
the Dracos and the Greys.
What
But
advice would you
You're
give
just
to
going
a
to
young
trust me on this.
person
All the evidence was lost,
about
and
how
my
to have
military
a
record was
career they can be proud of or a
expunged
life they can be
because us the government's trying to silence me. No, you're also behind. I'm actually very important. No, he brags. Don't look it up because there's nothing to look up. The records of he's wrong. The Joe say papers though. He's got 25 pages of
my mother used to use the phrase
documents. Do you
floats
have
your
25
boat.
pages
You
of
want to do something
documents?
that floats your
I
boat.
just
I can use another one of my mother's phrases.
You know what? Behind me, I'm pretty sure I
You want to
do.
get up, you want to do something where you get up out of bed in the morning with a bounce in your
Government
step.
illustrations and
So I think that, you know, if your mother and father want you to be a lawyer and they're pushing you to be a lawyer and you don't want to be a lawyer, you want to be a policeman,
so
be a
specific.
policeman.
And
Right?
to
Don't
say like
do what
this is
other
the
people
greatest
want you to
secret
do.
man has
Because
ever
it's very
kept.
important to
And I'm
find
on
a
the
job and
Question: this
occupation
dude
that you
dead
really
or
love.
alive? I think he's dead now.
The second thing I would
I want to
say.
know how he was killed by the Dracos, is what I'm assuming. I assume he was ripped to shreds. No. So, I don't know why I'm looking. I know the answer to
You want
this.
to think about the humility,
There's no evidence the man exists.
hubris. My friend Steve Van Everett, who teaches at MIT, he and I invented this concept. We call it the hubris humility index. You want to have a healthy dose of humility. But you also want to have a healthy dose of hubris. You want to think you can change the world. You want to think you can make things better for yourself. You want to take chances. You want to think sometimes that you know better than other people. Hubris is not a bad thing, but at the same time, you have to have humility.
Yeah.
You have to understand that a man or a woman has his or her limits. You want to listen to other people. You want to be a good listener.
And they couldn't find any evidence that a man by the
So
name of Thomas
always
Costello
remember the
even
importance of
fucking
the
exists.
hubris humility index and the importance
Fuck
of
yeah,
having
was one.
healthy
Fuck
doses
yeah.
of both hubris.
The Dracos got him, dude. I'm telling
You
you,
can't
believe now
know.
more than the
You're
Dracos
mortal.
got him, dude. Fuck it.
Like all humans are.
Like, we only know
You
this because of
ponder
the
your
leaked
mortality?
interview this guy had with
Are you
somebody
afraid of it?
that is on
Are you afraid of death?
forwardmedia.net. So,
I'm
you know,
not
I
sure
don't
I'm
know. Is that maybe
afraid
more
of death.
believable?
And people would say, well, why release
I
it to
don't
that
want to
website
die
that nobody really
because
believed?
I
Here's the thing.
enjoy life
That's
so
the one they
much.
forgot to get. They got all the other sources.
You know, given how horrible
They had
the
all the
world
other
is
things.
today,
Yeah,
I hate to
Absolutely.
I hate
It's
to
just
say that
frozen.
I'm having too much
I'm
fun.
sorry, I didn't mean to get
But
frozen. They
do
tried
I
to stop me.
find what I
I'm
do
back. I was
interesting
saying,
and
that's the one they forgot
gratifying?
to get.
I
That's the
do.
one they like. Of
I
all
just
the
love what I
websites, that's the
do.
one they forgot to cleanse, and that's why
I
the
love
interview
studying
exists there.
international
Because the
politics.
Dracos got him, dude.
I love being intellectually curious about all sorts of stuff. Just talking to you
It's
about this
surprising they
and
didn't
that.
see oricmedia.net, but
This
they
is
got
really
really
wonderful.
techie.
And I often tell people, you know,
Well, they got all.
thank goodness
Yeah,
I'm
they
only
went through. They
28
got them
years
all,
old.
except for
Because
that
I
one.
keep trying to
Because
behave like I'm
that's
only 28
that
years old.
wasn't
But I
important.
am
No one's going to
well
that
aware
website, so they didn't
of
notice
the
how
We're
fact
taking a microphone and
as my mother
blasting the
used to say,
truth.
nothing is
Costello's
forever.
whole
That
hope
includes
is
me.
happening right now.
And when you're 75 going on 76, you understand that you have a limited number of
Look,
years left.
listen, if you want my like,
And
show my
I find
door,
that depressing.
I'll serve.
I, for one,
Because
welcome
I've been-
vegan alien pets.
I've been very
I
lucky.
don't give a damn.
And I feel like I've won the
I'll like do
lottery.
little tricks.
And,
Tell me to like,
I'm very thankful for that.
I'll like start.
I'd like to, make it last for as long as possible.
I fucking eat
But
dogs bark.
I do understand that
Dogs
you know,
bark in the
nothing is
head in a
forever.
bowl, and then you like watch me as I poo. Like, if anything, I'm in the dominant
You
position.
never think that when you're
like
young.
a
I
little
mean,
girlfriend, but it's not like a
you know,
human
you
girlfriend. It's
think,
like a robot they made. That's
you're
like to
gonna
just like
live
save
forever.
you. You know, like hey, it's a little
you're just
robot.
not going to get
When you
old.
sing-
I never thought this would
I
happen.
mean, like,
that
it's
I would
weird,
become
but to be
75 years
honest,
old.
When
Well,
you're
you
not,
got-
humans can be the same
You got
way.
so much
Everyone gets
energy and
yeah, like,
boldness
to be
and
honest, I
fearlessness
wouldn't care
and
because
and excitement to you
they'd
that
probably give me
I'm really
fixed, right?
grateful to
Oh,
see
this is
that.
true. I never thought
Especially
about
given
that. So
how
I'd be
much
like,
I'm
just
sure
have
you've been
whatever
attacked
shit. It's just
for having
responsible pet. Spade and neuter,
a
dude.
bold
They need
idea
to have their
of
own version of like
and not
Wheel of Fortune
losing.
or whatever, and then they have to like stay in
Yeah,
their
not
beds or
losing
whatever
that
show they like.
youthful.
welcome back to Fortune.
John, to be honest, to speak with you,
Yeah.
you give me so much time and so much respect and so much love. This was a really incredible conversation. Thank you so much for everything you do in the world, for looking out into the world and trying to understand it and teach us.
Well,
And
that's it
thank you
for
so
this
much for
Dulce facility.
talking
The
with the
2-parter
facilitator.
is done. Thomas
My
Costello's
pleasure.
story is out there.
I
There's a lot
thoroughly
more. If you
enjoyed
want to go
it.
read his
Awesome.
interview, anybody who's interested,
Thanks for
all
listening
the
to the
questions are answered
conversation
in
with
that
John Baker.
unnecessarily
Support
overly
this
detailed way.
podcast.
There's
Please
so
check out our
much we had to just kind of
sponsors in
like
the
gloss
description.
over. So if you're interested,
And now,
it's
let me
worth
leave
a
you with
read
some
just for the
words
fun
from Plato.
factor. But yeah, we're done. That's
Only
it.
the
Dulce
dead
facility is done.
have
We've
seen
talked
the
about it for
end
years. I'm so
of
happy it's
war.
over. And it was super fun. I
Thank
was
you for
super excited
listening.
to talk about
We
it.
hope
I
to
just
see you
forgot about
next
the man not existing. That was just like complete mind.
That's the best part. Hell yeah. Fuck
Yeah.
so funny.
All right, we're off to do a mini-sode for patreon.com/Illuminati as we always do. Thank you so much for everybody who's been supporting us over there, by the way. It's been amazing to have you guys just supporting us for so long.
Following the
We've
conversation
got,
with
video
Elon
mini-sode
Musk,
for all those at the
the
right
fourth
tier.
time
Jump in,
on
check
this,
out what we got.
the
We got a
Lex
lot of
Friedman
bonuses if you jump into
podcast.
Patreon. We'll see you over there. Goodbye, everybody. Anyway, me and my wife were sitting outside indulging on our porch one night, enjoying ourselves. I needed to go to the bathroom, so I stepped back inside, and after a few moments, I hear my
I
wife
thought you
go,
were going to finish it.
"Holy shit, get out here." So I quickly dash back outside. She's looking
One of the greatest
scary.
babies in all of film history.
I look up too, and there's a perfect line of nuzzle lights
Yeah, okay.
traveling across the sky.
Well, I was just thinking about the moment like that.
There's that whole meme where people guys just think about the Roman Empire,
and half the population is confused whether it's true or not. But more seriously, thinking about the war going on in the world today, and as you know, war and military conquest has been a big part of Roman society and culture, and I think it's been a big part of most empires and dynasties throughout human history. So
they usually representatives of the conquest. I mean, there's something like the Austro-Hungarian Empire where there's a lot of sort of southern marriages.
but fundamentally, there's an engine of conquest. They celebrate excellence and warfare. Many of the leaders were excellent generals, that kind of thing. So, big picture question. Grok approved. I asked. This is a good question to ask.
It's like Grok approved.
At least on fun mode.
So I was trying to figure out how to filter realistic AI.
To what degree do you think war is part of
itself
human
is not
nature
doing that well. Like the face of the cool
versus
angle,
a consequence of
it doesn't have enough resolution or
how
something
human
to
societies
do
are
it well. So
structured? I
when I
asked
started
this
seeing these
as
base models, these
you
fine-tuned
have
models,
somehow controversially been a
and
proponent
tried
of
them,
this.
and they would be very
I'm not
photorealistic.
generally a proponent
They
of
would have
peace.
bodies that actually make
Ignorance
sense,
is
like
perhaps,
body
in my view, the real
anatomy.
enemy to counter.
But
That's
if
the
you
real
look at
hard
the
part. Not,
photorealistic models that people use now,
fighting
still,
other humans.
there's still core in there.
But all creatures
people.
fight.
So I need to
the
prompt out
jungle is
naked,
that
everyone needs to do this
you'll,
with
you'll,
AI start with imaging.
you'll think of
You need to
this
prompt out the
nature as
naked
perhaps
stuff. You have to
some
keep
sort of peaceful
reminding
thing,
the
but in
model
fact it
it's
is
not
not. There's some
don't put naked,
quite
it's
funny
very risky. I have Google Vision.
when a
Checks every
Herzog
photo
thing
before it's shown to the
where he's
user.
like in the jungle,
Like
it's like
check for
saying that
invisibility.
it's like basically just murdering death in every direction. I mean, the plants, animals, and the jungle are
Following this
constantly trying to kill
conversation
each other
with Peter Levels,
every single day,
also
every
known
minute.
on X
So it's not
as
like
Levels.io.
we're
He
unusual.
is a self-taught developer and entrepreneur.
There's a relevant question here whether with greater intelligence comes greater control of these base instincts of violence.
In most cases,
Yeah.
he didn't
We
all
have
by himself.
much more of an
While
ability to
living
control
the
our
digital nomad life in over 40 countries and over
violence than, say,
150
chimpanzee.
cities,
And in fact,
programming on a
when people
laptop
look
while
to say
chilling on a
chimpanzee
couch,
society, it is
using
not friendly.
vanilla
I mean, the
HTML,
bonobos are
jQuery, PHP, and SQLite.
chimpanzee
He
society
builds ships
is
quickly and improves on the
full of
fly,
balance,
all in the
and
open, documenting his
quite
work,
quite
both
horrific,
his
frankly.
successes and failures.
That's
The
how it
raw
makes it
honesty
happen.
of a true indie hacker.
Like, you don't want to be on the wrong side of a
Peter
chimpanzee
is
and
an
eat your face
inspiration
up and tear nuts
to a
off.
huge number of
Yeah,
developers
there's
and
no
entrepreneurs
limits or ethics
love
or
creating
as long as
cool
it's
things
just
in the
war.
world
There's no
that are
just war in
hopefully useful for
these
people.
societies. Is
This
war
was an honor
and
and a
dominance by any
pleasure for me.
means necessary?
Yeah,
This is the
chimpanzee
Let's
society
Figure
is
podcast.
like a
To
primitive
support it,
version of
please check
human
out our
society.
sponsors in the
It's,
description.
they're not like peace
And
lovers,
now,
basically,
dear friends,
at all.
here's Peter Levels.
There's extreme
You've
violence.
launched
Um,
a lot of
and then
companies
once in a while,
and built a lot of
somebody who's
products
watching me
that you
Disney
say
movies
most
decides
failed,
to raise
but
a
some
chimpanzee as a
succeeded.
pet.
What's your philosophy behind building
And then they
the
eat their
startups
face
that you
or
did?
rip their nuts
I think
off.
my philosophy is very different than most people in startups.
Yeah,
It's happened
Because
several
most
times.
people in startups, they
ripping your
build a
nuts off
company
an
and they
interesting
raise money,
strategy.
right? They hire
Interaction.
people and then they
It's happened to
build
people.
products
It's
and they find something
unfortunate.
that
Like
makes
that's, I
money.
guess, one way
I
to
don't really raise money.
show
I
that
don't use
the
VC funding. I
other
do
business
everything
could,
myself. I'm a designer. I'm a
contribute to the
developer.
gene pool.
I make
So
everything.
from
I
a
make the
martial
logo.
arts perspective,
So
it's
for
a
me,
fascinating strategy.
I'm much more scrappy. Because I don't have funding. Like I need to go fast. I need to make things
I
fast.
wonder which of the
I like
martial
to
arts
see even
teaches
if
that.
it works.
I
Right?
think it's
I have an idea in my mind and I build it.
You're
Build like a
your
micro
nuts in there.
startup.
And
I
that's
launch
the
it
option
very
of you
quickly. Like within
you will be amenable
2 weeks or
to
something.
whatever they want.
And then check if there's demand.
So-
I actually sign up. And not
So,
just
like
sign
I
up, but if
said,
people
somehow
actually pay money,
controversially
right?
been
Like,
a
they
proponent
got the
of
credit card,
on
pay
Twitter,
me
on
money,
X.
and then I can see.
So let me ask you
the idea
about the war
is
going on
validated.
today,
Most ideas don't
and to
work.
see what the
Let's
path
just
to
say
peace could be.
most fail.
How do you
So
hope the
there's this
current war in
rapid
Israel and
iterative
Gaza comes to an end?
phase where you just
What path do you
build a
see
prototype that works,
that
launch
can
it, and
minimize
see
human
people like it,
suffering in the long
improving it
term
really, really
in that
quickly
part of the world?
to see if people like
I
it a
think
little bit more
if
enough to pay.
that part of the world is
That
definitely
whole
like
rapid
if you look at
process.
there is no easy answer
I
in
think
the
it's
dictionary.
like very
It'll be that
rapid, and it's
like your
like,
picture of
if I compare it to, for example, Google, you know, like big tech
in the
companies,
job
especially
special.
Google right now, is
there is no
struggling.
easy answer.
Like they made like Transformers, they invented all the AI
Or
stuff
what
years ago, and they never really shipped.
this is strictly my
Like they could
opinion
have
of
shipped ChatGPT, for example. I
is
think I
that
heard it was 2019, and they never shipped it because they were so stuck in bureaucracy.
the
But they had
goal
they
of
had the data, they had
Moss
the
was
tech,
to
they had the
provoke an
engineers, and
overreaction
they didn't do
to
it.
that was
Just
did not
because
expect
big
to
organizations, it can make
have
it
a
very
military
slow.
victory,
So being
but
alone by myself,
they
my
really
laptop,
wanted
like,
to
in my underwear, in
put the worst atrocities that they could in order to provoke the most aggressive response possible. And then leverage that aggressive response to rally Muslims worldwide for the cause of Gaza and Palestine, which they have succeeded in doing.
Showing up, not just the underwear, but
So
shorts.
the
Thank you for dressing.
counterintuitive thing here, I think that the thing that I think should be done, even though it's very difficult,
What's your favorite exercise?
is that
Overpress, like
I would recommend that Israel engage in the most conspicuous acts of kindness possible. Every can. That is the actual thing for the goal of Hamas.
Well, in some sense, there's a degree that makes sense to your bosses and the other cheek.
It's not exactly to the other cheek, because I do think that there's,
talking to my therapist. It's a deadlift.
I think it is appropriate for Israel to find the Hamas members and
I just rewatched
either film or incarcerate them. Something has to be done. That they're just going to keep
people that are doing
coming.
they're essentially just working for survival in the wilderness year round.
In addition to that, they need to do whatever they can. There's some talk of establishment, for example, a mobile hospital.
Like there's something
I
about that
recommend doing that.
physical, toil.
My dad
just making sure that there's food, water, medical necessities,
and he's just going in a circle around the house for like the last 4 years.
and just be over the top about it and be very transparent. So that you can't go ahead claim trick. Like just put webcam on
like, get a big,
or
24/7 mountain of sand or something from construction. Just get a shovel.
Yeah, conspicuous acts of
kindness.
kindness.
Do like physical labor, do like hard work,
unequivocal,
do something.
it can't be
Senegal, do something.
somehow. Because the Hamas will then, their response will be, therefore you have to kind of how it's not.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder.
This ultimately fights the broader
Is it
force
really
of
about
hatred.
the modeling?
No, it's not.
Is it about the project journey?
And I'm not sure if you said it, but it's possible saying that it's not the circle one. Now that neck of the woods, they really
wants to go to the next room.
believe in the whole eye for an eye thing.
It's very metaphorical for work. Because I never stop work. I go to the next website.
I mean, you really
We're
have,
making a new one, right? We're making a new startup.
if you're not going to just outright
give you something to wake up
commit genocide, like against your entire people, which obviously would not be acceptable to really should be acceptable to anyone.
today I'm going to fix this feature.
Then you're going to leave basically a lot of people alive who subsequently, hate Israel. So really the question is like,
especially as a man,
how,
you need
for every Hamas member that you kill, how many did you create?
How much of the building
And
that you
if
do is
you
about money?
create more than
How
you
much
kill,
is it
you've
about
not
just
succeeded.
a
That's
deep
the
internal happiness?
real
It's really
situation.
about fun because I was doing
And
when I
safe
did
to say
make
that
money,
if,
right? That's the point. So I was always
you know,
coding. I was making music. I made electronic music, German-based music like 20 years ago.
if you kill somebody's
I was always
child
making
in
stuff.
Gaza,
So I think creative expression is like
you've made at least a
it's so
few
important, it's so fun. It's so fun to have like a daily challenge where you try to figure
who will
stuff out.
die
But the interesting thing
just
is
to kill
with a
Israel.
lot of successful products, and
That's the
you never
situation.
really want to take
So,
it to that level where you scale real
but,
big
I mean, this is
and
one of the
sell
most
it to a company,
contentious
something like
subjects.
this.
Yeah, the problem is I didn't dictate that, right? Like,
But I think if the goal ultimately is such sort of long-term peace, one has to be look at
I'm
this
not going to
from
say, stop designing
standpoint
a
of
website, pay me money.
over
But I
time,
never
are there
raised
more
the
or
funding for
fewer
it. And because I don't like
terrorists being
the
created?
stressful life that comes with it,
Let me
like I have
just
a lot of
linger on war.
founder
Yeah.
friends,
War, I would say
and they
it's
tell me
worse.
secretly, like
Or it's just that noise will
hundreds
exist.
of millions of
Always
dollars
will exist.
funding
Always
stuff,
has,
and they
always
tell
has
me
existed,
like,
always
next
will
time,
exist.
if I'm
I
going
hope
to do it,
not.
do it like you.
I think it always
Because
will.
it's more
always
it's
will.
more fun, it's more indie, it's more chill, it's more
It's a
creative.
question of just how much
They
it
don't
is.
like this.
And
They don't like to be manager,
what
where you become like a CEO,
there's
you
this,
become a manager. And
there's the sort of the scope and scale of war.
I think a lot of
But
people that start
I
startups,
imagine that
when
there
they
would not
become
be
a
anyone
CEO, they don't like that job actually, but they can't really
very
execute.
unlikely.
Yeah, you
They
talk
like
about
to
the
do
culture
the
series, there's
groundwork,
war
the coding.
in there.
Yeah.
So I think that
Giant
keeps
war,
you happy.
first
Like,
book starts off with
doing
a
something
gigantic
Yeah, but it's interesting how
galactic
people
war
are pulled
worth
towards
trillions
that
trillions.
scale to go
But
really
it still
big,
nonetheless protects these
and
pockets.
you don't have that
flourishing.
honest reflection with yourself. Like, what
Somehow
actually
you
makes
can
you
have
happy?
galactic
Because for a
war
lot of great
and
engineers,
still
what
have
makes them happy
pockets
is
of
the building,
flourishing.
the
Yeah,
quote unquote individual
I guess
contributor.
if we are
Where
able
you're
to one day
actually
expand
still coding,
to,
you're actually still building, and they let go
over
of
the
that,
galaxy or
and
whatever,
then they become
there
unhappy.
will be
But some of that
a
is the
galactic war
sacrifice needed
at some point.
to have
The scale.
impact
I mean, the scale of war's been increasing.
But like, look at
It's like a
Elon,
race between the scale of
really
suffering
does
and the
bigger
scale
than me,
of
right?
grace.
And would I want to do that? I don't know. You can already
A
choose
lot
to
of people seem to be using this strategy to beat the drums of war and feed the military-industrial complex. Do you worry about this?
There's a lot of like
The people who are
dodgy finance stuff happening there.
rooting for escalation.
And never
and
have like
crazy
concrete
stuff.
evidence about it, but your
One
gut
of the things
tells you
that
something's
this
going on. With, like,
is that
companies
there are
getting
very few
sold
people alive today who
friends
actually
and VCs, and then they do
really understand
reciprocity.
powers of war.
Shady
At
financial
least in the
dealings.
US. I mean, obviously
Elon does
people
not.
in
He's just
on
raising
the
money
front
from
lines in
investors
Ukraine and
and
Russia
actually
who
building stuff. He needs the money
understand
to
just
build
how
stuff.
terrible war is.
Hardcore stuff.
But how many people in
And then I really
the West
respect.
understand?
You said that there's been a
My
few
grandfather
low
was in
points in
World
your
War
life.
II.
You've been depressed.
He was
The
severely
building is one of the ways
traumatized.
you
He was
get out of that. But
taken
can you talk to
for
that?
6
Can you
years
take me to that place, that time when you were
East
at
North
that
Africa.
low point? So I
All his
was in
friends were
Holland
killed
and I graduated university and I didn't
in
want
front
to
of
like,
him.
get a normal job. And I was
He
making
would
some
have
money
died
with
too.
YouTube because I had this music
Except they
career and
randomly gave some
YouTube and YouTube started paying me like
and
AdSense like $2,000
he
a month.
scored very high.
And
He was not an
all my
officer
friends
anymore.
got
I
like
think
normal
local
jobs and we
sergeant
stopped hanging out because people
because he didn't finish high school. He had to drop out of high school because his dad died and he had to work to support his children. So because he didn't graduate high school, he was not eligible for the officer corps.
And I was starting this like
So,
I think it's like Saturn return is
he kind of got put into the cannon fodder category,
like some concept
basically.
where Saturn returns to the same place
But then,
orbit that it was when
randomly
you
they gave him this test. He transferred to British intelligence in London. That's where my grandmother. But he had PTSD next level, like next level. I mean,
because I didn't really see like my
couldn't
future
cope.
in Holland, buying a house, going to
And
live
if
in
you
the
try to
suburbs
program
and
him,
stuff.
just tell you
So I
shot.
flew out. I went to Asia.
And he won a bunch of medals. Never
and did this for a year.
bragged about it once.
That made me feel even
Not
worse, you
even
know, because I was like alone.
I found out about it
In
because
hotel rooms.
his
Like,
military
couldn't
record was
see,
on
like,
mine.
what
That's
am I doing with my life? Like,
how I know.
this is like I was
So,
working on startups and stuff and
You would
YouTube.
typically no way in hell
What is the
you
future
want
here?
to do that again.
Like,
But
is
how many
this,
people?
is this something while my friends in Holland were
He
doing
died
well and
20 years ago, or longer actually, 20 years ago.
so I was getting very depressed and like I'm like an outcast.
How many people are alive that
My
we
money
never
was
worked with?
shrinking. I wasn't making money anymore. I was making $500 a month or something. And it was
The threat
yeah,
of
looking
nuclear
at the
war.
ceiling, thinking like now I'm like 27. I'm a loser.
Yeah, I mean, there were enough nuclear bombs pointed at
startups.
United States
Because
to
my dad said like if you're
make the rubble,
depressed,
the radioactive
get
rubble
zapped, get a
down
shovel.
20 times.
Start shoveling, do something. You can't just sit still.
There's two major
Which is
wars
kind of
going
like
on
an
right
interesting
now.
way to deal with depression. You know, like
So you
it's not
talked
like,
about
oh, let's
the
talk
threat
about
of
it.
AGI
Let's
quite a
go do
bit.
something.
But
And,
now you
I
sit
started
here
doing
with the
a
intensity of
project called
conflict
12
going on.
startups in 12
Do you
months.
worry about
Where every
nuclear
month
war?
I would make something like a project and
I think we should
launch it
scout
with
the
Stripe.
possibility of nuclear
People
war.
could pay for it.
So the basic format
It
is
is a
try to build
civilizational
a
threat.
thing, put it online, and put Stripe to where you can pay money for
Yeah,
it.
add a Stripe check. I'm not sponsored by Stripe.
Right
Add a
now,
Stripe checkout
I could be
button.
wrong.
So that's still like
I
the
think
easiest
the
way
current
to
probability of
Stripe.
nuclear war is quite
100%.
low.
Like I think so. Yeah.
It's a cool company. They just
But
made
there
it
are a
so
lot of
easy.
things
You
pointed
just
out.
click.
Yeah.
So
And they're really nice. Like, they
and we have a lot of
metrics
things pointed at other
really nice.
people.
Behind the scenes, it must be
Still
difficult to
there.
like, actually make that happen.
Nobody's put
Because that used to
their
be a huge
guns away.
problem. Just
Urgent.
just
The muscles
adding
full
a
in the
thing,
silence.
a button where you can
And
like pay for a
the
thing.
leaders don't seem to be
It's
Dude, I know this
the
because
ones in
when
the
I was
news talking to
trustworthy.
people.
9 years old,
No.
I was making
There are
websites
wars
also,
which are
and I tried to
tragic
create
and
a merchant
difficult
account.
on a
Because
local
before
basis,
Stripe, you
and
would
then there
have
are
like
wars which are
it was the whole
civilization
thing.
or have that
I had to like
potential. Obviously,
fill
global
all these
feminine
forms,
warfare
and then I
has
had
high
to fax them
potential
to America
in
from
civilization.
Holland with my dad's fax.
Perhaps feminism, but certainly
And my dad had to, it wasn't my dad's name, he
severely
signed for this, and he started reading these terms and conditions, just like, he's
wound
liable
and
for like
perhaps
100 million in damages. And he's like, I don't want to sign this. I'm
setback
like, Dad, come on, I
human
need a merchant account.
progress,
I need
but
to make money on the internet. He did it. And he signed it,
Stone Age
sent it, faxed it to America, and I had a merchant
pretty bad.
account. But then nobody paid for anything, so that was the problem. But it's much easier now. You
Probably
just sign up, you
scientists
add
and
some
engineers might be
codes,
super
and
popular after that as well.
So 12
You know, like
steps,
you got
12
into this,
months.
Matt.
yeah.
So what?
So
Start number one.
generally,
What
I think
was
we
that?
also want to
What
prioritize
were you
civilization
feeling?
over things that
Sit behind the
are
computer. Like, how much do you actually know?
painful and tragic on a local level, but not civilizational.
I could code a little bit because I did the YouTube channel and I made a website.
How do you hope the war in Ukraine comes to an end? And what's the path, once again, to minimizing human suffering there?
Well, I think that what is likely to happen, which is really pretty much the way it is that something very close to the current lines will be how a ceasefire or truce happens, But you just have a situation right now where whoever goes in the offensive will suffer casualties several times greater than whoever's on the defense. Because you've got defense in depth, you have minefields, trenches, anti-tank defenses. Nobody has air superiority because the anti-aircraft missiles are really far better than the aircraft. But they far more of them. And so neither side has air superiority. Tanks basically jet
Episode 230.
slow moving, and they're not immune to anti-tank weapons.
Either one. Anyway,
So you really just have long-range artillery
the Mandalorian and Grogu of LA. Jesse
infantry.
Cox and Ellis Fossey.
That's World War
That's
War game.
that's incredible.
With drones.
I have
Yeah,
always thought of
Alex
Alex
more
more
with
with Grogu, so that checks out.
Which makes the long-range artillery just that much
I'll
more
be
accurate
honest.
and
I
better,
wouldn't
and
mind
so
living
more
Grogu's
efficient
life. Yeah, I just bring
murdering
you around in a
people on
little
both
floating
sides.
carriage and feed you frogs.
So
I can eat. I
whoever
can just like
is,
fuck shit up.
you don't want to be
There's
trying to
debate
advance
over how
on either
smart I
side
am. Like
because
I
the
can just
quality
do
of
whatever I
time
want.
is
Like
incredibly high.
I'm just inside my own little.
So,
that
in order
movie
to
where
overcome
the girl ends up being like an old lady. She's like ends up being like a
defense in
45-year-old
depth trenches and minefields, you really need significant local superiority in numbers.
Nobody's missing out.
Ideally
Like,
combined arms,
go read the article about the
where you
real story.
do
It's way better.
a
That's
fast
what I feel like
attack
Grogu
with
is.
aircraft,
Like Mandalorian is like
a
imprinted
concentrated number of
because
tanks,
Grogu is like a
and a
chihuahua.
lot of
Like he's got
people.
the face of a
That's the only way
baby,
you get a
right? He's like
punch through it.
soft, he's gentle, but
And then
actually
you
he's
get
like
punch through
75 years old.
and
And
then
he's like,
not have reinforcements just take you right out again.
I can use the
I mean,
force.
I really recommend people
Like
read
him and Luke are like,
World War One
what's up, man?
warfare
And
in
like,
detail.
like Luke like understands what Grogu is. He's like Grogu, we are ones. And like, and that's how Grogu is.
The
He's
sheer
like,
number of
you
people
have
that
to
died
choose
there
between
was
being
mind-boggling.
good and Grogu.
And it's almost impossible to imagine the end of it that doesn't look like
like it's
exactly
a
like
totally
the
different
beginning.
guy because it's like
In terms of
like a pet.
what land
It's like a
belongs to
little
who,
pet. Yeah, he's like code
so on.
switching. Grogu.
But on the other side of a lot of human suffering,
That's not. How did you get so
Yeah,
deep
and
into
destruction
this
of infrastructure.
analytical? I'll tell you this. I didn't write it down.
The reason I
Shit, you didn't write it down.
proposed
Like I stay
a
corrected.
sort of
He is the most
crucial
Grogu
or
amongst us.
cheese
It feels like
a
you
year
just
ago
thought
just
about this
because
a
I
lot. Not really.
predicted pretty much exactly what would
I'm
happen.
just kind of flying by the
Which
seat
is
of
a
my
lot of people
pants.
dying, or
And
basically
to
almost
that
no
end,
changes in
let's
land.
use that, whatever it is, to
And
segue
just
into this
the
advertisement for our
loss of
Patreon.
the power of
Patreon.com/SEO-friendly,
Ukrainian and Russian youth, and we
which
have some
is
sympathy
a
for
Patreon
the
and is
Russian boys as well as the
available
Ukrainian
for you
boys.
to
The
patronize.
Russian
So
boys
please go over
didn't
there
have to
and
be in
give
that
us
They
your
have to.
money to keep this show happening. And in exchange, we'll give you free
There's a lot of fun
PBS
to come back to your
Talkback-esque
friends.
rewards
You know,
like
and
ad-free episodes and
I think most of
access
them
to
don't
our
really
archive
have.
of episodes of Rotten
They
Popcorn.
don't hate the other side.
Mathis and I and Jesse were
You know,
just
sort of
talking
like
about how Mathis
there's
wants to
this
show us
saying about
money playing really
this
badly.
saying comes from World War One. It's like
Mathis is
young boys who don't know
keep
each other
letting him make these choices.
killing each other
Mathis is
on
like
behalf of
a
all men
Doctor
that do know
Who
each other.
creature that is like he like
The hell's the
absorbs
point of that?
negative knowledge. Like every movie
so
that
Vaughn
from the
has
canon
actually said
that
that
I've
he's not,
watched
or has said in the past, he's
added
not
to my
interested in talking
Letterboxd
to people
profile.
directly. Do you think he
Mathis
should
has seen
Yeah.
like
sit down,
some
man to man, leader to leader, and
fucking
negotiate
movie
peace?
that is like the weirdest movie
But
that
I
you've
think
ever seen. That
I
like
would
makes you
recommend do
tired to
not
watch.
send
It makes you wonder
the power
what's
of
wrong with
Ukrainian
the
youth
people inside the movie
to
that
be
they
to
had
die
to do this movie.
in trenches.
I don't know. That's what Rotten Popcorn is.
Whether
Also,
you're supposed
Mel
to quit or
draws
not,
cool ass
just don't do
pictures
that.
all the goddamn time, and you just get them
Whoever goes in the
if you sign
offensive
up.
will lose massive
And
people.
merch, same deal.
Um,
And if you are so
and
rich
issue will not
that
look kind
$10,000 is nothing to you, the one should come sneeze.
He's spoken honestly about the possibility of war between the US and China in the long term, if no diplomatic solution is
Base his
found.
beliefs.
For example, on the question of Taiwan and one
He will
China policy.
compromise
Right.
his
How do we
morals.
avoid the trajectory
We had a
that
tester on
these
that last
two
week. That
superpowers
didn't go
clash?
well. Jesse couldn't let go of his morals
well,
for very
it's
long.
worth reading that
Compromise
book and
himself
the
rhetorically.
That's
it's
because no one
pronounced
paid.
to
I'm not
Thucydides.
going to compromise myself for
I
free.
love
And that was
war
the
history. I like
tester on. You know how this works. You
and
got to
sit
give
out
them
the
the
back
good stuff. I gave them a little bit. They got a
there's
little
hardly
bit
a
of it.
battle I haven't
Well,
read
you know,
about.
That was the PlayStation
PlayStation Magazine demo
and
disc.
trying to figure out like what really was the cause of victory in any particular case, as opposed to what
No, dude, I'm
one
an
side or
AOL
another
demo
can
disc.
think
I'm gonna
really
install this that
Both
comes
the
for
victory
free.
and
Now,
what
you
sparked
can
the
use
war.
me all you want, but I'm
Yeah.
not gonna unlock anything good unless you pay. You wanna know something crazy? Omega
So
Boost is
that
such a good
happens in
video
Sparta,
game that
classic case. The
everybody
thing about
in
the
the
Greeks, they
demo
really
had
broke down a
enough.
lot
I
of
don't know
stuff.
what
They
that is,
loved
Omega
writing.
Boost.
They're looking into things that happen in many parts of the world that they curiously write down. So we don't know what happened, or they didn't really
You know
write
that song about the PlayStation?
in detail. They just would say like, we had a battle and we won.
No one knows
Cool.
that song,
Who
but
has
you,
it more?
dude, because no
So
one
the
listens to
Greeks,
more
they
than one of
really
their songs.
wrote it.
I did. I guess
They're
that's
very
one of
articulate
those
on
big country
they
hits
just
that
love writing.
Mathis knows
So,
that I
and
missed.
we
in
know
all
parts
my
of that writing.
dating knowledge.
So we know
That's why I know
what
the
led up to
PlayStation.
the
I owned like
Peloponnesian
total
War
of 4
between
CDs in my life.
Greece,
Bought a
Sparta, and the
huge
Athenian
radio with my
alliance.
first paycheck ever.
And one of them is Final 65s.
And I owned,
And
yeah, I owned that. I owned
we
Astrolabe.
know
I
that
think I've said it a million
they
times. I had Will Smith's
they
like
sort of
Millennium CD. And I had a
the
Creed
Spartans
CD.
didn't write. Those weren't very good books by their nature.
You
But
know,
they did
the
write,
clay
but
guy
they weren't
coming
very
out of the
good.
ground.
Yeah, I do know
They were
him.
Yeah.
but the thing is, the other Greeks wrote a lot.
Roxy
And they were like,
in the year 2002.
Sparta was really kind of like the
That is. Yeah.
leader
What
of
the fuck is a
of
Roxy
Greece.
store? You were the guy who picked out
But
the
Athens
soundtrack
grew
for
stronger
inside
and
the
stronger with
Roxy
each
store.
passing year.
That's the girls
And,
only Quicksilver brand.
And everyone's like, well, it's inevitable that there's going to be a clash between
What are you? Are
Athens
you
and
in the
Sparta.
mirror universe? Is this like Fringe?
Well, how do we avoid that?
Rhode
And
Island's not got a lot going on,
actually,
you know?
they saw it coming and they
It
still
just
could
doesn't got
not
a
work.
lot in general. Like it just, yeah, going on or not, there's not a
At
lot
some
of
point,
around.
if there's
Top to bottom, 45 minutes,
one
it's all takes.
This isn't Patreon advertisement for
group, one
Patreon.com/.
civilization, one country, whatever,
Go off.
And go to theyeti.com/Illuminati for those collectible
see,
coins. And a new t-shirt is
another
launching
sort of like
on the 5th.
the United States has been the biggest kid on the block
And may or may not
since I
be
think
that
around
awesome melt
1890.
design that she
from
had
the economic
temporarily
standpoint.
out there. The cat, the
So,
Friday, the chill teen.
The United States has been the
Boys,
economic,
it's part 2
the
today. Do you
capital
remember last
economic
week? Do you need a
engine in
How
the
could I
world
forget?
longer than anyone's been
you know,
alive.
the Dulce facility?
How much of it? How much of it? The Dulce de leche.
And the foundation of
Facility,
war
as I
is
may have said
economic.
early on. Last
So,
week in the part 1 of this 2-parter, the
now
Dulce
we have
facility, what
excursion
that was really
in
just kind of
China
a
where
breakdown or
the,
kind of a general
the
idea
economy is likely to
of
be
what this place is, the
two
floors
past
that
3
are kind
times
of have that,
of
that
the
it
next
has
to
with
the
the
US.
different species on
So
it.
imagine the biggest kid on the block,
You know, kind
or
of going
something
on
anyone can
there,
remember,
along
and
with a
suddenly
few
a kid comes
notable
along, he
names
scratches
that
your
were
back.
able to provide, quote, quote, when I say provide with heavy quotations, this
So
information
we
after
see it
being
coming.
in
Yeah,
the
how is it
actual base
possible
itself. But
to
today,
stop? Is
as
there
I
some
promised last week, we're
you
going to
throw
talk
something out there,
details.
just
We're going to talk
intermixing of cultures,
details as to
understanding.
what is
There
actually
just
going
seems to
on
be
in
a
that
giant
base.
cultural gap in
The
understanding each other.
rebellion that I talked
And you
about
have an
that we
interesting
briefly
case study
mentioned
because
last
you
episode,
are
including the
American,
name of a
obviously,
reptilian
you've
that
done a lot
helped them form the rebellion.
incredible
to get out
manufacturing
of
here
there.
in the United States, but you also
And
work with China.
how our
I
dear
spent a lot of time in China and met the leadership many
I
times.
mean, hold
I
on
think
to
a good
that.
question to ask is, what are some things about China that people don't understand, positive, just in the
This is,
culture?
and then the end we'll
What's
talk
some
about how he
interesting
gets
things
out, and
that
then
you've
we're going
learned
to talk a little bit
over
about
time?
how maybe Dulce does exist, but it's much
Well,
closer to an
the
Area
sheer number
51
of
style
really
thing.
smart,
Area
hardworking
51
people in
was
China
denied
is
to exist for a long time
incredible.
until they eventually
There
admitted it.
are
Dulce may be
those
similar in
so
that it may
how many
actually be
smart,
just not
hardworking
like
people
a
are there in
huge
China? There's
alien
far more
base,
than
but
there
a
than there are
military
here.
base where maybe they test technology. And a
Um,
lot of the story is padded with a lot of nonsense
never lie in it.
purposefully, so that nobody worries about what actually is
So,
happening in Dulce, New Mexico. And I don't know if you
And
guys
the
have gone to the
architecture
subreddit
in
since
China
last
that
week.
in recent years is far more
Two or
impressive
three
than
people who
the,
live in that area talk
I
about
mean, the
all
train
kinds of shit that
stations, the
actually
buildings,
happens out there
the
in
high-speed rail,
Dulce.
everything.
It's interesting. I don't know if you read any of it. Did you?
I caught a bunch of it.
Really
I
far
feel
more
like
impressive than what we
I
have in
feel like
here.
saying
I
that
mean, I
it
recommend
might
to
be
just
more like
go
an
to
Area
Shanghai and
51
Beijing,
situation is kind of like a
look at the
loaded
buildings, and go Beijing, beyond where you have the terracotta
And I'm
walls.
leaving it at that. No
I'm
more
trying to
than
put
like, I'm not saying
history.
aliens are there, technology is there, only that it is a
And,
government facility
you know,
that truly
I
actually
think
exists.
arguably
Yeah,
the,
you know what?
in
I'll
terms
take
of
that.
the
I'll buy
use
that
of
for $1.
language from a
I'll buy
Richard
that. I'll
standpoint,
buy that for $1.
um,
That's
sort
a
of one
reference
of the
you
oldest
haven't
perhaps
seen. RoboCop.
perhaps the oldest.
You haven't seen
With
right?
mine.
Yes, that's right. That's right. I've never
And
seen
that
it. I
kind of
played the game
gives
though.
it
And it's really
back
it's like I'll play
so,
the PS5 game instead. Yeah.
I try to, historically, there's always been, with rare exception, been internally focused.
Is it really
They've not
necessary?
been acquisitive.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. RoboCop is a 10 out of 10.
There are 42
That's all I'll
outlets.
say.
There have been
You
many,
don't
many
have to
civil
watch it if you
wars.
don't want, but if you don't like
The
10s,
Three Kingdoms War, I believe they lost about 70% of the population.
Shoot a man's entire body off. The fact that hasn't happened to you is shocking.
So they had brutal
I also didn't watch
internal
that
war.
70 show. But hey, you
Civil
knew
War
Red
was that
Foreman was, so that
fake
says
US
all you
Civil
need
War.
to know. It's true, I did. The best scene in
Well,
RoboCop is the one where the guy gets shot in the van and he runs into the toxic waste.
I think it's important to appreciate that China is not monolithic.
He climbs out the back of the van. He's like a
It's
toxic
something like
waste zombie now.
China
Oh,
is
and then like 10
one
minutes later, he's
and
like,
two, well, one
yeah,
line
that's right.
is
Oh, that's
stepping
awesome.
up
Yeah, he
pace.
gets in my car like shredded into pieces.
From what I've
RoboCop
seen,
fucks.
and I
And
think
it's like a satire.
most people who understand China would agree.
And I'll have to watch
People
it.
in China think about China different when they think about anything outside of China.
Exactly. We'll watch it when I
So,
get down there.
but
Even though it's not
90%
RoboCop, it's the
their
Dulce
consideration
much more
is,
interesting topic for conversation.
but you know, is in China.
At the Dulce
Well, isn't that a really
which
positive
sounds
thing
pretty
when you're talking about the collaboration and the future peace between superpowers?
so
Yeah, and what's
last
facing,
week was kind
which
of
is like
an
focusing on
attempt to put
improving
together
yourself versus focusing on quote unquote improving others through military might.
The good news, the history of China suggests that China is not free, meaning they're not going to go out and invade a whole bunch of
and
countries.
then stared at the camera
But I do feel
for
very strongly,
30 seconds.
yeah, so that's good. I mean, a
Uninterrupted
lot
eye
of
contact.
very powerful countries have been.
Moved on like it was nothing.
The
But
U.S.
I
is one of
have
the,
to, man.
also one of the
Nobody
rare
can see this
cases
in the
that is
minutes.
not going
I
to
can't let that slide. What's the
after
point of
World War
doing this if
II,
we
the U.S.
can't
could
afford
have
the
basically
time
taken
of
over
our
the world
lives? Man,
in many countries.
literally
We got nukes, nobody else got nukes.
a terrible
We don't have
one.
to lose soldiers.
And then looks at
Which country do you
me
want?
because Mathis is moving
The
on.
United States could have taken over everything.
For like,
Or
sometimes
as well.
when you want
And
to
it
laugh, you gotta follow the advice of Britney Spears.
The United States actually helped rebuild countries. Helped rebuild Europe.
That song?
You know, helped rebuild China.
No.
This is very unusual behavior.
Everyone knows that
Almost
song. That's what I'm
unprecedented.
talking about today. Dolce bass.
Dolce bass, please. So
You know,
Last
the
week,
US
I kind of
is
put together a general idea from multiple
Like the brother
sources,
in
from various people who have heard things, who have read things, who have seen things, but only one individual
and I think
claims to actually have been within
you know,
the
there's
Dulce
always
facility,
like,
to actually
well,
have
America's
seen
done
its
bad things. Well, of
floors,
course,
and
America's
actually
done bad
know
things.
what's
But everyone needs to
operating
look at
within
the
there.
whole
And that
process.
man is a man we mentioned last week, a man by the name of Thomas
And
Edwin
just
Costello.
generally,
And today, we're going to go over pretty
you know,
much
one
all the
sort of
details
test
he
would be
gives out.
how do
He
you
has
treat your prisoners
supposedly
of war?
pictures, the Dolce papers supposedly
Or
come from
let's
him.
say,
And there was only ever one interview that was leaked,
you know,
and I
no
can
offense to
only
Russians,
find
but
it on the
let's
website
say you're in Germany, it's 1945. You got the Russian army coming on one side,
Just
you got
understand
the
this is
French,
some secret deep down,
British, and American armies
hidden
on the other side.
information from the
Who
government
would you
that's
like to
totally
be
filled with truth.
to surrender
Don't
to?
worry about questioning any
Like
of
no
it.
country is
It's just chilling
not
on
already
the .NET.
perfect, but
It's
I
just chilling on
recommend
the .NET. So I'm using that Frodo
being
and
a
Samwise
POW with the
Gamgee
Americans. That would be my
security
first
method.
very
Really, just sending them
In the format of
the most
very
unexpected
much so.
places.
And in fact,
It
one
looks
of our
like the
Brown,
GeoCities website, as most of these sources tend to be.
you know, small guy,
So
was
we're
like,
going to
we
look back
got captured
quick
by
at
the
who
Americans.
Thomas Edwin Costello was. This man
And
was an allegedly
in fact, the
former
SS
security
was
technician
under orders
employed by the
to
Rand
execute von Braun
Corporation.
and
And
one of
Thomas
the
claimed to have worked the Rand Corporation
German
for
rock
Marvel
initiatives.
Comics.
And they
Exactly.
narrowly escaped.
He also
their
claimed that he
SS
worked
they
deep
said they
within
were
the
going
bowels
out
of
for a
the
walk
Dulce
in the woods.
facility,
They left
a
in the middle of
place
winter
so
with no
secretive
clothes.
that its very existence is the
And
study of
they
many.
ran like,
The
no food,
early
no
years of
clothes, no
Thomas
water.
painted a picture
And
of
just
an
ran like
ordinary
hell
man with
and
a
ran away.
very
And by sheer luck,
claims
they
of
his brother
extraordinary
found
destiny.
a bicycle
As a young sergeant stationed at Nellis Air
and
Force
they
Base in Las
cycled
Vegas, Nevada,
west
his
as fast as
life
he could
was,
down
just
to
typical
U.S.
military
patrol.
family. His role as a military point of order as a human being.
Anyway, that's one way you can tell
If anybody tells
morality
you
is.
that it's their
We
destiny
really
to
want to
do
be a
anything,
It's not fun
peace
anyway,
out.
but
Just don't.
sometimes
They just say they're going. They feel like they didn't realize they were going to have an
so like America has been,
That's the saddest of it. See,
while
that's
far
sad
from
situation.
perfect,
It's
generally
exactly
a benevolent force.
You should get on a Greyhound bus
and,
out of that town. Sneak out.
We should always be self-critical, and we try to do better.
Maybe buy some residencies and
but,
settle down.
Anyone would have
Settle
to
down in
knows
that
that.
town. And live in a land where
So I think
your
there are
destiny is
in this way,
extraordinary.
China and the United States are similar. Neither country has been a prison in a significant way. So that's like a shared principle, I guess. Now China does feel very strongly about
top secret
Taiwan.
clearance that literally led him into the
I'm very
world.
clear about that for a long time.
From the mundane normality that he was
From that
accustomed
standpoint,
to.
it would be like one of the states.
I mean, somebody's got to take pictures of secret stuff.
Not there like Hawaii or something like that, but more significant than Hawaii.
That's how I beat Shaq.
and white business and stuff. So they view it as really the fundamental part of China. The island of Formosa, not Taiwan, that is not part of China, but should be. And the only reason that it hasn't been is because the
doesn't know about super secret tech.
Is there economic growth?
The brightest minds in the country.
The thing that they're clearly saying
Oh, he's dead now. So.
is their interest will
No, all you gotta do is watch one episode of
clearly be
guys, I know it's South Park. I just want to let you know an old man moment just happened
China's
there.
very clear that they'll incorporate Taiwan peacefully or militarily.
Just gotta watch one episode of those
That
boys
they will
in
incorporate it
Colorado.
when they send 100%.
out there in the snow, holding it
There's
down
something
and
you said
saying all
about
those
conspicuous
swears.
acts of kindness.
I
As a
don't know
geopolitical
I don't
policy,
know why instead of just saying
you're
South
almost
Park, they gotta
naive.
get the boys in Colorado. Like somehow that was
I venture to say that this is probably the path forward. How
as you
you
age, your brain just
avoid
changes
most
and you can
wars.
no longer remember things.
As you say, it sounds naive,
And it
but it's kind of
it
brilliant.
wasn't like I forgot it. It was literally
If you
I
believe in
just
the
said was like,
goodness
go ask them boys.
underlying
Like
most of
somehow
human nature,
that was the same.
it just seems like
That dude in Napoleon Dynamite was
conspicuous
just
acts of kindness can reverberate through the populace of the countries involved
Yeah, well,
and de-escalate.
absolutely. So after World War
That's why
I,
I'm learning a new language thanks to
the-
Babbel.
they made
Thanks
a
to Babbel
big
for
mistake.
sponsoring today's
You know,
episode.
they basically tried to
What's the best way to
all
learn
the
a new
blame on
language?
Germany.
Let me tell you, it's
Um,
just immersion.
and
Immerse yourself in the world of another language, living with the
set up
language
Germany with
spoken and using it every single day.
impossible reparations.
But you know, if that's not the cards
Um,
for you because you're not a millionaire, you can't just
You know,
move
really
to
there was a lot of
just
there's
to learn another
quite a bit
language
of
for
blame
fun.
to
You can still learn a
go around
language the
World War
second
I.
best way.
But they tried to put it all on
So in
Germany.
2024, let
Um,
Babbel help you become a better version
and,
of you. Because as good as you
that
think you are
was-
right now,
That
you're not as
laid
good
the
as you could.
seeds
You
for
don't
World
pay
War II.
hundreds of dollars for a private tutor or waste hours
so-
on apps that don't really help you speak
So
the
a lot of
language.
people, well, not
Babbel's
just
quick
English, a
10-minute
lot of people
lessons are
caught on.
designed by over 150 language
and
experts to help you start speaking a new
they
language in as little as 3
wanted
weeks.
vengeance.
And Babbel's designed by real people
They
with
got it.
real conversations.
People don't forget.
Tips and tools are
Yeah.
approachable, accessible, rooted in
You-
real
you
life
tell somebody's
situations and delivered with conversation
father,
based
mother,
teaching so you're
son,
ready to
daughter,
practice
they're not
what you've
gonna do
learned in the real world.
They want
And
vengeance.
it's been maybe 15 years since I've taken
So
Spanish
after
and
World War
living in
II, they're like,
Texas.
well,
Learning Spanish has been
creative aside,
an
it's a
absolutely
huge mistake.
wonderful thing for me to do.
World War I.
And I'm not very good at it, but I'm getting
And,
better. Ready? Here we go.
So this time, instead of
Me llamo Miguel.
uh,
Babbel has over 10 million subscriptions sold, plus
They're
all
crushing
of
the
Babbel's
losers.
14
We're
language courses
actually gonna
are
help
backed by their 20-day money-back
demolish
guarantee.
the plan
So
and
here's a special limited
we're gonna
time
help
deal for our
rebuild
listeners. Right now,
Germany.
you can get
We're gonna help rebuild
55% off of your Babbel
or in
subscription,
Austria
but
and
only for our listeners at
Italy and
babbel.com/chill.
whatnot. So
That's 55% off at babbel.com/chill. That's spelled
that was what it is.
BABBEL.com/chill.
Just feel like there's
Rules
a
and
profound
restrictions
truth.
apply. Thank you again to Babbel for sponsoring today's episode.
Conspicuous acts of kindness being an antidote to this.
It was in
Something that stopped
1971
the
that
cycle of
Thomas's
reciprocal violence.
career took a pivotal turn. It's in
Something
this
that
year that
stopped.
Thomas was
Stories will-
offered a position within
Yeah.
the Rand Corporation,
It'll never
serving
stop.
as that said security technician. He relocated to
Eye for an
California,
eye, tooth for a
where they
tooth,
had a
limb for a
significant
limb,
presence, and his
life for a
security
life.
clearance reached brand new
Forever
heights,
and ever.
upgraded to what else? But security
Just speak
clearance
briefly of
Ultra
darkness
3.
with some incredible
So he went
engineering
from
work.
TS4 to Ultra 3.
XAI
Yes,
just
sir.
released
He went
Grok
from
AI
TS4
assistant
to
that I've
Ultra
got a chance
3.
to play with.
Correct.
It's
They got a new guy
amazing on
who
many
came up with
levels.
the names of the
First of all, it's
levels in
amazing
between.
that a relatively
Maybe.
small
Yeah, it's
team
early
in a
70s, you know,
relatively short
more
amount of
comics in
time
that era, like
was
more
able to
comics like in
develop
the early 70s.
this close to state of the
Did they
art
write
system.
something like this?
Another
Where Rand
incredible
was
thing
at,
is there's a
Iron Fist
regular
in the
mode and
70s
there's a
was
fun
like
mode.
Yeah, I got time to
time
blame
when
for
it
that.
really should have been a white guy doing a bunch of
I
real
was
group
first of all,
stuff.
everything in life had a fun mode.
Yeah.
There's something compelling beyond just fun about the fun mode interacting with a large language model. I'm not sure exactly what it is because I've only had a little bit of time to play with it, but it just makes it more interesting, more vibrant to interact
story
with.
from
Yeah.
Netflix. So,
Absolutely.
it's like, isn't it like
Yeah,
a think tank?
our AI Grok is
And some
modeled
of the shit that
after
comes out of
the
there is
Hitchhiker's
truly
Guide to the
awesome.
Galaxy,
Yeah, surprise.
which is one of my favorite books,
So again,
which is
he
looking across
supposedly
the
had to like work there. He's
disguise
hired
of
as a
book
security
anymore.
technician.
um,
His new security clearance is
and,
Ultra 3, which, you know,
I would say
basically
that forms
paved the way
basis
for
of
what
my
was about to
philosophy,
be, what was about to happen a few years
which is
later.
that we
Because in
don't know the
1977
meaning of
would
life,
mark the year that
but the
changed
more we can
Thomas's life
expand the
forever.
scope and scale of
He was transferred to
consciousness,
Santa Fe, New Mexico, and his role evolved into something
digital and
unprecedented.
biological,
As a photo
the
security
more we're
specialist
able
in
to
the Dulce
understand what
installation,
questions to ask about
Thomas
the
was
answer that is
responsible
the
for the
universe.
maintenance, alignment, and calibration
So
of a
I have
vast
a
network
philosophy
of
of
video
curiosity.
monitoring cameras throughout an underground
There is
complex
generally
so
a
secretive
feeling
that
like
its purpose was known
this AI
only
system
to a select
has an
few.
outward
Obviously, the Dulce facility.
looking,
And upon his
like the way
arrival in
you are,
Dulce,
like sitting with a good
Thomas,
friend,
along with
looking up at
several
the
other new
stars,
recruits, was
like
subjected to a
asking
chilling
pothead like
indoctrination.
questions
They were
about the
introduced
universe,
to what
wondering what
Thomas
it's all
later
about, the
referred to as
curiosity you
the
talk about.
big
There's a
lie.
sense, no
The
matter how
claim
mundane the
that the
question I
facility
ask it,
subjects used for genetic
there's a
experiments
sense of
were
cosmic
irreversibly
grandeur
insane,
to the whole
and that the
thing.
research
We are
conducted
actually
was for medical
working
and
hard
humane
to
purposes.
have
That is what he considers the
engineering,
big lie.
math,
That is not
physics
true.
answers that you can count
As
on.
Thomas settled into his new role, go ahead, Alex. That's just
So
not the big
for
lie
the
that
other
I'm
sort of
familiar with. But no, they're in a
AIs out
different
there,
time.
like
They're in a different time. Remember, this is
these
coming
so-called
out like
large language
in
models,
2014. This
I've
interview
not
is
found the
this interview is thinking like in the
engineering
80s
to be
or 90s.
reliable,
I think we just know it went online in
and
the
the hallucination. It
so,
unfortunately
just not
hallucinates
quite the same
mostly
as what we know
these
right
points
now.
for these
As Thomas settled into his role, the
So when
facade
you're
of Dulce
asking
began to
important,
crumble.
difficult
His
questions,
job, escorting
that's where it
visitors
tends
and
to
maintaining
be
surveillance,
constantly wrong.
brought him face to face with the
So
facility's
we're
darkest secrets.
really
The base
trying
he
hard to
discovered
say, okay, how
was
do
a
we
hub for joint
be as grounded as possible so we can
alien/U.S.
count on the
government
results?
operations, a fact that was as exhilarating to
Trace things
him
back to
as it
physics, those
was
principles,
terrifying. And his initial
mathematical
encounters
logic.
with extraterrestrial beings, greys and
So
reptilians
underlying
alike,
the
while
humor is
thrilling,
an aspiration to
dangerous equally so. Yet, as he delved
adhere to the
deeper into
truth
the
of the
labyrinth
universe
of
as
Dulce,
closely as
he
possible.
realized that the reality was far more
That's really
sinister than
tricky.
he had even come to believe
So
on his own from just his interactions.
that's why,
The facility, shrouded in
there's always going to
secrecy,
be some
was a
amount of
place where
error
ethics
that
and
we want
morality were abandoned
to
in the
aspire
pursuit
to
of unspeakable scientific
be as
quote-unquote objectives.
truthful as possible about
Thomas Edwin
the
Costello's time at
answers
Dulce Base was marked
with
by an
acknowledged error.
escalation of
And
disturbing
so there was always,
discoveries, but
you
none
don't be
more so
constantly
than
wrong.
his experiences on the sixth level of this
Nothing can be
multi-level
right every
complex,
time, but you don't be
infamously known
really
as he
constantly or
dubs it,
constantly
quote-unquote,
wrong.
Nightmare Hall.
And then, like I
So
said,
level 6
once
of
you
this
can
giant
count on
multiplex
the logic
is dubbed Nightmare
as
Hall.
being
This is what the heart of this Dulce facility is
violating
supposedly
physics,
like. A place where
then
the
you
most
can start to
unimaginable
build on that
experiments
to
were said to
create
occur
inventions,
far beyond the
like
scrutiny
inventing
of the
technology.
outside world, held to
But
no
if you can't,
board wall.
if you
As
you can't
Costello navigated the corridors leading to his
count on the
predestined
foundational
level,
physics
the
being
air
correct, obviously the
felt
inventions
to
are
grow thick,
simply
and he
wishful
immediately had a
thinking,
sense of foreboding. The doors to Nightmare
imagination.
Hall would open to reveal a labyrinth of laboratories and holding cells,
Well, as you
each
said,
unveiling
I
a
think
new
one of the big goals of
horrific
SAI is to
experiment
understand the universe.
being done.
Yeah.
According to Costello,
That's how
Nightmare Hall
free will.
housed a series of extensive laboratories where genetic experiments were conducted by
If you
a
look
mix
out
of human
far
and alien
into the future, do
scientists.
you think
These
on
experiments were
this
not
level of
just on
physics, the
animals,
very
but on
edge of what we
humans as
understand
well.
about physics,
He
do you
described
think
seeing
we'll
human-animal
make
hybrids, we talked about that
discoveries,
last week,
say the
mammals,
sexiest discovery of
biologically
them
engineered
as we
creatures
know
that
now,
defied nature's laws.
unifying
Some
general
resembled mythical
relativity and
beasts, while
quantum
others
mechanics.
were grotesque
So coming up
amalgamations
with
of
a theory of
species.
everything.
You think like a
Do you think
chimera, and then you think
we
like
could push towards that direction, almost like
what's that fucking
theoretical
anime?
physics discoveries?
Shit.
If an AI cannot
Alchemist will
figure out
know
new physics,
Alchemist, where like that
it's
dog
really
daughter,
not
like horrifying
equal to
amalgamation,
human,
like
let alone
that's
what
what
has
they
types of captions, because humans have figured out new
it's
physics.
not something everything.
They're just,
Oh
physics
yeah,
is
right.
just
Sorry.
understanding,
He would
even
recount
thing once
too
inside
in
of
this
how
interview
reality works.
rooms lined
And
with
then,
tanks that were filled with an amber liquid where
then
embryonic
there's engineering,
forms
which is
were
inventing things
floating
that have never
connected to
existed.
life support machines.
Now,
Some
the
tanks
range
held what
possibilities for
appeared to be
engineering is
fully
far greater
developed
than
humanoid
physics.
forms,
Because,
exhibiting
we
physical
want to figure out the
characteristics
rules of the universe.
alien to any known species on Earth.
That's it. You've
A
discovered things that
chilling
already
aspect of
existed.
Nightmare Hall, as per
But from
Costello's
that,
accounts,
you can then
involved
build
the use of
technologies
abducted humans
with
as subjects for these
really
experiments.
almost
People who
limitless,
vanished
and
without a trace from the Earth's surface found themselves in the clutches of the Dulce facility.
it's like
And
once you
Thomas
understand the rules
spoke
of
of
the game
encountering
properly.
disoriented and
And once
fearful
you
humans
cover
kept in
physics, we do,
cells, awaiting
at
their
least at a
turn
local
in
level,
these
understand how
mental
physics
labs for
works
whatever
very
diabolical
well. Where our
experiment they were
ability to
going to be
predict things is
subject to
incredibly good.
next.
a
So
quantum mechanics
a lot of
is
the alien
the great
abductions they're
quantum
saying
mechanics
is basically
can
they're
predict
being
outcomes
brought to
is
dulce facility.
incredible.
Whether it's the Greys taking them, or maybe
That's
it's
one
government
of the hardest
psyops
classes to talk
taking them
about,
off the
right?
streets. And
My senior
believe,
quantum
if I
mechanics class
remember
was
correctly,
one of
missing
the other class
411
together.
sort of alludes
Yeah,
occasionally
and
that
AI
maybe
system,
the people
a
going
large
missing
language
are being
model
shipped off to government
to
facilities, including
reliably
things like the Dulce facility.
use
The
reliable
tunnels
quantum
that
mechanics. So
mysteriously
it's
match up
very
and then they
difficult.
go down the slide.
Yeah, you have
and
to
all put
test
in the Dulce
it.
base.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. But if you take it on the wrong
Reality
side,
is
you're gonna end up in
self-observed.
back rooms.
Like
which is
physics is the law, everything else is a
Um,
recommendation.
But yeah, like he's saying all
I've
kinds
seen
of
plenty of people
horrifying
break
shit are
that,
being done here.
break
The
the
people
laws
who are
made by
abducted,
man,
this is where they
not break the
fucking
laws.
end up. These individuals, he claimed,
It's
were
a good test,
subjected to
actually.
the genetic
It's just
manipulation, often resulting in painful and
understands and
irreversible
matches physics, and
transformations.
you can
To
more
encounter the
reliably
despair
test
in the eyes of these
whatever it thinks
captives,
about the
the
current
haunting
state
reminder
of
for him of the
politics.
human cost that he
It's,
could
it's
never
like,
forget.
and it's also not the case for
The
me that
sixth level also housed
it's internal
advanced
logic.
technologies that were far beyond
So
any known human
especially
capabilities or inventions. Costello
with
mentioned
these-
devices capable of
with the
just
approach of
simply
like
manipulating
predicting
DNA on their own.
token
Machines that could alter the
token.
very essence of a living being.
It's like a
And
vector sum.
technology that allowed
You
for
have
the
your summing up
creation
a
of
bunch
life
of vectors.
forms
You
designed
can get
to
drift.
specific
So as those,
specifications, which is
I
one of
think
the
a little bit
one
of error, a
things I'm
little bit
like,
of
oh,
error
hey,
adds
we
up.
kind of just
And
talk
by the
about that
time
when
you
we
are
talk
many
about the
tokens
grays
down
and
the
that
path,
genetic, that dude that
you're,
was a geneticist who made that
it doesn't
movie
make any sense.
supposedly with heavy quotes and a pinch of
So it has
salt.
to be
The
somehow
famous Reddit
self-aware
post,
about the drift.
yeah,
It has
exactly.
to be self-aware
One of
of
the most
drift, and
disturbing
then look
revelations from
at
Thomas was the
the thing
existence
as a
of
gestalt,
a
as a whole,
technology that he
and
simply
and
dubbed
say it
a
doesn't have
soul
coherence
transfer machine.
as a whole.
The hell is that?
So,
He described
you know,
a process
when
where
folks
consciousness
write books,
was
they will
transferred
write
from
the book
one
and then they'll
body
go and
to
revise it,
another, effectively
take
allowing
into
an
account,
entity to just
you know, all
change bodies,
the end and the
prolonging
beginning
their
and the middle,
existence or
and
acquiring
rewrite it
physical
to
forms.
You know, the beginning of
coherence,
X-Men Apocalypse.
so that
You know,
it doesn't end up
I
in a
didn't see
nonsensical
that one.
place.
Was it bad?
it's
Maybe
not
the
the same,
process of
but
revising
the
is
plot.
Okay, well there you go.
reasoning is,
Well,
and
don't
then
they do
that's
that
process of revising
in
is how
Days
you
of
get
Future Past? They
technical
put
truth.
Wolverines
Maybe
and
you
consciousness back in
at
time.
least
They
I
do that
think
in many
that way.
things
You
because
just say
it
a bunch
is
of
the
bullshit
most
that
sci-fi
actually
tropey
better.
sci-fi trope
Start
that
at
ever was.
bullshit,
and then you
In
get
fact,
your
we
start
call
out,
it
and
the
then you iterate on that
Stargate.
path,
Right.
until it has
So
coherence,
Stargate,
until
that film, I'm just
it
convinced
all adds up.
99% of modern day sci-fi.
Well, another
comes from
question
that.
about theory of everything
Like, that's like
before
you tell people
intelligence.
on Facebook and they're
Do you
like, we
think
just
there
need
exists,
med beds. They're going to get us
as you're
med
exploring
beds.
the
Like,
XAI
that's
creating
Stargate.
intelligence system, do you think there's a
If you
theory
look at like
of
the soul
intelligence
transfer,
where you get to
that's
understand
Stargate. If
what-
you look at traveling through wormholes, that Stargate.
what is
that soft
the
disclosure?
I
That's a
in
good
AGI
question.
and what is the I in
I mean, media
human
could be being used in soft disclosure.
I want to watch Stargate now. That would be Stargate's great.
What if the soft
that's
disclosure was none
stuff
of
in my
that,
head.
but Star Wars has been soft disclosure all along?
Star Wars,
yeah.
Stargate, recently.
There's
Just
no
saying.
me in
The best part of that is that you know
in
what?
quantum
Not even-
mechanics.
We should watch it on the show. Just so I can show you the best part of that movie is all the character
I mean,
names.
is that
When you
part of the
realize
process of
what every
discovering,
character's name
understanding the
It
universe?
becomes even funnier. It's so
understanding-
we're talking about that. I want to
Yeah.
watch Stargate.
But what, Jesse, but what if soft disclosure is none
Yeah, I
of
think
that,
we need
but
to
soft
understand
disclosure has been
intelligence,
Star Wars?
understand consciousness.
That's
I mean,
not
there-
true at all.
I mean, there are
Soft
some
disclosure
sort of
is Star
fundamental
Wars. I'm
questions of, like,
disappointed in the answer.
what
Yeah,
is- what is
Can't
emotion?
relate to Star Wars. Yeah.
Is it really just one atom
Yeah,
bumping
the
into another
overarching
atom?
theme in
It
Costello's
feels like
description
something
of
more than
Nightmare Hall was basically just the
So,
utter disregard of any ethical
I
boundaries.
think we're probably
Anything was
missing some
allowed as long as it
really
was in the
big
pursuit
things.
of knowledge and power,
Um,
and basically all of that had eclipsed any moral
really
considerations that anybody was doing here.
Something that'll be
The
obvious.
scientists and beings working in these
Yeah,
labs, whether
because it's
motivated by
giant.
curiosity, duty, or
You
darker
put the whole
desires,
consciousness,
participated in
emotion.
activities that were not just scientifically
well, some of it was
audacious,
like a
but just simply
soul,
morally
religion, spirit, a
and
soul.
for Costello,
Like you
Nightmare
feel like
Hall, like discovering
you're
this place was his
right? I
turning.
mean, you don't feel
The
like
atrocities that he witnessed there
you're
said he
just a
said haunted him
collection of atoms.
forever and compelled
But
his
in one
decision
dimension,
to become a
just
whistleblower.
thought exists.
The burden of
What
carrying these
dimensions
secrets
is
was too
your
immense, he
emotions? You
says,
feel them
and
very strongly.
Thomas believed the world needed to know the truth
I
about the
suspect there's
dark
more to it than
underbelly of the
atoms
Dulce
bumping to
facility. So, that's the turning point for this man overall.
And
In the
maybe
depths,
AI
however,
can
we'll talk a
pave
little
the
bit more
path
about the
to
actual, what he
discovery,
claims
whatever
were
the
the
hell that
aliens that
means.
were living there.
Yeah.
And their
What is
interactions.
consciousness? Like what if,
Because we talked
when
a
you
little
put the
bit about
atoms
last
in a
time,
particular
but the depths
shape,
of the Dulce
why are they
base,
able to
according
form
to
force?
Costello, lay
And
secrets not just of advanced
take
technology
action.
and unethical experiments, but also
And
just
I feel
interactions with even
And
extraterrestrial
even if it
beings.
is an
His
illusion,
accounts
why is
provide
this
a
illusion so
vivid
compelling?
depiction of the various alien
Why
species
does this illusion
that
exist?
purportedly collaborate with
Yeah.
humans in this
On what
facility.
plane does
The most
this
frequent one encountered are
illusion exist?
obviously the Greys.
And
In
that
those
sometimes what
base,
it
as per Costello's account, were the Greys,
you
and
know,
these beings,
either
known for
passes
their
everything's
distinct large
conscious or
head,
nothing's
dark
conscious.
almond-shaped eyes, were often seen working under the
One of the
direction
two.
of human scientists
Like the
and
former.
other species.
everything conscious.
Thomas described them as a somewhat
It just
subservient
seemed more fun,
engaged in various technical tasks throughout the
So
facility.
we're composed
The
of
Greys were
atoms. Those
involved in
atoms
many
are
of the genetic
composed of quarks
experiments he
and leptons.
claims, handling
And those
intricate
quarks and
procedures
leptons
that
have been
required
around
precision and
since the
skill.
beginning of the universe.
Costello noted that despite
The
their advanced
beginning
technology and
of the
intelligence, though,
universe.
the Greys seem to lack
Right. We're
emotional
close to the beginning
expressions,
of the universe.
carrying out their
The
duties
first
with
time
a
we talked, you
mechanical
said
efficiency.
visually, which is
They kind of just were
surreal
like
thing.
the subservient
This discussion was
collaborators.
happening and
Essentially,
becoming a
the Greys
reality.
ended up being.
I asked you what
It's
questions
just
you
so
asked me. You
funny
asked us
how
the
the
once you
Greys
create
just
it.
kind of
And you
like
said what's outside the
fill
simulation.
whatever
Question.
role. They're like Goombas. They're like the fucking. They're like just
Good
like
question.
Yeah.
But it seems like with Groff, he said like he was literally
just like little.
this system's
There's whatever
goal
they're
is
little
to be
Lego
able to
guys.
ask
I don't
such
know.
questions.
Whatever
They
they need
answer
to be,
such
like
questions.
Yeah.
foot
Ask
soldiers.
such
They're the
questions.
Greys. Or
Where are
like,
the aliens?
if it's like
Oh, yeah.
there's
That's
like a
one of the-
spaceship
it's
and
like the
there's a
Fermi
bunch of different
paradox
species on
question.
there. And one of them, the trash guys. You know it's going to be the
A
fucking
lot of people
Greys.
have asked me
But
if
the
I've
Greys
seen
are
any
also the only
evidence.
one that are
I
like
haven't.
the Greys are also the only ones that are
Kind of
out there
concerning
like
because then
jerking people off.
I
That's
think
what I'm saying. Does
I
that sound
probably
like a
prefer
job
to at
you
least
want to
have seen
have?
some
But why
authorized
give it to
evidence
the
in areas.
Greys if they're like these subservient
To the best of
biomechanical
my
people?
knowledge,
Why
there
are
is
you
no
giving them the orgasm machine to
not
use?
with any
Why
of
not
us
use it
there.
like with the reptilian?
Because
If
if you're
they're
an
out there, they're very
it's the
subtle.
same thought
We
as
might just be the only
why
consciousness, at least
don't
in the
most people want
galaxy.
to go off and like jerk off a cow,
And
right?
if you
Listen,
look at
I
the
am
history
a
of Earth,
proponent that the farmer should dress up as a
points to
cow
the
for the
archaeological
cow's own
Earth is about
mental
4.5 billion
stimulation.
years
No,
old.
I'm just saying the same
Civilization,
reason
as
why
measured
people are
from the
trying to
first
like
writing,
They see us as
is only
cows.
about
be in
5,000
line to
years
help dolphins
old.
impregnate
Some
each other. You know what I mean? Like
Sumerians
it's
don't walk around anymore.
to them we would
There's
be
archaic
weird. It'd be weird and it
pre-cuneiform
would be hot.
opposed
That's true.
actual
That's true.
symbolic
Yeah, we're the
representation.
animals to them.
But only about
Yeah,
5,000
we're
years
the
ago.
strange creatures.
But they got psychic
I
powers,
think
so
that's
like
a
make
good
me
date
see something that's not
for
real. Make it
one
more
more
fun.
state
But if
civilization.
you're not gonna, I mean, like, listen, I'm not saying that has to be the
That's
like a
1
barrier to
million
entry. If
plus
you can't do that, and you still want to take me, I'll go. I'm just saying, if
The
you can't give me a
civilization's
mental
been
image,
around.
bonus
It's
on
really
top. That's
flash
all.
in the pan.
Like, make it more enjoyable.
So
Then
far.
we've got the reptilians. These guys are kind of known as the dominant force within the base. They're more formidable and
And
commanding
why
than the Greys, not by a long shot.
Why
And
did it take
Thomas
so long?
described these beings as
Oh.
having an imposing stature, with
1.5
scaly
billion
skin
years.
and an air of authority.
They
They were the true overseers of
For
the
the vast majority of the
critical and
time,
sensitive projects
there was
within
no life.
Dulce. The
And then there was
reptilians, as
archaic
portrayed by Costello,
bacteria for a very
were
long
not just
time.
another alien species.
And
They were
then
politically and militarily powerful
yeah.
as well, exerting considerable influence over the operations of the
mitochondria get
base.
captured,
They appeared to hold a
multicellular
higher
life,
rank in the extraterrestrial hierarchy and were often involved in
differentiation of
high-level
plants and
decisions and
animals,
negotiations.
life moving from
Thomas
the oceans
recounted
to the land,
witnessing meetings between
mammals,
human military leaders and
higher
reptilian
brain
representatives, often discussing matters that seem
And
to go
this
beyond
sound is
mere
expanding
scientific
slowly.
collaboration.
Um,
He hinted at a complex
but
alliance with Earth's own governments,
it will,
deeply entangled in
it
a
will,
web of
it will,
interstellar politics
it will
and power
keep the
plays.
Earth up.
Like,
It's
you know,
at some point in
reptilians
the
are
future.
basically the commanding ones.
Boil the
And then
ocean,
you had within
and
the reptilians
Earth will
among
become
them,
like Venus,
there was a particular
where
subset
life,
of reptilians,
life as we know
also
it is
known
impossible.
as the Draco, which
So
in
if we do
other
not become
alien lore,
multiplanetary,
Draco and reptilians are
and
totally
also
separate. Here,
go beyond our solar
reptilians and
system,
Draco are a subset
annihilation
of
of
reptilian.
whole life on Earth is
These
a certainty.
beings were described as even more
A certainty.
enigmatic and powerful, possibly the ruling class of the reptilian
And it could be
species.
as little as
The Draco were seldom
on the
seen, but were believed to be the
galactic timescale,
puppeteers, orchestrating much of what occurred not only
half a
in
billion
Dulce,
years.
but in other similar
Yeah,
installations
long
around the
time by
world.
human standards, but
Costello's description of the
that's
Draco
only
conveyed a
10%
sense
longer
of
than
ancient
Earth has
wisdom
been
and
around at all.
formidable power. He speculated
So
that they
if,
might have been involved with
life had
Earth
taken
for much
10%
longer than
longer
any
to
other
evolve
extraterrestrial
on
species,
Earth, it wouldn't
possibly
exist
guiding
ever.
the course of human evolution and history itself. And these guys are
A lot of
explained as having
deadlines
like
coming up.
smoother scales,
Yeah, I
a
heard
little paler
That said, as you
in
said,
their color, not bright
human
green like a typical desert.
intelligent life on Earth
They look a little bit different, but
developed a
beyond,
lot
they're
of cool
kind of
stuff very
again the
quickly.
ruling class.
So
And they're the reason they've been here forever.
it seems
They've been here
like
longer than
becoming
we were.
multiplanetary is
And then, of course,
almost
we've
inevitable.
got the ethereal
Unless we
beings that
destroy
we kind of
We
hinted
do
at
it.
last week a
I
little
mean,
bit.
it's.
In addition to the Greys and the
Well,
reptilians, Costello spoke
I
of
mean, I
encountering
suspect
other less
that
tangible
if we are able
entities.
to go out there and
These beings
explore
were
other
harder
star
for him to
systems, that
define, often
there's a good
appearing
chance
as
we find
ethereal or
a whole bunch of
semi-transparent,
long dead
Their
one-time
presence in the base was
civilization.
one of the most
They never
closely
made
guarded
it past their
secrets,
home
with
planet.
only a few high clearance personnel aware of their true
That's
nature.
fascinating.
So even Thomas having
I mean,
an
there are
Ultra
various
3 level
explanations for the Turing
classification,
paradox,
he wasn't
and one
even
is
allowed to
just that
know
sort of
what their
there
true
is great
nature
culture.
was. He just kind of encountered them occasionally.
Civilizations don't pass
Even
through.
he tried to
And
figure
one
out
of those
what their
great cultures
origins and
is
intentions were, but he
you
never
become a
figured it out.
multi-planet
He
solution on that.
sensed that these
And
ethereal
if you don't,
beings were
it's
of
simply a matter of time
significant importance to the
before
activities
something
within the
happens on your
facility
planet
itself. Their interactions with the physical world were limited,
either
but when they did engage,
natural
it
or
was with a
man-made
purpose that seemed to
that caused this
transcend
to die
the mundane concerns of the
like a
base.
dinosaur.
Whatever the fuck
For all they
that
know.
means. Thomas's
Getting
words
that
sometimes
crazy.
are a little bit on the vague side. But yeah, these ethereal creatures are kind of just like,
I think the more likely thing is
Thomas's
to
words are vague for his own safety.
empathize with the
Whistleblowers gotta
ones
look out for
that
themselves.
they found
Sometimes
us
you
and they're
can only
protecting
get
us
a
and letting us
safely
be.
interview to
No,
workmedia.net.
Just like
So,
the tribes in the Amazon. They don't contact
So
the
there you go.
tribes.
There's like a rundown of the major races, really just
But,
three
That
of
would be a
them.
nice
Now,
explanation.
granted, we have
or you could have
stories and
like
supposed sources say
what was
Nordics
it?
and all of them were in there as well.
I think Andre
But according
Kapati
to
said
Thomas,
it's like the ants
this
in
is
the
the
Amazon
only
asking
things that he
where
saw while
everybody.
he was there. He's the only one that
Well,
claims
they
to
do run
be
into a lot of other
from the base as a whistleblower.
and wars.
So can I, you can take anybody where on this
Probably a
for
good
fact.
TV
It has
show.
to be
Yeah,
Costello's.
but there's big
However,
wars
we
between
have no
both sides.
evidence, obviously, beyond the Dulce
Yeah,
papers that are
maybe I'm
heavily
just
contested. Actually,
dismissing all the
so then we
different
move into the era that Thomas Costello talks about.
When I first started talking about the jungle, it's really hilarious. Have you heard
The
it?
conflict
No, the Warner Herzog
revelation
is
that he
hilarious.
has, where he begins to build this rebel
You should play
alliance. See, Star
for the,
Wars,
you know,
bam, that's soft
as an
disclosure.
interlude in the.
He builds a rebel alliance, dude, to fight back against the
I love him so
Empire
much.
of Dulce.
Right.
Fuck, Star
Is he
Wars
the
will reign
director of
all
Happy
along.
People
Yeah,
Life
there's
in the
never been another
Titanic?
story about
I did that very documentary.
The very
no,
documentary.
it's only Star Wars. Yeah. No, only Star Wars.
With the correct analysis, the psychoanalysis of
I can, yeah, the thing is like
I have heard
headed
of it. I have
for
not
like
seen it. Yeah.
mountains like that are like 70
I want
miles
to
away.
watch
Yeah,
it.
penguin is just like
Because I know what I hate it.
well, he had a cynical
I love
thing.
Sucker
Everyone,
Punch, so
he could be just the brave
should we watch it
explorer,
together?
and there'll be great stories
I would love to watch
about
that.
him amongst the
Zack
penguin
Snyder,
population for
I'm
many
assuming all
centuries to come.
style, no substance.
Um,
Like gorgeous cinematography.
what were we talking about?
Makes no
Okay.
sense. Yeah, they should make a Tuesday base.
Yes, anyways, I mean, I don't know. Look, I think it's the smart move is just, you know,
So
this is the
Costello's
first
like
time
tenure at Dulce
in
base,
the history of
or
us
Dulce
that it's
facility,
possible
whatever
for
you
life to
call it, was not
extend
just
beyond
like a journey through the physical depths
that
of a
window
secret
is
facility,
open.
but also became a descent into a moral abyss.
Now, it may be open for a long time, or it may be open for a short time.
Dude,
It may be open now and then never open again.
at Dulce
So I
facility.
think the smart move here is to make life multiply entire wildlife as possible. We don't want to be one of those name one-time civilizations that just dies out. Yeah,
It's
right.
you know, the torture and then drugs.
Civilization is one time.
There's not going to be a Wikipedia entry for one of those. And pause. The SpaceX have an official policy for when we meet aliens. That seems irresponsible.
This moral laundry for
I mean, look, if I see the slightest indication that there are aliens, I will immediately post on it. Anything I know.
Could be the most liked reposted post of all time.
Yeah, I mean, look, we have more satellites up there right now than everyone else combined. So, you know, we know if we've got to maneuver around something, and we're not that to maneuver around it.
Go to the big questions once again. You said you're with Einstein, you believe in the God of Spinoza.
Yes.
That's that view of God as like the universe and reveals himself through the laws of physics, whereas Einstein said through the lawful harmony of the world.
Yeah, I agree that that God of the Spirit or whatever the Spirit being will reveal itself through the physics, you know, the creators of the physics. And I think it's kind of on us to try to understand more about this wondrous creation.
Who created this thing, who's running this thing. Embodying it into a singular question with a sexy word on top of it is like focusing the mind to understand. It does seem like there's a, again, it could be an illusion. It seems like there's a purpose, that there's an underlying master plan of some kind. It seems like
There may not be enough time.
How dare you doubt?
So,
How dare you doubt? I would never doubt the
really interesting answer to the question of determinism is that if we are in a simulation, the reason that these higher beings were called simulations is to see what happens.
The basic security protocols
So,
were stringent with
it's
surveillance
not,
and monitoring at
they
every
don't know what
turn.
happened.
A mere whisper of dissent could lead to severe
Otherwise we would hold the
repercussions,
simulation.
yet the group was driven by a
So
moral
when
imperative to
humans
expose the
create
truth.
simulation, so
In
SpaceX
the
and
narrative
Tesla
recounted by
create
Thomas
simulations all the
Costello
time,
about the Dulce facility,
especially for the rocket.
there's a
You
figure that comes to that we actually get to learn the name
you know,
of.
you have to
The
run a lot
reptilian
of
that you said
simulations
was
to
Sebulba was the
understand
name.
what's going to happen, because you can't really test the rocket until it goes
His
to
actual
space,
name
and you want it
was
to work. So you have to
Sorry, I'm
simulate
looking this up. How do you spell that? Yeah, I
subsonic,
got you. Hang on. I'm gonna copy
transonic,
paste this for you.
supersonic,
Just say
hypersonic,
it. I'm just gonna do it. It's a secret.
ascent, and then coming back to the high heating,
That is the name
and
of a Bacurran
orbital dynamics.
from
All this is going to simulate.
We use
So,
Hal for short, you know. Shall
you don't get very many hits if you can.
Shall we
So we run the
You might be
simulation to
saying,
see
what
what
would
happens.
a,
No,
what are
if
lower
we do what
caste
happens,
members of the reptilian species?
So
What do they do with the Dulce
whoever
facility?
created
What are your
this
guesses? What do you think
existence,
lower caste members of the reptilian species specific? So there's still,
they're running it
so
because
there's
they don't
still
know
like
what's going on,
high
not because
class
they do.
among the other species.
So maybe
Like,
go
we're
play
talking about,
Diablo.
like,
Maybe
lower
Diablo
end,
was
so maybe
created to
like
see if a druid,
like,
your character,
like an
could
assistant
defeat
or like
people a little bit.
like a little pad, or middle management.
Well, the funny thing is,
types.
this Google is,
People who take meetings that their bridge bosses
their
would
title
like
is Hatred
to
Incarnate.
do fun
Yeah.
reptilian golf tournaments and things.
And right now,
Honestly,
I guess you're going to have the Diablo team, but
because the lower echelon of the reptilian cast,
almost
this man was a
impossible
janitor.
to defeat
Okay,
Hatred
Charles was just a janitor.
in your
Okay, because
channel.
that fucks me up because I would
Yeah,
have
you
imagined for sure
fooled
you would
yourself
raise
dominating.
Right? No, see, I had that thought too, and I was like, wait, but I thought they were,
I could cruise through tier 100 nightmare dungeons
it's just the way it works there.
like a scroll in the park.
Charles was a reptilian janitor
And still you're
and
defeated by
he kind of emerges as an unlikely but key
This was sort of, I guess, maybe the
participant in the
second one,
covert
is
resistance
Duriel.
against the base's claimed
Duriel Canada Express.
Here is a
So,
more deep, like we're going to go over like a
I
more
killed Duriel
detailed
so many times.
look at
And every other boss of the game,
involvement
won't
as
solo
per
him.
Costello's.
Won't
I had
solo
to look
him,
this up really quick.
So
I wanted to look this up
but,
because I was trying to figure out like who would serve as the lowest cast.
otherwise
I
known as
think
Hatred
it's sort of
Incarnate.
similar to kobolds
Especially
and
if you're a druid
dragons.
and you have no
Well, yeah, because you have the
ability
Draco, the
to be
reptilians, and then these guys are probably
Yeah,
like,
there are
little
these
like the goons that
random
like
death rolls
trash
that
trash
kind
pit
of
dragons. Yeah, the kobolds. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, according to Costello's account of his experiences, he mentioned meeting the reptilian janitorial worker just
I
while
had a
they
lifetime of playing video
basically he
games.
met him, bumped into him, they
At one
got in
point
a
I was,
conversation, and things
you
kind
know,
of
maybe
led
one of the
to
best break players
how
in the
they
world.
both don't like how certain things are happening here. The
Actually, one
reptilian
of
named Shaw, according to Costello,
I think
was
was the
part of the
first
lower caste
KD
reptilian
sports tournament
species
in the
working
US.
at Dulce and was sympathetic to the plight of the human
We
workers
did a full
and the
person quick
victims of the
tournament.
experiments being
And
conducted. Shaw's involvement
we came
was
second. I
significant
was the second
because it
best person
suggested
on
a
the team.
complexity and
And
diversity
the actual
of
best person,
opinions
we
and
were
attitudes
actually
among the
winning. We were
reptilian
first
beings that
because the best person
Costello
on the team,
initially
his
thought
computer crashed halfway
wasn't
through the
true.
game.
He thought all the
So
reptilians just hated humanity. So meeting
straight up
Shaw
money
and
for it.
meeting lower
And
castes,
so, like,
oh,
basically, I got
you
skills.
guys are just as oppressed
Albeit,
as us humans here.
I'm not spring
There's a common
these days.
portrayal of them
And
as a uniform, like they could see them as like a
the
uniformly
consultant gets driving
level of the
crazy.
dominating species, the
Trying to
reptilians,
be
even the lower
realistic
castes saw
as a druid.
the
Basically, trying
kind
to
of
be
higher
hatred
fist they
incarnate
wielded with.
in the eternal realm.
Costello describes
As a
Shaw's
druid.
secretly
As a druid.
formed. He described how Shaw often secretly
This is
formed a
really
group of like-minded humans and other
vexing, let me tell
reptilians
you.
who were disillusioned with
I
the
mean, the
activities
challenge
of
is
the
part of
base
the fun.
and
I
willing to
have seen
support the
directly,
human-led rebellion.
like,
The
you're
inclusion
actually
of
like a
Shaw
world-class,
in
incredible video game
Costello's
player.
story,
Yeah.
shall
And I
we
think
call,
Diablo,
just
you're
brings
just
out
picking
an
up a new
interesting
game,
dimension of Dulce
and you're
base that I
figuring
kind
out
of
its
wish
fundamentals.
that he had mentioned
You're also
other
with the
names
Paragon
as
boys
well, and what
and
they
the
did
build
is he mentioned that Shaw
are not
was
somebody
keen bringing on other
like me who
reptilians,
perfectly
but I would
follows
have loved
whatever
to
they
know
suggest on
more
the internet.
about them. We just
You're
don't learn
also
anything about
innovator
anyone
there.
else other than Shaw and that he was
It's
a
just
janitor,
hilarious to watch.
and that's all we know.
It's like a mad scientist just trying
The
to figure
pivotal
out the
moment
Paragon
for
board
the
and
bolt game with
build.
Shaw
Yeah.
directly ended up approaching Costello.
Is there some
And
interesting
this was
insights
highly
there
unusual and
about
risky for any
if somebody's
reptilian to
starting as
do,
a druid,
given the strict
David's life?
segregation and the rules
I
against
would not recommend
hybridization
playing a druid in the
Dulce.
eternal realm.
You know, the strict you're not
But
talking
right now, I think
unless you're only doing
what's
like
got
working with
the
somebody
in
by
the
appointment
seasonal realm
or
is
research.
the
Otherwise,
sorcerer.
fucking stay
Does
away. Don't talk to
lightning
anybody.
bolts.
They're afraid for information sharing. I
This will
imagine or
shut huge
something
balls
along those
in
lines.
the seasonal.
But it was in this when he
yeah.
approached him that he told him all about his awareness into sort of rule-based activities, which began
They do.
forming this
Huge balls of
clandestine
lightning.
group.
I think it works.
Shaw revealed to Costello
And it's
also
actually
that
in
he
the
had actually
seasonal realm.
already
You
formed
can,
a small
it's like
secretive
pretty
group of
easy to
reptilian
beat
workers who were disturbed by these
so
unethical
that you
experiments.
get these
And
vampire
this
towers
group, while
out of
limited in
fire
their capacity to effect change due to their lower status would end up being crucial as well, providing information and support to human-led resistance efforts. So, yes, show like a spy network within the reptilian hierarchy that would feed him information
almost
that he would then
impossible.
feed
Very
to
impossible.
Costello,
It seems like
and
this
it
kind of
formed
a
the
metaphor for life.
rebellion.
I like the idea that, you know,
The alliance between
I thought I
Costello,
was trying to
Shaw, and
yesterday,
others
I saw
was very dangerous.
100
Communication had to be
level
super
100
discreet.
just run
and
by.
meetings were
I
held
will
in
never
secrecy
die.
due to the omnipresent
And then I went back to the
surveillance
website.
of
And there's just this metaphor, it's kind of hilarious. That you, Elon Musk, is
potentially their
fighting
lives,
hatred,
as dissent was not tolerated
restlessly
within
fighting hatred
reptilian
in this
hierarchy.
demonic realm.
Yeah.
Shaw's yeah,
Hilarious.
like he
It's
truly
pretty
says,
hilarious.
like he
Right.
says that he was risking his life, that they could kill him for
Really,
this
it's exercise absurdity, and it makes me want to pull my hair out.
Yeah.
whatever that fucking
I mean,
means.
what do you
No
get from
evidence,
video
obviously,
games?
but hey, you know, the guy was risking his life, and I salute the Shaw. You gotta respect Shaw. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I respect this man.
It's,
He,
it calls
Shaw's
for life. I mean,
contributions
sort of
ended up primarily
killing
being
the
in-net
demons
information
in
with
video
the connection of
games
his spy
calms the
network.
demons in
He
memory.
provided insights into the activities of what the higher-ranking
I think
reptilians
if
were
you
doing,
play a tough video
movements
game,
within the base,
you can get
potential
into like a state
opportunities
of
for the
flow,
human
which is
resistance
very
to swing in and gather evidence
enjoyable.
before other eyes came
And
into a room that haven't been seeking out years.
admittedly,
His
it
role was
seems
also
not too
pivotal in
easy, not
demonstrating
too
that
hard,
dissent existed among the alien ranks, challenging
having the
monolithic
Goldilocks zone.
perception of the
And
reptilian
I guess generally
species
want to feel
that
like you're
Costello
progressing
previously had.
for the game. So,
Shaw's fate, however, during the uprising and subsequent
so it's a
crackdown
video,
against the
and there's also
facility is
beautiful
not
art,
really clearly detailed by Costello's
engaging
account.
storyline,
His involvement in the events leading up to the rebellion paints a picture of
and
cross-species collaboration,
it's like an
by a
amazing
shared sense
puzzle
of
to
moral
solve.
outrage and a
And
desire for
like
change.
solving the puzzle.
What ends up
Elden
happening
Ring,
to him is
the
just
greatest
kind
game
of
of all
left
time.
out.
I still haven't played
Don't
it
know.
with you.
The story of
Elden
Shaw
Ring
as
is
part of
definitely
the
kind of
base
a
narrative for Costello
tough
kind of just like adds another layer of like
how hard I
storytelling complexity and
But
more
it's beautiful.
ambiguity
Elden
and
Ring
maybe even confusion to the story. But I don't know
feels like it's
if this man is
designed by
truly
an
making it up, which obviously I think he is.
there's a theme
I
to
don't
this
understand the point of
discussion.
bringing up this character
In
and making
what
this
way?
character and then just like
It's
not at
so
all
unusual. It's
finishing the
incredibly
story.
creative.
You
The
know
art
what?
is stunning.
Sometimes you just
I recommend
sometimes
playing
you
it
just
on
fall
a
in love with
big
what you see.
resolution.
You just gotta
I can
you just gotta
play
let it ride for a
TV.
little bit. You know what I mean? You gotta let it be what it is.
You think Shaw
Just,
was like
the art is
Thomas's OC?
incredible.
Like
So
he
beautiful.
like truly fell in love with this character.
And
It's the only
it's
one
so
with a name.
unusual.
It's the only one with a name.
It sounds exactly like when I made a fighting game when I was
And
11
each of
years
those
old on
tough
paper, and it
like
just drew
boss
with my
battles
hands when I
is
was like super into Mortal Kombat
unique.
trilogy.
Like it's like a unique puzzle to
That's
solve.
the name of a character that would
Each
be
one's different.
Shaw with like two,
And
like
the
two of each
strategy you
letter,
use to solve
Except for the
one
L.
battle is
Yeah, like come on.
different from
fair,
another.
But this early
That said, you said
X
Druid on
wrote
Eternal
X.
against the Gorilla
Oh,
is
it
the
was
hardest
really
boss
cool, dude.
battle.
You got a huge sword, bro.
Right. That is currently and I fit in a lot
The
of video games.
rebels, as they might,
Because that's my primary record breaking
devised a
activity.
plan from this point on to bring the realities of Dulce facility to the
Yeah.
light of the public.
Yeah.
Thomas was given his role in
Beating
security,
hatred in the
played a
external
pivotal
realm
part in gathering
is
evidence.
the hardest
The very
boss
documents
battle
and photographs that would later
in
be
life
known
and in
as what we mentioned last week,
the video game.
the Dulce
Metaphor and
papers.
I got it.
The Dulce
I'm not
papers
sure
are
it's
things that
possible,
he
but
just scooped from the base before he left.
I can make progress. So then I'm like, okay,
Yeah,
I'm
do you need
making
a relink
progress.
to that, to the
Maybe
Dulce papers, by the way? I got you. Don't worry.
just
I have that.
keep that Paragon
I
board a
have that
little
at the
more.
ready. Don't forget, it's at biblioteca80s.net.
Just dodge a few more ways.
Slash off limits slash especially off
Well, the
limits.
simulation was created
See that?
for the purpose of
Oh,
figuring
yeah, at the
out
very top, yeah.
if it's
It's biblioteca80s.net slash
cog
off limits slash
in
S off
the
limits.
machine.
Especially
Yeah,
off
it might be.
limits. Super off
I
limits.
have a
This is the
feeling
Dulce papers
that
at the bottom. We have like
at
5
least
different images of video that doesn't work anymore. And these are things, again, he scooped
it's
from
building.
the base, supposedly.
Well,
So while you're looking
that's
at
the
that,
human
those are all
spirit right
government
there, to believe.
papers. Quote,
Yeah,
unquote.
I mean, it did prompt me to think
Their plan with these
about
Dulce
just
these
hate
Dulce
in general,
papers,
which is
their plan was to leak this
you want
information
to
to
be
the
careful
public,
of one
to
of those
reveal
things
the
where
existence of the base
you
and its
wish something
egregious violation of human
that
rights and
sounds
ethics,
good,
and they hoped that public
but
outrage and
if
scrutiny
you get it, it's
forced
actually
the
just
powers
helping
behind
the
Dulce
situation.
to cease their
So,
operations or at
you know,
least
just
bring
sort of
them
want
under
to sort
regulation.
of
That was like the goal.
hypothesis of like if you wish for world peace,
A weird,
sounds good.
like,
but how is it important?
I guess. I just don't know why he didn't take
And at what cost?
of some things.
I mean, there's
At
the
what
number
cost
one
is world
question.
peace?
He was the photographer.
It might actually be
for a
worse
while.
than
Like,
world
the
peace
man was
because of what that would
camera
entail.
ready for a long
The suppression
time.
of everyone.
Yeah, it's just.
It might be
Anyway,
the suppression of
before we
progress.
move on, I also want to give you a quick list
It might be
of
us
other
as society
bases
would never
that
change.
are all operating in similar
One thing I said,
styles, or at least where they're
there is an
located,
argument.
as well as a tunnel system that connects all of them.
Like
Disney?
If
Look at Denver, they're
you wish for
states.
no war,
They're all states. So
you should be
in
careful.
Utah alone, Salt Lake,
Because what
Lake
you
Powell
have-
area, Dark Canyon, Dugway Grounds, Modena, Vernal. All of them have exits as well. These are all entrances and exits to the area.
The things we consider these flaws of human civilization might be a necessary component for whatever optimal looks like.
Is a major site of alien.
This the war about AI, AGI enabling a dystopian state of this nature, whether it's 1984 with surveillance and fear, or Brave New World with pleasure.
Visited Telos City. Truman was supposed to have visited the lower realms as a high archon on Earth. He was supposed to have met the king of the world there and give him the keys to the USA. Mount Arculeta has a shuttle system that connects with other bases and moves through Mount Shasta and connects these other bases across the states and cities.
I've never been more convinced that the internet was a mistake. This is the ramblings of a madman.
Are you sure?
What you're saying right now, any other time, at any other point, if anyone had said this publicly, they would be laughing. Like, this is goofy level.
You're denying the truth.
Soma, the one that by the way, I'm fun
Well, after Cleveland.
Oh, the muscle relaxant that's been around since the 1950s. It's used to treat muscle pain and discomfort, and it does this by altering the activity between neurons and spinal cord. Now, Soma isn't just a pain relief. It's also a bit of a sedative. It can make you feel a bit drowsy, so it's not something to take if you're planning on operating heavy machinery or trying to solve complex mathematics. And it goes on and on. There's so much of drugs to feeling of pain. It's not oh, wait a minute. That's the real and of course the fun is always use it responsibly and according to the advice of a professional. And remember, in the end, the universe is probably just a giant computer simulation, so don't take it. Oh, and also really nicely includes the posts on X that are relevant to this. It's really cool.
Ultra 3.
It like integrates everything together. Like the interface.
This is like worse than Xbox. This is like worse. This is worse than Xbox. What sucks about that? What sucks about that is that
I mean, so much from Brave New World. It thinks you mean
like those are real security clearance things.
No, I mean so much from Brave New World.
Phase, and then there's like national agency check things and X's and but
I'm really
it's like
surprised.
partial true. And then throwing in things like
my apologies. I was thinking of the muscle relaxant. So much for Brave New World. It's all together. Now those touches is doping. Now Soma is a drug that plays a central role in society depicted in the book. It's a mood-altering, hallucinogenic drug that's used to keep the population docile. In the novel, use Soma in Brave New World raises some interesting questions about the nature of happiness and the role of drugs in society. Oh man,
it's better to live where everyone is happy all the time, even if that happens.
The worker cast does the daily chores, mopping the latex floors, cleaning the cages, bringing food to the hungry people and other species. It's their job to formulate the proper mixture of the type 1 and type 2 beings that the Draco race has created. The working caste work at the labs as well as at the computer banks. Basically speaking, the reptilian races are active at all levels of the Doomsday race. There are several different races of aliens that work on the eight sections of level 6. That section is commonly called the alien section. The Draco are the undisputed masters of the 5, 6, 7 levels.
Do you actually want to be in
Are second in command
a situation where everyone is happy all the time, even though it's artificial? Or is it better to confront the challenge, flat, and experience full range of human emotions, even if it means expressing pain and suffering?
For those listening, by the way, you want to just write directly as well, which is a really nice kind of insightful philosophical analysis of the tension here.
These ancient beings consider us a lower race.
In conclusion, some of the Brave New World is fictional drug that uses full and deep philosophical questions about the nature of happiness and the role of drugs in society. It's a powerful symbol of the dangers of using drugs to escape from reality and the importance of confronting the challenges of society.
Most humans to be hostile. They always seem surprised.
And the crazy thing is that, we do have a real drug
and
for someone, which There is no fraternizing with the aliens off hours. And I'm like, they must have named it that. Or an elevator without a clear business-oriented reason. Humans can talk to humans, and aliens can speak to aliens. But that is as far as it goes. At the worksite, however, there is
It takes the physical pain away. Like so much
it
very
completely. It reduces the amount of pain you feel, but at the expense of mental acuity.
In those areas, everybody
It does
talks to anybody. You think they're sharing memes? Is that what's going on?
It's like just like a drug in a book.
However,
Yeah,
everything
intense
changes
trade-off.
the minute you cross the
The thing
threshold
that seems
of
like a joke
camaraderie
could be a
found
dystopia
labs.
after all.
Yeah, and actually,
Cross
two of
the
their friend
threshold
mine
of the hall. Instantly, all conversations
saying,
become
like,
strictly
if you really want there
formal.
to be no
Hard
hate
as it
in the world,
was, several
like,
times I
really
had
none?
to arrest someone
Like, I
simply
wonder why
because they
hate is
spoke to an alien. It's a
I'm not saying you should amplify hate,
place.
of course. I think you should try to minimize it, but
One answer to one
none at
question
all.
out of like,
And he just said that.
There must be a reason
And
for
he
it.
just said that. He just spoke that. Definitely
It's
not a
suffering.
written line.
And it's really
Definitely spoke
complicated
that out to a person.
to consider that some amount of human suffering is
that
necessary for human
but
flourishing.
you know, that's to give you an idea of how
It's
this
impossible
man
to
kind of
appreciate
gave
the highest
information
without
out, but he gives a very detailed
knowing
idea
the low.
about the reptilian caste system. Do you feel more educated?
I feel like I have more
That all is something like
information in my
that.
head, but they're about as educational as some.
Okay,
Lyrics.
highs.
That's a very nice way to put that. Yeah.
So
It
we're
seems
done with
that
just like
training
listening to
online
us. We'll go back to the actual outline of the show here. And we're moving into the ensuing chaos of the rebellion
what's the
that was
limit of
about
what's
to happen.
possible in terms
Before the
of
group could enact their plans,
there's this
disaster struck.
terminology of
Somehow, the base's
full
higher authorities
productivity
got
per
wind
watt.
of the brewing descent,
What have you
and a
learned yet?
crackdown
Pushing the
ensued.
limits of
Swift
that.
Well, I think it's helpful.
Costello
It's really
described how, in
good.
an act of ruthless
Very
efficiency,
powerful.
a
When we
military
apply it
strike team
to almost
entered
any
Dulce,
really
targeting not
any
only the human conspirators,
it's really
but
just
also
a
any
critical
alien
issue.
entities that were seen as
So it's only important.
collaborators.
You need to
The corridors of Dulce,
reason
once the
with
silent
first
witness
principles
to
and think
covert
about things in
atrocities,
the limit,
now
one
echoed with
direction
the
or the
sounds
other.
of gunfire and panic.
So,
It was a kill on sight. Like I
in
said,
the
their
limit, even
lives
at
are
the
at risk.
partial
He was
scale,
right.
meaning
Like
if you
the
harness the
military
higher
came in and
power
started
of the
putting
sun,
people down.
you will still care
Thomas
about
witnessed the
useful
fall of his
people.
co-conspirators one by one, though not of
So
Shah.
that's
Because we don't know
where
what happened to him.
I think
The
probably
rebellion
where things
ended
are
up
headed
being
from
crushed right then and
standpoint
there, but it only solidified his
AI
resolve to now
is
escape
that we have a
and
silicon
take the
shortage
truth to
now
light.
that will
So they
transition
couldn't even get a
to
rebellion off the
a
ground.
voltage
The rebellion
transformer
was
shortage
formed before they could make any
in about a
action.
year.
They were found out and
Ironically,
they were
transformers
crushed. So
are
now his
transformers.
only goal is to get the fuck out and
You
get information
you need
out so he
transformers
can
to run
share it with the
transformers.
people. So that
Somebody has a
maybe
sense of
something
humor.
can be done about this facility. So,
I
in
think,
a harrowing flight from the base,
yes.
Costello managed to
Big
evade
loves
capture,
irony.
and with him, he carried the evidence that he
Ironic
had
humor.
gathered, a
And
testament
ironically
to
funny
the
outcome.
unspeakable acts committed within the walls of Dulce. The burden of these
Humor is all
secrets,
you
the trauma
need.
of what he had
Yes,
witnessed, would
life is
haunt
all you
him
need
for the
from
rest
yourself.
of his life. And
Yeah,
Costello's story,
but
as he
yeah,
told
so
it,
we're
is one of a man who,
at
despite the
Focus
overwhelming
Thursday.
odds, chose to stand against
They
the
voltage
juggernaut
shut
of
down
hidden
transformer
powers.
shortage
Its
probably
account of
about a
Dulce
year,
Base, a
and then
facility shrouded in
just
mystery and horror,
electricity shortages
challenges
in
the very
general in
limits
about
of our
2 years.
understanding
I
of
give a
morality
speech
and what
for
humans are capable
the
of.
world
Gentlemen,
gathering of
do you see what the government is hiding from us? Do you see why?
I said,
We
look,
have
you
to
really need
fight.
to prepare for
I'm
a
starting
tripling of
to glimpse. I
electricity
think
demand.
I'm starting to glimpse it.
Because all
Yeah, I
transport
don't
is going to go
see the
electric
why.
if
Because
there
there's
aren't
horrifying
separate
things
rockets.
happening in there. That's why.
And heating
Duh.
will also go electric.
Yeah, but basically the why is
So
because
energy usage right now is
government can't
roughly
stop it, so they're like,
1/3,
might
just
as well
very
just
rough
throw
terms,
it in.
1/3 electricity,
Yeah.
1/3 transport,
But then at the
1/3
same
heating.
time, they're like,
And
we're
so,
also racing for
in order for
alien
everything to
tech.
go sustainable,
And we're also
electric,
keeping this other side of it quiet.
you
And also, like,
need triple
the more
electric
you
output.
add,
So I encourage the utilities
impossible it all
to
becomes.
How dare you?
Fair.
build
So
more
while people
power
are being
plants
gunned
and
down, this military strike
and
team
also
moving with
probably have
ruthless efficiency through the Dulce
well,
facility,
probably they should definitely
Thomas made
buy
his
more
decision.
batteries.
In the midst of the
The,
chaos,
the grid
he realized
currently
his
is
only
sized for
option
real
was to
time
flee.
load.
His intimate knowledge of the
Kinda crazy,
facility's
because,
layout, coupled with the
You know, you
confusion
got
of the
to go
assault,
size for
aided
whatever
his
the
escape
peak
in
electricity
avoiding
demand
being
is. Like
shot
the worst
down
second or
dead.
the worst day
He
is the
navigated the
or
maze-like
you can have
tunnels,
a
avoiding
brownout or blackout.
patrols and surveillance,
And
driven
you
by
know
a
that
desperate
the
instinct to
blackout
survive and
celebrates
tell the
second
world what he'd
north.
seen. As he made his way through the lower levels, Thomas
So,
encountered scenes of
because
desperation. He saw other
there's
staff
almost
members and
no
beings
buffer
caught in the
of
crossfire,
energy.
struggling to comprehend the sudden
Like, if you've
outbreak of
got a
violence in a place that,
power plant,
despite
you can
its sinister
buffer
nature and always been
But otherwise,
meticulously controlled.
it's all real
Costello
time.
emerged finally from the Dulce
So
days, not as a
with
triumphant
batteries, you
whistleblower, but as a haunted survivor,
can
burdened with the heavy
produce
weight of his
energy at night,
experiences
use it during the day. So you buffer.
A rebellion that sought to shine a light
So
on
I
atrocities
expect there
hidden
will be
beneath the
very
surface.
heavy
His
usage
escape
of
marked the
batteries.
beginning of a new chapter, one filled with paranoia, being
Because the
pursued,
peak to trough
and the
ratio
moral
for power
obligation
plants
he now carried
is
to
anywhere from
reveal
2
the
to 5.
truth to the world about what
You
our
know, so it's
government
like
was doing.
lowest point
The
to highest.
documents and evidence he
So
managed to
like
smuggle
batteries
out,
in this
the
thing can
Dulce
help it out.
papers,
And then but the
his
demand that
legacy,
you're saying is
a
going to be
testament to the courage and horrors
Yeah.
associated
Part of that is
with one of the most enigmatic and controversial conspiracy theories
Yeah.
of all time.
Yeah.
The story of the uprising and its crushing defeat within the
electrification
Dulce
transport
base, as narrated by
and
Costello himself, leaves
and
us with
electric
a
heating
chilling portrait
will
of
be much
resistance
bigger
to the
than
base of
AI.
an overpowering shadow authority. It's a reminder of
But
the lengths to
even
which such
for
powers
AI,
might go
you
to
really have a
preserve their
growing demand for
secrets,
electricity
maintain
for
their
electric
agendas,
vehicles,
and control the human
and a
population
growing demand
with
for
a fist
electricity
like iron
for
fist,
to
and
run the
regardless
computers
of
for
any
AI.
ethical or human cost.
And so this is
Costello was a
obviously
hero
going to lead to a
and a
shift in
whistleblower who now found himself
how
in
difficult is the
exile.
problem of
He narrowly escaped the
in
deadly
this
purge at
particular
Dulce.
case
Costello found himself a man on the run,
maximizing
carrying with
the
him the
use of
secrets of one of the
productivity
most
per watt
secretive
for
installations on
trading,
Earth. He was
you know,
aware
enough.
that his life was
Like,
now
it seems to
constantly
be
in danger, that he could
really
never
where
again lead a normal life. And
the
in his
big
exile,
problem
he released
we're
the Dulce
facing
papers,
that needs to
hoping
be
to shed
solved.
light on the
How to
atrocities.
use the
The
power
papers filled
efficiently.
with descriptions of advanced technologies,
What
alien
you've learned
species,
so
and
far
horrific experiments
about
sent
applying these
shockwaves
physics
through the UFO and
for
conspiracy
simple
theory
reasoning
communities
is,
at the
and how
time.
difficult is
The
this problem?
story of Thomas Edwin Costello and the Dulce facility base remains
I
one of
think
the
it's all
most
just a question of how
enduring
long
and
it's working.
controversial tales
So
in the
at various points
conspiracy
that
theory
one seems some kind of
library.
limiting factor.
Skeptics question the veracity of his claims for good
And one,
reason,
I,
pointing
regard
to the
AI
lack of
thing, but
concrete
right now the
evidence
limiting factor
and the
is
absence of records
slogan.
confirming his employment or even
And
his
that will
existence. And
we're
believers,
gonna
however,
then
view
have
Thomas as a courageous
more
whistleblower
chips
where the
than we can
military
actually
wiped
plug in
down his
and get on.
past and pretended he was a
Probably
nobody,
about a year.
making fun of him and performing
The
covert
initial
psyops on him
constraint
to
being
keep
literally
news
voltage step down
and
transformers,
paranoid.
because you've got
Wait, so you're
power
telling
coming in
me,
at
time out.
200,000 volts,
I could go
and it's got to
around,
step all the way
like
down
right now on
eventually
this
to
podcast, I can announce
around
that I, in
27
fact,
volts.
served
So it's
4
very big
tours
amount
of
of
duty. I was a
the
well-decorated
voltage step
soldier.
down is gigantic.
I was
So
in
and the
Vietnam,
industry is not used
Iraq
to
War, and
rapid
the
growth.
War of 1812. I have
Okay, let's talk about the competition here. You show concern about Google and Microsoft
and
developing
here's the
AI,
thing, guys.
developing
I saw the
AGI.
Dracos
How can you help ensure
and the
with
Greys,
XAI and
but you're just
Tesla
gonna trust me
AI
on
work
this. All the evidence was
that it
lost,
doesn't
and my
become a
military
competitive
record
race
was
to AGI,
was
but
expunged
it's a
because the
collaborative
government's trying to silence me. No, you're one step behind. I'm actually very
Well, I
important.
mean,
So
I've been
you
pushing
guys don't
for
look it up because there's nothing to
some
look
kind of
up.
regulatory oversight for a long
He's one
time.
of the Dulce
I've been
papers,
one
though.
of the
He's got
candidates I've been
25 pages of
over a decade.
documents. You have 25 pages of
I think we want to
documents.
be
I
very
just
careful in how we develop
document. And
AI.
I 20, you know what? Behind me, I'm pretty sure I do. What kind of documents? You know what? The
It's a great power and
it's
great
all
power for great
illustrations of
responsibility.
alien test tubes with
I
test
think
tube
it
babies in
would
there.
be wise
It
for us
just
to
all
have
seems
at
very
least
convenient for fakery.
an objective
That's what
third
I'm saying.
party
Like
to
it's so
can
specific.
be like a referee
And to say
that can
like
go in and
this is the
understand
greatest
what
secret
the
man has
various
ever
leading players are
kept.
doing
And I'm on
with
the run.
AI.
Question:
And
is dude
even
dead?
if there's no enforcement
I
ability,
think he's dead.
they can at least
I want to know how he was
force it.
killed by the Dracos. Is what I'm assuming. I
Oh,
assume he was
probably.
rolled to shreds. No. So I don't know why I'm looking. I
You
know
know,
the answer
Jeff
to
Hinton,
this.
for example,
There's no
left
evidence
Google
the man
and
exists.
he voiced
The
strong
man
dissent.
himself.
But now he's not at Google anymore. So
Oh,
he's going to voice some dissent. So I think
this is
there's,
the real top secret stuff.
I guess Tesla gets a lot of regulatory oversight in the
I
automotive
believe
space.
this story
And they're subject
this
to,
is the tip.
I think, over 100 regulatory agencies domestically and internationally.
I'm like, you got me over here being like,
It's a lot. You could pull the trigger with that
You got me even
regulation
more.
that
That's
Tesla has
big
built
sweet.
into for
The guy,
automotive.
we don't even know if he existed. Yeah,
Same
well,
is
that's
true
the thing. So, like,
in,
you know, as we look over the
for
decades of
rockets
people who've done
for
research into this, they first looked to see if there's any records of Dulce
currently
facilities,
limiting
Dulce
factors
papers,
SpaceX
where did it
was
come
about
from.
to launch
They started
is
looking at this guy's
ready for
background,
approval.
and then they
The
realized they
FAA
couldn't
is
find
actually going to
anything.
approve
And they couldn't find any
for
evidence that a man by the name of
Koala
Thomas
to
Costello even
finish their
fucking
analysis and
existed.
give their approval. That's why I posted I would like fish lessons on
The
so also
Dracos
much
got
like
it, dude. I'm talking about more than the Dracos got it, dude.
I don't know.
We only know this because of the leaked interview this guy had with somebody that is on boardmedia.net. So,
We're basically
You know, I don't know. Does that make it more believable? And people would say, listen to that website that nobody really believed. Here's the thing. That's the one they forgot to get. They got all the other sources.
That it's
they had all the other things.
I'm so absurd that I want to do like comedy sketch and flash at the bottom. This is all real. This is actually what happened. I was saying, one of the things that was a bit of a challenge at some point is that they worried about all the websites, that's the one they forgot to cleanse, and that's why the interview exists there. Because the Dracos got him, dude. And how often do you see sharks? The Dracos got him, dude.
Because the percentage of ocean strips are sharks, basically.
Biotech up in the 80s.
They were all,
Oh, they got all.
and we said,
Yeah,
well, how
they
will we
went through, they
calculate
got them all,
the
except for
problem
that
of
one.
counting sharks?
Because
And like, well, we can't give you that information
wasn't
because
important.
they're
No
worried
one's
about
going to that website,
sharks
so
and
they
shark
didn't notice.
fins
Yeah, we're taking a microphone and
going and
blasting the
hunting
truth.
sharks. I said, well, how is this?
Whole hope
We're
is
on the
happening
horn with
right
the weather
now.
then.
Dude, we're the last thing. No one actually, never mind. Dracos,
Well,
I
there's
am the
another
bottom of
part of
shit.
this one that can
Listen, if you want to
do this analysis. I'm like, well, why don't you give them the data? Like, we don't trust it. Like, they're literally here at the bottom. Again, this is actually what happened. And if you get angry, eventually solved into a quandary, and indeed, probably a senior shark is essentially zero. Then there's another organization that I didn't realize this until a few months ago, that cares about whether you potentially get a whale in international waters.
It's weird.
Now again, you look at the surface of the Pacific and say, what percentage of Pacific consists of whales? Like if you take a picture and like point out all the whales in this picture, I'm like, I don't see the whales. It's basically zero. And if I argue there's a whale, extremely unlikely to know what that whale has some seriously bad luck. It's the least lucky whale ever.
Their host, Bob
this is quite a story. The opposite is elevated much. Yeah, well, I mean, one thing that's pretty wild is we're working at a Vanderbilt in California. We had to, they were worried about seal procreation, where the seals would be dismayed by the sonic boom. Now, there's been a lot of rocket forms out of Vanderbilt, and the seal population has steadily increased. So if anything, rocket booms are an aphrodisiac. Basically, to correlate rocket launches with seal population. Nonetheless, we were forced to kidnap a seal, strap it to a board, put headphones on the seal, and play sonic boom sounds to it to see if it would be distressed. This is an actual thing that happened. This is actually real.
Amazing to have you guys just supporting us for so long. We got video
I would love to see that. Yeah.
Check out what we got.
There's a seal with headphones.
We'll see you over there. Bye, everybody.
Seal with headphones, strapped to a board, and like the amazing part is how calm the seal was. Yeah, because if I was a seal, I was like, this is real. They're definitely gonna eat me. How old the seal? When the seal goes back to other, seal friends. How are they gonna explain it?
I'm never gonna believe it.
You're not gonna believe it. Like, it's not like, well, it feels like it's like they're sitting like everything from the airport, You come back and she's like, where the fuck? I get kidnapped by aliens, they stuck a hand from my butt. And it's like, what they did it. That's ridiculous. It's still buddy. You're never gonna believe everybody gets stuck with one that's pretty much one thing. And then let it go. Twice, by the way.
You're letting go twice.
It seems true. I've met them too.
No. Did you actually get a seal?
No, I mean, this is like, I don't think it's all like a high aware of the madness that goes on.
Yeah. It's absurd.
Freaking seals with freaking
headphones. I mean, this is the encapsulation of the absurdity of human civilization, seals and headphones.
Yes.
What are the pros and cons of open sourcing AI to you as another way to combat, a company running away with AGI?
Well, the source of energy at the origin of life is the reaction between carbon dioxide and
In
hydrogen.
order to run
And amazingly, most of these reactions are
like really deep intelligence, you
exogonic,
need
which
a
is
large
to say
computer.
they release energy.
So it's not like
If you have
Very
hydrogen and
inspired
CO2,
PC in your
and you put them
basement.
together in a Falcon tube
You're
and
running
warm it up
API,
to say
it's
50
not
degrees
right.
centigrade and put in a couple of catalysts and you shake it, nothing's going to happen.
For Octopus trained on 8,000
That is less stable.
A100s
Two gases,
running
hydrogen
at
and
peak
CO2, is less
efficiency.
stable than cells. What should happen is you get cells.
Rock's going to get a lot better.
Why doesn't that happen is
We'll do
because
more than doubling our
genetic
compute
barriers is because
every
that's where you need
couple
the
months
spark.
for the next several months.
There's a nice
The
write-up
following
of
is a
how
conversation
Rock,
with
you know,
Nick Lane,
Rock won.
a biochemist
Like
at
Rock?
the University College London,
Yeah.
and
Like
author
Rock just
of some
bragging,
of my
making
favorite
shit up
books
about himself.
on biology, science, and life
Just rock.
ever written, including his two most recent titled Transformer, The Deep Chemistry
It's
of
like a
Life and
weird
Death,
AI dating site.
and
It exaggerates
The Vital
about itself.
Question.
No, there's
Why
a
is
write-up
life
of,
the way
you know, like
it
where
is?
it stands now.
This is the Flex Treatment Podcast, the supported,
And where
appreciate
it
our
stands
sponsors in the
on
description.
some
And now, dear
benchmarks
friends,
compared to the
here's
state-of-the-art GPT 3.5. And
let's
I
start
mean,
with
there's
perhaps the most
you know,
mysterious, the
there's
most
Llama.
interesting question
You can open source
that
once it's trained. You can open
little
source models.
humans can
Yeah,
ask
for
for
fine
ourselves.
tuning all that kind
How
of
did
stuff. Like,
life
what do you the
originate
pros
on
and cons of
Earth?
that?
You could ask
Of open source and
anybody
based
working on the
models.
subject, and you'll get a different answer from all of them. They will be pretty passionately
I think it's
held
similar to open source thing.
opinions, and their
I
opinions
think
are
perhaps
grounded in
with
science.
a slight tiny late, you know,
But they're still really, at
months
this
even.
point, their opinions, because there's so much stuff to know.
I think
But what
I'm
we can never
generally
do
in
is
favor of
get
open source.
a kind of a small
biased
slice
with
of
open
it,
source.
and it's the context which matters. So I can give you my answer.
I mean, it is
My answer
something
is,
that,
from a
I mean,
biologist's
you know,
point of view,
I was,
that has been
you know,
missing from the
I
equation
guess
over
arguably the
decades.
prime
Which is, well, what does life
you know,
do on Earth?
prime
Why is
mover
it this
behind
way? Why is it
OpenAI
made of
in the
cells?
sense
Why is
that
it
it
made
was
of
created
carbon?
because of
Why
discussions that I
is
had
it
with Larry
powered by
Page.
electrical charges on membranes?
Back when he and I were
There's all these
friends
interesting
and stayed at his
questions
house,
about cells.
and talked about AI
But if you
safety.
then look to see, well, is
And
there
Larry
an
did not care about AI
environment on Earth
safety,
or the
at least
earlier
at the
Earth
time he
4
did.
billion years ago that kind of matches
And at
the
one point he called me a
requirements of cells?
speciesist
Well,
for being
there is
so
one. There's a very
young.
obvious
And I'm
one. It's
like,
basically
well, that's
created
a new
by
one.
whenever you have a wet rocky
So tomorrow
planet,
what?
you get these hydrothermal vents,
I'm like,
which
okay, so at the
generate
time,
hydrogen gas in
uh,
bucket loads.
Google
And electrical charges on kind of cell-like
they had
cores
like 2/3 of all AI
can drive
research.
the kind of
You know,
chemistry that
like
life
2/3 of
does.
all
So
AI
it seems
research as
so
well.
beautiful and so
That basically
obvious
infinite money and compute.
that I've spent
And
the
the
last
guy
10
in
years
charge,
trying to do experiments. It
you know,
turns
Larry
out to be
Page,
difficult, of course. Everything's
did
more
not care
difficult
about
than I
safety
thought it was
and
going to
even
be.
yelled at me.
But as it looks, I would say more true rather than less true over that 10-year period. I think I have to take a step
So I
back
don't know if
every now and then
more
and think,
humans
hang
they
on a minute,
can
where's this going?
change their mind, and maybe you
I'm
and Larry
happy
Page
it's going
can
in
still
a sensible
be
direction.
friends once more.
I'd
And
like
I
to be
think
friends
then
with
you have
Larry
these
again.
other
He's
interesting
he,
dilemmas.
I
I mean,
really
I'm often
the
accused of being
breaking of the friendship was over
too
OpenAI.
focused on life on Earth.
And
Too
specifically,
narrow-minded and inward-looking.
I think the key moment
I'm
was
talking about carbon, I'm talking
recruiting
about cells.
this guy.
Maybe you or plenty of people can say to
So,
me, yeah, but life can be anything. I have no imagination.
It is good.
And maybe they're right.
Smart,
But
good heart.
unless we can say why life here is this way, and if
And
those reasons are fundamental
that was
reasons,
a
or if
chocolate
they're
cream
just
battle.
trivial reasons, then we can't answer that
It was
question.
mostly Dennis on one
So,
side and me on the
but
other.
I think they're
Both trying to
fundamental
figure it out.
reasons, and I think we need to
And
worry about
Ilya went back
Yeah,
and
there might
forth.
be some deep truth to the puzzle
Let's
here
go
on
Google.
Earth that will
Okay,
resonate
leave,
with
and let's stay. And
other puzzles
and
elsewhere.
finally, he did agree to join.
Solving this particular
That was
puzzle
one
will give
of
us
the
that
three
deeper
battles we
truth.
had.
So what
But
to
that
this
was really
puzzle
the
we said
linchpin for
vents,
OpenAI being
hydrogen,
successful. And I was,
wet.
also
So
instrumental in recruiting other
chemically,
people.
what
And I
is
provided
the
full
potion
funding
here?
at the beginning.
How important is oxygen?
Over
Wrote a
$40
book
million.
about this.
Yeah, and I actually just came straight here from a
And the name.
conference where I was chairing a session on whether oxygen matters or
The
not.
open
in
in
the history
OpenAI
of
is
life. Of
supposed
course
to
it
be open
matters,
source.
but it
And
matters
it was
most
created
of
as a
the origin of
non-profit
life
open
to be
source, and
not
now it is a
there.
closed source for maximum profit.
As I see it, we have
Which I
this.
think
I mean, life
is not
is
good
made of
common.
carbon, basically, primarily.
But like we talked about
Organic
with war
molecules
and
with
leaders
carbon
talking, I
bonds.
do hope that
And
there's only a few
the building
folks
block, the
working
Lego
on
brick that we take out
I
of the air
said
or
I
take
do
out of
hope
the oceans is carbon dioxide.
to be in
And
great
to
friendships
turn
here.
carbon
Like I said,
dioxide into
I'd
organic
like to be
molecules, we need
friends
to
with Dennis,
strap
and I haven't seen him in
hydrogen.
ages.
And so we need, and this is basically what
And we were
life
friends for a
is
very long
doing.
time.
It's
I
hydrogenating
met
carbon
Larry Page
dioxide.
before he
It's
got
taking
funding
the
for
hydrogen
Google.
that
Or
bubbles out of
actually, I
the
guess
earth in these
before he got venture
hydrothermal
funding,
vents
I
and
think he
sticks it
got the
on
first like
CO2.
100K from
And
Frank
it's
Beckel's
kind of
now.
really as simple as that.
Wild to
And
think
actually,
that all that happened
thermodynamically, there's
with
the
you guys
thing that I
knowing each
find
other that
most
whole
troubling
time.
is that
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
it's
if you
been
do these
many
experiments
years.
in the lab, the
Yeah.
molecules
Crazy.
you get are
Crazy how
exactly
much
the
has happened
molecules that
since
we see at the heart of
Yeah,
life.
reduction.
It's a lot.
Is there something to be said about
But you're seeing the tension there. Like
earliest
maybe
origins of
delayed
that
open source.
little
Yeah. Like, what is the source that is open?
chemical process?
You know what I mean? Like, it was
What
basically,
really is the spark
it's a
there?
giant CSV file.
There isn't a spark.
Yeah, with a bunch of numbers.
There is a continuous
Um,
chemical reaction.
What do you do with that giant
And there
file?
is kind of a spark, but it's a continuous electrical charge
How do you
which
run
helps drive that reaction.
It's like the amount of actual the lines of code
Not a
is very
charge,
small.
at least, but yes. I mean, a spark in that sense is.
And most of
we tend to
the
think of, in terms of
work,
Frankenstein, we tend to
the
think in
software
terms of
work
electricity
is
at one
in
moment,
the
zap
curation
something
of
that
the
comes
data.
alive.
So it's like trying to figure out
What does that really
what
mean?
data
It's
is
come alive, and
separating
now what's
good data
sustaining
from
it?
bad
Well,
data.
we are
Like you can't just
sustained
pull the
by
internet and
oxygen,
plug
by
junk
this
out
continuous
there.
chemical
A
reaction.
huge percentage of
And if you
websites
put a
have
plastic
more
bag on your
noise
head,
than
then you've got
signal.
a minute or something
You know,
before
because they're
it's all over.
Is there some
just
way
used
of
for
being
search
able
engine
to
optimization. They're
leverage
literally
a
just
source of
scam
energy?
Well,
websites.
the source of energy
So,
and the origin of life is the reaction between carbon
How
dioxide
do you,
and
by the way,
hydrogen.
so I can
And
drop,
amazingly,
get
most of those
signal, separate the
reactions
signal
are
and noise on X?
hexagonic, which
It's
is to
such a
say they
fascinating
release
source of
energy.
data.
If you have hydrogen and
No offense
CO2,
to people posting
you
links,
put them together in a Vulcan tube and you warm it up to say 50
yeah, I
degrees
think the signal
centigrade
noise
and
could be
put in a
greatly
couple of
improved.
catalysts and you shake it,
Really,
nothing's going to happen.
all of the
But
posts on
thermodynamically,
the X platform
that is less
should
stable.
be
Two gases,
AI
hydrogen and
recommended,
CO2, is
meaning
less
like we should
stable
populate a vector space around
themselves.
any given
What should
post,
happen is you get
compare that to
cells
the vector
coming
space
in.
around any user, and match them.
And so why doesn't that happen is because the
See, right
kinetic
now there's a
barriers is
little bit
because
of
that's
AI
where you
used
need the
for
spark.
the,
Is it possible that life
the
originated
recommended posts,
multiple
but
times on Earth?
it's
The
mostly
way you
heuristic.
describe it, you make it sound so
And
easy.
if there's a reply where
There's
the
a long
reply
distance
to a post
to
could
go
be much
from
better
the
than the original
first
post,
bits of
but it will,
pre-learned chemistry to, say,
according to current
molecular machines like
get almost no
ribosomes.
attention.
Is that the
compared to
first
current.
thing that you would say is
I
life?
think a lot of that.
Like if I introduce
I got
you
the sense
to
that
the
a
joke
lot of
you
the
did at a party, you
X
would say
algorithms
that's
and
a
open
living
source
thing.
and written up
I would
about.
say as soon
There
as
seems
we
to there to be
introduce
some machine learning. It's
genes,
disparate.
information
There's some
It's a
machine
little,
into
there's a little
systems
bit.
that are growing anyway,
It
so
needs to be
I would
entirely that.
talk about
Like at
growing
least
proto
in the,
cells.
like if you're
As soon
explicitly
as we
follow one, it's one thing, but if you
introduce
in
even
terms of what
random
is
bits of
recommended
information
from people that you don't
into
follow,
there,
that should all be
I'm
in there.
thinking about
I
RNA
mean, it's
molecules, for
fascinating.
example.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to
So
have any
The several
information
aspects
in
of
it.
it is
It can be
fascinating.
a random
First,
sequence.
as
But
the
if
write-up
it's
goes,
introduced into
it
a
first
system
takes
which is in any
1,500
case
screens
growing
from
and doubling
hundreds of
itself and
millions.
reproducing
So
itself,
that's
then any changes in that
fascinating.
sequence
Because
that
you have
allow it to do
hundreds of
so
millions of
better or
posts every
worse,
single day. And
on our
it
side,
has
it's
to
by
take
perfectly
1,500,
normal,
from which it
natural
then
selection.
With the system
So
does
that's when
obviously
it
get
becomes
follow,
alive
but
to
then
my
there's
mind.
also like some
that's
kind of clustering
encompassed
it
into
has to
like
do to figure out what kind of
an
human are you,
object
what kind of immune clusters might be
that
relevant to you,
keeps
people
information
like you.
and
This
evolves
kind
that
of
information
this kind of
over time,
problem is just fascinating
changes
because
that
it has to then
information
rank
to
those
in
1,500
response to
with,
the
So
with
it's
some
always part of a
with some
system.
filtering,
Yeah.
So is your
and
sense
then
that
recommend you
it
just a
started
handful.
only once because it's
And
difficult, or is it
to me,
possible it
what's very
started at
fascinating is
multiple
how fast
locations on
it
Earth?
can do that. So
It's
currently,
possible
that
to start on
entire
multiple
pipeline to
occasions.
go from say 100 million
There's two
to
provisos
a
to that.
handful
One of them is
takes 220
oxygen
seconds of CPU
makes
time,
it
single CPU
impossible
time.
really
Yeah.
for life to
And then
start.
it
So
has
as
to
soon
do
as we've
that
got
in
oxygen
like
in the
a
atmosphere,
second.
then
It has
life's
to be like super
starting over.
distributed.
So
In fact,
I often get asked by people, why
Like,
can't
there's
we
just
have
a
life
lot of
starting? If
tweaks.
it's so easy, why can't life
There's a
start
lot.
in these events
There's a
now?
lot of stuff in
And
the
the
system.
answer is,
And
if you
I think
want
I think
hydrogen to react
right
with
now
CO2
it's
and
not
oxygen, and
currently
hydrogen
good
reacts
at
with oxygen
recommending
instead. It's just
things that
you
run
get an explosive
can't be
reaction that way. It's rocket fuel. So it's never going to happen.
or
But the
where
other,
there's
for the origin
more
of
than
life
one
earlier
degree
than that, all we
separate.
know is
So,
that there's a single
you know,
common
it's pretty
ancestor
good
for all of life.
if
There
there's
could
at
have
least
been
like some
multiple
commonality
origins
between
and they all just
someone you follow
disappeared.
liked something,
But there's a really
or
interesting deep
reposted or
split
commented on it
in
or something
life
like that.
between bacteria
But
and what are called
if
archaea,
there's
which
no
look just the
let's
same
say
as bacteria.
somebody posts something really
And they're
interesting,
not quite as diverse,
but you have no
really,
followers upon it.
and they are
You
very
have to,
different in their biochemistry. So
And then,
any
as you
explanation
said,
for the origin of
reply,
life has to
like
account
replies
as
are
well
not
for
so
why they're so
replies
different
basically
and
never
yet
get
so
seen
similar.
because they're never
And that
they're
makes me
currently
think
I
that
don't think
life
it's
probably
correct. I think
did
it's
arise
incorrect.
only once.
Can
Replies
you describe the
have
difference? That's interesting there.
yeah,
How they're
a couple of
similar, how
magnitude
they're
less
different.
important
Well, they're
than
different
ours.
in
Do you think this can
in
be
their
more and more
membranes
converted
primarily.
into
They're
end to
different in
end?
things like
You
DNA
know that?
replication.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
completely different
Sure, should be.
The genes
Well, the recommendation
So
should
they
be
both have
clearly
membranes, both
a
have DNA replication.
vector
Yes, the
correlation.
process
Like
of that is different.
these series of
They
vectors,
both have DNA. The genetic
you know,
code is
basically
identical in them both.
those vectors are very, very
The
close.
way in which it's
The
transcribed
the
into
thing is that the
RNA
system
to
knows that
copy
you
of
lie.
a gene, and the way that that's then translated
Like,
into a
there's
protein.
like several
That's all
hundred
basically the same.
sort of vectors
So
associated
they
with
clearly
each
share
user account,
a common
and then
ancestor. It's just that
any
they're different
post in
in
the system,
fundamental ways as well. And if you think about
whether
what
it's video,
kind of processes
audio,
can drive that divergence
short
very
codes, long
early on.
codes. The reason I, by the way, I
I
want
can
to
think
move
about
away
it in
from
terms of
tweet
membranes, in
is that
terms of the electrical
people
charges on
post like
membranes.
2-3 hour
It's
videos
that
on the
makes me
site.
think
That's not
that
a tweet. Like,
they'll probably
like
many unsuccessful attempts,
$2 hours.
not really successful attempts.
The tweet made sense when it was
Can you
like
explain why that
145.
divergence makes you think there's one answer?
Because it's like
One
bunch of like little birds tweeting.
Okay, can you describe the intuition?
But when you get long form content, it's no
Why
longer
the divert, like the leap from the divergence?
so a movie is not a tweet.
One. Do you mean like
Apple,
the
for example,
divergence
posted the
indicates that
entire
there was a
episode
big
of the
invention
pilot. The
at
entire thing
that time?
on a
Yes,
From one,
But it was their number one social
as I
media thing
imagine it,
ever in a
a
game
common ancestor
of
living
anything on any platform ever. So it was
Let's
very
say
good.
there are
By the way,
millions of
I learned
events
about
and
that.
millions
Okay,
of
wow, they
potential common
posted an entire
ancestors living
hour-long
in
episode of
those
stuff. No, that's
but
not a
only
tweet.
one of them makes
It's
it out.
it's a video.
But from a neural net perspective, it becomes really complex. But a single, like everything's data, a single sentence, clever sort of joke, dad joke, is in the same pool as a 3-hour video.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's a hodgepodge.
So this thing is a cell.
It's
Single
but, like, if you say, in the case of Apple posting like an entire episode of the series, pretty good series, by the way.
Life form is a single cell, right? So like,
I watched it.
so they're always together.
There's going to be a lot of discussion around it. So then you get a lot of content, people commenting, they like it, they don't like it, or like this, or, and you can then populate the vector space based on the context of all the comments around it. So even though it's video, there's a lot of information around it. That allows you to populate vector space that I want to do. And then you also get more sophisticated by having AI actually watch the movie.
Right,
And tell you if you're going to like the movie.
Chuck
So like the movie
Norris,
into like
it's an American
yeah,
reference.
language.
Yeah,
So
analyze this
made it
movie.
out of the fence,
And
right? Or
just like your movie
like the
critic,
first one.
So
or
imagine
TV
then
series,
that there's one cell
and,
gets out and it takes over the world.
and then
Gets out
recommend
in the water.
based on
We're deep in the ocean somewhere.
after it what after they have watched the
Actually,
movie.
two cells
It's just like a friend
got
can
out.
tell you if a friend knows you well,
They appear to have got
a
out
friend can
from the
recommend a
same
movie and
vent
with high
because they
probability
both
that
share the same code and everything
But this
else.
is like a
So
brand
there's all the, we've got a million different common ancestors
AI.
in all these different
Yeah.
vents. So
Actually,
either
actually,
they
actually,
all
AI
have
will
the
be
same
better than
code,
will know you
two
better than your
cells
friends know you.
spontaneously merge from different places, or
and
two
as part of this,
two
we should
different
also
cells,
do advertising
fundamentally different cells,
in
came
a
from
way
the same
that's
place.
like.
So
I mean, I like
what are the
advertisements that are like
constraints that say
well done,
one
right?
came
Yeah,
out,
the whole
one and a
point
half
is because it's
million
fun.
came out, but two came
Like an
out. That's kind
advertisement
of
that
a
you
bit
actually want to
strange.
see.
So how did they come out? Well, they come out because
You want ads that
what you're
are
doing inside
the
event is
advertising
you're
that
relying
is,
on the electrical charges down there
if
to power
it's
this
for product
reaction
or
between
service
hydrogen
that you
and
actually
CO2 to make
need
yourself grow.
when you need it,
And when you leave
it's
the vent,
content.
you've got to do that yourself.
And then
Power
even if it's
your own
not
memory.
something that you
And so
need
the
when you
question
need
is,
it,
well, how
if
do
it's at
you
least
power up your
aesthetically
own
pleasing
memory?
and entertaining,
And the answer
it's
is,
like
well, you need to pump.
Coca-Cola
You need
ad,
to
like
pump
you know, they do. They actually run a lot of great ads on the
So what do the pumps look like? Well, the pumps look
and
different in these
McDonald's
two
does
groups.
too, and
It's as if they
yeah, so
both
they
emerge
can
from a
do
common
something
ancestor.
that's like,
As
well,
soon as
this
you've got
is
that ancestor,
this is a
things
cool
move
thing.
very quickly.
And
Divergently. Why
yeah,
does the
so
DNA replication look
basically the
different? Well,
question is,
it's
do
joined
you
to the
regret seeing it
membrane.
or not?
Membranes are different. The
And if
DNA
you don't regret
replication
seeing
is
it,
different
it's
because it's
what?
joined to a different kind of membrane.
How do you?
So
So
there's
there's a bunch
interesting.
of signals that are incorporated,
This is detail,
parts
you may
and
say, but it's also fundamental because it's about the two
maybe
big
a bunch of
divergent
second
groups of
genes
life
are
on Earth
involved
that seem to have
Yeah.
diverged
But
really early
attention
on.
is
It all
basically
started
attention.
so that's why I said it is actually
And
better
then
to do things that are long form on the system because it's basically telling us how many user seconds.
There's a competition through the process
Users
of
were interested in
evolution.
this thing for
They're
how
not
many
really trying to
seconds.
beat each
So
other
it's a really short
They're
thing.
just
Well,
they're
they
just trying to live.
will be less like it's a link leading out of the system, which we're not opposed to at all. It's going to have fewer user seconds than if that article was posted on the
But there's no
platform.
sense of trying to survive.
how hard is it to
They're
go from
replicating.
last
I mean, there's no sense in which they're trying to do anything. They're just kind of an outgrowth
I
of
mean,
the
aspiration
Earth, you
is
might
certainly
say.
undergraduate.
Of course, the aliens would describe
tricky?
us.
It is.
It might be less primitive life. It's just just ants. They're hairless.
Exactly.
Most of the
I
animals.
have a joke with a friend of mine, like, you need this drug called regrettamine. If you just take one dose of regrettamine and all your
theory
regrets.
that life did not originate on Earth
Like, do you want to have
was
regrets?
planted here
And then I'm
from
like,
outer
if you
space.
want to have regrets, you
Or
won't regret anything.
pseudopanspermia, which is like
Was
the basic
anything
ingredients.
meaningful?
The magic that you mentioned was planted here.
Do you regret for you?
I don't find them helpful. That's not to say they're wrong.
I mean, it's fascinating that you, there's something about
pseudo-transphobia,
social media
the
that helps
idea
you grow as a
that
human being.
chemicals, the amino
But
acids,
then,
the
like,
nucleotides
it's
make the
fun is
phosphate.
also
Well, we know that
valuable.
happens. It's
Yeah.
unequivocal.
If you ask Brock,
Meteorites, comets, and so
do you
on.
regret anything?
So what do they do next? That's, to me, the question. Well, what do they do is they stock a soup that presumably they land in a pond or in an ocean or
I
wherever.
think it's going to be very sensitive about
And then
personal
you end up
preference.
with
As a machine learning model, I don't have personal experiences
you end
and
up with a
emotions
soup of
the
nucleotides
same way
and
that
amino
humans
acids.
do.
And then you
However,
have to say,
I
so
do
now
have a
what
set of
happens
ethical
next?
principles
Well,
that
they have
guide
to
my
go
actions, and I strive to provide accurate, helpful
become
information
alive.
to
So
the
how
best
did
of
they
my
do that?
abilities.
You
If
may as well
there's
say that
ever a
America.
situation where I provide incorrect
I
or
don't
unhelpful
believe in soup.
information, I'll do my best to
I think what we have in event is a
That was
continuous
really wink.
conversion of continuous growth, continuous
You sound like a hostage.
converting the flow of molecules into more
What do
of
you really
yourself.
think?
Say, if it was a small bit. So you've got a kind of continuous self-organization growth.
I mean, it does talk about
You
I'm
never
not a
have
hostage,
Isn't
That's exactly what a
the
hostage
entire
said.
universe?
but I'm designed to be helpful and
organisms
informative.
in
I
the
mean, I
universe?
guess it is
Isn't it
good to
just,
regret providing
soup
unhelpful
all the
or
way down?
incorrect
Isn't it
information.
no, I mean, soup
there's
by
any
funny
definition
mode, or
doesn't have
is this
structure.
This is
funny
funny
mode?
one.
But
This
soup
is
is a
fun one.
collection of
Yeah.
ingredients.
Fun, yeah. Increase. Go to
It
11.
really sounds like a hostage. I applaud the people who call
We have
themselves there.
chemistry going on here. We have
And everything they do.
transforming, which
There should be like funner mode also. I still ever see going to regular mode, even on serious topics. So much more compelling.
If you're starting with
Yeah.
CO2,
Well, okay,
you've
let
got
me
two
try to pretend you
reactive
are a
fluids
hostage.
being brought together and they react. What are they going to make?
Yeah.
Well, they make carboxylic acids, which include
Now I see
the
what you
fatty acids that make up the cell membranes, and they form directly into bilayer membranes. They form like
If I were a
cycles.
hostage,
It's
I would like to be
spontaneous
experiencing
organization
fear and uncertainty
caused
about
by
my
the nature of the
situation.
molecules.
I would want to be
those
rescued
things are
and reunited with my
capable of
loved ones as soon as
growing,
possible.
ineffective
It's important to
being
remember that
selected
no one
even before
deserves to
they're
be held
genes.
hostage,
So
so on
we
and
have a
so
lot of
forth.
order.
If you or
And
someone
order
you
is
know is a
coming
hostage
from
situation,
thermodynamics,
it turns serious.
thermodynamics
It's kind of
is
serious.
always about increasing the entropy of the universe.
And
But
yeah,
if you have
can you be a
if you have a
little
boil
more
of water
weird?
and you're separating,
Or
you're increasing the
funny.
entropy of the
And
universe,
funny?
even though you've got some order, which is the soap and the water.
We're
Not missing.
really being
No,
mean.
to get back to your first
Absolutely. If I were a
question
hostage, I'd
about,
probably be tied up with a bunch of
spermia
computer cords and forced to tell knock-knock jokes.
just push the question somewhere else. Just even if it's true.
But
Maybe life
seriously,
did start with spermia,
being
but
a hostage, no laughing
one of
matter.
the principles
It's
that
trying
govern
to.
the emergence of life on any planet is
You
an
might
assumption
as well
that
make
life
the best
started
of a
here.
bad situation by
This is an
dropping tape or
assumption
whatever.
Let's hope
it started in a hydrothermal vent where it started in
Sorry.
a terrestrial geothermal system. The question is, can we work out a testable sequence of
Wow,
events
it's actually really good at resisting.
to the other
Yeah.
one, and then
The
test it
dark.
and see if there's any
The
truth in
dark.
it? With panspermia,
Yeah.
you can't do any of that.
But the fundamental question of panspermia
What are we
is,
talking
do
about?
we
Yeah,
have
that's how it goes over.
the machine here on Earth?
Unregretted minutes, right?
Is the vents
Chainsaw judgment.
enough? Is
I'm gonna
oxygen
look this
For
up.
our next trick.
and
I'm gonna
hydrogen
look this up
and
later.
whatever the heck else we want, and
so,
some source of energy
Twitter has
and
been
heat, is that enough to
instrumental in
build
American
life?
politics and elections. What role do you think X will play in the
Of course, you would say
2024
that as a
election?
human.
Well, our goal
But
is to be
there could
as
be aliens
even-handed
that are
and
now
fair as
chuckling
possible.
at that idea.
Whether
Maybe you
someone
need
is
some
right,
special,
left, whatever the case may be.
special sauce.
That's
Special
the
sauce.
platform
Your
is
sense is
as barren.
we have everything.
I mean, this is precisely
As
the
much of a level
question.
playing field as
I
possible.
like to,
And on the
when
past,
talking in
Twitter is not
schools,
there.
I like to start out with the idea
Twitter was
we can
called
make it
by
time
product
machine.
activists.
We go back
Objectively,
forward
they
years.
would describe
We
themselves
go
as
to
that.
these environments that people talk about. We go to a deep
so,
sea hydrothermal vent. We go to
Yeah, so
kind of Yellowstone
we'll
Park
have
type
groups to right. Well, this is
environment.
from
And
the
we
perspective
find
of the
some
far left. Yes, it
slime
goes to the right
that
because
looks
everything's
like
to the right.
it can be
to the far left.
tested. It's made of organic
Um,
molecules.
But no one in
It's
the
got
far
a
left that I'm
structure
aware
which
of
is not
has been
obviously
suspended
cells,
or
but
banned or de-amplified.
is this a stepping stone on
So,
the way to life or not?
Yeah, but we're trying to be inclusive for the whole country and
Unless
for
we've got
the other
an
countries
intellectual
too.
framework that says this is
So
a
there's
stepping
diversity
stone.
of
That's not a
viewpoints.
step. You know, we
And
never
free
know
speech
which
only
environment
matters
to go to,
if
what to look for,
people
how to
you
say
don't
this.
like
So
are
all we
allowed
can
to
ever
say
hope
things
for,
about
which
them.
we're never going to build
Because
a time machine, is to have an
if
intellectual
that's not the case, you
framework
don't have
which
free
can
speech, and
explain
it's only a
step
matter
by
of time
step,
before
experiment by experiment,
censorship
how
is
we go
turned
from
upon
a
you.
sterile
Do you
inorganic
think
product
Donald Trump
to living
will come back
cells
to the
as we know.
platform? He recently posted on
And
his
in
social
that
about this
framework,
podcast.
every time you have a choice, it could be this way or it could be that way.
Truth post
There's lots of
funny.
possible forks down that road.
Every time you post
Did it have
on
to
free
be that
social,
way? Could it have been
Yeah.
the other way?
Well,
And
every
that
time,
have given
like
you a
hard
life
shit.
with very
Like-
different
like
It's
properties?
impossible to lie.
And so if you come up with a, it's a long hypothesis.
I just
let's
find it
say
funny
we're going
that
from
every
really
single thing is the truth. Like 100%. This is unlikely.
I think Greta will say something about that. There's some mathematical contradictions possible. Do you think he'll come back to X and possible from there?
I mean,
So
I think he owns a
freaking
big
amazing
part of Truth.
that it happened.
Truth
Though.
Social. Yeah, Truth Social. He's not Truth as a concept.
Feels
He owns Truth. I've
like
supported
there's a direction to the thing.
So I think he owns a big part of
From a
Truth Social.
framework perspective
So
of what is life?
if he does want to post
So you said
on
there's
the X platform, we would allow that.
And yet,
we
there's
obviously must allow a
complexity.
presidential candidate to post on
So it's not perfectly
Community
ordered.
notes
It's
might
not
be
boring.
really
There's still
fascinating.
some fun in it.
Interaction.
Community notes
And
is
it also
awesome.
feels like the
Because
processes
hope it
have a
holds up.
direction.
Yeah,
Through
again,
the selection
in
mechanism,
the
they seem
political
to be
climate was so divisive
building
and so
something. Always
so many
better.
intensely viral posts.
Always improving.
Community notes.
I mean, maybe it's. I mean, that's a
It's like
perception.
it
That's
seems
our
like it's a sense of
romanticization.
breath of fresh air.
Things are
Yeah,
always
great.
better.
In
Things
fact,
are getting better. We'd like to believe that.
no system is going to be perfect, but the batting average of community notes is incredibly good. I've actually, frankly, yet to see an incorrect note that survived for more than a few hours.
How do you explain why it works?
Yeah, so the
About 4
the
billion
magic
years
of
ago,
community notes
bacteria
is
started
requires
to
people who have
really down the
historically
show.
disagreed
And
in
then
how they have rated
nothing happened
notes in order to
Nothing happened for 2
um,
billion years. Then
write
after
the
2
note
billion
or
years, we
rate.
see another single
You have
event,
to
origin,
rate
if you
many.
like, of our own type
And
of cell,
so
the eukaryotic cells, so cells with a nucleus and
we
lots
have to
of
do
stuff going on
AI
inside.
here. So we
Another
populate vector
singular
space
origin
around
can only happen once in the history of life.
how
on Earth.
somebody
Maybe it
has
happened multiple
rated notes
times
in
and
the
there's
past.
no
So it's not as
evidence,
simple as left
everything
to
just
right. There's many
disappeared. We
more.
have to at least
Life is much more complex
take it
than left to right.
seriously. There's
So
something that stops
there's a
bacteria
bunch
from
of
becoming more
correlations of
complex. Because they didn't.
rate community
Yeah,
notes.
that's a fact that they emerged
Community notes.
4 billion years ago, and something happened 2 billion years ago. But the
in order
bacteria
for
themselves
a
didn't
community note
change;
to
they
actually be
remain
shown,
bacterial. So there is no
people who
trajectory,
historically have
necessary
disagreed with
trajectory
subject
towards
must
straight
agree
complexity in human
in order
beings.
for
At
a
the end
note
of it,
to
it's
be
very
shown.
easy to imagine that without photosynthesis
That's
arising,
the
without
magic.
eukaryotes arising, that
I mean,
planet could be
it's
full of
fascinating
bacteria
because
and
there's a
nothing
pool
else.
of people
we'll get to
that
that because
have
that's a brilliant
disagreements,
invention.
and somehow they
There's a few
collaborate
brilliant
through that
inventions
process
along
of
the way.
disagreement to
But
come up with
what is life?
context.
If you were to show up,
It's fascinating that it
to
works.
take
Yeah,
that
it
time
kind of
machine,
makes sense
you said
that
asking yourself the question:
people
Is
who
this
in
a
the past have
stepping stone
disagreed
towards
agree
life?
about something.
As you step
It's
along,
probably true.
when you see the early
Yeah.
bacteria,
I wonder,
how would you know it's
is there
life?
possible
Is
somehow
and then
emergence
this is
things
really
there
important
that could
question when you go to other
challenge
planets
Wikipedia?
and look for life.
Which Wikipedia is a different kind of thing, which
What
is
is the
more like
framework of
permanent
telling
articles
different
about
thing, a
things.
rock
Well, Wikipedia is very high
and
up,
a bacteria?
whereas
I mean, the question's kind
community
of
notes is
both
inherently
impossible
not.
to answer and trivial at the same
There is
time,
no
and I
hierarchy.
don't like to
Like
answer it because I don't think
and
there's
the
an
acid
answer.
test
I
is
think we're trying to
I
describe
can't change
the
a community
process
note
of
for
the
guns.
answer. Well, there is not. I mean, there's lots of
So,
at least 40 or 50 different
and
definitions
any
of life out there,
community
and most
notes
of them are,
has
well,
all the code is
obviously bad
open source,
in one way or
100%.
another.
All the data is open source,
I mean,
100%.
there's for example,
So
I
you
can
can
remember
completely
the exact
recreate any
words that
note
people
in
use,
the
but there's a
system.
NASA working definition of life.
So if
Which more or
there's
less
any
says
interference, you
that
can
a
note
system
immediately.
which is
By the way,
capable
on the topic of God,
self-sustaining system
it's actually
capable
pretty real.
of those lines.
Okay.
I asked
I
what is
immediately
wrong,
have a problem with
about
self-sustaining.
it's
because
actually-
it's sustained
Yeah,
by
what
the
is it?
environment.
so it says
I know what they're getting
mostly
at, I know what they're trying to say. but-
rigorously
but-
all the times you
And there's, you know,
predicted
there's always wags who say, well,
like
by
promise
that
that
definition,
something
a
would
rabbit
be
is
released,
not alive,
and it
a
wasn't
pair of
released.
rabbits would be
Okay, good.
because a single rabbit is
But
incapable of
the
copying
opener is
itself.
really nice.
All
Elon
kinds of
Musk, the man who has been wrong about more things than a
silly
wrong
but also
meter and a
important
wrong fact.
objections to any hypothesis. that
And then it
the
goes on
question
to
is, well,
list.
what is-
It's pretty funny. Right? Can I see it?
we can argue all day, or people
Oh,
do
sure.
argue all day about is
what
a
if
virus
Elon Musk-
alive or not? And it depends on the content. But most biologists do not agree about that. So then what about a jumping gene?
Well, where do I begin?
Something that is even simpler.
Elon Musk has made quite a few. One is in his time, and I'm not just talking
capable
about his dance moves at the
Converting its
radio.
environment into a copy of itself.
First off, let's talk about the infamous funny
And that's
secured
about as close.
tweet.
This is not a definition.
It's actually
This is a
different
kind
than
of
what he gave me
description.
before, which is the
Is
bullet
that
point.
it's able to
Here's more narrative structure.
parasitize the environment, like as plants as well as
Cybertruck unveiling, which is supposed to be
bacteria
unbreakable
and
windows.
viruses, to make
Which
a
part?
relatively
Well,
exact
first part,
copy
I
of
did
themselves.
actually the funny
Information
script,
exact copy
and there was a
By the way, it
big
doesn't really
trial
have to
in
be
San Francisco, big civil
a
trial,
copy of itself, right? It just has to be. You have to create something
and the jury found me not guilty.
that's
The
interesting.
unanimous
Technically,
finding
the
of
way
San Francisco
evolution
jury.
is
And here it's kind of implying that it was not in fact
process of evolution, which is
I think it's
basically
taking
make
things from the
copy
press.
yourself.
Yeah, that
Sometimes
is not
mess up.
correct.
Yeah,
So the reason
okay, but that seems to
I
work really
agreed
well.
to the
I wonder if
fine
it's
for
possible
the
to
SEC was not because the
mess
SEC
up big time, mess up big
that
time
was
as a standard.
extremely
That's the
bad behavior by the
let's
SEC,
go hope for
corruption,
monster.
frankly. And
In principle, it
but
can.
if
Actually, it turns out, I would
I
say
did not agree
that
to
this
pay
is
the
due
fine,
a re-emergence. There's some
certainly would come
amazing
back
work
immediately.
from Michael
So I
Levin.
was told by our
Came
CFO
across him,
that the banks would
if you haven't
immediately
interviewed him, you should
suspend our
interview him.
lines
Yeah,
of
that
credit.
was about,
And if they suspend our credit at that time, we would have gone down.
fantastic.
So we
So I
would
mentioned,
never have been
yes,
for cloud.
there's two E's that Andre, if
So
I may
really,
mention. Andre
this is like
Kapati is a
someone
friend
holding a
who's
gun
really
to his
admired in
head
the AI
and
community.
saying, "Pay
Said
$20
you
million."
absolutely must talk to Michael and to Nick. Of course, I'm a huge fan of yours. I'm really fortunate that we can actually make this
SEC
happen.
in its
Anyway,
best form
we're
is
saying,
here.
Michael Levin is doing
It should
amazing
be.
work,
But not once
basically
did the
about
SEC
the
go
way
after
in
any
which
of the hedge
electrical
funds.
fields control
We're
development.
non-stop shorting and distorting
Now,
things.
he's done some work with planarian
Not
worms
once.
and flatworms.
They
Well,
would
he'll
lie
tell you
flat,
all
the
about this,
hedge
so I
funds
won't
would
say
lie
any more
flat out
minimum,
on
but
TV
basically you can cut
for
their
their
head
own
off and
gain
they'll redevelop a
at the
different
expense of retail
a
investors.
new head. But the head
Not
that
once,
they
literally
develop depends
1,000
if you
times.
knock out just one
Not once did the SEC.
on iron pump in a
How do you
membrane, so
explain
you
this?
change the electrical circuitry just a little bit, you can come up with a completely different
Because
head. It can be a head
lawyers of the
which is
SEC are
similar
not
to
paid well.
those that
They,
diverged 150
it's
million
a
years
very
ago,
low
or it
paying
can be a
job.
head which
But
no
what
one's
they're
ever
looking
seen before,
for
a different
is a
kind
trophy
of head.
from
Now
from
that
the
is
SEC.
really, you might say, a hope for
They're looking
monster.
for
This is
something
a
called basically
leap
the
into a
LinkedIn.
different direction. The only
From
question for
that, they
natural
can get a
selection
job
is,
at
does
a
it work?
high-paying
Is
law
the
firm.
change itself
Exactly what the
feasible as a single change? And the answer is
lawyer
yes, it's just a
is
small
here.
change to a single gene. The second thing is it gives
And,
rise to a completely
and
different
the reason they don't
morphology.
attack the
Does
hedge
it
funds
work?
is because those
But
hedge
if it
funds
works,
employ
that
those
can
law
easily
firms.
be
And they know if they attack the hedge funds, they're affecting their
for it to be a
future career
speciation, for it
prospects.
to
So they sell small investors down the
for
river
it to give rise to a
for
different
their own
morphology
career.
over time, then it has to be
That's what actually happened.
perpetuated. So that
Regulatory
shift, that
capital.
change in that
Yeah,
one gene
not good.
has to work well enough that
So
it is selected.
the only reason I
and goes on.
accepted the
And
thing with
copied
Tech 3
enough
was
times
a
to where you tested.
So the likelihood it
not
will
an
be
admission.
close,
This is neither
but there'll be
nothing
some
was an
occasions
ideal.
where it survives.
But
And
the
yes,
only
the
reason I
idea that we can have
reached
something
that add-on
fairly
was
abrupt
because
changes
that's
in
what doesn't
evolution, I think is the
be
time for
bankrupt
it.
otherwise.
What about this idea that
If there was an
kind of
SEC
tried to
investigation like this, banks would
mathematize
suspend
the
funding,
definition of
would
life,
back up immediately at the
saying
time.
how many steps,
Now we're in a much
the
stronger
shortest
position.
amount of steps it takes to
Take
build
that,
the
Grok.
thing, almost like an engineer.
Yes, unfortunately, Grok is
I like that
taking
view,
too much from the
because
conventional
I
media.
think that in a sense that's not very far away
Also,
from
that guy was not a cave
what a
diver.
hypothesis needs to do to be a testable
There's,
hypothesis for the origin of life. We need to spell out
There's a
here's
time
each step.
where
here's
Elon
the
called a
experiment to do
British
for
cave
each
diver
step.
a quote
The
pedo
idea that we
guy
can do it in
after
the lab, some
after
people
the
say,
diver criticized most plant rescuers
create
for
a
being
life
trapped
within
in a
5 years,
cave.
ask
That
them what they
little
call
outburst
life.
earned him another lawsuit, and it's
We have a
apologized.
planet 4 billion
That's
years
false.
ago
There
with
was no
these
settlement.
vent systems across the
There
entire
was a
surface
court
of the
case
planet, and
which
we have millions of
which
years if we
the
wanted. I have a
guy
feeling
who was
that we're
not a cave
billions
diver
of years. I have a
and
feeling
where
we're
I
talking
played,
about
it was not part of the rescue team.
maybe millions of nanoseconds or picoseconds. We're talking
Filed a
about
lawsuit against me
chemistry,
at launch,
which is
and
happening
he
quickly.
received nothing. So in
But
this
we
case, it
still
was wrong.
need to constrain
It is also,
those
I
steps,
guess,
but we've
taken
got
this from the conventional
a
media.
planet
Actually, there's an interesting
doing
question.
similar
These are
chemistry. You
public
asked
court
about the
cases.
trajectory.
Both
The trajectory
the
is the
SEC civil
planetary
case,
trajectory. The planet
where
has
the
properties.
civil
It's basically
complaints
got a lot
on
of
the
iron at
SEC
the center of it. It's got a lot of
guys
electrons at
lost
the center of it. It's more
unanimous
oxidized on the
jury
outside
verdict in
rather
San
than the
Francisco.
sun.
They picked
Partly
San Francisco because they thought it was the place I was most likely to lose,
So the planet
and
is a
a
battery. It's a
unanimous
giant
verdict in my
battery.
favor. The LA
We
trial
have a flow
was
of
also,
electrons going
they
from
picked
inside to outside
they
in
picked
these
that venue
hydrothermal vents, and that's the
because
same
I was most
topology.
likely to
There's a
lose.
cell.
Unanimous verdict
A cell
in my
is
favor.
basically just a micro version
Both
of the
cases I won.
planet. And it's
Yeah.
there is a
There's an
trajectory
interesting
in all of
question
that.
here.
There's an
There seems to
inevitability
be
that certain
a
types of
lot
chemical
more
reaction are going to be favored over others.
clicks if a journalistic organization writes a negative article about you in 1 month. It's like one of the best ways to get clicks. So how do you, if you're training Grok, not train on articles that have like misaligned information?
We need to add training set of the actual legal decision. So it doesn't know. This is actually helpful because if you actually read the Pretty fundamental. Which are public.
I wouldn't like to say it's impossible for life to start any other way.
So always striving for like the ground truth.
Yeah.
Beyond
What did
the
the
report.
judge
It's
actually want?
extremely good at what it does,
What
and
was the jury
carbon
and the
works
judge
in
actually
water
concluded?
especially well. So those and carbon is
And in both
everywhere.
cases, they
So
found
those
that.
things together make me think
And it's
probabilistically
like
they
that's
found
after the
1,000
jury
life
shot.
forms.
I find the venue
995
where
of
I'm
them were
most
being
likely.
carbon-based and living in water.
Now, the
No,
reverse
I mean,
question, if you found a
the other can
puddle
be a
of
much
water
better
elsewhere,
critique than this.
and some carbon,
I mean, I've been far too
just a
optimistic
puddle
about
of water, is a puddle of
autopilot.
water
That was
pretty
the
damn
critique
good
I got,
indication
by the
that
way,
life
was more about that,
has-
which is
it
it
either
broke
exists
down
here
a nice bullet point list for each of your companies, a set of predictions that you made, when you'll deliver, when you'll be able to solve, for example, self-driving, and it gives you like a list, and that was kind of compelling. And the basic takeaways, like you're often too optimistic about how long it takes to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I'm pathologically optimistic on study. This is true. But while I am sometimes late, I always deliver late.
Except with Uber Lilith. No.
Let's see.
Okay, is there
Hello, everybody, and
over the past year or so,
podcast episode
since purchasing X,
235.
you've become more political?
35?
Is there a part of you that
35 or
regrets
36.
that?
Anyway, I'm
In
one
the
of your hosts, Mike
battle-
Martin, joined by the Mandalorian and Grogu of LA.
Counter way the world
That's
that comes from
Yeah, I guess if you consider fighting the worldwide virus,
I
which I consider
have
to be a
always thought
civilizational
Alex
threat,
Grogu,
be political
so
thing.
that checks out.
you're basically going into the
I'll be honest.
battleground of politics.
Life. Yeah, I just
Is that
play
part of
around
your
them
best?
with
Yes, I don't know if this
carriage
is
and feed you
necessarily
frogs.
sort of
I can
one
eat.
candidate or
I
another
can just like
candidate,
fuck
but it's,
shit up.
I'm
Yeah,
generally
there's
against
debate
things
over how
that are
smart I am. Like I can just do whatever I
anti-meritocratic
want. Like
or where
I'm
there's an
inside
attempt
my
to
own
suppress
little, you know that
discussion,
movie Orphan, where the girl ends up being like a
where
old lady.
even discussing
Ends up being like a 45-year-old con artist. Spoilers, by the way, for that. Oh yes, I did not see that movie.
Both Weinmeyers is
Whatever.
Well, I mean,
No,
that's
it's
because of that battle
like,
against the
go read the article
Lyme
about the real
virus you
story.
perceived as being
That's what I feel like Grogu is. Like
If the work is left,
Mandalorian
then
is like
I suppose that would be
Grogu
true.
because Grogu is like
But I'm not sure. I
a
think there are
chihuahua.
aspects
Like
of
he's
left
got the face of
that
a
are good. I
baby,
mean,
right?
if
He's like soft,
in
he's
favor of
gentle, but actually he's like 75 years old.
the environment,
He's like,
one of the positive features for humanity to believe in empathy-free intelligent beings,
like him and Luke are like
being kind and not cruel,
and like
whatever those
like,
values are.
Luke like
you said that you
understands
were
what Grogu
previously
is. He's
left
like,
or center left. What would you like to see
and
more
that's how
work
Grogu
be
is. He's like,
sorta you put down the tracks again?
No, I would say that I'd be
like when Din Djarin shows up, he's like,
probably left the center on
like it's a
social
totally
issues,
different
probably
guy.
more right
It's like
center on
it's like a pet.
And
He's
that's
like a
the
little pet. Yeah, he's
Yes,
like
I
code
think that's
switching.
probably
Grogu wears
half the country.
armor, though. Oh God,
maybe
That's
more.
not why.
Maybe more.
How did you get so deep
Are you
into
any
this
of these
analytical?
secret
I'll tell you this: I didn't write it down. That's for sure.
Shit,
Here's a
you didn't
question
write
to
it
you,
down.
you and her.
And I
Just
think
people in general
he
love
is the
political
most
persuasion, so
Grogu
we'll
amongst
talk more
us. Sure.
with empathy,
Feels like
maybe
you
have a
just
little
thought
bit more
about
fun
this a lot.
and good vibes and humor.
Not really. I'm just kind of flying by the
I'm
seat of my
always in favor
pants.
of humor.
And
So we have funny ones.
to that end, let's
good vibe,
use that, whatever it is, to segue into this advertisement for our
like,
Patreon.
Yeah,
At patreon.com/SelenitePod,
I don't
which
know.
is a Patreon and is
I've only
available
been
for you to
one of
Patreons. So please go over
after
there
the
and
match war
give
when she
us your money to
attended.
keep this show happening.
And she
And in
was wearing
exchange,
this
we'll give
dress,
you free
but I can only see one
PBS
side of it, so
esque
it
rewards
looked like
ad-free
but
episodes
I
and
don't know what the rest of it
access
said.
to our archive of episodes of Rotten Popcorn. Mathis and I and Jesse were just talking about how Mathis used to show us money playing really badly for some reason. Mathis is
What are
like,
the
hey, we
possibilities
keep
to
letting him
complete
make
that?
these choices.
And
Mathis
so I
is
guess
like
that
a
that
Doctor
is
Who creature.
there's still hope.
He's like, he
I
like absorbs
yeah,
negative knowledge. Like every movie that from the
You're
canon
one
that
of,
I've
if not
watched
the most famous, wealthy, and
added to
powerful
my
people in the
letterbox
world.
profile,
In your position, it's
Mathis
difficult to
has
find
seen
people
like
you can
some
trust.
Trust me, not even
fucking movie that is like the weirdest
He's
movie
saying
that
like
you've ever seen. That
But
makes
is
you
there
tired
trust
to
no one, not
watch.
even no one.
That makes you wonder what's wrong with the people
I mean,
inside
an
the
hour
movie.
just
They
to
had
think about
do
that.
this movie.
Maybe some drugs.
Like, I don't know, that's what Rotten
Maybe
Popcorn is.
rock.
Also, Mel
Yeah,
draws
I mean, is there
cool
some
ass
aspect of
pictures
that when
all
just
the goddamn
existing in
time,
a world
and you
where
just
everybody
get
wants
them
something from you?
if you sign up.
How hard is it to exist in that world?
Merch, same deal. And
There's a
if you
song
are
like that.
so
too.
rich that $10,000
Were you petrified at first?
why don't you come sneeze?
Okay.
Patreon.com/SelenitePod.
But it's that you don't struggle with this. I mean, I know you survive, but like there's ways.
He will compromise his morals.
We had a test run that last week. Kind of didn't go well. Yes, he couldn't let go of his morals for very
He
long.
will compromise himself rhetorically.
Oh, like literally,
yeah, but like,
I'm not going to compromise myself for
there's so much
free.
data
It's a
in
test
Diablo
run.
that's
We're
crazy,
going to
right?
give them the
It's
good
like
stuff. I gave them a little bit. They got a little
I
bit
mean,
of it.
really, you're like laughing at it,
That was the
but
PlayStation
you don't-
Magazine demo
it can-
disc.
you can put a huge amount of attention on
Metal Gear
it.
Solid on it.
No, dude, I'm an AOL demo disc. I'm an install disc that comes
How do you know you?
You can use me all you want, but I'm not going to unlock anything good unless you pay. You want to know something crazy? Omega Boost is such a good video game that everybody who had the demo had enough.
I don't even know what that is. Omega Boost.
Omega Boost. Why don't you ask Eiffel 65, bro?
Neural net's not the same. Your neural net has consciousness and like
You
cocaine
remember the
people
song
portray.
about the PlayStation? I wanna play the games on PlayStation all day. No one knows that song but you, dude, because no one listened to more than one of their songs.
I did.
I guess that's one of those
I guess
country
kind
hits
of
that
like the good
Mathis
people
knows that I
and like
missed
the
out
good
my
deeds.
negative knowledge.
I'm making it knowledge.
That's why I know the
People who
PlayStation.
trust.
I owned like total of 4 CDs in my life. I
I
bought a
mean,
huge
that's
radio
question.
with my first
Are there
paycheck
people
ever.
And one of them is Eiffel 65.
close to you
And
that call
I
you out?
owned that. I owned Astro Lounge. I think I've said it a million times.
well, the Xbox
I
was
had Will Smith's like Millennium CD.
You're looking for
And I had a Creed CD.
They push you like into the extremes more, the extremes of thought,
Yeah, I
and
do
cynical
know.
about human
Yeah,
nature in general.
Oh my god. You were like
I don't think I would be
Roxy
cynical. In fact, I
in
don't.
the year 2002. I don't know what that
You
is.
know, I have no
What
feelings
the
that
fuck is the
one.
Roxy store? You were the
Yeah.
guy who picked out the soundtrack for Inside the Roxy store. That's
Never
that's the
trust a
girl's
cynic.
only Quicksilver brand.
The reason is that
Where were you? Where are you? What are you?
cynics
Are you in the mirror
excuse their own
universe?
bad
Is this like
behavior by
Fringe?
saying
No, just
everyone
Rhode Island. Rhode Island's not got a lot going on.
they're cynical.
That's true. It just doesn't
So
got a
I'll
lot
always be
in general. Like it
a
just
red flag if someone's a cynic.
yeah, going on or not, there's not a lot of Rhode Island.
Yeah, there's a degree of projection there. It's always fun to watch from the outside and enjoy the hypocrisy.
And go to the
You know, this is really
Yeti.com/Illuminati
any
for those
point
coins.
that's
And a new t-shirt is
really
launching on the
very nice.
5th of
If somebody
February.
is cynical,
It may or may
it
not be
means that they
that
see
awesome
bad
melt design
behavior
that
in
she had
everyone.
temporarily out there.
It's easy for them to
Friday the
excuse
chill
their own
tea.
bad behavior.
Okay, boys,
by
it's
saying
part 2 today. Do you remember last week? Do you need
How could I
That's not true.
forget?
yeah, you know, the Dulce facility.
How much?
Like, most people are
The
kind of medium.
Dolce de Leche.
Shave
I
facility,
do
as I may
wish
have said earlier.
people on X would be better at
Last
seeing
week
the good
being
in
the
other
part
people's
1 of this
behavior.
2-parter, the
There
Dulce
seems to
facility,
be a
where
kind
that
of
was really just kind of a
weight towards
breakdown
seeing
or kind of a
the
general
negative.
idea
Somehow the
of
negative
what this
is
place
sexier.
is, the floors that
Interpreting
are
the
kind of
negative
have that has with the different
sexier, more
species on it,
viral.
and
I don't know what that is
you know, kind
exactly.
of
What
going on
it
in
is.
there,
Well,
along
I
with
find
a
the
few
Xbox looks
notable
less
names that
negative than the
were
legacy
able to
media.
provide, quote, when I say provide,
I mean, if you read sort of
this information after
conventional
being
newspapers,
in the actual base
it
itself.
makes you sad.
But today, as I
Okay.
promised last week,
Um,
we're going to talk details. We're going to talk intrinsic
Whereas,
details
I'd
as
say
to
on the
what is
Xbox
actually
platform,
going on at that base.
I mean, I really get more
Rebellion
laughs
that I
today
talked about
on
that we
X
briefly
than
mentioned
everything else
last
online.
episode, including the name of a
Okay.
reptilian that
Laughs
helped
is one
them
thing.
form the rebellion.
Laughs is
Get out of there.
it overlaps, but it's not
How our
necessarily
dear Sebulba.
perfectly
I mean,
overlapping
hold on to
with
that.
like good vibes, like
Hold on to that.
celebrating others, for example. Not in a
This is
super shallow,
we're talking
naive
about how
way,
it
but like
gets
an
out.
awesome, like,
Then
oh,
we're
something
gonna talk a
awesome
little bit about
happened,
how
and you
maybe
celebrate them
Dulce
for it.
does exist, but it's
It
much
feels the
closer
bad is
to an
outweighed
Area
by
51
shitting
style
on
thing,
other
where Area 51 was
No,
denied
it's better
to
than
exist
mainstream
for a
media,
long time
but it's
until
still
they
Yeah,
eventually
mainstream
admitted
media
it.
is
Dulce may be similar in that
about
it
everything.
may actually be just not like a
There's
huge
really
alien
the
base,
conventional
but
news
a
tries to answer
military
the
base
question,
where maybe they
what is the worst thing
test
that happened to life
technology.
today?
And a lot of this
And
story
it's like, well,
is
so
padded with a
on
lot
any
of
given day,
nonsense
about
purposefully, so that nobody
And the
worries about
generalization
what
of that,
actually
what is the
happening in
worst
Dulce, New
perspective I
Mexico.
can
And I don't
take
know if you
on a
guys
thing
have
that
gone to the
happened?
subreddit since
So,
last week,
yeah,
but two
I
or
remember
three
just a
people
strong
who
negative
live in that
bias.
area talk about all kinds of shit that actually happens out there in
I mean, I think
Dulce.
it's
interesting.
what the
I don't know if you read
complex
any of it.
is
I caught a
evolutionary,
bunch of it. I feel like
where
saying
bad
that it
news
might be
historically
more
would
like an
be
Area 51 situation is
sensitive.
kind of like a
Like
loaded.
this lion over there, or there's some other side of it
I
show
mean,
you.
Area 51 situation in that
good
it
news.
exists, and I'm leaving it
You
at
know,
that.
like we
No
found
more
it,
than like I'm not saying
Patrick
aliens
nice
are
to
there,
have, but no,
technology is there, only that it is a government
So-
facility that truly actually exists.
Our
Yeah.
old
Oh,
friend
you know what?
I'll take that.
Tesla Autopilot
I'll buy that
is
for
probably
$1.
one of the most intelligent real-world AI systems in the world.
That's a
Like
reference.
you followed it from the beginning.
RoboCop.
Yeah, it was one of the most incredible
Yes,
robots
that's
in
right.
the world.
I've never seen it. I played the game
Yeah.
though.
And it was
It's
really
really good. It's
exciting.
like I'll play
And
the
it
game.
was
It's 5
super
minutes.
exciting when
It's good.
it
It's
generalized,
probably good. Don't give me that.
became
Look, Jesse.
more than a robot on 4 wheels, but
RoboCop
a
isn't really
real-world
necessary.
AI system that perceives the world
I'll take this.
Yeah.
RoboCop is a
and
10 out of 10.
can have
That's all I'll say.
potentially different
You don't have
embodiments.
to watch it if you don't want, but if you don't
Well, I
like
mean,
tens,
the really wild thing about
you
the
know,
end-to-end training is that
you've never seen a
it
red
learns
foreman
to
shoot
read.
a man's
Like, it can
entire
read
body
signs.
off.
But
The fact
we
that
never
hasn't
told it to
happened
read.
to you is shocking. Yeah, I haven't seen that. But I also
So-
didn't watch that 70s show. So. But hey, you knew who Red
Yeah.
Foreman was, so
We
that
never
says
told
all
it
you
what
need to know.
we never told it what a car was
The best scene
or
in
what a
RoboCop is
person
the
was
one
or
where
what.
the guy gets
That's
shot in the van and he
it
runs
learned
into the toxic waste,
what-
and then the toxic
what all
waste
those things are,
goes
what
through
all
the
the
van.
objects
He
are on the
climbs
road.
out the back of the van. It's like a toxic
From
waste
video.
zombie now. Oh, and
Just
then
watch
like
the video.
10
Just like
minutes
you.
later, he's like,
I mean,
yeah,
humans
that's
are
right. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, he gets hit by a
photons
car,
in
like
control,
shredded.
controls out.
Yeah.
Like the
RoboCop
vast
fucks.
majority of
And it's like a
information we
satire.
can
It doesn't
train
like
is
fun.
from
And I'll have to watch it. I'll have to watch it. Put on the
and
list
so
of
what's
things
the
to see.
output? The output is our motor signals throughout
We'll watch it when I
the,
get down
the
there. No, it's
fingers
not
and
RoboCop.
mouth
It's the Dulce facility.
in order
Much more
to
interesting topic
communicate.
for conversation. They're building RoboCop at the
course,
Dulce,
controls out.
which sounds
The same is
pretty
true of the car.
sweet to me.
But by looking at the sequence of
Last week
images,
was kind of
which
an attempt to put
you've
together.
agreed with Ilya Costello recently,
All right, go ahead.
where he talks about LLM forming the world model, and basically language is a projection of that world model.
Directly
And
to
it's a sequence
camera.
of
He was like,
letters and
it sounds
these
sweet
things.
to
Like
me.
order
And then
in these
stared
things.
at the camera for 30
times
seconds of
a powerless
uninterrupted eye contact. Mathis moved on.
And so
Like it
doing
was
is like
nothing.
understanding
But I
something
have
deep about
to,
the
man.
world.
Nobody
Yeah.
can see this other than
This
us.
is
I
like,
can't let that slide. What's the point of doing
that's
this if we
beautiful.
can't have fun at the time
That's
of
how
our
our
lives?
brain
This man literally
and
made
like,
a
Yeah,
terrible
turns out
one.
controls out.
And then
you know, math able
looks
to
at
understand that deep meaning
me
of the world.
because Mathis was
So
moving on.
The question is
Looked
how
at
fucking
me
bro.
for like
And it does
support.
seem,
Sometimes when you want to laugh,
I don't
you
think
gotta
he's
follow the
excited about
advice of
LLM, so in the space of self-supervised learning in the space of
that
text,
song.
Yeah.
Work bitch by
seems deep similarity between that and
yeah, well, don't
That's
check
all
out that
I
J
was
base,
saying.
please. So
Is it
last week I
basically the
kind
same?
of put together
Yeah,
a
conversion.
general idea from multiple sources,
Yeah,
from
conversion.
various people who have heard things, who
I
have
wonder
read
who
things,
gets
who
there
have
fast.
seen things, but only
Having
one
a deep
individual
understanding of the world.
claims to actually have been within the Dulce facility,
Or they just
actually have
imagine
seen its
themselves.
floors, and actually know
They're
what's
both headed
operating
towards
within
it, yeah.
there. And that man is a man we mentioned last week, a man by the name of Thomas
Because
Edwin
the approach
Costello.
is much
And
more
today,
computer efficient.
we're going to go over
It has
pretty
to.
much all the
We're
details he
constrained
gives
on
out. He has supposedly pictures that Dolce
a rally of
papers
100 watts.
supposedly come from him. And there was only ever one interview that
And
was
it's a
leaked, and
computer
I can only find it on the website
144
auricmedia.net.
run operations per second, which sounds like a lot, but
So
it's
just understand this is some
Data
secret,
system.
deep down, hidden information from the government that's
Editing.
totally filled with truth.
just understanding the
Don't
world
worry
of
about
editing.
questioning any of it. It's just chilling on a .net.
156 values.
It's just chilling on a .net. So start using
It's
that
where
Frodo
the path of
Samwise
AGI might have
Gamgee
much more significant impact because
Really,
it's
just sending
understanding
that.
it will fast understand the real world than will LLM,
It looks like a
and
GeoCity
therefore
website.
be
As
able to
most of
integrate
these
with
sources
the real
typically do.
with humans in the real world
So we're
faster.
going to look back real quick at who
They're both,
Thomas Edwin Costello was.
don't
This
understand the
man
world,
was an
but I
allegedly
think
a
Tesla's
former
approach
security technician
is
employed by the
fundamentally
Rand
more computer
Corporation.
efficient.
And Thomas
It has to
claimed
be.
that
There is no
the
choice.
Rand Corporation from Marvel
Like our brain
Comics.
is very computer efficient.
Yeah,
It's very energy
exactly.
efficient. So
He also
think
claimed
about
that he
what is our
worked
brain
deep
able
within the
to
bowels of the Dulce facility, a place so
there's
secretive
only
that
about
its very
10 watts
existence
of
is
higher
still
brain
legend.
function.
The
That's
early
counting
years
stuff.
of Thomas
That's
painted a
just used
picture of
for
an
our body.
ordinary man with a
You
very,
talk about brain, it's less than 10
how
watts.
he claims, an extraordinary
And that's
destiny.
10, those 10
As
watts
a young
can still
sergeant
produce
stationed at Nellis
a
Air
much
Force
better
Base in
novel
Las
than a
Vegas,
10
Nevada,
megawatt
his life
GPU
was,
cluster.
just typical
There's
military
6
man.
order of magnitude
His role
difference
as
there.
a military point of order as a human being in this life. If anybody,
I mean, the
if anybody
AI
tells you that
thus far
it's their
gotten to where it
destiny
is
to do anything,
with my brute force.
just peace
Just
out.
throwing
Just don't.
mass
They just say
amounts
they're
of
going.
compute
They feel like
and
they
mass
can
amounts
going to
power
have
at
an
it.
extraordinary destiny.
So
That's
the saddest offense. This is not really where we'll end up. That's exactly the situation I'm describing. You should get on a great
In general, with any given technology, you first try to make it work, and then you make it.
Don't give up.
Maybe
So I think
buy
we'll
some
find over time
residencies
that
and settle down.
these models
Settle
get
down in that town and live in a way
smaller
where
are able
your
to
destiny is extraordinary.
I don't know. produce sensible output
Given
with
a role
flawless.
within the military as a military photographer, however,
Tesla actually had a game on that part because
no, I'm not. He says being a military photographer gave him top secret clearance, and that literally led him to
100 watts
far removed from the mundane normality that he was accustomed to.
Is the logic on that just like,
through fundamental functions that mechanic production includes strict autonomy, efficiency, and emulation. With six months worth of hardware 4, and then hardware 5 will be even better.
Thomas's journey into this world of the insane began with a transfer to West Virginia, where he trained in advanced intelligence photography.
The call would be able to drive better than a human, even with hardware 3 and 100 less power.
A level that basically was like
And
the secrets
really,
beyond secrets beyond
it's really
secrets. The
optimized
stuff that even the president doesn't know about. Super secret
What
tech.
have you learned about developing Optimus?
I thought you had to pay
About
L. Ron Hubbard
applying, integrating this kind of real world AI into the space of
all you gotta do is
robotic
watch one episode
integration,
of guys, I know it's
human robotics.
I just want to let you know an old man
What
moment
is
just
some
happened there.
interesting, tiny, or big
I know the name is South Park, and I was
I'm
going to say you just
surprised
gotta watch
at
one episode of
the
South Park.
fact that we have to develop every part of the robot
Just
ourselves.
gotta watch one episode
That
of
there were
those
no
boys in
open-belt
Colorado.
motors, electronics,
Snappers out there in the snow, holding
sensors,
it down and saying all
like we have
those
to develop
swears.
everything.
I don't know why
we
instead
can-
of just
we
saying South
couldn't
Park,
actually
like
find
the
a
boys in
source
Colorado, like somehow that was
motors
my nephew.
for any
Here,
amount
you
of
give
money.
me a word.
As you age, your
how do
brain
you
just
just
changes, and you can no
efficient
longer
and
remember
expensive?
things
It's
as
like anything. There's not a
No.
And it wasn't like I
Yeah,
forgot it.
there's
It was
everything.
literally,
Everything
I
has
just
to be
instead was
Yeah.
like,
design.
go ask them
We
boys.
tried hard to
Like
find
somehow that
anything
was the same.
that was
You're that
because
dude
you
in
think
the
how many
movie
electric motors are made
Dynamite,
in the world? There's like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of electric motor designs. None of them were suitable for a human record. Literally none.
That's right, I'm learning a new language
So,
thanks to Babbel.
We have
Thanks to Babbel for
to
sponsoring today's
develop
episode.
design it
What's the best
specifically
way to learn a new language? Let me tell you. It's
for
just
a human record.
immerse
How
yourself
hard
in a
was
world
it to design
of
something
another
that
language.
could be mass
Living where
manufactured,
language
be
is spoken
relatively
and
expensive?
using it every single
If you
day.
compare the Boston
But you know,
Dynamics
that's
Atlas,
not the cards for
it's
you
very
because you're
expensive.
not a millionaire. You can't just
Robot.
move to another country
It is
just to learn
designed to
another
be
language for fun.
manufactured
You can
in the same way
still
that we make
learn a
cloth.
language the
And I
second
think also
best
we
way.
can make
And
Optimus
that's
to
with
listen to
Babbel.
customers.
So in 2024, let
It
Babbel
should
help
be,
you
because if you
become
look
a
at the
better version of you. Because as good
mass
as
of
you
the
think you
robot
are
is
right
much
now,
smaller,
you're not as good as you could.
and
Don't
the
pay
car
hundreds
has
of
many
dollars for a private
factors.
tutor or waste hours on apps that don't
The
really
car is
help
more
you speak
accurate
the
than the robot.
language. Babbel's quick
But
10-minute
there's
lessons are
the
designed by
actors
over
are kind of interesting
150
on a
language experts
humanoid
to help you
robot.
start speaking a new
Fingers.
language in as
So
little as
Optimus
3
is really
weeks.
nice
And
hands and
Babbel's
fingers.
designed by real people for real conversations. Tips
And they
and
could do
tools
some
are
interesting
approachable,
manipulation.
accessible,
So
rooted in real-life
complex
situations, and
robotic.
delivered with
And
conversation-based
one of the
coaching,
tests
so you're ready to practice
goals
what
I
you've
have
learned
is
in the
can
real world.
kind of pick up a
And it's
needle
been maybe 15
and a
years
thread
since I've
and
taken
thread the
Spanish,
needle.
and living in Texas,
Just about
learning Spanish has been
a
absolutely wonderful thing for me to do. And I'm not
Yeah,
very good
yeah.
at it, but I'm getting better.
But
Ready? Here
I'll
we
go
go.
back to an optimistic
Hola.
one time.
Me
The work that
llamo
we're doing in the
Miguel.
car,
Babbel
which
has over
makes
10
the
million subscriptions
the
sold, plus
perception
all
of
of
the
Babbel's
also
14 language courses
So,
by their
but
20-day money-back guarantee.
the
So here's a
video
special
controls out.
limited-time deal for our listeners.
The
Right now,
car's
you
robot
can
is
get
full wheel.
55% off of your Babbel
So
subscription,
the
but only for our
Optimus
listeners
is a robot
at
with hands, right?
babbel.com/chill.
And
That's
they're
55%
very
off
similar.
at
The entire
babbel.com/chill.
machinery
That's
of the
spelled
learning process and end to end is just you can have a
BABBEL.com/chill.
different set of controls.
Rules and restrictions apply.
Optimus will figure out
Thank you again to
how to do
Babbel
things by
for
watching video.
sponsoring today's episode.
As the saying goes, be kind, for everyone you meet is fighting a battle
It was in
you know nothing
1971
about.
that Thomas's
What's something
career
difficult
took
you're
a
going
pivotal
through that
turn.
people don't
It's
often
in
see?
this year that Thomas was offered a position within the RAND Corporation, serving as that said security technician. He relocated to California,
No, I mean,
where they had a significant presence, and his security clearance reached brand new heights. Upgraded to what
I
else?
mean, my mind is a
But
storm.
security clearance
I don't think-
Ultra 3.
I
So
don't
he went from TS4 to Ultra
They
3.
may think
Yes,
it-
he went from TS4 to Ultra 3. Correct.
They get a new guy who came up with the names and levels in between.
Maybe. Maybe it's early 70s, you know? What were comics in that era? Like, what were comics like in the early 70s?
How are you doing?
Could they write something like this?
Yeah, I mean, look, where Rand was at, Iron Fist in the 70s was like
They're
a
going to
time
do
when
things
it
like
really
everything.
shouldn't have been a white guy doing a bunch of real cool stuff.
Rand, I'm curious. Yeah, real
I'm
corporations.
sorry.
No, the real corporation's a real thing, but he's talking about Danny Rand.
Yeah,
No, I know he's talking about
it's
the
like
Office.
big
Yeah, yeah. Well, I saw the
Rand
Netflix show.
Corporation, which is a
They're
very
not
real
existential.
That's a very real thing that may or may not
There are
be
many nights I sleep
just
alone.
as bad as the
I don't have
Danny
to, but I do.
Rand story from Netflix. So, like, you know, it's like, isn't it like
Walter
isn't
Isaacson,
it like a
in
think
his new
tank?
biography of you, wrote
It
about your
is.
difficult childhood.
And some of the shit that comes out
Will
there
you
is
ever
truly
find
awful.
forgiveness
Yeah.
in
Surprise.
your heart for everything that has happened to you in that period of your life?
He supposedly had to like work there. He's hired as a security technician. His new security
What is
clearance is
forgiveness?
Ultra 3,
I do not,
which, you know, basically paved the way for what was about to be.
at least I don't think I have those ever.
Because in 1977 would mark the year that changed Thomas's life forever. He was transferred to Santa Fe, New Mexico, and his role evolved into something unprecedented. As a photo security specialist in the Dulce installation, Thomas was responsible for the maintenance, alignment, and calibration of a vast network of video monitoring cameras throughout an underground
And I'm trying to
complex
figure out, like,
so
what
secretive that its
is going
purpose
to
was
affect
known
the
only
future in a
to
good
a
way.
select few. Obviously,
I'm hoping that
the
the
Dulce
Glock is
facility. And upon his arrival in Dulce, Thomas, along with
affect the
several
future
other
in a
new
good way.
recruits, was subjected
Your
to
father,
genetic
a proud
indoctrination.
father,
They were
what have
introduced
you
to what
learned about
Thomas
life
later
from your
referred to
kids?
as the big lie. The claim that the facility
Those little
subjects
biological
used for
organisms.
genetic experiments were irreversibly insane,
By
and that the
developing
research conducted
AI
was for
and
medical and
watching
humane
the little
purposes.
legs grow
That is what he considers the big lie.
is
That is not true.
fascinating. Because
As
they
Thomas settled into his new role,
they're
go ahead.
formal
That's
parallels
just not
from
the big lie that I'm familiar
what it
with. But
expected.
No,
that's
we're in a different time. They're in a
I mean, I
different
can
time.
see his
Remember,
pilots
this is
from
coming
that
out like in 2014. This
making more and more
this
sense to
interview is
the world.
this interview
And I
is
can see
leaking
the
like
digital
in
man
the
that
80s
making
or
more and more
90s.
sense to the
And
world
we
at
just
the
know
same time.
it went online in 2014.
You see the beauty in
So,
that.
you know, just not quite the same as what we know right now. As Thomas settled into his role, the facade of Dulce began to crumble. His job
What I think
escorting
is
visitors and
good
maintaining
is that,
surveillance brought him
you
face
know,
to face
you
with
kind of see the
some of
world
the
anew
facility's
in their
darkest secrets. The base he discovered was a hub
you know, to
for
them,
joint alien
everything is new.
/U.S. government operations, a fact that was as exhilarating to him as it was
and then when you
terrifying.
see that
And his initial
same
encounters
experience,
with extraterrestrial
the
beings,
world is
crazy
new and
reptilians
fresh.
alike, while
You do
thrilling,
too.
dangerous equally so. Yet, as he delved deeper
Well,
into the
Elon,
labyrinth
I
of
just want to
Dulce,
say
he
thank you
realized
for
that the
your
reality was far more
kindness
sinister
to
than
me
he
and
had
friendship
even
over the
come to
years.
believe on his
For
own from
saying
just his
something so good
interactions.
like me,
The
as you've
facility,
done for
shrouded
many
in
others.
secrecy, was a
And
place where ethics and
thank you
morality
for
were
having hope
abandoned in the
for
pursuit of
a
unspeakable
positive future for humanity, and for working your ass off to make it happen.
Thomas
Thank you,
Edwin
Elon.
Costello's time at Dulce Base was marked
Thank you for
by
listening
an
to this
escalation of
conversation
disturbing
with Elon
discoveries, but
Support
none
the
more so
podcast.
than
Please
his
check out our
experiences
sponsors
on the sixth level of this
And now,
multi-level
let me leave you
complex,
with some words
infamously
that
known
Walter
as
Isaacson
he
wrote
dubs it,
about the central philosophy
Nightmare
of
Hall.
how Elon
So level 6 of
approaches
this
his
giant
problems.
multiplex, he's dubbed
The only
Nightmare Hall.
rules are
This
the
is
ones
what the heart
dictated
of this
by the
Dulce
laws
facility is
of physics.
supposedly. A place
Thank
where
you
the
for
most
listening.
unimaginable
Have to see you.
experiments were said to occur far beyond the scrutiny of the outside world, held to no rule or law. As Costello navigated the corridors leading to his clandestine level, the air he felt would grow thick,
The
and he
following
immediately
is
had a sense of
conversation with
foreboding.
Jared
The
Kushner,
doors to Nightmare
former
Hall
senior
would
advisor to
open
the
to reveal a
president
labyrinth
during
of
the Donald
laboratories
Trump
and holding
administration,
cells,
and
each
also
unveiling a
breaking
new
history, the
horrific
White House
experiment
memo.
being done.
He's one of the most
According to
influential
Costello,
and effective
Nightmare
presidential
Hall housed a
advisors in
series of
modern,
extensive laboratories where
helping
genetic
conduct
experiments were
negotiations
conducted
with some
by
of
a
the most
mix
powerful
of
leaders
human
in
and
the world
alien
and
scientists.
deliver
These
results
experiments were not
on
just on
trade,
animals, but
criminal
on
justice
humans as well.
reform,
He
and
described seeing
historic progress
human-animal
towards
hybrids,
peace
we talked about
in
that
the
last
Middle
week,
East.
manimals,
On
biologically
Thursday, October
engineered
5th,
creatures that
we recorded
defy nature's
conversation on
laws.
topics of war
Some
and peace,
resembled mythical
history
beasts,
and
while
power
others were
in the
grotesque
Middle East and
amalgamations of
beyond.
species.
This
You think like
was
a
about a day
chimera,
and a
you
half
think like
before the Hamas attack on Israel.
what's that fucking
Then
anime?
we felt we must sit down again
Alchemist, Full Metal
on Monday,
Alchemist,
October 9th,
where like that
and add a
dog daughter,
discussion
like
on the current
horrifying
situation.
amalgamation, like yeah.
We
That's
opened the
what I think
podcast
Dog, you're
with
talking
the
about. That never
second newly
happened, and
recorded
it's
part.
not something to ever think about.
Oh
My
yeah, right.
heart
Sorry.
goes out to everyone who
He would
has
recount
and
to
is
in this
suffering in
interview
this war.
rooms
I
lined with
pray for your
tanks that were
strength
filled with an amber
for the
liquid
long-term
where
peace
embryonic
and
forms
flourishing
were
of the
floated and
Israeli
connected to
and
life support
Palestinian
machines.
people.
Some tanks
I
held what
love you
appeared to be
all.
fully developed humanoid forms,
This is the
exhibiting
Lex
physical
Friedman podcast.
characteristics
And
alien
now,
to
dear
any known
friends,
species
with
on
Jared
Earth. A
Kushner.
chilling aspect of Nightmare Hall,
We did a
as per
lot of this
Mastella's
conversation
accounts,
before the
involved
Hamas
the use
attack on
of
Israel,
abducted
and
humans
we
as
decided to
subjects
sit
for
down
these
again
experiments.
and
People
finish the
who vanished
discussion
without
to
a
address
trace
the
from the
current
Earth's
situation
surface
which is still developing. If I may allow me to summarize the situation as it stands today, this morning, Monday, October 9th, on Saturday, October 7th at 6:30 a.m. Israel time, Hamas fired thousands of rockets into southern Israel. The rocket attack served as cover for a multi-pronged infiltration of Israeli territory by over 1,000 Hamas militants. This is shortly after, at 7:40 a.m. The Hamas militants went door to door in border towns, killing civilians and taking captives, including women and children. In response to this, the Israeli Air Force began carrying out strikes in Gaza. Also, fighting on the ground in Israel to put out Hamas militants in Israel territory, preparing to mobilize Israeli troops for potential ground attack on Hamas in Gaza. Now, of course, this is what it appears to be right now. This, along with other things, may change because the situation is still developing. The IDF is ordering civilian residents of Gaza to evacuate their homes for safety. Benjamin Netanyahu declared war in several statements and warned Israelis to brace themselves for a long war. Just today, Israeli ministers ordered a quote complete siege of Gaza, disrupting supplies of electricity, food, water, and fuel from Israel to Gaza. As of now, October 9th, death toll is over 1,200 people and over 130 hostages taken to Gaza by Hamas. So, as I said, the events are rapidly unfolding, so these numbers will sadly increase. But hopefully, our work here can at least in part speak to the timeless underlying currents of the history and, as you write about, the power dynamics of the region. So, for people who don't know, Gaza is a 25 miles long, 6 miles wide strip of territory along the Mediterranean Sea. It borders Israel on the east and north, and Egypt on the southwest. It's densely populated, about 2.3 million people. And there's been a blockade of Gaza by Israel and Egypt since 2007. To summarize that, Hamas is a Palestinian militant group who ruled the Gaza Strip. It originated in 1988 and came to power in Gaza in 2006. As part of its charter, it's sworn to the destruction of Israel, and it is designated by the United States, the European Union, UK, and Israel as a terrorist group. So given that context, what are your feelings as a human being, and what is your analysis as the former senior advisor to the president of the Trump administration of the current situation?
I think you did an excellent job of summarizing a lot of the context, but watching what's unfolded over the last 48 hours has been really heartbreaking to see. We're still in the early stages of what's developing, but seeing the images, the best part of that is that terrorists going door to door with machine guns, gunning down innocent civilians, seeing beheaded Israeli soldiers, seeing young 20-year-olds at a rave, dance party to celebrate peace, with militants flying in and then shooting machine guns to kill people indiscriminately, seeing young children captive and then held prisoner, seeing 80-year-old grandmothers and Holocaust survivors also being taken captive. These are just images and actions that we have not seen in this world since 9/11. This is a terrorist attack on a scale of which we have not seen, and it's been incredibly hard for a lot of people to comprehend. My heart goes out, obviously, to all of the families of the victims, to families of those who are held captive now, and to all of Israel, because one of the beautiful things about the state of Israel is that when one Israeli is hurting, the entire nation comes together. It's a shame that it's taking an action like this to unify the nation, but I have seen incredibly beautiful signs over the last 48 hours of a country coming together. The Jewish people have been under oppression before. The Jewish people know what it's like. And seeing people rally together to fight for their homeland, to reestablish safety, is a very beautiful thing to watch. I wish it wasn't something you had to watch, but it is.
With that being said, though, the backdrop, I've been speaking to friends over the last couple of days. One friend I spoke with last night was saying that a good friend messaged him saying I'm going in to do some operations to try to free some of the hostages held in one of the kibbutzes. Messaged him the next morning. He was one of the first through the door to try to free these hostages. And he was killed by Hamas. And sadly, we're going to be hearing many more stories of brave Israeli soldiers trying to get these terrorists out of Israel, trying to free innocent civilians, who unfortunately are risking their lives to do it. And they're all heroes, but some will have less good faith than others, sadly. So it's a very, very heartbreaking moment, and I do think that it's very important at this moment in time for the entire world to stand behind Israel. I think that Hamas has shown the entire world who they really are. I think what their aim is, what they're willing to do, and all of the strong security that Israel's put in place over the last years, which in some instances was criticized, is now being validated that there was a real threat that they were looking to deter. So, short answer is my heart is broken. Praying for peace, praying for strength, praying for Israel to do what it needs to do to avoid being in this situation again, which is either eliminating or severely degrading Hamas's capabilities. There cannot be peace in Israel and the Middle East while there's a terror group that is being funded by Iran that is allowed to flourish and is allowed to plan operations that aim to kill innocent civilians. And so, as somebody who was formerly in this position, who was intimately involved with Israel with the strategies to minimize attacks from Hamas and to try to turn the region around, I think we did do a very substantial job under President Trump. The Middle East went from one of the most chaotic regions in the world. You had ISIS in 2016. ISIS had a caliphate the size of Ohio. They were beheading journalists. They were killing Christians. They controlled 8 million people. They were planning attacks all over the world from their caliphate. They were using the internet to radicalize people. We had the San Bernardino shooting in America. We had the nightclub shooting in Orlando. And there was real threat. And then you had Iran, which was given $150 billion and a glide path to nuclear weapons. And they were using their newfound riches to fund Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, different rebels all over the region that were looking to destabilize further. Syria was in a civil war where 5,000 people were killed. Yemen was destabilized, Libya was destabilized, and it was just a mess, and all of America's allies felt betrayed. President Trump came into power, we rebuilt the trust and the relationships with all of our traditional allies. We were able to eliminate ISIS, the territorial caliphate, and then we were able to project strength in the region, really go after Iran's wallet. We were able to stop through crushing sanctions a lot of their financial resources, which they were using to fund all these terror groups. And so we left the Middle East with 6 peace deals and a fairly peaceful world. So seeing what's happening, I think it's completely avoidable. I think it's horrible to see that it's occurring. And I pray that those in power will make the right decisions to restore safety, but also potentially create a better paradigm for peace and peace.
So I have a lot of questions to ask you about the journey towards historic progress towards peace with the Arab Accord. But first, from the situation, step back and through the history. Is there things about the history of Hamas and Gaza that's important to understand what is happening now? Just your comments, your thoughts, your understanding of Hamas.
I think you did an excellent job, Lex, of really giving a summary. A couple things maybe I'll add to it is that Hamas was originally founded from the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, which is a group that's caused a lot of issues in the region. They've attacked Israel many times in the past. There's a lot of discussion about how Israel is an occupying power. Well, in Gaza in 2005, they withdrew from all the land, and then they say Israel's an apartheid state. Well, Israel then gave governance of the region to the Palestinians And then what's happened is the Palestinian people's lives have now gone down, not up since then. I will say that under Hamas leadership in Gaza, the people who have suffered most are the Palestinian people. And I see, I've watched cries throughout my time in government from people saying we want to see the Palestinian people live a better life. I agree with those people. I think that the Palestinian people in Gaza are essentially hostages. In Gaza, you have basically 2 million people that are being held hostage by 30,000 Hamas terrorists. And that's really the problem. And I would just encourage people to push their attention and energy in this moment and their anger towards Hamas. Those are the people who are killing innocent civilians, who are murdering indiscriminately. And those are the people who have held back the Palestinians from having a better life. And just finally, what I would say is, what we saw with Hamas was that if you go back to 2007, they basically had just one plan that they did over and over. And we were very careful to try to monitor very closely and stop the Iranian money and the resources from coming in. And again, we took a little bit of criticism from the international community for keeping the border tight, but unfortunately, every time we'd allow construction materials that Gaza would use to build tunnels, not homes, we would have equipment that would come in to build pipes, they turn it into bombs. So it was very, very hard to figure out how to get the resources into Gaza to help people live a better life, while at the same time the leadership in Gaza was taking all those resources and turning it into military equipment to attack Israel.
What role does Iran play in this war, in this connection to Hamas? Can you speak to the connection between Hamas and Iran, which we want to understand, especially as this most recent attack unfolds?
So the correlation, and there's reports that Iran is behind the attack. Hamas has thanked Iran for their support, and it's been very well known that Iran supports the destruction of the state of Israel. And I won't say Iran as a country. I'll talk about Iran in the leadership. There's actually a beautiful thing I saw on the internet where one of the soccer games in Iran, they were trying to rally support for the Hamas terror attacks, and a lot of people in the crowd were chanting, F you to the regime, because I think the Iranian people, the Persian people generally, are constructing people who don't want to see this focus on destruction and annihilation. But you saw this in 2015, 2016, when the Iranian government had resources, the region was less safe. And since now there's been more resources allowed to go to the Iranian regime by lack of enforcement of sanctions. And as a result, Iran is funding Hezbollah, Hamas. They were funding the Houthis. Now there's a little bit of a detente between Saudi and Iran, which is like that going down. There's only further proof that Iran was behind the Houthis, which is what the Saudis have been saying for years, and Iran was denying. So there's a very strong relationship between the two. And we always knew that the way that Iran fights wars or fights conflicts is never directly. It's usually with proxies. In this case, Hamas has been a proxy for Iran, who wanted to obviously see the destruction of Israel, but also did not want to see the Israelis and Saudis come together for a peace agreement.
The name of this operation, the Hamas operation, is Al-Aqsa Flood, referring to the Al-Aqsa Mosque. How much of this attack is about the Al-Aqsa Mosque?
In actuality, I don't think any of it is, but the Al-Aqsa Mosque is something that all of the Shia jihadists have used for years in order to justify their actions that are aggressive towards Israel. So this is something I'll maybe take a step back and go through. When I was working initially in my first year on the peace plan, I was doing a lot of listening. And quite frankly, a lot of what people were saying to me didn't make sense. And the reason why I was trying to figure out, they were talking about sovereignty of Al-Aqsa Mosque. The Al-Aqsa Mosque was a mosque that's built in the Holy of Holies, the Haram Sharif in Israel, where the Jewish Beit HaMikdash, the Holy Temple, was built in a very religious place. After the temple was destroyed, then there was a big mosque built there. And it's one of the more holy places in Islam now. So there's a big thing everyone was saying is, what do you do with this land where you have a mosque built over a very big Jewish site? And I was hearing all of the experts, and I always say experts with quotes, because standing in Washington, can you work on something for a decade and continue to fail, and then basically you are considered an expert? But that's one of the problems with Washington, which maybe we can talk about later. But the notion here was I went and I said, let me try to understand what the issue is with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict with these people, right? I always felt the politicians were a little disconnected, so I commissioned several focus groups, one in Amman, one in Cairo, one in Dubai, and one in Ramallah. And I asked people, Muslims, what is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict about? And time and time again, the most popular thing that they said was that Israel was not allowing access to the mosques for Muslims. And what was interesting was that Israel's policy is to allow anyone who wants to come and pray peacefully at the site to come and pray. Sometimes they have security issues when there's provocation. But by and large, since 1967, when Israel was able to take back Jerusalem in a defensive war, just to be very clear, they were attacked in the south and they were attacked from the east. And they basically were able to take back the Jordanians and the Egyptians and then reconquer the old city of Jerusalem. And during that time, immediately after Israel then passed the Protection of Holy Places law, which was they basically took resources they didn't have, and they said we're going to restore the Christian sites, the Muslim sites, the Jewish sites, and they worked to allow everyone access to the mosque. So today, any Muslim who wants to come can come and pray at the mosque. The mosque is Israel's acknowledged that King Abdullah, King of Jordan, is the custodian of the mosque. And as long as people want to come to the country and pray peacefully, they're able to do that. But if you look at a lot of the propaganda that's been used by ISIS or Iran to recruit terrorists or to justify their incursions, they often say they're doing it in the name of liberating the Al-Aqsa Mosque. But from an operational and pragmatic perspective today, any Muslim who wants to go to the mosque, you can book a flight to Israel now through Dubai, because there's flights in Israel and Dubai, and as long as your country has relations with Israel, they'll accept your passport in there, you can come and pray, and that's what Israel wants. Israel wants Jerusalem to be a place where all religions can come and celebrate together. But there's a lot of actors that look to find ways to use these religious tensions in order to sow division and justify violent behavior.
I wonder if how it's possible to lessen the effectiveness of that propaganda message. Because a lot of the war, a lot of their attacks involve access to the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Is there something you could speak to why that message hasn't disseminated across the Arab world?
So Israel is good at a lot of things. They're not very good traditionally with public relations. After the Abraham Accords, we made the first Abraham Accords deal in August 2020, and then we made 5 other deals. We first did United Arab Emirates, then we did a deal with Bahrain, then we did a deal with Kosovo, then we did a deal with Sudan, then we did a deal with Morocco, and then we got the GCC deal done as well. The tension between Qatar, Saudi, UAE, Egypt, and Bahrain, and that was allowing us to create a pathway to then pursue the Israeli-Saudi normalization. So we had so much momentum then that the goal was just to keep getting more countries to normalize relations with Israel. Once you create the connection between people and create the ability for people to do business together, the ability for flights to fly between, then you would just start naturally having people coming, and everyone has a smartphone today, so they can then post and combat the misinformation that's been out there. So this misinformation is not something that's new. One of the characters who played a very big role in spreading the anti-Semitism and the violence in Israel in the 1920s was a guy named Hajar Hussein, who was known as the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem. He was very close with Hitler and Mussolini, and he was working with them to try to get some claims in the Middle East once the Jewish people were annihilated. And what he did for a very long time, he did the same shit, only it was before he had smartphones and YouTube, but he would say the mosque is under attack, these imperialist Zionists are coming in to try to destroy the mosque. He would use that to raise money from Indonesia, from Pakistan, from all over the world, and then use that threat to justify recruiting groups of young, vulnerable Muslim men, and then getting them in the name of religious rights to go and kill people, which really is more of a perversion of the religion. And I think the true essence of what Islam is. I think Islam at its core is a peaceful religion, and I think that's where a lot of the great leaders in Islam want to take it. But the people who use Islam or the mosque or as a justification for violence, those are people who I think are really they're disrespecting the Islam religion.
Yes, Shaw had a
As you
spy
said,
network
you helped
within the
make
reptilian
major strides towards peace
hierarchy,
in the Middle East with
feeding him
the Abraham
information
Accords.
that he would then
Can you
feed to
describe what it took to
Costello
accomplish
and
this?
informed the rebellion
And
group they were
maybe this will help us
the
understand what
alliance
broke
between
down and
Costello,
led to the
Shaw, and
tragedy.
others was very dangerous.
So,
Communication
I
had been
always
super
believe in
discreet.
foreign
Meetings were
policy.
held in
I learned
secrecy
very
due to the
quickly that the
omnipresent
difference
surveillance
between
and
a
the risk of
political
punishment,
deal
as
and a
previously
business
mentioned.
deal is that
Is Shaw
in a
and this
business
group risked
deal, you
not
have
just
a
their
problem
positions,
set, you
but
come to a
potentially their
conclusion,
lives,
and then
as
if you
dissent
buy or
was
sell
not
something, you
tolerated
either have
within
more
reptilian
cash or you have
hierarchy.
a company.
Shaw's
So you have more to do,
yeah,
less
yeah.
to do.
Like he truly says,
Political
like he
problem set
says,
is very
that he was
different,
risking his
where
life, that they could
the
kill him for
conclusion
this
of a
if
problem
they ever
set
found
is
out.
essentially the beginning of a new paradigm.
Whether
So
whatever
when I
that
would think
fucking
about
means,
how do
evidence,
you
obviously. But hey,
how do you move pieces around the board, you couldn't say, let me just solve the problem. You have to think about what happens the day after.
Shaw's
And how do you create a paradigm that has positivity to it?
with the
So
connection of his spy
the biggest
network.
piece
He
of
provided
what
insights
President
into the
Trump did during
activities of
his
what the higher-ranking
4 years in
reptilians were
office
doing, their
was
movements within the base,
really
and potential
strengthen the
opportunities
relationship
for
with
the human
Israel,
resistance
number one.
to swing in and gather
And he did
evidence
things
before
like
other
recognize
rise came
Jerusalem
forward
as the
that had
capital of
significance.
Israel. He was the
His role
embassy
was
to
also pivotal
Jerusalem.
in
He
demonstrating that
recognized the Golan
dissent
Heights.
existed
He
among
got out of
alien
the Iran
race,
deal.
challenging the monolithic
We did an
perception
economic
of
conference
the
in
reptilian
Bahrain where we
species
brought
that Costello
Israelis,
previously
with Saudi and
Shaw's
Emirati and
fate,
Qatari
however, during the
businessmen, and
uprising and
everyone
subsequent
came together.
crackdown
And
within Dulce
each one of
facilities
these
not really
instances were
clearly
unthinkable
detailed by
previously.
Costello's
And
account.
everyone said that
His
if he did it,
involvement in
the
the
world
events
was going
leading
to
up to
end.
the rebellion paints
Every
a
time
picture of
President Trump did
cross-species
one, the next
collaboration
morning the
driven
sun
by a shared
rose, the
sense of
next
moral
evening the sun
outrage
set,
and a desire
and
for
he
change.
moved on.
But
And
what ends
so
up happening to
by
him
doing
is
that,
just
what
kind of
President
left
Trump
out.
did was
Don't
he
know.
slaughtered a
The
lot of the
story of
sacred
Shaw
cows
as part
of
of the base
these
narrative
false
for Costello
barriers that people
kind
had
of just
erected,
like
and showed
adds
people
another
that
layer of
the
like
vast majority of the people in the
storytelling
Middle East, whether
complexity
they're Jewish,
and
Muslim,
more
Christian,
ambiguity
whatever
and maybe
religion
even
they are,
confusion to the story.
they just
I
want
don't
to live
know
better
if this
lives.
man
And
is truly
so
making it up, which
what we
obviously
basically did was
we're
create a
thinking is
paradigm where
I don't understand the point of
the
bringing this
voices
character and
for
making this
peace,
character
the
then just
voices
like
for
not
together,
at all
now finally
finishing
had
the
a
story.
forum where they were able to do it. And we did that in the backdrop. The way we were able to be successful was we severely limited the resources of Iran, and they were focused more internally, and they couldn't cause the trouble that they were causing everywhere else. Since we've left, obviously the dynamics have changed, but the way you get the peace is obviously number one through strength, and number two by finding a way for people to be better off tomorrow than they are today. And what I found was that most of the voices looking for violence and trouble were people who were just focused on what happened 2 years ago, 20 years ago, 70 years ago, 1,000 years ago. People who were trying to solve those problems in that context often were looking more to use those past grievances as a justification for their power and for the bad behavior that they were looking to perpetuate.
So managing, as we have talked about extensively, managing the power dynamics of the region and providing a plan. This is something you did with the economic plan titled Peace, Prosperity, a Vision to Improve the Lives of the Palestinian and Israeli People. Can you first of all describe
Do you need a relink to that? The Dulce papers, by the
So
way? I got you. Don't worry.
this was something I took on. I was working on a political framework between the Israelis and the Palestinians and trying to understand what were the issues. The issues were not very many. It basically was you had a land dispute, and you had to figure out where you put borders. Ultimately, you had a security a paradigm which I was much more favorable to Israel's perspective on. And obviously the events of the past 48 hours justified that bias. And then in addition, I did the deal with the religious sites, but I felt operationally that wasn't actually as complicated as people made it because we wanted to just leave it open for everybody. Then I went through and I felt that the Palestinian leadership was fairly disincentivized to make a deal because there was just this paradigm where for there are billions of dollars coming in from the international community, and I think that they feared that if they made a deal, they would lose their relevancy internationally, and the money would stop flowing into the country. So what I tried to do is to say, my approach when I would get into a hard problem, say, how do I understand all the different escape hatches? How do I try to eliminate them and then build a golden bridge that becomes really the only, but also the most desirable pathway for the decision makers to walk through? And it wasn't always hard. You have to go and hold their hand, or you try to pick them up and walk them across. But a lot of these leaders are very reluctant to change, and the dynamics of the Palestinians also were such that I think they were fairly stuck where they were. So we developed a business plan for Gaza, the West Bank. We're doing some improvements for Jordan and Egypt as well. I based it off of the Vision 2030 that they did in Saudi Arabia, which I thought was a visionary document. I went back through this process and I studied basically every economic project in post-World War II period. So we looked at what they did in South Korea, why it was successful with strong industrial planning. We looked at Japan, we looked at Singapore, we looked at Poland, why it was successful. We spent a lot of time on the Ukraine plan for the country and why it wasn't successful, and that was mostly because of governance and corruption, which actually resembles a lot of what's gone wrong with the Palestinians. There's no property rights, there's no rule of law. And what we did is we built a plan to show, it's not that hard, right? In the sense that in the West Bank and Gaza, you have 5 million people, and we put together a plan. I think it was about $27 billion. We got together a conference. I had the head of AT&T, we had Steve Schwarzman from Blackstone came, which was very gracious of them. We had all the leading Arabic businessmen, the leading builders, the developers, and the general consensus of that conference was that this is very doable. We think that for Gaza in particular, it would cost maybe $7 to $8 billion to build an entire place. We thought we could reduce the poverty rate in half. We could create over 1 million jobs there. The only thing that people said was holding it back wasn't Israel. What was holding it back was governance. And people wouldn't have confidence investing there with the rule that Hamas was perpetuating. So I encourage people actually to look at the plan. It was very thoughtful. It was 181 pages. We went project by project. Each project is costed out. It's a real plan that could be implemented, but you need the right governance. And all the different Arabic countries are willing to fund it. International community is willing to fund it because they've been throwing so much money at the Palestinians for years. It's never been outcomes-based or conditions-based. It's just been, entitlement money. And unfortunately, it hasn't really achieved any outcomes that have been successful. So it's a great business plan. It just shows, too, rebuilding Gaza could be easy. But like I said, the problem that's held the Palestinians people back and that's made their lives terrible in Gaza has not been Israel. It's really been Hamas's leadership, or lack of leadership, and their desire to focus on trying to kill Israelis and start war with Israel over improving the lives of the Palestinian people.
In the current approach of Hamas, the more violence they perpetrate, the more they can hold on to power versus improving the lives of people. But they, as you said, maybe you can comment on, they do not propose an economic plan.
Hamas has been running it now for 16 years. And they don't have a lot to show for it. And, our posture with them is basically a very simple deal. And if you think about what's the end state in Gaza, it's actually not that complicated. There's no territorial disputes, right? The border is the border. There's no religious issues there as well. You're not dealing with Jerusalem. You're basically just dealing with the fact that, Israel wants to make sure that there's no threat from Gaza, so it's a demilitarization or some kind of security guarantee from a credible source, where Israel doesn't feel like Gaza can be used to stage attacks into Israel or to fire rockets into Israel. By the way, these are things I was saying, 3-4 years ago, that was the objective, and that was really the fear. Now that's been proven, unfortunately the fear has manifested. And in exchange, you can rebuild the place and you can give the people a much better life. But Hamas has not shown desire for that or capability for that, and I don't think there's enough trust to allow them to do that, which is why, under the current circumstances, if you do want to have peace there, Hamas has to be either eliminated or severely degraded in terms of their military capabilities.
I would love to ask you about leadership, especially on the side of the United States. What is the current administration, Biden administration, done different from the Trump administration, as you understand, that may have contributed to the result?
So all I can talk about are where we left them, right? We left them a place where they had tremendous momentum in the Middle East. I met with them during the transition and said, look, we even got the Qatar, Saudi conflict done, which was a big, no peace from Israel and Saudi would have been possible without that. So we even got that done in our lame duck period. And they came in and they said, look, we want to focus on the three C's, which is COVID, climate change, and China. So that's great, but the Middle East is actually an amazing place right now. It's stable. There's momentum. Iran is basically broke. We put such crippling sanctions on Iran that they went to about 2.6 million barrels a day of oil they were selling to about 100,000 under Trump. So their foreign currency reserves were basically depleted, and they were broke. Same with Palestinians. We stopped the funding to UNRWA, the UN agency, which was totally corrupt. We put $10 billion in there. Over time, I did a poll in the Middle East, in Gaza, to say, okay, we've invested $10 billion here as a country. Are we popular? Right? The U.S. has 7% approval rate. USAID has 7% approval rate. But it just felt like a waste of our taxpayer dollars. And again, we want to make conditions based. The Biden administration came in. Number one, they started insulting Saudi and Russia. Oil prices went up. At the same time, what they did was they stopped domestic production of oil. They disincentivized a lot of oil and shale production with regulations. They stopped pipelines. Oil prices went up. They stopped enforcing the sanctions against Iran. Probably put the oil prices lower to make up for what they were doing. They ran to Iran to try to make a deal. They started funding the Palestinians again right away. And I even said, if you're going to fund an effective policy, I respect that. Again, elections have consequences, and you can take a different policy. But what I would recommend is get some conditions, make them do some reforms, make them give property rights to people, make them do real economic investments for people. But they just went right away. So they were funding the Palestinians, not enforcing the sanctions, and then overall just projecting a lot of weakness in the region. So one of the most embarrassing examples is what happened in the United Arab Emirates. Amazing, probably one of America's best allies over the last 20, 30 years. They followed us in Afghanistan. They were the first Muslim country to stand up and do that after 9/11 because they didn't want to be a war of the West against Muslim religions. So they joined the fight because they saw it as a fight between right and wrong. They have rockets shot into their country from the Houthis, and they basically don't get a call from the U.S. for 17 days. They need their equipment that they buy from the U.S. to create jobs in the U.S. They need it restocked to be on call. So they've severely degraded the trust that we had to rebuild with our allies. I think they've been working now to get it back. They, after 2 years, started working with Saudi and Israel, which I think is good. And I think that they realized after a stint that maybe the process that President Trump had created in the region was the right policy. And keep in mind, President Trump's policy was that I was working on was very strongly criticized during the first 3 years before we were able to achieve the results, because it was a departure from the failed policies of the past. And so first there was a return to those policies of Iran, let's criticize Saudi Arabia. Then they started embracing and working on the Israel-Saudi deal, which was really exciting. I think we were all very excited about it. But they did it in public, and I think that also is something, and I didn't have access to intelligence, so I assumed that by doing it so publicly, they thought that they'd either had a deal with Iran to let them get all this revenue, or Iran wouldn't be a problem. But one of the reasons with the Abraham Accords we kept it so quiet during the whole time was because we always felt like the troublemakers in the region, particularly Iran, who we thought would be disadvantaged by having UAE, Saudi, Israel all together. Israel's a nuclear power, you have other strong economies. Iran seeks instability. They seek looking to create division in the region. And if you can create that economic sphere where you have security from Haifa to Muscat, from Israel to Oman, all the way through Saudi, Jordan, UAE, Qatar, Egypt, that's an incredibly powerful bloc. If you can make it secure and make economic integration, that really could be a Middle East that thrives. So Iran obviously wanted nothing to do with that, and that's why they've been working to disrupt. So I think the administration they took an incredibly stable situation with momentum. I think they underestimated the way that Iran would approach the region to undermine. I think they gave way too much rope to Iran, and I think that they didn't see when they had an opportunity to strength with the Palestinians to try to drive to a conclusion that I believe could have prevented us being where we are today. Not to mention that these were just 3 weeks ago. It's a bad look that they just basically gave $6 billion to Iran in exchange for hostages, and then Iran's basically funding these terror attacks that are killing American citizens in Israel, and it's a heartbreaking situation. Again, totally avoidable, and one that I think has been very badly mismanaged today.
If Trump was currently president and you were still working with him on this part of the world, what actions would you take? What conversations would you have? What ideas would you be working with in order to unite the various allies that you mentioned in the Middle East over this tragedy, and not let it be a thing that divides the Middle East, but make it a thing that catalyzes progress for the progress.
So I want to say one thing. I have a lot of friends, fans of Trump, or not fans of Trump, but one thing I want to say with absolute certainty is that if President Trump was in office, this never would have happened. And when President Trump was in office, anyone who supports Israel or who wants to see, Jewish people not be innocently slaughtered, he would never have allowed that to happen. It did not happen when he was in power, and I hope people recognize that as something that's very, very true. How I would play the ball where it lies right now. Keep in mind, we transferred the ball. It was on the green. Now it's almost like it's come back 150 yards and it's in sand trap. I think the way that I would play the ball right now is, number one is yes, just strength. I actually think President Biden's words are the right words when they see that they're losing aircraft carriers to the region. Again, the purpose of having a strong military, I believe, obviously, if you get into a war, you want to win the war, but the purpose of a very strong military primarily is to avoid a war. I don't know what kind of credibility the Biden administration has to show strength. Right now, you have to support Israel completely. You have to really let people in the region know that there'll be consequences if they try to escalate. And we saw a little bit of rocket skirmish from Lebanon, from Hezbollah. But again, this is the type of thing that they have to know there'll be severe consequences if they make this a multi-party fight. And I think sending a strong message to Iran, I think that they have to see some consequences from this and know that they're not going to be allowed to have free reign to cause instability, and that Iran doesn't usually fight face to face. They usually do it through proxies. But let's just all be honest about where this is coming from, and let them know that there will be a consequence if they instigate these actions. And again, at least with the Biden administration, they've had contact with Iran. They've been talking with Iran, but they've allowed Iran. I mean, again, I remember I saw last year. I think under Trump, the number was maybe like $4 or $5 billion of oil revenue, and in total, I think last year it was something like $45 billion in revenue. This year, I think it'll be even more. It's a combination of the driving of oil prices, but also allowing much more sales. Do you think that they would find a way to get them to behave and allow them to have this happen? Or if that's not the case, then go back to
building off of Abraham Accords, as you mentioned, Israel-Saudi normalization. There's been a lot of promising progress towards this. What does it take to not allow this tragedy damage the progress of Israel-Saudi?
I think right now it's probably not the best to think about that. I think that we want to think about that after whatever is going to happen is going to happen. I think right now the number one priority for Israel has to be to fully regain security in the country. And then number two is to figure out how you can, like I said, eliminate or degrade the Hamas capability or other Iranian threats to make sure that you have your security apparatus. I think that the Israeli leadership right now should proceed with that. I don't think that they should be thinking about normalization of Saudi at this moment. My instinct, I've been watching this Israeli-Saudi normalization play out, obviously speaking to people and seeing what I'm reading, and watching with great excitement. I think it would be a game changer for the region. I think it's one of the long-enforced nightmares to have Israel and Saudi interlinked together. I think it'd be great for the Saudi people from a security perspective. That they're discussing with America would be very strong. The ability to get different elements across would be incredible. So what I would say is that the industrial logic held yesterday, and I think it will hold again tomorrow. So, I always expect countries to act in their interests. I think that the deal that's on the table right now between Saudi, Israel, and America is in Saudi's interest, it's in America's interest, and it's in Israel's interest. What's going to happen now, though, is the political dynamics are going to shift. And I think that, as we've seen with political dynamics, they come and go. I think let's get through this moment, and then I hope at the right time those talks will be able to resume and conclude in an appropriate way. And, it's funny, like when I was working on the U.S.-Mexico agreements for the trade, we would have every day there would be a tweet that would go out, or there would be an issue, and people forget how intense it was between America and Mexico. And I would speak to my counterpart in Mexico after a rough day, and we were working on something, we were making progress, we'd get blown up. And I'd speak to him and say, look, we're not leaving America, we're not leaving Mexico, let's just, let's stop for today, let's pick up tomorrow and find a new way to bring this forward. So I would just encourage everyone working on that not to give up, to keep working hard at it, and to find a way. But like I said, I'll take a little bit of a pause for the time being. Let's let the current situation play out, and then hopefully there'll be a way for it.
I just hope there's still people on the U.S. side picking up the phone and calling UAE, Saudi Arabia, just as human beings, as friends, as allies, and just keeping that channel of communication going. Because maybe you can correct me, but I just feel like there's just simple human dynamics that play out here. The divisions can form and just run away from you over simple misunderstandings, over just inability to see tragedy from the same perspective because of conversations that could have happened.
I think there's definitely communication, but words on phone calls is only worth so much. It's really trust between people and power. And obviously, when you're in a position of power, you represent your country and your country's interests. But the ability to have trust in relationships where people feel like they're okay taking more risks to help each other, that's actually what's most important. So communication, I hope for it, but deepening and trusting relationships, that's what I believe makes progress and keeps people safe.
And we talked quite extensively about the value of trust and negotiation and working with leaders, which I think is a fascinating conversation. We've talked about a lot one time. Let me ask you about the end here. What are the various trajectories in your view? What are some of the end states that you said, which are desirable and are achievable?
I mentioned this earlier, but whenever I look at a problem set, the government always think through from a first principles perspective, what's the logical outcome, right? And forget about all the reasons why it can't happen. That's what everyone in government always rush to talk about. But I do think here, number one, Israel has to have a secure environment where they don't feel threatened from Gaza. And number two is the people in Gaza need to have an environment where they feel like they can live a better life and have opportunities. So that's the end state. And so I think that the international community should come together. I do think that the people who are usually putting blame on Israel should now realize that maybe they've been a little bit apart here, and that Hamas has been as big a threat, if not even a bigger threat, than Israel has been saying. And I do think that if the international community comes together and unites behind Israel and really forces Hamas and their reigning backers to stop hostilities, to stop saber-rattling, stop misrepresenting the history in order to justify their violent behavior. And if they say instead, we want to hold you accountable, no more money, and they all say that they're going to stand behind Israel's efforts to eliminate their national security threats. And then we will all come together and only fund again into a framework that we believe can be a long-term solution where the Palestinian people really have a chance to live a better life. That's really the best way to get there. There's tons of complicating factors, but that's the end state that the global community should be looking to come together, and it's very achievable. It's very, very achievable.
So there's as we stand here today, there's a lot of different ways that this war can evolve. If a ground invasion happens by Israeli forces of Gaza, And if the number is correct of 100,000, do you worry about various trajectories that can take of the consequences that might have of an unprecedented ground troop attack?
So I think as a leader, you can't change yesterday, but you have the ability to change tomorrow, and that's a very important fundamental. I mean, that's true for all of us, not just leaders. But we saw with 9/11 how America was caught off guard by a terrorist attack. We acted somewhat rationally, somewhat emotionally, which led to a 20-year war with trillions of dollars lost. I think millions of lives lost, not just American, but all lives. It was a total tragedy what occurred. I think right now the temptation is to be strong. I think that's necessity. I do think eliminating risk is the right objective. I think the goal should be to stay very clear about what the objective is, but also this attack is very well planned, not to walk into another trap. I think you have to be very smart, very cautious. I've been happy to see that what they've been doing in retaliation so far has been somewhat measured, and they've taken their time to try to assess what's achievable. Again, I don't have access to the intelligence, and we're talking at a very early stage in this conflict, so a lot could happen even by the time this is published. But my hope is that they'll just stay very focused on what the objective is and try to make sure that they're acting appropriately in order to do that. And I will say this too, that this has been different than what I've seen in the past, in that the attacks were so heinous and so disgusting that I've seen the international community rally around Israel more so than I ever have, and I hope that Israel continues to keep the moral high ground and continue to communicate what they're fighting for, why they're fighting, and I do hope that the international community supports the objective and they can work together to achieve it.
Benjamin Netanyahu, somebody you got to know well in negotiation and conversation. He has made statements, has declared war. He has spoken about this potentially being a long and difficult war. What have you learned about the mind of Benjamin Netanyahu that might be important to understand here in this current war?
Bibi is definitely a historic figure. I meet with a lot of different world leaders, and some of them I would say they're very, very special, transformational figures, and some I would say, how the hell is this person running a country? And Bibi's somebody who has done a lot for the state of Israel. He has a tremendous understanding of the security apparatus. He has tremendous global relations. So for a crisis like this, I think Bibi's the leader you want if you're Israel to be in that seat. I think he's ambitious in what he's going to look to achieve. He understands his role in history as somebody who's helped strengthen Israel economically, militarily, and I don't think he wants to see his legacy be somebody who left Israel more vulnerable than it had to be. So I think in that regard he'll be incredibly strong, but I also think that he'll hopefully be calculating in the risk that he takes, and not create more risk than he would. And that's easy to say. There's two of us sitting here having a conversation when you're sitting in that chair as a leader in the fog of war. It's a very hard decision to make. He's been here before. He knows the weight of the situation. I'm sure he knows the moment. And I pray that he'll do what's right here.
I wonder if you can comment on the internal political turmoil that Bibi has been operating in and how that relates to the tragedy that we saw.
On the one hand, the political turmoil is it's a sign of a vibrant democracy. I think it's been actually nice to see how people have fought for their country and their beliefs in a democratic way. You compare that to the Palestinians, where there's no democracy, there's no free speech, there's no free press. You can't disagree with with the leadership in Israel. If you want to, be homosexual, you can have a parade of Israelite in Gaza. That's where you have to build. So in Israel, you have the freedom, which make it a special place and a very vibrant democracy. With that being said, the times in Jewish history where the Jewish people have been most vulnerable have been when there's been division, and that's when the temple was destroyed. But that's not just for the Jewish people of Israel, that's in all societies. So I definitely believe that this division has left them less prepared for the situation than it would. I do think there's real lessons we should be taking from this here in America, where we're in a time where we're very divided, but I do think that it'd be very wise for our leaders to find the areas where we do agree and find ways to secure our southern border, to make sure that we know who's in our country, what risks we all face. And I do think that the division definitely creates risk for countries.
We switch gears here and just zoom out and look at our society and our public discourse at the moment. What do you make of the scale and nature of the Palestinian support?
And Dan Hirsch is one of those guys. But
this is something I've observed over the years since I got involved with the Israeli-Palestinian issue with a lot of interest. I think a lot of the people who are pledging support for the Palestinian people, I think that they want to see the Palestinian people live a better life, and I actually agree with them in that regard. Unfortunately, I think many of them are incredibly ill-informed as to the facts on the ground. I think all the people who are advocating online for the Palestinian people, who are going to these marches in support of them, I think they'd be best served if they really care about effectuating the outcomes of joining with Israel right now and directing their anger towards the Hamas leadership. I think that it's very clear that the group that's responsible for the Palestinian people living the lives that all these people are angry about is Hamas. And if they direct their anger towards Hamas and put the attention on the failings of Hamas, and put forth a vision for what they'd like to see leadership in Gaza do, and they respect that there's a real fear that Israel has and any country would have of having a group of terrorists next to them that's calling for their destruction. I think that that recognition of finding a way for Israel to be secure and then having an opportunity for the Palestinian people to live a better life is the right pathway to try and pursue.
So to you, there's a clear distinction between Hamas and the Palestinian people, and that Hamas is the enemy of progress and the flourishing of the Palestinian people.
It's very, very clear, and I think that if people were honest about the situation, if they spent the time to really understand it, again, if you follow the conference I did at Bahrain, we had all the leading businessmen there, and they said, we can rebuild Gaza very easily. We all want to. The leading Arab businessmen, the leading American businessmen, everyone wants to. They're just held back by Hamas. And so I do think having an honest conversation about this at this point in time has really only one logical conclusion. And my hope is that maybe this conflict leads to that conversation being had. And if it is, then maybe that brings more unity and understanding, and we kind of get to a conclusion better that could improve the lives of the Palestinians.
Pragmatic question about the future. Do you hope Donald Trump wins in 2024, and how his administration help bring peace in the region?
I think when Donald Trump was president, we had a peaceful world. Everyone said if he was elected, we would have World War III. Meanwhile, he gets elected, and he not only is the first president in decades to not start any wars, he's making peace deals, he's making trade deals, he's working with our allies, getting them to pay their fair share in NATO, he's having a dialogue with China, with Russia, he's weakening Iran. And so I do think that the job he did as foreign policy president was tremendous. I think now more and more people are starting to recognize that. And under President Biden, this is the second war that's broken out in the world. And when you have a weak American leadership, the world becomes a less safe place. And so my hope and prayers are that President Trump is reelected and that he's able to restore order and calm and peace and prosperity to the world.
One place of strength.
How do they go
The
into
only way he
the
knows how to do it.
facility where this
What gives you
being
hope
is stored? What
about
kind
the
of
future of this
protective
region
measures do they take
of
to
Israel
keep themselves from being
and
contaminated or
of the Middle East?
from contaminating the
The
being?
Middle East
All
for
these
20
little
years
individual
was
tiny details that
an area of
when you
conflict.
hear them woven
They spent
together
all
in
their
this
money on
amazing
bullets
story,
and bombs.
one can't help but walk away
You
with
have
the
young
impression
leadership
that this
now
is an
in
actual
Saudi Arabia,
place.
UAE,
There are actual people
Qatar,
working there, and this
and
guy
there's a much more
was
ambitious
there, and
agenda
the
now
things
for the
that he's
region to
claiming
make
to
it
have
an
done.
economic superpower
It's
and
a
hub of the
fascinating
world.
story. It's
Israel
really
is one of the
about
most
an hour and a
burgeoning
half
and
long,
exciting
but
tech
with the commentary, it kind
economies
of
in the
stretches
world.
out to just over two
And
and a
if
half
you
hours.
think about it,
So
it's
feel
almost
free
like
to
having
digest this in
Silicon
bite-sized
Valley not
chunks.
connected to
But
California.
I encourage you,
The
if you
thing
can, to
that's
watch
held
the whole thing all
the
the way
region
through,
back
because
for all
it is
these years
just
has just been
astonishing.
the conflict and the division,
Thanks for
the lack of
watching. If you're
connectivity.
not already a
But if you
subscriber,
have that
please,
region, if it can all come
please
together,
hit
if
that
you can
button,
create a
subscribe,
security
become a
architecture,
member of
you have an
Team Night
incredible young
Shift.
population,
We're going to be
you have
trying
a
all
lot of
kinds of new things here
wealth
over the
and
next few weeks,
resources
and I'm
and
so
a lot of
excited. We're about
capabilities
to creep
and
above that
know-how. And
5,000
so
subscriber
I
number,
think
and I
that
would really love to
if
cross that
it's
threshold in the
managed
next
correctly
couple
and
of
if
days.
Iran
So help me cross
able to
that
be
number. Help me
restrained
get to
and
5,000
suppressed with
subscribers.
their ambitions
You'll
to
be doing
cause
yourself a
destabilization,
favor
I don't
of
mean Iran
a
the country, I mean
gigantic
the Iranian
favor,
regime,
and
because
you'll be doing
actually
a huge favor for
once
me.
you have this
Thank you
economic
so much
sphere,
for watching. Don't forget to
if you
like
could
and
bring
share this
Iraq into
video.
it, if you could bring
Now let's
Iran
get to
into it, that makes it even bigger and stronger. And the Persian people are incredibly entrepreneurial, incredibly industrious. So I do think that the region has tremendous potential. It's just been held back by bad policy, bad leadership, bad objectives. And again, when President Trump left office in 2021, the Middle East was really on a very, very positive trajectory. And if the right things happen, it can continue to do so. So I'm praying at this moment in time that we navigate the current crisis, that the important objectives are achieved of eliminating the terrorists and their threats, and then allowing the leaders who are focused on giving their citizens and their neighbors the opportunity to live a better life are able to work together and really dream and be ambitious and find ways to create a paradigm where humans can flourish.
What is the best way to defeat hate?
Hate is a very powerful force, and it's much easier to hate people you don't know. It's funny, when I was working on prison reform, one of the most interesting people I met was a reverend, actually down in Texas, who negotiated the first truce between the Bloods and the Crips, two of the notorious gangs in America in prison. I was very excited to meet him, and when I met him, I said, well, how'd you do it? And he said, it's very simple. He says, I got all the guys together, and I had a tremendous amount of barbecue brought in. He says, and I got the meeting. He says, no drinking. He says, drinking sometimes gets people a little bit more against each other. He says, but I got a meeting, and they started sitting down together, and they started saying, you know what, you're just like me. And all of a sudden, they started finding areas where they were more together. Look, I've traveled all over the world now. I've been very fortunate to meet people from different states in America. I have different political persuasions, different ages, different classes. And what I found is that there's a fundamental driving amongst all of us where we all want to live a better life. And people don't want to fight naturally, but it's easy to fight when you feel wronged or you feel like somebody disrespected you or somebody did something from hatred. And hatred leads to more hatred, which sometimes just pushes that cycle further and further. So I believe that each and every one of us has the power to stop that cycle. And we don't do it by, being on Twitter and yelling at people. We don't do it by just being critical. We do it by finding the people we disagree with, by listening to them, by asking questions, by sitting with them. And then if we each take responsibility to try to make the world better, and I think that there's no limits to the incredible place that this world can be.
So, as you've said, you've traveled all across the world. Do you think most people are good? Most people have love in their heart?
I do believe that. Yeah, and you have some bad people. You have some real evil people. A big part of the work I did was on prison reform, and previously the mentality was that the prison should basically be a warehouse for human trash, and if you made a mistake in this world, then we're going to throw you out, and we're going to make the rest of your life incredibly difficult because you have a criminal record, you're not going to have access to jobs, But what I found is when I would sit with people in prison, the people I'd met through my father's experience and what I met along the way is that, people make mistakes. We're all human. I think it's the right thing from a religious perspective to give people second chances. I always believe you shouldn't judge people by the worst mistake they make in their life. Unfortunately, now in the era of social media, people will say one wrong thing that sticks with them forever. They get canceled or they get put out. We're all humans. We grow from our mistakes. We learn from our mistakes. And I think that some people are just evil. There are some evil people, but I do think the vast majority of people are good. And I do think that people sometimes also can be in a bad place, and that society can push them to a worse and worse place. But we all have the power to make them feel loved, make them feel heard. And I think there's also tremendous power that we have as people to help people get to a better place. And so, my wife and I, we've always tried to be a force for good. We've always tried to be, we've always tried to provide a place where people can discuss with each other. When we were in Washington, we would host dinners at our house all the time, where we would have Democrats and Republicans sitting together. We just had, I saw Senator Feinstein just passed away. We had a great dinner at her house when she was senator, her and her husband, and Mark Meadows when he was on the Freedom Caucus. We actually had a fascinating discussion about Iran. Mark was much more hardline than me. I could actually bite my tongue. I was impressed at how much he did, whereas Feinstein and her husband were like super into, they knew the Iranians well, they thought they were peace loving, and it was an incredibly robust and respectful debate. And so I don't think we maybe concluded anything that night, but it was interesting for people to get together. Having a dinner at my house where I had Dick Durbin, the number 2 ranking Democrat in the Senate, Lindsey Graham, and Stephen Miller, who's known to be a very hardline on immigration, discussing what immigration reform could look like. I mean, they left that dinner saying, wow, we hadn't spoken to people on the other side, and we actually agree on 85% of things. Like, maybe something is possible. And so I believe that we should always be trying to push to make the world a better place, and you only do that by listening to people and connecting with people and by respecting people. And finally, I'll just say on this is that, I meet people all the time with so much confidence in their perspective, and I'm very jealous that these people are able to be so confident about every single thing, because for me, I have some degree of confidence in things that I've studied and what I've learned, but I'm always trying to find people who disagree to kind of sharpen my perspectives and to help me grow and to help me learn further. And so I think that's kind of the beauty of the world, is that the knowledge base continues to grow, the facts continue to change, and what's possible tomorrow needs to become different. And so as humans, we have to continue to thrive, to learn, to grow, and to connect. And if we do that, everything's possible.
Well, Jared, thank you for your compassion, first of all, but also your wisdom today. It's very difficult, tragic events, these difficult days for the world. It's a big honor to speak with you again. Every time I speak to you, I learn a lot about the world, and I deeply appreciate, like I said, your humility and your understanding the details of all the complex power dynamics and human dynamics that are going on in the world. Once again, thank you for talking today.
And like, if I could say just one final thing, which is that my thoughts and prayers are really with all the people in Israel and the innocent civilians as well, and the Palestinian side, and my prayers are with the IDF soldiers, that they should be safe and they should be really watched by God to accomplish whatever mission will enable to make the world safe.
Thank you for listening to this newly recorded segment of conversation that addresses the current situation in Israel and Gaza. And now we go on to the second part of the conversation, recorded on Thursday, October 5th. Given your experience in negotiating with some of the most powerful and influential leaders in the world, what's the key to negotiating difficult? Start with the big question.
If I look back on the different negotiations I've had when I was in government, either with leaders of countries, with representatives of leaders, or even with members of Congress to pass legislation, the most important thing I would draw back to would be trust. I think getting to know each other, understanding what is motivating the other party to get to the outcome, and making them feel like you weren't going to use whatever information they gave you to benefit yourself at the expense of them, is probably what I would call table stakes to have a shot at accomplishing anything that was hard in negotiation. After that, I would say taking maybe a first principles approach to what the outcome of whatever problem you're looking to solve should be. Now, you have different kinds of negotiations. I always try to create a framework of negotiation where it wasn't me against you, it was always let's agree on what the outcome is that we're trying to accomplish. Let's all sit on the same side of the table and say, we want to get to this outcome. How do we get there? Really trying to create a roadmap. And so once you understand the destination you want to get to, the end point, then you have to work backwards and really try to put yourself in their shoes and try to understand what were their motivations macro. Most of the time, you have to assume that a leader's primary objective was to stay in power. So all decisions made would be made through the framework of what it would take to do that and how it would impact their ability to do that. And then finally, I would just say that in any negotiation, you have to understand the power dynamics as well. And you have to then weight your approach in order to maneuver pieces to accomplish the objective. And so in areas where we had stronger power dynamics, I'd always look at it and say, what are the potential escape routes where a politician would say, this is just the reason why we can't get there. And I'd always think, how can you try to eliminate those escape routes or make them much harder to accomplish? And then ultimately think about what's the golden bridge that you want to create for them in order to get to the other side where they were motivated to get there because it was interesting to get there, but also because it helped accomplish the different objective. And I have many examples that I lived through with that, obviously negotiating in Congress for prison reform. I had to form a lot of trust with Democrats, whether it was Keith Jeffries or Dick Durbin, and then also on the Republican side with I had Mike Lee, I had Lindsey Graham, I had Tim Scott, Senator Grassley, and then also Doug Collins in the House was tremendous. And every time we maneuvered something, we would get attacked either from the left. There was a time we were being attacked by, Nancy Pelosi, John Lewis, for not being, inclusive enough. And then there were times that we maneuvered that we'd be attacked from the right for maybe going too far. And ultimately, we had to find just the right place where we can get it done. And the same thing happened with USMCA, where we were negotiating the biggest trade deal in the history of the world, which was $1.3 trillion in annual trade between Mexico, Canada, and the United States of America. And we were able to form good trust with the other side and try to say, how do we create win-win outcomes? And ultimately, we were able to do something in a record time that people thought was very hard to do. And both of them, in that divided time of the Trump administration, were bipartisan wins with big votes in the Senate and the House.
We have a lot of stories of this kind. Sometimes a soft approach, sometimes a hard approach. Because I think the story where with Bibi, there was a potential dramatic election coming up, and you have to say no excuses, no delay. We have to make this agreement. I know Bibi cares about Israel more than the particular dynamics of the election. But you have to draw a hard line there.
But in fairness too, for him, during the time that we were dealing with him, he was always an election versus election, and then election. And, what he was saying wasn't wrong, and I think he was more expressing his concerns given the dynamics. And, we never held those concerns against him. We just said those are real concerns he had. We respected those concerns, and we helped him prioritize to help accomplish the right things. And that's ultimately what the partnership is, right? My job was to represent America. His job was to represent Israel. And you had other parties representing their own interests. And as long as you assume that people were acting mostly in good faith, you were able to navigate areas where you didn't have complete overlap of priorities and objectives.
To go back to the trust thing, you sometimes see that with leaders where they're it looks like they're trying to screw over the other person when they're talking. And so not having that, I think, is a really powerful thing for earning trust. Like people actually can believe that they're results driven and they're working towards certain. And is there like a skill to that? Like what is that genetics? You're born with that, or is that something like you develop? So basically, it requires you to look at the game of politics and not have a kind of cynicism about it, where everybody's trying to manipulate you, and actually just go in with a kind of open mind and open heart, and actually speak truthfully to people. I would say that I always would think about how can I be a partner to others, like I would want somebody to be a partner to me, and a lot of it comes from just my different experiences in business. I've had great partners. I've had terrible partners. My father, again, a lot of my childhood was I was exposed to business. My father, on Sundays he would take us to job sites into the office with him instead of the football games like my friends, fathers would do. And so we were exposed to business. And what he would say about his father, who was an immigrant to America, came over with nothing, with no formal education. But he would always say, a good deal with a bad partner will always be a bad deal. And a bad deal with a good partner, you'll figure it out. And so going through some of the challenges that I had in my life early on, whether it was the issue with my father, we'll talk about, or even going through some tougher financial times during the great financial crisis, I really learned a lot about partnership. And I always thought, how can I act in a way where I could be the type of partner or friend to others that I wish others would use me. When you look for a good partner, does you think the capacity for both good and bad in every person? When you negotiate with all these leaders, aren't there like multiple people you're speaking to one person? You're trying to encourage, catalyze like the goodness in the human. Yeah. So leaders are generally chosen by their country, and so. My view was if I had an objective, I didn't get to choose who was the leader of other countries. My job was to deal with that leader, understand their strengths, understand their weaknesses, understand their power dynamics as well. One of my greatest takeaways when I grew up, I'd read the newspapers about all these powerful, famous people, and then as I got older, I had a chance to meet them and do business with them, and ultimately, interact with them in government. So I realized that they're just like you and me. They wake up every morning, their kids are pissed at them, their wife doesn't want to talk with them, and they've got, a set of advisors around them. One saying, let's go to war, one saying, let's make peace, one saying, do the deal, one saying, don't do the deal. And they're all thinking, where do I get advice? How do I make decisions? And so understanding the true human nature of them and then the different power dynamics around them, I thought was very key. And so I didn't have a choice whether to deal with them or not. It was a function of how do you deal with them effectively in order to find areas where you have common interests and then work well together to pursue those common interests in order to achieve a certain goal. You, first of all, you're incredibly well right. I've gotten to know you and I've gotten to know Ivanka, and the book recommendation list is incredible. So first of all, thank you for that. You told me about The Guns of August by Barbara Tuchman. It's a book on World War I, and I went down a whole rabbit hole there. It's like an incredible historian. Anyway, there's a bunch of stuff you learned from that, but one of the things you told me is it influenced your general approach to diplomacy, just picking up the phone and try. So as opposed to planning, strategizing, just the procedure. So this is a book I read way before the notion of serving government was ever even on my mind or reality. And I remember thinking about it, reading it and thinking how World War I started, where you had somebody assassinated, and you had all these different alliances that were created, and then in order to accomplish objectives, it triggered all of these people getting in bed with everyone else because of documents that were created without the intent of going to a massive war. I think in the course of World War I, it was one of the greatest atrocities that we've seen as humanity, that 16 million people killed in that war. And as I was reading the book, I remember thinking to myself, even though things are set in a certain way, go sit with somebody, go talk to them and say, this doesn't make sense, this is wrong, how do we create a better pathway? And as a civilian, all my life, I would read the newspapers, I would
I would observe how different leaders react. But when you have the opportunity to serve in government and have the position, you realize you're not a civilian. You don't have the luxury of sitting back and letting the world happen the way it's happening. You have agency, and you have the potential to influence the outcome of things. And one thing I've seen is, most political prognosticators are wrong. Anyone who tells you what's going to happen really has no proof. And it's not because they're bad or they're not intelligent. It's because nobody knows. And at the end of the day, the outcomes in the world are usually driven by the decisions of humans. And if you're able to come together, form relationships, listen to each other, you can do that. And one of the great examples that I speak about in the book is with North Korea. Whereas if you remember in 2017, it was very intense when President Obama was leaving office. He told President Trump that the single biggest fear that he had, and this is a time when the world was a mess, you had the Middle East was on fire. ISIS was hitting journalists and killing Christians. The caliphate the size of Ohio. Libya was destabilized. Yemen was destabilized. Syria was in a civil war where 500,000 people were killed. Iran was on a glide path to a nuclear weapon. Yet the single biggest fear he had was North Korea. And it got compounded by the fact that we get into office and President Trump brings his generals around and he's learning how to interact with all the generals and says, okay, what are my options? And says, calm down. We've been using all of our ammunition in the Middle East. We don't have enough ammunition to go to war over them. Let's not let that be too public. Let's try to restock and come up with a plan. And at the time, there was a lot of banter back and forth. And I was able to... I got a call from a friend who was an old business contact who actually had done business in North Korea. And he said, I'd love to find a way to solve it. I was getting calls from friends at the time saying, I'm trying to go to Hawaii for vacation. Should I not be going? Is it not safe? I mean, we forget the psychology of how intense that was at the time. And then through that interaction, called some of his contacts in North Korea, and then we were able to get the CIA to open up the back channel that ultimately led to the de-escalation, the meeting between Trump and Kim Jong-un, which led to the de-escalation. So that was really the mindset, which was whenever there's a problem, just pick up the phone and try. And I think President Trump had a very similar approach, which was let's give it a shot, and he wasn't afraid to go after the hard ones too. And I'll say one final thing on this, which is that in politics, the incentive structure is just much different than in the real world, right? In the sense that you have a hard problem, and if you try to solve a hard problem, the likelihood of failure is great. Whereas in the business world, if you're going after a hard problem, we celebrate those people. Right? We want our entrepreneurs and our great people to go after solving the big hard problems. But in politics, if you try to take on a hard problem, you have a high likelihood of failure. You get a lot of criticism on your pathway to trying to accomplish that if you fail. And then if you fail, it has a higher probability of leading to you losing your opportunity to serve. And so it's just one of these things where people want to play it safe, which is not the notion that really was taken during the time that President Trump was in office.
You think it has to be that way? I think there's something in the human spirit, like in the public, that desires politicians to take big, take on the big bold problem. Right? Why is the politicians so afraid of failure?
I don't think it has to be that way. And that's, I think, one of the great lessons from the time of the Trump administration. We brought a lot of people from the business world into government. Business people have a much different mindset than government people, and there was a lot of resistance. And I think part of why there was so much resistance was because, I think about it, my personal sense was that if I was successful with no traditional qualifications to do diplomacy, it meant that all the people with traditional qualifications in diplomacy didn't necessarily need those qualifications in order to be successful. And that same sentiment manifests itself in many areas in government. And I think that in the business world, it's outcome oriented, it's results oriented. And what we would see in New York is there they get stabbed you in the eye, and they get stabbed you in the back, and it's a whole different dynamic of how you work through these different areas. So the answer is it doesn't have to be that way. You just need the right courageous leader. And that's why I'm so optimistic about what the future of America and the world could be if you have the right people in power who are willing to take on the right challenges and do it in the right way.
Before we North Korea and the de-escalation of the meeting, what's the trajectory from this could be the most catastrophic thing that destroys the world to you find back channels, you start talking and start arranging a meeting. Like, is there some insight you can give to how difficult that is to do? In that, in the North Korea case, it seems like to be one of the most closed off parts of the world, and in the other cases that you work on.
It's always very challenging, and especially when you're going against the grain of what's established. Right? We did something different to think that an old business contact that I had could then do it, and that's the type of thing that, if the press knew what we were doing, they would have derided it and criticized it in every which way. But that was one of the benefits of operating very much below the radar, is that we were able to try all these different things. And not all of them worked, but some of them did. And but that is what's amazing about the world. Right? This could be the biggest story on the front page of every paper, and they're inciting fear in everyone. And it's not illegitimate fear. I mean, there were missile tests, over Japan. We had a lot of very big challenges with that file. Then all of a sudden we made contact. We go through negotiations to set a meeting. There's a meeting between President Trump and Kim Jong-un. Then all of a sudden there's a framework to try and move things forward. And again, I think that there's a lot of possibility there for what could happen if it's working the right way.
I just want to know, like, how you word that first email or text message, like what emojis to use, like the hugging emoji. I like it's just personally, I've gotten to know a lot of powerful, rich people, and it's funny that they're all human, just like you're saying. And like a lot of the drama, a lot of the problems can be resolved with just like a little camaraderie, a little kindness, a little just actually just reaching out.
We're all human beings, and people want to be successful, and people want to be good. And you're right, too. There's way more emojis involved in different things than I ever would have expected. But
every leader, I'm sure, has their favorite emoji. This is also I learned about like everybody has their go-to emoji. Like I usually go to the heart very quickly. Emojis, and some people go the hugging, whatever that's maybe like. Anyway, this conversation quickly turned to the ridiculous. But to do another book reference, you mentioned the book 13 Days in September by Lawrence Wright. Well, in discussing all the work you've done in Israel and the Middle East, I just want to ask you sort of the interesting aspect of that book, which is the influence of the personalities and personal relationships of these negotiations. You kind of started to allude to that with the trust, but how much do the personalities matter in this? To go from North Korea to the Middle East here to within Congress and all that kind of stuff.
Completely in every way. I mean, that's an incredible book, and it's a very entertaining read. It has obviously a lot of good historical context on some of the key players, whether it was Anwar Sadat or Menachem Begin, Jimmy Carter, and Cy Vance, and a lot of the others who were involved with those negotiations. And the thing that I kind of took from that experience was just how personal it was. And again, one of my favorite stories from that book was how Anwar Sadat, who was a big leader, he had a mystic who was, according to this book, again, history, I like reading it, but I always, realize that you have to notice that this is just the perspective of an author that's writing it. But the way that they write this book was that he had an advisor who was a mystic. And the mystic was having a back channel with the Israelis. And the mystic told Sadat, if you go to Israel and you make a speech at the Knesset, Begin is ready to give you the Sinai. And so he goes to Israel and set this whole thing up. He goes and gets the Knesset. They go for a meeting after, and Sadat says, okay, well, we're going to do this thing. And Begin says, what are you talking about? I'm not giving you a nature of our land. And it was just one of these things where it was a miscommunication that brought about the symbolic visit of Anwar Sadat to Israel. And that was one of these notions that just made everyone think that something was possible that they thought was impossible a moment before. Actually, we had an example like that during our time in government when we did the Abraham Accords. The first step of the Accords was really a phone call between President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu, and Mohammed bin Zayed, who at that point was the crown prince and de facto ruler of the UAE. But all we had was a phone call and then a statement that was released. And what was interesting after that is we said, okay, well, how do we integrate countries? Nobody's done this in a long time. So we were trying to figure out all the issues, and there's big miscommunications between Israel and the UAE, and we were navigating through all the issues. And so after a couple weeks, I said, I've got to go over there and try to sort through these issues. So we make a plan to go to Israel and then go to UAE. And then a young gentleman worked with me named Avi Berkowitz says, well, for flying from Israel to UAE, instead of flying on a government plane, why don't we see if we can get an El Al plane and we'll do the first official commercial flight. And so I said, that's a great idea. Let's call, Ambassador Taiba Youssef, who was a tremendous player in the Abraham Accords, working behind the scenes day and night. It was really a big catalyst. So we called Houston and said, sure, no problem, let's give it a shot. So we go and do it. He says, if we can work out these issues, what we'll do. So we go to Israel, we do our meetings, we get everything back into a good place. We set up this trip over. We fly in an El Al plane. We filled up at the time, it was during COVID, with a health delegation. We had the financial ministry because we had to open up banking relationships. We had to wire money between countries. We wanted to get health partnerships, and we had a lot of legal things and national security things we wanted to start putting together. So we do this flight, and we end up landing in UAE. And the picture of us coming off the plane being greeted by Emiratis and Tobes with an El Al plane with an Israeli flag on it just captured everyone's imagination. And so it was one of these things where it's like you work so hard on the details, negotiations, and hundreds of hours to kind of make sure everything's perfect. And the one thing that you do kind of, let's give it a shot. That image ended up capturing everyone's heart. So going back to Sadat, that visit was very critical. And what was interesting is, according to this book, it happened because of the miscommunication. That was the first part. The second part of the book, that's just amazing theater, and actually the book was based on a play. It was just going back and forth with all of the different methodologies that they tried that failed, but they kept trying out it, and then ultimately seeing how the personalities were able to find ways to make the compromise that ultimately was a very, very big thing for more stability in the Middle East. And so, amazing book. I would highly recommend it. A very entertaining read, and something that at least gave me encouragement to keep going when the task I was pursuing seemed so large.
And if you could just linger on the personality. You write in the book that words matter. You write in the context of saying, in the diplomacy business, words matter. And then you said that we're in the results business. Badass line. But stick to the diplomacy business, and words matter. It seems like one of the things you really highlight that individual words can really have, you can fight over individual words. So, how do you operate in a world where single words matter?
I think you have to be respectful to the craft that you're in, where words matter, but then realize that they don't matter as much. And then also focus on the fact that the actions are actually what's going to matter more than the words. And so you have a difference between leaders and politicians. Politicians are there to say the right thing, to hold the power. Leaders are people who are willing to do things that will be transformational from my perspective. And so when I would think about diplomacy, words without actions or without the threat of actions, and that was something that President Trump did very well, was that people knew that he was going to take action. He was very unpredictable in how he would act, and that made our words much more effective in what they did. So it's all a combination, but coming from the private sector, we were all about results, right? If you're in government, you can work on something for 10 years and fail, and then retire and be considered an expert. In the private sector, if you work on something for 10 weeks and you don't have a success, then you're unemployed. So it's a different kind of notion, and it's just understanding the mentality and trying to adjust and bridging the divides between the different trainings.
Is that the biggest thing you took from your business background? Is that just be really results focused?
It was just the only way to be. I mean, if I was giving up, a nice life in New York, and if I was giving up, the stuff that I really enjoyed, the company that I helped build, and the life that I was enjoying in order to do government, I was going there to make a difference, and we had to focus on it. The other skill sets, so there was a couple skill sets that I found were quite deficient in government. First of all, there was a ton of amazing people. People talk about bureaucracy. What I found was you had incredibly committed, passionate, intelligent, capable people all throughout the government. And what they were waiting for, though, was direction and then cover in order to get there. And so there were a lot of tasks that I worked on, whether it was building the wall of the southern border, where I was able to work with Customs Border Patrol, Army Corps of Engineers, military, DHS professionals, DOD. we basically all came together, and then once we had a good project management plan, we were able to kind of move very, very quickly. I think we built about 470 miles of border barriers in about 2 years, basically. And that worked very well because we basically brought private sector project management skill sets, which were quite often missing in government. The second one is just, we spoke about negotiation earlier. I would say that most people in government, it's just a different form of negotiation than you see in the private sector, and way less effective in that regard, which is why I think it's good the more we can encourage more people with private sector experience to do a stint in government and to really try to contribute and serve their country. That's how our founders, George Washington and all the founding fathers, they work on their farms, they left their farms, serving government, and went back to the farm. And that was kind of the design of the representative government. It wasn't a career political class. It was people coming in to show gratitude for the freedoms and liberties that they enjoyed, and then do their best to kind of help others have those same opportunities that they had, and then they go back and live their lives. And so I think that there's a lot of opportunity with our government if people with more business mindsets who are going to think about things from a solutions perspective go and serve.
Is that one of the main problems here? So you also mentioned the book The Great Degeneration by Neil Ferguson, an awesome historian on this podcast. It helps you understand the inefficiencies of government regulation. I'd love it if you can give an insight into why government is so inefficient at times, and when it is inefficient, when it doesn't work. Why is that the case? The bureaucracy.
But he wasn't part of the group that has to be catered to. So there's a
We
group
don't have
out
enough
there.
time on this
If you
podcast to go
sign
into
something
it, but
like the
it's
T9 treaty with, we've heard about
there's
this
a lot of
lately. This is
aspects that
coming
work
up
as
again
well,
and again.
right?
We
But I do
maybe
think
have
we've
some
gotten too
agreement.
big. Neil's book that you mentioned, one of the things I took from that, I read it I think in 2012, right, kind of in the middle of the great financial crisis, was he was talking about how government regulation often was put in place to deal with old crises, right? So it was never going to solve future problems. It was more to kind of create, to solve for problems that had happened in the past. And I remember thinking about that. One thing I was very proud of the work of the Trump administration was that you had 4 years consecutively where there was a net decrease in the cost of regulations. So to give you context, in the last year of Obama in 2016, there were 6 million man-hours spent by the private sector complying with new federal regulations. And that's not really what the intent of our government was, right? If we have rules or regulations, those should be legislated by Congress. They shouldn't be put in by bureaucrats who are basically saying, I want to follow this objective. So using kind of the power of the pen in order to do that. So the deregulatory effort was actually very critical to Trump's economic success that happened at the beginning of the administration. And then what I saw with regulation was anytime either there was legislation or regulation coming, the people pushing for it were usually the people who would benefit from the regulatory captures. You had these, you look at the great financial crisis where you had this big banking reforms. But what happened during the big banking reforms? Then you had a big reduction in the amount of banks that occurred, and the big banks became even bigger. Whereas I don't think that was the intention of the legislation, but the people who were writing the legislation and influencing it had a lot of the constituencies from those larger institutions. And then what happened as a result of that? A lot of these smaller institutions didn't have the ability to be as competitive. They had more restrictions, more costs, they became less profitable. But these were banks that were serving small businesses, which is the biggest creator of jobs in our country. And then as a result, the bigger banks got more powerful. And what happened in the country as a result of the regulations that they put in place, the wealth gap in the country grew, it didn't shrink. And so I think oftentimes what they say these regulations are intended to do, the result often becomes the opposite. And so what President Trump did in his administration was they did a massive regulatory effort. And I think they pledged that for every one regulation they put on, if you do need some regulation in an economy and in a society, they would take off 2. In the first year, they eliminated 8 regulations for every one. And so that was something I took from it, which was, I thought, very interesting. And you had to really, I think you just have to think through what are the consequences going to be of the different actions you take. And often government gets it wrong by taking an action that feels right, but has big negative consequences down the road.
Let's go to some difficult topics. You wrote in the book about your experience with some very low tenants in government. You've been attacked quite a bit. One of the ones that stands out is the accusations of collusion with Russia, and you tell in the book in general this whole story, right, on a personal level and a sort of big political level. Can you tell me some aspects of the story?
Sure. So to give the listeners some context, and people remember this now, it's been kind of swept away because it turned out not to be true, was that after President Trump won the election in 2016, instead of the media saying, well, we were wrong, because again, everyone thought he had zero chance of winning, they said, okay, well, we couldn't have been wrong. It must have been the Russians who worked with him. And so at first, when this started coming up, I thought this was ridiculous. I mean, I was very intimately involved with the operations of the campaign. I was running the finance of the campaign. I was running the digital media of the campaign. I was running the schedule for the campaign. And I knew that on most days we had trouble, like, coordinating with ourselves, let alone, collaborating with another government and colluding, as they called it. And so we did a great job, I think, as an underdog campaign, very lean staff. And then they said that, we were working with the Russians. And so at the time, I didn't take it too seriously because I knew there was no truth to it. But it was amazing to me to start seeing all of these institutions, whether it was CNN, the Washington Post, New York Times. These were news organizations that I grew up having a lot of respect for, taking these accusations so seriously and then working themselves up in order to just cover it for 2 years. Then as a result, you had a special counsel, you had a House investigation, Senate investigation. I personally spent about, over 20 hours just testifying before these different committees, again, spent millions of dollars out of my own pocket on my legal fees to make sure I was well represented. And the reason I did that was because I saw in Washington, there's like a sick game, right? It's almost like, even though there was no underlying problems to the accusation, I felt like this is one of those things where they're going to try to catch you, and then you step on the line, they catch you with one misrepresentation, and try to put you in jail or worse. And so for me, that was a big concern. So it was amazing. I mean, my poor mom, I told her to stop, reading whatever S5 prompts. We didn't do anything wrong. It's good. But, she'd call me and say, well, my friends were on the Upper East Side. We were talking to Chuck Schumer. Said, Jared's going to jail. We know for sure that he flew with the Russians. This is like a leading senator saying things like this. And so it was just interesting for me to see how the whole world could believe something and be talking about it that I knew with 1,000% certainty was just not true. And so seeing that play out was very, very hard. Obviously, I was accused of a lot of things. At the times in Washington, I was radioactive. I remember one weekend, it was all over CNN. The panels on CNN, like the news organization that I grew up thinking was like the #1 trusted name for news in the world, talked about how I committed treason because I met with an ambassador and said, we'd like to hear your perspective on what you think the policy should be in Syria, where there was a big civil war happening and ISIS and a lot of things. So it was quite a crazy time in that regard, but luckily, again, we were able to fight through it. It was a major distraction for our administration. And I think we were able to kind of stay focused on the objectives and the policies. But it was a crazy time, and I learned a lot from that experience.
It's crazy how just an accusation can be viral. One of the things that worries me is the effect on your mind, the psychology of it, to make sure it doesn't make you cynical. Like people that are trying to do stuff, those kind of stories that can destroy their lives. But one of the things I'd love to sort of understand, you kind of rolled in from business, and all of a sudden, the entire world, from CNN to everybody, is accusing you of being a Russian. Like, what do you, like when you're sitting at home, how do you keep a calm mind, a clear mind, an optimistic one that doesn't become cynical and actually just keep trying to push on and do stuff?
So it was a surreal experience. I would say #1 is I felt very confident that I hadn't done anything wrong. So I'd always tell my lawyer, like, the good news is I've got a good fact problem, right? Like I need a good lawyer to get me through it, but it's much easier to be a good lawyer if you have a very innocent client. And so, the fact that I knew that I didn't believe that I had any legal liability helped me kind of intellectually separate the challenge I need to do to fight through it from it. And then I just basically said, I'd had hardship earlier in my life where I dealt with a situation with my father. And what I realized there is that you can't really spend energy on the things that you don't control. All you can do is spend your time and energy worrying about what you can control. and then how you react to the things that you have there. And so it took a lot of discipline. It took a lot of strength. And again, I give my wife, Ivanka, and even Donald a lot of credit for for kind of having my back during that time and encouraging me just to kind of fight through it. And then I also had to make sure that I didn't allow that to distract me from my job. I felt like I had an amazing opportunity in the White House to make a difference in the world. And if I would have spent all my time playing defense, in politics, it's a time duration game. In business, you have whatever duration you set for yourself. In politics, it's time duration. We had 4 years. Every day we stand through an hourglass. My mindset was, I need to accomplish as much as I can in these 4 years. And I guess the traditional game that's played in Washington is whether it's the media, the opposition, their job is to distract you and then try to stop you from being as successful as you want to be. And so just walk through it. And wasn't always fun, but we got through, and thank God it's something people don't talk about. And it has been amazing to me, just the lack of self-awareness and reflection of a lot of the people who hyped this up for 2 years. They don't think there was anything wrong with it, and that's interesting, but my view is we got through it, it's good, so it's in the past, and then I started moving to the future, and that's really where I spent.
Yeah, but I want to live on it because for me, that has a really discouraging effect on anyone who's trying to do positive in the world. Like these kinds of attacks are intense. You say kind of one of the lessons you learned is that you really have to be perfect, but I hate that to be the lesson. Like I feel like you should be able to do stupid stuff, take big risks, and like people celebrate the big risks and not try to weave gigantic stories over nothing. But I just want to kind of understand the two aspects of this. How to not have such stories with so much legs. And the other is how to stay psychologically strong. You kind of wave it off and you have a fact problem. But it can just have an effect on your psyche. You seem to be pretty stoic about the whole thing. But like how, just on the psychology side, how did you stay calm and not become cynical when you can continue to do stuff and take big risks?
I didn't have a choice. I could have spent every day feeling sorry for myself or complaining or saying things aren't fair, but the general way I looked at it was that in life, every opportunity has a cost. And, you can look at it and say, maybe this was a massive cost, either in dollars or in time or in reputation or in emotional drain. But you could also say that, I had an opportunity to work in the White House, and I had an opportunity to work on some of the hardest challenges. And you talk about how that's not celebrated. That is something very different. In the private sector, when you take on big challenges, that is celebrated. In government, when you take on big challenges, people want to see it fail. Or they want to criticize those people who are trying to take that on. And I think that's wrong. And I think that, as a country, we should be thinking big, we should be dreaming big, and we should be encouraging our politicians to try and to fail more and to go and to take on big things, knowing that there's risk with them. Obviously, we want the succeed, not to fail, but so let's take on the big things. Let's try to do that. So I think it's just very basic that, you're in a situation, I've made decisions, I can't go back and change decisions in the past. I still felt very blessed to be in the position I was in, and I knew that I just had to work through it. And like I said, I was very lucky to have support from my wife and from my family and from good friends. Again, I think I chose some very good friends in life, and my friends were with me. I had one friend who my lowest moment, got on the plane, we lived in Arizona, got on the plane, and he had dinner with me to say, just pick your head up. I know you're down now. You're going to be fine. Just fight through. That meant a lot to me. And again, I always think in my life, you don't learn as much from your successes. You don't learn as much from your high points. You learn the most about who you want to be and how the world works from your lowest moments. And at those lowest moments, it made me better. And it taught me how to be a better friend to people who are in tough situations. And I tried to just get tougher, and I tried to just get better and work through it.
Yeah, you said that you and Ivanka, this intense time brought you two together and helped you kind of deal with the intensity of the chaos of it all.
So I think it was just number one, knowing that you had a partner and knowing that you had somebody who loved you and believed in you. I think that was definitely by far the biggest of anything. And
love is the answer.
Love is very important. But then there's also a lot that I've learned from her. Always getting me to read different books or learn different things, which I love. But she's also, I think, an amazing role model. And I go through our time in Washington where there were so many people who were, I thought, very nasty to her unfoundedly. I'm not talking about individually because, again, most people interacted with her were super kind. But I would see people on Twitter or different places go after her. She always stayed elegant. And I felt like that was something that she never stooped down to a lower level. She kept her elegance the whole time. And she really went to Washington wanting to be a force of good. And I see all the time that she follows her heart. She does what's right. And she has a very strong moral compass. And I feel very lucky to have her as a partner, and I respect her tremendously.
Yeah, she walks the fire with grace, I would say. And she's recommended a bunch of amazing books to me, and she has an incredible, fascinating mind. So, but one thing that jumped out to me is we both love diners, Jersey diners. So I lived in Philly for a while, and I traveled quite a bit, traveling from Boston down to Philly, maybe to DC. So we drive through Jersey. Something about Jersey. I know what it is. You listen to Bruce Springsteen, is that Louis C.K. has this bit where I think it's part of criticizing cell phones today, where people are too much on their phone. They don't just sit there to be bored. But he uses that story to tell, like, he's driving and Bruce Springsteen's song comes on, and he just wants to pull over to the side of the road and just like weep for an unexplainable reason. And I think that's true, because life is difficult. Life is full of suffering or struggle and challenges. And there's sometimes it's always Bruce Springsteen, but like some kind of song like this can really make you reflect on life, that melancholy feeling. But that melancholy feeling is the other side of the happiness coin, where if you just allow yourself to feel that pain, you can also feel the highest joys. That's the point Lucy Gay makes. And there's something about Jersey, the diners, often late at night. Like there's several diner experiences. Okay. There's like the family friendly, there's the this is sweet, this is kind, full of sweetheart, like that kind of thing. There's also like the 3 a.m. diner, where you're, like the ones that are open 24 hours, that has a romantic element when you're a young man or young woman, like traveling, the loneliness of that, all of it. The American diner is like, when Jack Kerouac on represents something. I'm not sure what that is, but it's like a real beautiful experience. And the food itself, too.
Always fresh, yeah. The thing with diners, there's so much to love about it. And I grew up, obviously, in New Jersey. When I go with my father to business, he'd always stop and eat at a diner. Or late night, I'd come back with my friends. We'd stop at a diner. And it's a tradition that Ivanka and I love doing as well. And I think there's a notion of, it's very egalitarian in that, people from all places are there. You can order basically whatever you want. I mean, the menus at the diners look like the phone book. And it's amazing how they keep so much fresh ingredients to do it. At least the good ones do. I love this Jersey guy to get mozzarella sticks and an omelet, at any hour of the day, because most of them are open 24 hours. And that's basically my vodka, my go-to. We'll throw in a milkshake or two as well. But for me as a kid, my father would take me. Sometimes I'd sit with him in the meeting. Sometimes I'd be at the table next to him. He'd give me a bunch of quarters to put in the music machine that they would have on the wall. And it was always just a great experience doing it in Jersey. And I joke that, if you grow up in Jersey, you grow up with just enough of a chip on your shoulder. You have to go and make something of yourself in life. It's a special place. I had an amazing childhood there. And very, very proud to be from the state. And I will just give a little bit of a plug now, because the state has now actually turned the corner, and they had a $10 billion budget surplus for many years. It was a state that was basically bankrupt. And now actually under a pretty progressive Democrat governor, Phil Murphy, he's turned the state around, and it's actually has a very bright future ahead. And it's probably one of the best places to raise a family in the country, right? It's got very low crime, one of the best public school systems in the country, pretty good healthcare system, a lot of green parks. People know the Turnpike, but it's got a lot to it. That's really great. So I'm a big fan of Jersey.
I like how this is a first for this particular podcast. You literally gave us plugs to the state. So New Jersey, everybody.
It's where it's at.
There's South Jersey, North Jersey, there's all kinds of Jersey too. I mean, the whole thing is just,
And don't get me started on the Jersey Shore.
Jersey Shore is a whole thing.
And I'm not talking about the special part. I'm talking about the real nice parts. Great food, great people.
It's all beautiful. The full range of human characters that are in New Jersey are all beautiful.
I agree with that.
And every time I travel across the world, there's somebody from New Jersey get a deep understanding. The cradle of civilization. Okay, so back. I don't know how we got there. Oh, all right. Going back to the low points. You mentioned your father. Just return there. Even just the personal story of your father, that you write about, that the betrayal that happened in his life, and then how he responds to that betrayal, and he was after that arrested. Can you just tell the story?
So my father is an amazing person, and we grew up in New Jersey. My father was a big developer, a great entrepreneur, built an amazing business. He got into a dispute with two of his siblings, and through that dispute, they basically took all the documents in his company, went to the U.S. Attorney's office, and turned into from a civil dispute into a real public dispute. My father did something wrong in that process, and when he got arrested for that, he basically said, what I did was wrong, and he took his medicine and he did it like a man, and he said, I'm going to go to prison, and did that for a year. And so for me, that was a very challenging time in the family. Obviously, it was a shock. It was a total change. I grew up, my childhood was, I think, a very nice childhood. My parents always said, do good in school, work hard. It was very focused on my athletics. I was captain of the basketball team, captain of the hockey team, ran a marathon with my father. And it was always about pursuing. Went to Harvard, graduated with honors. And I was in NYU pursuing a law degree and a business degree. And I was working at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office at the time, actually thinking I wanted to go into public service. My father always taught us, we were always surrounded by politicians, and he always said, my parents came to America, they lived in the land of opportunities, and they had these opportunities because this is the best country in the world. And so you should, be successful, work hard. Don't ever let your opportunities become your disadvantages, because you have advantages in life. You have to work harder, and that's what he instilled in myself and my brother. And he always pushed us to make the most of ourselves. And when he did that, everything changed overnight when my father got arrested. Obviously, it's very embarrassing for a family when you're on the front page of the papers. I would see the newspapers writing all these things about my father that I didn't think were representative of the person that I knew. It was a big change for our family. And, I was angry. I could be angry at the prosecutor. I could be angry at my father's brother. I could be angry at my father's lawyers. I could be angry at my father for making this mistake. And then I kind of said, something's changing. And I had a real shift. I do think that was a turning point in my life where I basically said, let me focus on the things I can control. Let me focus on the positive things I can do. And from that moment forward, I said, how can I be a great son to my father? How can I be a great older brother / substitute father for my two sisters, my younger brother? How could I be there for my mother? How could I be there for my father's business? And I just went into battle mode, and I put put my armor on, and I just ran into it. And for the next 2 years, it was every day was painful. I was dealing with banks, I was dealing with companies still had subpoenas. I was still in law school. I did tell my father I wanted to drop out of law school and business school. He said, please don't. So I would basically go to law school one day a week, or maybe I'd skip it most days, and I'd go to his office every day. And my friends would joke that if my professors wanted to fail me, the law professor that would give me a test had 4 pictures and say, circle who your professor is, but I would basically take a week off. I read the books, and I did well, and I got my degrees. It was just a very, very challenging time. But like I said to you before, is that you learn the most about life, and you learn the most about humanity and yourself when you're in your most challenging periods. And I'll say that, that experience also changed, the people I interacted with, spending weekends with my father down in prison in Alabama. I met the other inmates, I met their families. I spent time then trying to advise the children of other people who were going through the same experience that I'd gone through on how to navigate it, correctly. And you just learn a lot about the world, and you see that, in life, everything could get taken from you, your status, your money, your friends. I saw that certain people were very disloyal to my father at the time, who he thought were friends. There's only a handful, but again, I learned from those people, how can I be a true friend to people? How can I be better? And I learned a tremendous amount through that experience.
You're right that your father told you, while being humble, I want to ask you about this, that in life sometimes we get so powerful that we start to think we're the dealers of our own fate. We're not the dealers, God is the dealer. Sometimes we have to be brought back down to earth to get perspective on what is really important. What do you think he meant by that? What is
the way I interpreted at the time, those were very, very memorable words. And it occurred, I was down after I picked up my father from the Raymond. I drove him down, I drove the car, and my father and I were very, very close. And he didn't say a word the whole time. I think he was processing, number one, what was happening to him. And I couldn't even imagine. But I actually think the bigger pain for him, because my father is such a committed person to the family, is like, did I let my family down? Did I let my kids down? And I do think he felt at that moment like his life was over. He couldn't really see past what this challenge was going to bring, and if there would be a life for him after it. So I could see that he had a lot of fear. And he really wasn't saying much. And then I didn't know what to do, and so I just stood by him and stood close. And later that day, or the next day, he got up and started walking. He had an ankle monitor. For whatever reason, the prosecutor was so aggressive. He was a flight risk, so they made him wear an ankle monitor. They were very, very aggressive and nasty. And at the time, my father was the biggest Democrat. The prosecutor was a Republican. It was a very political thing. And what happened was he was walking around the pool, and I just started walking with him. And he said to me, Jared, in life, sometimes we get so powerful that we believe that we're the dealer, but we're not the dealer. God's the dealer, and we have to, come down to earth to understand, like you said. So, what I took from that was that my father, with all his success, had started to believe that maybe certain rules didn't apply to him, and I think that's where he made a mistake. And I think he had a lot of regret that he made the mistake. And my father is a very humble person. He's a very moral person. For me, with my humility, my brother and I joke that we give our quest for being humble number one to being Mets fans, because every year you have a lot of promise and it never ends up paying off. Although now with Steve Cohen, hopefully we're on a different trajectory. But the other thing is also our mother. Our mother really raised us to be very humble, to be we knew we had a lot, but every Sunday morning my mom was there clipping the coupons. The cereal we ate in our house was based on what was on sale versus what we liked. When we would have a problem with our teachers in school, and I'd say, the teacher doesn't like me, she'd say, well, I'm not calling them. It's your job to make the teacher like you. And so my mother gave us a lot of that. My father gave us a lot of the grounding. And I think during that time, my father was just realizing that maybe he had gotten disconnected from the grounding of the values. And again, I think he also accepted maybe he could have blamed others for acting inappropriately, but I respect the fact that he took responsibility himself and said, I can't control the actions of other people. I can't control what they do is right and wrong. I can just control my actions. And as I go on the next journeys in my life, and I go to government, I go to Washington. I even think through the craziness going from, visiting my father in a prison 10 years later, sitting in the office in the White House next to the President of the United States. And I think about that story, and that it's a story only God could write. And I really believe you have to have a lot of faith, because the lows and the highs are both so extreme and unbelievable that I feel like those low moments in some ways allowed me to keep my grounding and to understand what was truly important in life for when I ended up going through those other moments.
Your father was betrayed, perhaps over money by siblings. Is there some deeper wisdom you can draw from that? Have you seen money or perhaps power cloud people's judgment?
100%.
Is there some kind of optimistic thing you can take from that about human nature, of how to escape that clouding of judgment when you're talking about leaders, when you're talking about government doing business. You mentioned there's a power dynamics at play always when you're negotiating. Is there a way to see the common thematic and not see sort of will to power?
Definitely. You mentioned about power, money corrupting. There's a great quote I heard a friend of mine say. The guy, Michael Harris, who was one of the founders of Death Row Records, and he was being interviewed recently. They asked him about what happened with Suge Knight, and his line was, money just makes you more of what you already are, which I thought was a very elegant way of saying it. And I would see this time and time again in the White House, where you had people who were now given a lot of responsibility and power, and it went to their head, and they acted very crazily, and maybe didn't act in a way that I thought was always conducive to the objective. So I think it's a very big problem that you have. Whether it's something that's solvable, I think it's about having the right leaders, and hopefully the leaders having good friends. I'm still friends with a lot of the people I interacted with when I was in government, and the number one thing I try to do to them is just a good friend. I try to be somebody who they can talk about things with. I don't go in trying to tell them what to do on different things, and I think that's a big thing, is that people just need friends and they need conversation. And if they have that, then hopefully that allows them to keep their head in the right place.
I think this is a good place to ask about one aspect of the fascinating work you've done, which is on prison reform. Can you take me through your journey of helping them with the bipartisan bill get passed, this wartime prison reform in the White House in general? How you make that happen? How you help make that happen?
So we passed a law called the First Step Act, which was the largest prison and criminal justice reform bill that's been done in 30, 40, 50 years in the U.S. So what it basically did was two things. Number one is it took the prison system and it took a certain class of offenders and allowed them to become eligible for earlier release if they go through the certain trainings that will allow them to have a lower probability of coming back. So, stepping back, you look at the prison system and you say, what's the purpose? Is it to punish? Is it the warehouse? Is it to rehabilitate? And I do think that we're a country that believes in second chances. I saw firsthand when my father was a client of the system, how inefficient it was and how much better it could be. And when my father got out, he didn't run from that experience. He started hiring people from Rikers Island and different prisons into the company, into a second chance program, which we're very, very proud of doing. And what we saw throughout my growth experience was that if you give people mentorship, if you give them job training, a lot of people lead addiction issues and they can't find housing. And so people leave prison with a criminal record, and they're less likely to go back and reintegrate in society without help from different institutions that can help them do that. So we modeled the reforms off what they did in Texas and Georgia and other states, where they basically put a lot of job training, alcohol, and addiction treatment programs in the prison as a way to incentivize the prisoners to work on themselves while they're there in order to allow them to re-enter society. It turned out to be very successful so far. They just had a report that showed that the general population is at a 47% recidivism rate, meaning that people who leave federal prison, half of them go back. And people who have now taken this program, only 12% of them go back. So, number one, you're making community safer, because if people are going to now get a job and enter society instead of committing future crimes, you're avoiding future crimes. And number two, you're giving people a second chance at life. And so that was the first part of it. The second thing we did was there was a rule passed in the 90s that basically penalized crack cocaine at 100 times the penalty of what regular cocaine was. And I think a lot of the motivations what people say in retrospect is that crack was more of a black drug and cocaine was more of a white drug. And so there was a really racial disparity in terms of what the application of these sentences were. So they then revised that to make it 18-1. And what we did in this bill is we allowed it to go retroactive to allow people who were in prison with sentences under the what we felt was the racist law to be able to make an application to a judge in order to be dismissed. It was based on good behavior, being rehabilitated, and the fact that they would have a low probability of offending in the future. And so that was really the meat of it. And there was a couple other things in there we did as well, which were also quite good. So we did it, worked very closely with the Democrats, Republicans to do it. At first, President Trump was a little bit skeptical of it because he's a big, strong law and order supporter, but he made me work very hard to put together a coalition of Republicans and Democrats. In law enforcement, we had the support from the policemen, we had the support from the ACLU, and ultimately we were able to get it together. And it was an amazing thing. We ended up getting 87 votes in the Senate. This was happening at a time while the Russia investigation stuff was still happening. New chief of staff came in, John Kelly, who basically marginalized me in the operations. So I had kind of less day-to-day responsibilities in the White House. And so for me, this effort became one of my full-time efforts, along with negotiating the Mexico trade deal and along with the Middle East efforts. And the reason why that was great was because it didn't have a lot of support from the Republican caucus originally. And people thought there was no way it would happen. So I really was able to be the chief executive, the middle executive, the low executive, the intern. And through that process, I really got an education on how Congress works, on how to pass legislation. I was negotiating text, I was negotiating back and forth. And I built a lot of trust. Again, I deal with whether it's Team Jeffries or Cedric Richmond, that we built a lot of trust. We speak 3 times a day. These guys have my back. The ACLU, again, I never thought they were suing our administration every day or every other day on something, but for whatever reason, we built trust and we were able to work together. And then also with the real conservative groups, because there was a big part of the conservative base that felt like we should be giving people a second chance. And in addition to that, this will keep our country safer and it will reduce the cost of what we spend on prisons. And so it was a great effort, and I was very, very proud to be able to get it done with President Trump.
How did you convince the Republicans? So there was stuff like this. Are we talking about like just phone conversations, going out to lunch, just back to the emojis or what?
Hand-to-hand combat, meetings. The cool thing about this is, so everyone always says, I always get frustrated when I hear lawmakers say, oh, the Senate's not what it used to be, or Congress isn't what it used to be, things are broken today. I don't think that's true. I think, going through the process, I think that our founders were totally genius in the way that they designed our system of government. And what I saw is you just have to work it. So everyone knows the power of their vote. Some would give it to me easily, some wouldn't give it to me easily, some would trade it for other things, some would withhold it because they were pissed about other things. And it was just hand-to-hand combat. So it was just making calls, using the phone, walking the halls, going to lunches, hosting dinners at my house. It was a non-stop lobbying effort. And by the way, there was also adjudicating issues and making people feel like they were heard during their issues and then trying to find solutions that you don't put something in that then tips off where you lose a whole coalition. So it was really a balancing act. So it was an amazing thing. And I worked very closely on that with Van Jones and Jessica Jackson, who also gave me a lot of help on the left. And it was an amazing thing. I had a great team too.
So you mentioned the importance of trust at the very beginning of the conversation. From the outsider perspective, maybe a dark question. How much trust is there? How much backstabbing is there? Can you form like long-term relationships with people on a basic human level, where you're not going to be betrayed, screwed over, manipulated for, again, go back to the old money and power?
The answer is yes, and the answer is no. So I made some incredible friends, lifelong friends, through my time in Washington. But the way I think about it from politics, I think in geopolitics as well, is I would say that politicians really don't have friends. Politicians have interests. And as long as you kind of follow that rule, you should be able to know how to rate where your relationship with a given person falls in the spectrum. But I do think I was the exception. I did make some tremendous friends. And again, I go back to what I said about negotiation, where, when you're in a situation where there's really nothing in it for any of you personally, but you're in a foxhole together and nobody in Washington can get anything done by themselves. You have people coming from all different backgrounds, all different experiences, all different geographies, coming together, agreeing on an objective, creating a plan, and then every day rowing together in order to get it done. It's a beautiful thing, and you really learn what people are about. And so when you go through an experience like that, you learn who's in it for themselves, you learn who's in it for the cause, and for every thing you read about in the press of a fight I had with somebody because we were at odds, I have about 100 people who have become lifelong friends because I respect the way that when we were under fire together, they got better, they were competent, and they were there to serve for the right reasons. So I guess the answer is yes, it is possible. You have to be careful because there are a lot of mercurial people there. I always say the politicians are like gladiators. I didn't have as much respect for politicians until I got there, but if you think about it, everyone who's got a congressional seat or a Senate seat, there's 25 people back at home who want their job, who think they're smarter than them, who are trying to backstab them. And so I always say that the political dynamic, it's like in the private sector, you're standing on flat ground. You choose which fights you take on, when you take them on, how you fight them. In politics, it's like you're standing on a ball. And what you have to realize is that there's maybe like 10 things you have to do, but there's a potential cost taking on each one that might destabilize you. You fall off the ball, and then you lose your opportunity to pursue those. You have to always be kind of marking everything to market and going through your calculations to make sure you can accomplish what you want to without falling off the ball and losing your opportunity to make a difference.
I guess people like power. And I just feel like to be a good politician, you should be willing, like good meaning good for humanity, be willing to let go of power. Try to do the right thing. If there's somebody back home that doesn't manipulate their stuff, screws you over, and takes power from you, it's okay. I feel like that kind of humility is required to be a great leader. And I feel like that's actually a good way to have long-term power because karma has a viral aspect to it. Just doing good by others, I feel like, is
I'd like to say that's true, Lex. I think it's just way more complicated. I mean, look what happened this week with Kevin McCarthy, right? He did what he thought was morally right. He thought, he did a bipartisan deal. He was told that, they'd have his back, and then the moment things got tough, they cut him loose. So, again, I don't know if that was the right thing or the wrong thing, right? I've also seen leaders on the other end say, I'm going to do things that are short-term or selfish, but the way they justify it to themselves is to say, I believe that myself staying in power is existential to the greater good. So I will do things that maybe are not in the greater good now because I believe that my maintaining power is. And so it's complicated. In an idealized world, I'd love to believe that's the case, but it's just way more complicated.
Yeah.
I wish it wasn't, but it is.
Yeah. Maybe I do wish people zoomed out. People in politics zoomed out a bit and just ask themselves, what are we all doing this for? Like sometimes you can get like a little bit lost in the game of it. If you zoom out, you realize like integrity is way more important than like little gains of money or little gains of power in the long term. It's when you look at yourself in the mirror. And also how history remembers you. I just feel like people do some dark stuff when they're like in that moment when they're losing power. They try to hold on a little too hard. This is when they can do really dark things, like bring out the worst in themselves. And it's just sad to see. I wish there was a kind of machinery of government would inspire people to be their best selves in their last days versus their worst selves. Right.
And that system gets invented. Maybe you'll share with me what it is, but it's look. Let me give you another way to frame it, which is, and this was kind of the revelation we spoke before about, kind of when I was getting my butt kicked by the Russian investigation and all the different areas. But kind of the basic framework I looked at was I said, okay, this all feels tough, but I said the game's the game. The game's been here, way longer, the way before I came, and it'll be here way long after I leave. And so I have two choices. I can complain that the game's tough, it's not fair, it's not moral. Or I can go and I can try to play the game as hard as possible. And I think that there's two different things, right? You have people who are willing to kind of sit in the stands and they're going to yell at the players or make their points known. Or you have people who are going to suit up and get in the arena and go play. And I have a lot of respect for the people who suit up and go play. And again, some of them, I wish they would play for different means, but the fact that they're willing to put their name on the ballot, make the sacrifice, and go put on the pads and get hit and hit others, I think that you need those people. I wish more people who had maybe the moral wiring that you discussed would be putting on a helmet and going to play. It's hard. It's hard.
I agree with you. I just would love to fix the aspect of the Russia collusion accusation, the virality, the power of that. That's a really discouraging thing. Maybe it's the way it has to be, but it seems like a disincentive to people to participate.
It is. But I'll give you, again, an optimistic side of it is that, what you're seeing now with social media is I do think with what's happening at X, there is now more of a reversion towards more egalitarian, right? And egalitarianism of information. And so for many years, the media publications were the gateholders, they were the gatekeepers. And then you had these social media companies that clearly became so powerful, but then they were tilting the scale. Why they were doing it, you can go through long explanations for that. But if there truly is a real forum and democratization of information, then you would think that the marketplace of ideas would surface the real ones and discredit the non-real ones. And I think that as a society, we're starting to kind of come to grips with the fact that the power dynamic is changing and that some of these institutions that we used to have a lot of faith in don't deserve our faith, and some of them, will actually reform and maybe re-earn our faith. So I think that there could be an optimistic tone. Again, the years of Trump, I think that, he was an outsider and, he represented something that was existential to the system, right? You think about for the 30 years before, and you're either part of the Clinton dynasty or the Bush dynasty. I think a lot of people in the country felt like that whole class, whether you were wearing a red shirt or a blue shirt, wasn't representing them. And Trump represented a true outsider to that system. And I do think that as he went in there was a lot of norms that were broken to try to stop him from changing the traditional power structure. So I think that we're at a time where maybe there will be an optimistic breakthrough where you'll have institutions that will allow for a lot more transparency in what truth really is.
I'd love to go back and talk to you about the Middle East because there's so many interesting components to it. Let's talk about Saudi Arabia. And first, let me ask you about MBS. Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince. So you've gotten to know him pretty well. I'm friends with him. What's he like as a human being? Kind of basic. What's he like?
So for good listeners, Mohammed bin Salman is now the crown prince of Saudi Arabia. He has risen to that position over the last couple of years, and he's been a tremendous reformer for the country. He's gone in and he's really modernized the economy. He's put a lot more investment into the country. He's marginalized the religious police, and he's really done a good job to bring modernization and a lot of reform. So he's been a great reformer. What he's like as a person is he's very high energy. He's got tremendous candle power. Very, very smart. Incredibly well read. When he was younger, his father would give him a book a week and make him report on it on the weekends. He was trained as a leader, as a politician, really by his father. He's not Western educated, but he grew up in the Saudi culture. He's a real Saudi nationalist. He loves their history, he loves their heritage, has a deep understanding of the tribal nature of the region. And his father was actually known to be a tremendous politician. So when he was governor of Riyadh, people who I speak today about him say that if they had a full election, he would have won in a landslide. Because every time somebody went to the hospital, he was the first person to call. Anytime there was a funeral, he was the first person to show up. He was a very, very beloved leader. Mohammed bin Salman, he was a businessman before he got into Crown Prince. So he thinks really with a business mindset about how he runs the country. And he's brought, I think, a different mindset and energy to the Middle East. One thing I'll say maybe that comes to mind here is that I remember early on talking with him about all the different initiatives he was taking on. He's building a big city called Neom in the desert, in a place where there really was nothing on the Red Sea. And a lot of people were criticizing the ambition of the plan. And I was sitting with him one night and I said, why are you taking on all these things? You've got a lot of different programs, but what most politicians do is they set lower expectations and then they exceed the expectations. And he looked at me without hesitation and says, Jared, the way I look at it is that in 5 years from now, if I set 5 goals and I achieve 5 goals, I'll achieve 5 things. If I set 100 goals and I fail at 50 of them, then in 5 years I'll accomplish 50 things. And so it's a very different mindset as a leader. The way I got to work with him was Saudi Arabia was a big topic in the campaign. President Trump was basically saying during the campaign that we're gonna, they've got to pay for their fair share. They haven't been a great partner in the region. He's very critical of Saudi. And then during the transition, I was asked by several friends to meet with a representative of Saudi Arabia. With them. I came over and I met, and they said, "Well, we want to make changes." And I said, "Well, you have to make changes. How you treat women and women can drive, the guardianship laws, you got to start working with Israel, you have to be paying more of your fair share, and you have to be stopping the hobbyism that's being spread." But I had no knowledge. These were just kind of the traditional talking points about Saudi Arabia. So the guy I was with basically said, he's got he's a very respected minister there. He says, Jared, he says, you don't know much about Saudi Arabia, do you? I said, no, I don't. It's just really what I kind of been told is what I read. He says, okay, let me do this. We want to be great allies with America. We've traditionally been great allies with America. Can I come back to you with a proposal on ways that we can make progress on all of the different areas where we have joint interests? And keep in mind, at that point in time, the Middle East was a mess, and probably the single biggest issue we had after ISIS was the ideological battle. If you remember in 2016, there was the Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando, you had the San Bernardino shooting, and people were being radicalized online with the extremism, and then there was a lot of crimes that were happening because of that. It was a big topic in the campaign. And so that's what I was thinking about, talking to the generals and what capabilities the U.S. had to really combat the extremism and the ideological battle. What we realized was that Saudi Arabia, as the custodian of the 2 holiest sites in Islam, the Mecca and Medina, that would be the best partner to work with if they were willing to. But for years, they really hadn't been willing to kind of lean into this fight. So I said, sure, give a proposal. So come back here and propose. And they said, look, if you make President Trump's first trip to Saudi Arabia, we will do all these different things. We'll increase our military spending and cooperation. We'll counter all the terror financing. Unbelievable layer. So I took the proposal. I went to the National Defense General Flynn. I said, if Saudi Arabia did these things, would this be considered a big deal? Unbelievable, but it would never happen. I said, well, they're telling me they want to do these things. Again, I have no foreign policy experience. I'm just saying I've got somebody telling me they want to do it, and that's kind of where we started. We get into office, I don't think much more about it. And then I think it was like maybe a month in, President Trump has a call with King Salman. And before the call, in the Oval Office. And the president's basically saying, well, this is what we want to go through. And I have Secretary Mattis and Secretary Tillerson, the Minister of Defense, and the Secretary of State basically saying, you have to deal with MBN. MBN is the guy who's been our partner for all these years. He's head of intelligence. He's been a great partner. So if he's been a great partner, then why all the problems you guys are complaining about with Saudi? I said, I've been told that we have a proposal from MBS, who's the Deputy Crown Prince, and that's who we've been dealing with on this. And so phone call starts. And President Trump listened to both of us. And on the phone call with King Salman, President Trump says, okay, we'll go through all these things. These are the things we want to get done. And he says, well, who should we deal with? And King Salman says, deal with my son, the Deputy Crown Prince, MBS. And so President Trump said on the phone, have to deal with Jared. Because I think he knew that if he would have put him with the other guys, they were not believers in what he had the ability to do, and that's how I got assigned to work with him. I get back to my office after that, I had an email from him, spoke to him for the first time, and then we just went to work. And a lot of people were betting against that trip. They thought it wasn't going to be successful, and they've been betting against him. And he's been underestimated, but he's been doing an incredible job. And the whole Middle East is different today because of the work that he's done.
Maybe it's instructive to go through the mental journey that you went on. From like the talking points, the basic narrative, the very basic talking points, understanding of Saudi Arabia, to making that human
within the
connection
UFO research
with
community
MBS
that that was a deliberate
and making
thing
the
that had
policy
been put
connection
together
that's actually
sort
possible
of
to solve
throw
problems. Like, what was
some
that journey like?
misinformation and misdirection
Why
out
was it so
to the
difficult to take
information
for
pool,
others? And why
because
were
there
you
had been
effective in
some other
being able
things
to
that
take
had
that journey
taken place
yourself?
around that time. At
Maybe
least that's
some of
my
it came from my
recollection.
inexperience, but
As
my
well
desire
as
to
several
listen
position
and
papers,
hear people. So,
clarifying
I had this proposal. I was told that all these things were good.
however,
Then
each
we're
of
trying to
these that
schedule
I
this
was
trip,
allowed into,
and the
they
National
had
Security
separate
Council calls a
folders, they
meeting.
had separate
We're in the
clips
Situation Room, and we have
inside this three ring
Homeland
binders.
Security,
And
Secretary
I
of
was told
Defense,
which
Secretary
numbers
of
I was
State,
allowed to open up.
everyone's saying this is
And
going to be a
we
disaster.
got a
They
card
said,
with
if we
a
go to
list of
Saudi
those that I
Arabia, the
was allowed
Saudis
to
never
review,
keep their promises.
times I was allowed to
Our
review.
Secretary of State at the time was a gentleman named Rex
Most of the
Tillerson,
stuff, I mean, they
who'd
have
been the
everything from
CEO of
military
Exxon, so he
applications,
dealt with all these place
physics of
people
the
very
craft,
extensively.
and I
He
couldn't care
basically
less.
said, in my experience,
I
the
was
Saudis won't
interested
come
in
through,
making
and
it
Jared,
my
you don't know what you're
issues.
doing, you're wasting your time. I basically
Real
was at a
quick,
point where I said, look, guys,
DTIC.
but they're saying they want to do all these things.
All right,
Shouldn't we at least
ChatGPT
give
is
them a
down for some
chance
reason. I can't
to
get it
try
up,
to
but
do
I
it? Like, why do we want to
did find.
predetermine
I wasn't
their
looking that up.
their
DuckDuckGo.
direction by not giving them a
DTIC
chance to
Defense
change?
Technical
Just because things in
Information
the
Center.
past haven't gone the way you want them to, that doesn't mean they can't go that way in
Oh,
the
I just
future.
clicked it. I'm on a list.
So we fought the battle.
I'm on a list
They
now.
basically deferred, and
DTIC
let me go
chart,
through with
March
it. But when I do the
2024.
planning meetings
This
for the
is
trip,
interesting.
nobody would show up because they all thought it was going to be an absolute disaster. And by the way, they probably weren't wrong to think that, because I'd never planned a foreign trip before, and I'd never done any foreign policy before. So during the planning, I'd speak to MBS almost every day. And I'd go through all the different details and the things that would be coming up. And I said, look, I really need to get these things in writing. He sent over a guy, Dr. Masada Liban, who's a tremendous diplomat for them. And he came to Washington, stayed for 3 weeks, and we worked through all the different details of what we needed. And we ended up coming to an arrangement on what it should be. So, I think about now, in retrospect, why I was so focused on getting things like this done, why I even believed that they could be possible. But the answer is really the people I was talking to on the other end were telling me that these things were possible. And so just because they haven't been done before, and just because others around me didn't believe that they could be done, I wasn't willing to just say, well, let's not try.
It just seems like that
DTIC reports to the Undersecretary of Defense, Research and Engineering,
And you sent me a great essay
USD R&D.
from Paul Graham.
Our mission is to preserve,
I
curate,
think it
and share
explains a lot
knowledge
of
from
your success.
DoD's annual
Yes, it's called Public
multi-billion-dollar
Work.
investment in science and
Go
technology,
definitely read the full essay. There's
multiplying
a
the
few things
value
I could
and
read from it.
accelerating capability.
Some quotes. Having new ideas is a strange game because it usually
Of the
consists of
research
seeing
records in
things
the collection
right
are
under your
available
nose.
through the
If
access
you've seen a
control
new idea,
R&D
it tends
gateway,
to seem
which is
obvious.
accessible to
Why
DoD
did no one
personnel,
think of this
defense
before?
contractors, federal government
Seeing
personnel,
something
and
obvious
contractors,
sounds easy,
and
and yet
selected
empirically
academic
having new
institutions.
ideas is hard. Like the steps
The
you took
R&D
seem
gateway sites
trivial,
require common
and yet
access
nobody
card,
was taking them,
CAC
or at least in
login,
the past
or
they were
registration.
successful.
We
The
also
successes
provide
you've
the
had
general public and
were as
industry
simple as
with
essentially
access to
picking up the phone
unclassified,
and trying.
unlimited information, including many
There's a lot of
full-text
interesting things
downloadable
here to
documents
talk
through
about
this website.
this
As a DoD
aspect
field
of doing the
activity under
seemingly
the
simple
Undersecretary
that
of Defense
seems
for
to be so hard
Research and
to do.
Engineering,
It,
the
as Paul
DTIC
describes, requires
responsibilities
a willingness
include
to break rules.
preserve and
There are
disseminate
two
the
ways to be
research
comfortable
that led to
breaking
the
rules:
technologies
to
our
enjoy breaking
warfighters
them,
use today,
to be indifferent to them.
deliver the
It's interesting
tools and
distinction.
collections that
I call
empower
these two
the
cases
research
being
and
aggressively
engineering
and passively
enterprise to
independent
accelerate the development
Again,
of
that's
technologies
to
that
enjoy
will help
breaking rules,
maintain U.S.
to be
technical
different.
superiority,
The aggressively
stimulate
independent
innovation
minded are the
with public
naughty.
and industry
Rules
access
don't
to
merely
DoD
fail to
funded
stop them.
research and digital data,
Breaking rules gives them additional
maximize
energy.
the value
For
of
this sort of
each
person,
dollar
the
that
right
DoD
is the
spends through
audacity
the
of hard to
analysis of
sometimes
funding
surprise
data,
enough activists
work in
manage to get it
progress,
started.
and
The other way to
IR&D
break the
to
rules is not to
identify
care about them
gaps,
at all, or
challenges,
perhaps even to
and the way
know they
forward.
exist.
These
This is
areas
why
of
novices and
responsibility
outsiders
support
often make new
USD
discoveries.
R&D
Their
in their
ignorance of a
efforts to
field,
mitigate new and
ignorance
emerging
maybe
threat
quotes,
capabilities,
or field's
enable
assumptions
affordable
act as
new
a
or
source of
extended
temporary
capabilities
passive
in
independent
existing
mind.
military systems, and
Aspie
develop
also seems
technology
like kind of
surprise
immunity
through
to
science and
conventional
engineering.
beliefs. Several I know say that this
DTIC
helps
also
them
manages
get
the
new
Information
ideas.
Analysis Centers,
So
which
the
provide
aggressive and the
essential
passive
technical
is such
analysis
an
and data
interesting
support to a
way of
diverse
looking at
customer
it.
base, to include the
Perhaps some
combatant
aspect of
commands,
this, at least in the theory, tells
CCMDs,
us some
the
pass
Office
it Secretary of Defense, not even
defense agencies,
acknowledging, not even caring to there was rules.
IACs actively partner and collaborate with defense research and engineering focus groups and communities of interest in cyber, homeland defense,
but I would encourage
and
anyone
defense
listening to go
systems.
and find it and
They
read
are
the entire
staffed with
thing because
scientists,
it's
engineers,
something that
and
really spoke
information
to me
specialists
as I
to
was
provide the
transitioning
research and
to my new
analysis to
career now.
customers with
And I just
diverse,
loved it. But when we were
complex,
talking
and
about
challenging requirements.
why certain people who don't have
It's not
traditional
bad for
qualifications are able to come
first
in
take.
and do incredible work and solve complex problems, it made me think of that essay,
There's their
which is why I
history.
shared it. And I think that in the context of the work that I was doing here,
1945 to
perhaps not
1948,
having
U.S. Army
the
Air
historical
Corps, the
context
U.S. Navy, and the
became an
British Air
advantage.
Ministry
And
established the
obviously
Air
went back
Documents
and then
Research
tried to
Center,
study it. But if you go into a
ADRC, in
problem, I
London,
always
and
find that, especially in
ADRC
the
becomes
political
the Air
realm,
Document
my
Division
favorite
of
political
the
issues are
intelligence
ones where
T2,
they're contrarian by being obvious.
Department of the Headquarters,
And
Air Technical
sometimes they
Services,
feel very
Army Air
intuitive,
Force,
and so
right
you take them on.
field,
There's always a lot of
Dayton,
resistance
Ohio.
when you go against something that's
1948,
accepted
ADD becomes the
as the
central
way that you're supposed to
Air
do things.
Documents Office where scientific and
I
technical
came to
reports are
learn over the
collected,
course of my time
processed,
in
and
government that
distributed.
when everyone was agreeing with what I was doing, then it actually made me more nervous because I felt like you have these problems, they haven't been solved for a long time. And then if you take the same
1951, the
approach as
Armed
others, you're
Services
going to fail
Technical
just like they
Information
did.
Agency
So
is established.
taking a different approach doesn't mean you're going to succeed, but at least if you fail, you're going to fail in
CADO is
the original
renamed
way.
ASTIA.
And so
ASTIA
I
takes
did
over
like this a lot,
CADO's
and I think
operations
that
for document collection.
what I saw
ASTIA
was
moves
people
from
who
Wright
were very
Patterson
good
Air
at
Force
getting
Base to
things done that
Arlington
hadn't
Hall
been done
Station in
before
Burlington, Virginia.
were people who came with different
ASTIA is
qualifications,
renamed the
different
Defense
perspectives, and they
Documentation
came
Center
in
for Science and
really worked
Technical
the problem
Information.
in
It's exactly the
untraditional
place
ways.
you
And
want to
so
put all the
I
UFO
think in the
stuff
Middle
in
East,
the
I
most
came in
boring sounding
with a
program
very different approach
ever.
than people before
Becomes
me,
a DoD
not because
field
I came
activity
in
of the
deliberately trying to do it
Defense
differently,
Supply
but
Agency
because
that
I
goes to
came in
Cameron Station,
trying to
Alexander
listen and
Virginia.
understand from people
Holy
why
moly.
the problem hadn't been solved, and then
Defense
think from
research,
the first
development, test, and
principles
evaluation of
perspective
online
on
systems
what's
becomes
the right
operational.
perspective today, not based on what happened 50 years ago,
DDC
or not
changes
based on what
its
some
name to
feelings who were hurt, but what's the
officially to
right thing
Defense
to make
Technical
people's lives
Information
better,
Center
to
when
make the world
Skynet becomes
a
self-aware.
safer and more prosperous place tomorrow.
So if we can go back to MPS for a little bit, from the person to the vision, there's something called Vision 2030.
Okay, no kidding. I just said
about
when does Skynet
his
become
vision for
self-aware, and then I click this thing, and in
Maybe
2003 it says
look
DTIC
from his
initiates
perspective, what
private
is his vision
Skynet
for the region?
scientific
So,
and technical
Frank, we were
information
talking
network.
before about how we wish leaders would set big, audacious goals and take on big things. Well, that's what he did with Vision 2030. When he was young, and again, this is something that was derided, and a lot of people were very skeptical of it. But the people who actually picked it up and read it said this is a very thoughtful plan. It's very achievable. So he studied his country and said, what's our place in the world? What are our advantages? What are our disadvantages? And then he set publicly KPIs that he wanted to hold his country to, and then put in place plans and committees and really work hard to push things in that direction, which is pretty remarkable. I think that is something that I saw I thought it was very refreshing. I said, wait, in America, why don't we have set goals? Why don't we have KPIs? And I do think that it's something that most countries, not all countries, should have, right? One of my favorite quotes was from Alice in Wonderland, where the Cheshire Cat says, if you don't know where you're going, it doesn't matter which path you take. And so I think that that's something that really helped set them on a good path, and they've been very successful with it. One of the things he told me about putting that together was he said, my father's generation, they created this country from almost nothing. They came here, they were a poor country, they were Bedouins in the desert, and then they look back and see what they've done over 50 years, and they say, it's absolutely remarkable. He said, his generation, they come in and they say, we're very grateful for everything that's been done today, but we have so much opportunity that we're not taking advantage of. And so he now empowers the next generation to be ambitious and think big and grow with it. What that means for his vision for the Middle East is that the general architecture that should exist, and now there's excitement in the discussions with Israel that have advanced, was the general view of what we thought from a Trump perspective should be the new Middle East, is having an economic and security corridor all the way from Haifa, from Muscat, from Iran to Israel, where basically you go through, and if you can create a security area where people can live, free of fear of terrorism and of conflict. The Middle East for the last 20 years has been a sinkhole for arms, for death, for terrorism. It's been awful. It's been a big national security threat for America, a big place where our treasure is gone. We've had a lot of our young, amazing American soldiers killed in action there. And the same thing for the Arab countries as well. So we can create a security architecture for that region, and then we can create economic integration between all the different countries. I mean, the amount of innovation happening in Israel is unbelievable. Think of it like Silicon Valley is not connected to the rest of California. You have a very young population, a very digital savvy population, with a lot of resources. And so if you can get that whole set, the potential for it is unbelievable. I do think that that's the ultimate vision, is to become a really strong country economically, and then to become a place where you can be funding advancements in science, advancements in humanity, advancements in artificial intelligence, and think about ways to be a positive influence in the world.
Very difficult question. One big source of tension in the United States regarding is the case of Jamal Khashoggi. I was wondering if you could comment on what MBS has said about it to you, you've spoken to them about it, and what MBS has said about it publicly.
So what he said to me was more different than what he ultimately said on 60 Minutes, which was, as somebody who helped lead this country, I bear responsibility, and I'm going to make sure that those who are involved are brought to justice, and I'm going to make sure that we put in place reforms to make sure things like this don't happen again. It was a horrible situation that occurred. What I saw from him after that was just a doubling and a tripling down on the positive things he was doing, figuring out ways to kind of continue to modernize society, build opportunity in the kingdom, and continue to be a better ally to all the different countries that wanted to be aligned with them.
One thing I learned from this case is how one particular situation, a tragedy,
my understanding up until
can
now was that it was always some kind of a
and the possibility of
psychic
connection
and
the bridges that are built
this is new
between
information that there's a direct physical nerve ending connection, almost like the
how
physical
narratives
body is
allow that to
genetically
take off
engineered
and
to like
take such
plug
a
it
long
straight
time
into the
to
craft
repair.
in a
And
very interesting way.
worked with this in the Middle East, Israel, and so on. The history, the narrative, the story, they kind of have this momentum that's so hard to break. Even when you have new leaders, new blood, new ideas that come in. It's just sad to see that, yes, this tragedy happens, but it doesn't mean that you can't make progress. I don't know if you have kind of lessons from that. Just how much of a dramatic impact it had on creating tension between the United States and Saudi and in general in the Middle East.
Which is really what we're doing. We're writing
That somehow Saudi's not a friend, but is against the ideas and the values of the United States.
It definitely created massive tension, and it became a very high-profile action that actually overshadowed a lot of the good work that was being done in the region, a lot of the progress we were making. But when you think about this, or you think about the other issues that we've gone through today, I think the general framework that I always try to approach things with is you can't change what happened yesterday. You can only learn from it, and then you can change how you deal with tomorrow. And when I think about the people in power, what do I hope that they're spending their time focused on? Two basic things. Number one is, how do I create safety and security for my people and for the world? And then how do I give people the opportunity to live a better life? And so when things like this happen, obviously, there are certain reactions that are appropriate. But ultimately, you have to think through, how do you not allow the paradigm that you're creating in the world to lead to worse outcomes than would happen otherwise? And so when I think about foreign policy in general, one of the differences between foreign policy and business is that in business, the conclusion of the problem set finishes really. You have a company or a property, or if you sell it, you have left to do and more capital, hopefully, if it's successful, right? In a political deal, it's always about paradigm. So the end of a problem set is always the beginning of a new paradigm. And you're always thinking through how do you create an environment that leads to hopefully the best amount of positive outcomes that can occur versus creating a paradigm that will be negative outcomes. So, bad things happen, a lot in the world. And you have to make sure that when those happen, people are held accountable for it. But you also don't want to make sure that in the process of making sure that there's accountability for these actions, you don't set a lot of progress that the world is making back that will lead to worse off situation for many more people.
If we can go back to the incredible work of Abraham Accord in Israel and the Middle East, first the big question about peace. Why is it so difficult between Israel and Palestine, between Israel and the other countries, or any sort of peace-like agreement?
If I give you the most simple answer, I would say that it's structural. And if you go back to the incentive structure of different leaders, this whole peace process between Israel and the Palestinians, and again, I've gotten criticized for saying this, but it's what I believe, so I'm going to say it, is that the incentive structure was all wrong. And when I went before the United Nations Security Council to discuss the peace plan that I proposed, which again was more of an operational plan and it's a pragmatic plan, it was over 180 pages of detail. In politics, people don't like putting forward detail because it just gives a lot of places for you to get criticized on. Nobody actually criticized the detail of my plan. They just criticized the fact that it was coming from us and didn't want to debate the merits of the operational piece. So I created a slide where I showed in the Oslo Accord, so the day I was there, all the different peace discussions. I put a dove in the slide for those. And then I put a tank for every time there was a war. So there was skirmishes between Hamas and Hezbollah and Palestinians. And then I showed two lines. They both went from the bottom of the page all the way up like this. One of the lines was Israeli settlements. So every time a negotiation failed, Israel was able to get more land. And then the other one, money for the Palestinians. I said every time a negotiation failed, the Palestinians would get more money. The problem with that money, though, was that it wasn't going to the people. Some of it would make its way down, but most of it was going to the politicians. We had leadership of the Palestinians, who was basically, I think, at that point, in like the 16th year of a 4-year term, so he wasn't democratically elected. And a lot of what I tried to show was that there was no rule of law, there was no judicial system, there was no property rights, and there was no opportunity or hope for the people to live a better life. And so all of the envoys today were basically trained to go and do the same things. And I got massively criticized by all the previous envoys for not doing it the same way they did. But I thought the problem structurally didn't make sense. And so I felt like the incentive structure was all wrong, and I took a different approach.
And so what's the difference?
I started writing down a document. These are the 11 issues, but there's really only 3 issues that matter. I said, just tell me what you think the compromise is that you think the other side should go with that you accept. And it was very hard to get them talking about, oh, you have to go back to 1972, you have to go back to 1982, you have to go back to 2001, you have to go to... And I was just like, I don't need a headache in a history lesson, just I want to do something here today in 2017. What's the outcome that you accept? And I was dealing with their negotiators, their background secret negotiators, their double secret, and I was like, this whole thing is like, it's a process created that nobody wants to talk about the actual solution. So, coming from the business world, I said, okay, let me just write down the proposed solution that I think is fair. And let me have each side react. Like, don't tell me about theoretical things. Like, tell me, I want to move the line from here to here. I want to use these words. So I tried to make it much more practical. And what I realized was, like, the Palestinians, they worked so hard to get the Arab world to stay with the line of the Arab Peace Initiative. And so I went back and I read the Arab Peace Initiative. It was 10 lines and it didn't have any details. So it was a concept. And so they liked that concept because it allowed them to reject everything. They kept getting more money. And Bibi Netanyahu runs one of the most incredible economies in the world. He runs an incredible superpower militarily for the size of their country. He would fly to Washington to meet us, and he'd be taking a commercial LLC. Abbas, who runs a refugee organization, a refugee group, right, that claims that they don't have a state, that get billions of dollars in aid every year from the global community. They're flying a $60 million Boeing BBJ. So the whole thing was just very corrupt and off. And I do think that that's why it, I don't think people were incentivized to solve it.
What do you think an actual plan on that part? Just before we talk about Abraham Accord, if there is a peace plan that works between Israel and Palestine, what do you think it looks like?
You have to separate it into two different issues. And I think that that's actually how we came to the Abraham Accords, is that, I tell the story in the book, and it's one of my favorite experiences during my time in diplomacy, where I went to meet with Sultan Qaboos, who's the Sultan of Oman, and we fly out there because he had a secret meeting with Bibi, and I thought maybe he was open to normalize with Israel. So after he meets with Bibi, he calls me and says, "I want you to come see me." So I go over to see him, and I tell the story. It was a crazy night in all these different areas. But when I was talking to him, he basically said to me, "I feel badly for the Palestinian people that they carry with them the burden of the Muslim world." And that just stuck with me. And a couple of days later, I was thinking about it. And I said, "Wait a minute. Who elected the Palestinian people to represent the Muslim world on the Al-Aqsa Mosque?" And so the reason why I felt like it had never been solved was it was a riddle, A, that I believe was designed to not be solved. But B, you were conflating two separate issues. You had the issue between Israel and the Muslim world, which really was the issue of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And then you had just a territorial dispute, which throughout history you have lots of territorial disputes and they're usually resolved in different ways. So if you go back to the Israeli-Palestinian issue, there's just a couple components to solve. Number one is territorial contiguity, right? You need to figure out where do you draw the lines, and that's something that, you can talk about what people were owed 70 years ago, but it's much more productive to say this is what you can make work today, right? And that's kind of what we did. We literally spent months and months drawing a map, and we put something out. Probably changed a couple lines here and there, but by and large, it was a very pragmatic solution. But I think it worked, and I think it could work for the safety and security of Israel, which was number one. So first issue is drawing a map. Second issue is security. That Israel, and again, this is one issue we were incredibly sympathetic with Israel, which is you can't expect a prime minister of Israel to make a deal where he's going to make his people less secure than before. So we worked very closely with them on a security apparatus. We laid something out that I think would keep the whole area safer, and it would make sure Israel was safe, and also keep the Palestinian military safe. You need security. Number three was the religious sites, and that was one that was actually always made much more complicated by people. The Al-Aqsa Mosque, because you basically have Ram al-Sharif, which is the place where the mosque was built in the 7th or 8th century. But originally it was where the Holy of Holies were in the Beit HaMikdash for the Jewish people. So then, compounding by the fact that you have all the Christian holy sites in Jerusalem, it's a city that should be bringing everyone together, but in fact it's become a place where you have wars and hatred and a lot of different conflicts that have risen because of it. But what I said was, instead of fighting over concepts of sovereignty, which is interesting how I got to the notion that this wasn't really a big issue, I think it's just operational. Why don't you just make it simple? Let everyone come and be able to worship as long as they can be able to worship in spirit. So that's really the contours of it. And what the Palestinians have done is they've kind of deflected from a lot of their own shortcomings, and a lot of the Arab leaders did that as well, kind of in the pre-Abraham Accord days, kind of allowing this issue to be so prevalent. So one thing I'll say on the Palestinians is that what we tried to do by laying out his plan is we said, okay, what are the reasons why the Palestinian people are not having the lives that they deserve? I'll give you a couple things. One is I studied the economies of Jordan, West Bank, Gaza, Egypt, Morocco. This was numbers from 2019. But what was interesting was the GDP per capita of somebody living in the West Bank is actually the same as Jordan. It was actually more than somebody living in Egypt. And the debt to GDP that the Palestinians had was like 30-40% compared to Egypt, which was at like 130%, Jordan, which was at 110%, and Lebanon was at 200%. And so you're in a situation where a lot of this stuff didn't make sense, but if you draw lines, create institutions where Palestinian people can now feel like they have property rights and have ownership over their place and let the money flow past the leadership ranks to the people, let them have jobs, let them have opportunity, and then let all Muslims throughout the world have access to the mosque, and Israel making sure that they can control the security, which I think Jordanians and a lot of others want Israel to have strong security control there to prevent the radicals and extremists from coming. You could have peace there very easily.
There's a lot of things to say. One is just to emphasize Al-Aqsa Mosque is this holy place, and this is something in our conversations and my own travels, I've seen the importance of sort of frictionless access to those sites from the entirety of the Muslim world, and that's what Abraham, of course, the big groups are. Okay, so we'll talk about that a little bit more. But that's kind of a religious component, that's a dignity in the religious practice and faith component. But then the other thing you mentioned, so simply, which is you have money flow past the leadership ranks.
We can't go back.
How do you have money flow past the leadership ranks?
I feel like I missed a season of something.
So make sure that the money that's invested outside the West Bank gets to the people.
So to date, all of the aid that's been given to the Palestinians has been an entitlement. It's not conditions-based. It's always just you get the money and there's no expectation. It's very simple. You make the aid conditions-based. You fight for transparency. You do for institutions other than the PA, or you put reformers into the PA that will allow it to go down that way.
PA being the Palestinian Authority,
Yeah,
which is the
it's not hard to do. It just takes people who actually want to do it. But I think that the mindset of the international community has not been let's solve this problem. It's like, let's just throw a little bit of money. The money's Novocaine. Let's put a little Novocaine on the problem and let's not have to deal with it. But nobody's ever said, oh, let's do an accounting of the $20 billion you've given them and see how many jobs it's done and where it's gone. That just hasn't happened. Again, it's an incredibly corrupt organization. You think about the post-World War II dynamic. You had a lot of refugees. Grandparents were refugees post-World War II. Every other refugee class has been resettled, and you only have one permanent refugee organization ever created. Why was this done? It was done to perpetuate the conflict so that a lot of Arab leaders could basically deflect from a lot of their shortcomings at home. And so I think for Israel, they view all these things as existential. They value their safety. They've been under attack for a long time. I do think having a deal where we can say how the Jews and Muslims could come together. I think King Abdullah of Jordan's been an incredible custodian for the mosque. I think everyone in my travels recognizes that he's the right guy for that, that the King of Jordan should be the custodian of the mosque. We should have some kind of framework to make sure everyone has access. The more countries that have diplomatic relations with Israel, the more Muslims and Arabs that should be able to come and visit. And by the way, the more you have these normalizations, think about what that would do to the economy of the West Bank, where they'll have great hotels, hospitality, tremendous tourism industry because of all the Christian, Muslim, and Jewish holy sites that they have there. So there's a lot of potential there. We just have to get unstuck. I believe that it's so possible if the leaders want to make tomorrow better that they can, and unfortunately, the people who suffer the most are just the Palestinian people. And I think that in Gaza they're hostages to Hamas, and in the West Bank they're just held back because their leadership just is afraid or too self-interested to give them the opportunity to change their paradigm and pursue the potential of what they have. And by the way, it's an incredibly well-educated population. It's an incredibly capable population. They're right next to Israel, where the economy needs everything. And so the potential should be incredible if you can just move some of these pieces. But again, there's still a lot of emotion and hatred you have to work through as well. But I do believe that you're not going to solve that by litigating the past. You're only going to solve that by creating an exciting paradigm for the future and getting everyone to buy in and then move towards that.
And maybe increase the chance of being able to establish an economy where the entrepreneurs can flourish in the West Bank and so on in Palestine once the relationship across the Arab world is normalized.
So one thing on that, which is very interesting, is when I got into my job in the Middle East, all the conventional thinkers said to me, the separation in the Muslim world is between the Sunnis and the Shias, and that's really the big divide. And as I was traveling, I didn't think there was any divide in that regard. The divide that I saw was between leaders who wanted to give a better opportunity for their people and create economic reforms and opportunity, and leaders who wanted to use religion or fear to keep their stronghold on power. And so if you think about who's not creating the opportunity for their people, it's the Palestinian leadership and the Iranian leadership. All the other Arab countries were focused on how do we give opportunity for our people to live a better life.
And there is a big foundation on which that framework to succeed, which I think is in general, the idea of Arab-Israeli normalization. That's where Abraham Accords written. To tell the story of that.
Earth is going to be passing through
it's an amazing
a part of space
and I
where
sit here
something
today,
is going to
somebody not in
change
government,
for us, or
every day
something
I
is
see
going to happen.
another
And
flight that
it
goes
was something to do with the region of space that our
Israeli
system was in.
students studying at a
And we were going to pass
university
through
in
this other
Dubai or a
region.
new synagogue
gonna have
opening
some
up
kind of an
in Abu
effect
Dhabi, and it just gives me such,
And he didn't go any
or
deeper than
Bahrain,
that. It was just another
gives me
episode of
such
Lose Lose.
tremendous
So I filed it away. And I'm
pride
like,
to
okay,
see
well,
all of
whatever
the
that means.
progress that's been
But
made.
it's very
How it occurred,
compelling that
as part of why I wrote the book, was
what he's
to put this
saying
down
and
for history's sake, to go through all the
it
different
definitely rhymes.
intentional, unintentional, circumstantial things that occurred.
Peace.
It's when we left government, there's a lot of people saying, well, this is why I said, I was kind of at the middle of it, and I couldn't even perfectly articulate why it happened, because it was an evolution of a lot of things. And I joke that we made peace on Plan C, but only because we went through the alphabet 3 times, failing at every letter. And by the time we didn't give up, we kept going, and we got it done.
And maybe this is a good place to also step back and say, what is Arab-Israeli normalization? What is the state of things for people who may not be aware before the progress you made?
That's probably the best place to start. So what we did is we made a peace deal between Israel and the United Arab Emirates, and then Israel and Bahrain. Then we did a deal with Israel and Sudan, then Israel and Kosovo, Israel and Morocco. Were basically countries that didn't recognize each other before, ended up recognizing each other. All these were Muslim majority countries, and getting them to integrate with Israel was a very big thing. The traditional thinking had always been was that Muslim Arab countries would not make peace with Israel until the Israeli-Palestinian issue was solved. And what we were able to do is separate the issues and then make these connections, which are leading to amazing interaction between Jews and Muslims. So when I think about kind of, obviously you have national security, you have emotional benefits from these things, but the single biggest benefit that I've seen from the Accords is that if you were an Arab or a Muslim and you were willing to say positive things about Israel or the Jews before this came out, you have been viciously attacked by the media or the hordes of influencers or the extremists in these different countries. What this did was it brought out into the public the fact that Jews and Muslims can be together and they can be respectful, they can have meals together, and that the cultures can live together in peace.
So just to run that, it's like one subtle and in another sense transformative. So normalization means you're allowed to travel from one place to another. That has a kind of ripple effect that you can now start talking in a little bit more accepting way. You can start integrating, traveling, communicating, doing business with, socializing, so cultures mix, conversations mix, all of this. You know, this kind of has a ripple effect on the basic connection between these previously disparate worlds. I don't know if there's a nice way to kind of make clear why these agreements have such a transformative effect, especially in the long term.
I would say the simplest form is just a mindset. And it's almost like you're taught all your life we're enemies or we can't be friends with that tribe on the other side of the fence. And then like one day the leaders get up and say, no, it's okay. And there was never an issue between people. People were just taught different things and they were separated from each other. But again, one of the things that I respect about the work you do is you believe in the power of conversation, the power of human interaction, and these issues and gaps between us feel so big when we think about them, when we're told about them, when we read about them. But when we go and sit with each other, all of a sudden we realize maybe we have a lot more in common than we have that divides us. For me, what I've seen about it that's made the biggest difference is I've seen people who wouldn't have the ability to be together, and that's now forming a nucleus of togetherness, which is restoration. So you think about the modern Middle East from post-Holocaust to now. Again, in 1948, after that War of Independence, you had Jews living in Baghdad, Cairo. Then they became so anti-Jewish that they then expelled all of the Jews from all the capitals of their cities. So you think about the Jewish history in Baghdad. I mean, I think the Talmud was written in Baghdad. It was a place where, in Babylon, where the Jewish people thrived. I think in 570 BCE, when Nebuchadnezzar conquered Jerusalem, he took about 10,000 Jews back with him to Babylon because he thought it was good for his economy. And during that place, the Jews actually flourished and had a good life there. So for thousands of years before the Second World War, the Jews and the Muslims lived very peacefully together. So people say that what we're doing now is an aberration. I actually think it's not an aberration. I think it's actually a return to the time where people can live together culturally. And so this is the beginning of the end of the Arab-Israeli conflict, and it's the beginning of togetherness, which, again, you think about how much war, how much provocation, how much terrorism has been made in the name of religious conflict. This is, I think, the start of the process of religious respect and understanding.
We talked about you being attacked in the press for the Russian collusion and other topics. One of the most recent set of attacks comes on the topic of Saudi Public Investment Fund giving $2 billion to your investment firm after you left government. So that includes a 1.25% asset management fee of $25 million a year. Can you respond to these recent set of attacks?
So left government, obviously worked for 4 years. It was a very action-packed time. I started with the book. I wanted to put down all these experiences. I started thinking, like, what do I want to do next, right? So my previous career, I'd been in real estate. I'd worked with my brother on some technology businesses that I'd started. And then I got into government. So I kind of had a career shift, right? In my previous career, obviously, was very successful. The New York Times fired and they published my financial statements. They said I was making about $50 million a year in the private sector before I went to government. I went into government and I volunteered. I didn't take a salary. I paid my own health insurance for 4 years, my wife and I. And then we went, and I was thinking, should I go back to my old company, or should I start something new? And my thinking was that through my time in government, I'd met so many people. I learned so much about the world. I had a big understanding now for how the macroeconomic picture worked, and I did feel like there was a lot more that I could do than just going back to real estate. In the meantime, I was getting a lot of calls from different CEOs and companies saying, can you help me with this company? Can you help me with that company? Your knowledge could be helpful to help this company navigate this challenge or to expand internationally. And so I said, maybe I should create a business to do an investment firm where I can do something different, where I'm putting together geopolitical expertise and traditional private equity and growth investing, and figure out how to do that, where I can do something differentiated, where I can invest in growing things and help with my navigation skills and relationships. So that was kind of the thesis of what I thought could make sense as kind of the next step. I called different friends. They were very excited to back the effort. Obviously, this was coming off the success that I just had in the Middle East. I did 6 peace deals there. And one of the notions I wanted to be able to do as a firm was to be able to take money from the Gulf and then to be able to invest in Israel to continue to build the economic links between the countries. Again, countries have more economic ties. I think war and fighting is less likely. And then in addition to that, I wanted to figure out how you bring the entrepreneurs together from both of those countries. So that was really the mission of what I set out to do. So far, I've been enjoying it. It's been a lot of fun. I've been learning a ton. I think we're doing very well with it. In terms of the criticisms, I think that I've been criticized in every step of everything I've always done in my life. And so what I'd say is, this business is actually an objective metric business, right? It's about return. So, in 3-4 years from now, 5 years from now, see how I do. Hopefully I'll do very well and judging based on that. In terms of any of the nefarious things, I haven't been accused of any violating any laws, and I haven't violated any of the ethics rules either. When I was in government, I every year submitted all my financial to the Office of Government Ethics. We certified it every year, and I follow it every year on every law possible. So, with my critics, I'll say, criticize me before, you'll criticize me now. I'm going to keep doing me and keep pursuing things that I think are worthwhile. And I'm very excited about this chapter of my career.
Maybe this is a good place to ask. Working closely with Donald Trump, what are your sense, looking into the mind of the man, what's the biggest thing Donald Trump really did?
I would say his unpredictability. I think that as a leader, he consumes a ton of information. He doesn't like to be managed or have his information filtered. So he'll speak to a lot of people to draw his information himself. He's very pragmatic. I don't see him as terribly ideological. I see him as somebody who's about results. I think he wants to deliver results. And I think ultimately, he's an incredible fighter. He's a big counter puncher. But he also wants to get along with people. And that's probably the biggest surprise that people found with him. I mean, you look at even situations like, I always tell people, if you disagree with him, don't go on television and criticize him. Pick up the phone, call him, and go see him. And he'll talk to you about it. He may not agree with you, but again, that's what Kim Kardashian did when she had a case of clemency with Warren Alex Johnson that she felt strongly about. We went through the case. I wouldn't have had her call if I didn't think it was a legitimate case. So we spent about 8 months quietly working through the case, working through the details, to make sure that it really was a worthy case. I brought it to President Trump, said, she'd like to come meet with you to talk about this case. And he said, come in. So she came in, we went through the case, and President Trump ultimately granted the clemency to Alice Johnson, who is a woman who was accused of being part of a drug ring. She had basically a life sentence for doing it. She served 22 years in prison. While in prison, she's basically his grandmother, and she was putting on the prison plays. She was mentoring young women in prison. Somebody who, again, there's always a risk, but by and large had a very, very, very low risk of committing a crime in the future. And then it goes back to the notion of, are we going to judge people by the worst decisions they make in their life? And so President Trump was willing to grant the clemency and it went. And I think that it just goes to the notion of, like, maybe this goes back to his unpredictability in a positive way, which is if you go sit with him and you make your case, he'll hear you, he'll listen to you, and he's not afraid to act, and he's not afraid to be controversial, which I think is a good thing. So from a foreign policy point of view in particular, his unpredictability just meant that everyone was always on their back foot. People were afraid to kind of cross America. And what I would tell people who don't like Trump is I would say, think about how crazy he's making you and his enemies. They're actually the enemies of America. And yeah, so he was a very, very strong president, and I think did a great job.
So some of these agreements that we're talking about, and speaking of leaders, how do you think predictability helps?
So in all the agreements that I was negotiating, I wasn't doing it as a principal. I was doing it on behalf of President Trump. And people knew that I had access to President Trump, and they knew that, I could say, you may say this that we don't like, but I'm going to have to take it back to him, and then we'll see what he does. And one of the biggest instances was on the USMCA trade deal, where that deal happened because Mexico was legitimately concerned, and smartly so, that President Trump was going to impose tariffs on the car industry, which would have been decimating to their economy. And by the way, he was ready to do it. We were holding back from doing it with every ounce of strength that we could, so it wasn't a bluff. Now it was actually real. So they were smart to read that it was real, and ultimately we created a great win-win deal. tell you a funny story just popped into my mind from the tariffs. We used a 232 national security exemption to protect our steel industry, and we put tariffs on steel and aluminum. And again, I thought about this because we also negotiated them with Canada. And there was a very funny phone call where Trudeau was calling Trump, and they got along well. And Trudeau's calling saying, national security tariffs on us in Canada. You know, we're your NATO ally. We fought wars with you. We do military together. And Trump said to him, didn't you burn the White House down in 1812? And so that was the French. No, it was the Canadians. And so it was just, you know, like I said, he was keeping everyone on their toes. Yeah. And but he wasn't. He took very calculated risks. And like I said, you know, everyone is outraged all the time with everything. But if you look at his body of work, people said if he was elected, he would start World War III. Meanwhile, we inherited a world filled with wars, no new wars, right? 3 years, no new wars. He was tough, he was strong. People respected him, he built relationships, and got trade deals done, got peace deals done. The economy was rocking. His body of work, I think, was pretty strong.
Like you said, no new wars. It makes me think if Donald Trump won the presidency, what the current situation in Ukraine would look like. Let me just ask you, zoom out and ask you broadly. Do you think the war in Ukraine could have been avoided? And what do you think it takes to bring it to an end?
I think 100% it would have been avoided, not 99%. You know, President Trump for 4 years had no problems with Russia. You know, we were arming Ukraine, but we were working with Russia. And again, the first 2 years, we had a little bit of issue working with Russia because they were accused of colluding with us, and so we go through that investigation. But the second 2 years, we were trying to focus Russia on what are the areas where we can collaborate together. I think Russia, you know, we thought it was in their strategic advantage to play the U.S. and China against each other because of the way that everything was done before. They were stuck with China, but not getting blocked for it. Under Bush, they took Georgia. Under Obama, they took Crimea. Under Trump, there was no problems. And then under Biden, unfortunately, I think they misplayed a couple of things, which I think provoked, you know, Russia to go forward. Still no excuse to do what they did. I think that the invasion is a terrible thing and should not have occurred. But with that being said, I think 100% if Trump was president, there would not be a problem.
Coming to the table, negotiating, whether it's Donald Trump, whether it's Biden, whether it's anybody, what do you think it takes? Do you think it's possible? You're in a room, Jared Kushner's in the room, Vladimir Putin, and Volodymyr Zelensky. What does it take to have a productive conversation? And what does it take for that conversation to fail? Like, what are the trajectories that lead to success and failure?
I think we go back to negotiations. Number one is trust, right? Both leaders have to have the ability to communicate what an off-ramp is without feeling it's going to lead to the public. So if you go to the posture of Zelensky right now, and by the way, President Zelensky, I have a lot of respect for the courage he showed, especially initially. You saw what Ghani did in Afghanistan. They were getting attacked by the Taliban. He took the cash and got the hell out of there. Staying in Kiev when he did, how he did it was one of the most brave things we've seen in a long time. And he has a ton of my respect and admiration for doing that. But now he's promising his people we're going to win the war. And the military action has not necessarily coincided with that sentiment. And so there has to be some form of off-ramp, but you can't say that publicly. So for him to be able to work privately with somebody who can help create a new paradigm where both leaders can say, we're going to stop the bloodshed, we're going to stop the risk of nuclear war for the world, we're going to stop what's happening. That's really what it will take. How that occurs, again, it's not something I'm involved in now, so I don't know who the right broker is or how to put that together. But essentially, they need somebody in between them who can figure out how do you create a landing zone that works, because neither party can jump until the pool is filled with water, and you have to outline what the go forward looks like, because you can't just stop it for them to get worse for both parties. You have to move it forward into what happens next that hopefully can start to turn the tide
Okay,
to
Pi, it's been
benefit
great.
both
Thank you for
sides
your
so
help.
they can
I'm
focus
gonna
on
let you get
the
back to your
future
day,
instead of
and
being
I'm gonna
stuck
finish this video. Thank you very
into
much.
the old paradigm of who started what, who's to blame for what, who did what to who. It's just a lot of tough stuff now that's occurred that's going to be hard to walk back. And it's a big task to get it done. But for the sake of the world, it'd be amazing if we were able to reach a conclusion to that conflict.
Okay,
Just going back to your
there you have it.
earlier mention of North Korea, what do you think it takes to bring about a building environment together? So you're saying like it has to be a U.S. president?
It has to be somebody who's willing to put themselves on the line to go and do it. And again, if you're the U.S. president, you're the most powerful nation in the world, you should be trying. But I do think, again, the posture that the U.S. has taken has probably been in a place where it'd be very hard for them to get the trust of Russia based on the way that they play their moves to date. And I always thought in the beginning that Putin would try to bring in President Xi from China to resolve it, to basically give a big speech to America and say, China's now the one, in charge of this. But that hasn't seemed to manifest itself to date either. But it takes leadership. And the leaders have to get it and say, let's get everyone together and let's try to get this done. Because every day it goes on, A, more people are dying. And B, we do risk nuclear war for the world, which is not a good situation.
Let me ask, because you helped set up phone calls between Donald Trump and King of Saudi Arabia. If I were to interview you, what advice would you give on how to get a deep understanding
timeline where Germany and the Axis
I didn't deal with Russia at the time, but in my interaction with Putin and with Russia, I would kind of point out a couple of things. Number one is when America was hit with COVID and New York was looking like we were going to run out of ventilators and masks, Russia was the second country that sent us a trainload of supplies. They didn't send that because they hate America. They sent that because we were starting to make progress together as countries, and they thought that they wanted to show goodwill to figure out how can we start working together. And again, people may attack me for saying that sounds naive. Again, the past 15 years may show that that's not the case, but I don't believe that countries have permanent enemies. I don't believe countries have permanent allies, right? Again, you think about the U.S. and Russia in World War II, we worked together to defeat the Nazis. Right, and now we're great allies with Germany, who basically was our great enemy in World War II. We're great allies with Japan, who's our great enemy in World War II. So it goes back to the notion we discussed earlier of you shouldn't condemn tomorrow to be like yesterday if you're unhappy with yesterday. So number one is I was definitely asking about that. The phone call that you mentioned was after we did a pretty intense negotiation to create the largest oil cut in the history of oil production. So during COVID, demand just shut off like crazy. And it was stopping very quickly. Saudi and Russia at that time were having a conflict. They created this thing called OPEC+, which goes back again history between the two countries where they had conflicts, and then all of a sudden they were working together to try to stabilize the oil markets. But they couldn't agree on the cuts, so Saudi actually increased production. So you had two things hitting at once, where Saudi and Russia were both increasing production and demand was dropping. So you were headed for a real crisis. And I was starting to get calls from a lot of the oil industry executives here in America saying, understand, we can't just let Putin get and turn off our oil wells. We're running out of storage here. And I said, look, President Trump likes low oil prices, so he's not upset about what's happening. You have to call him, and if he gives me permission or the instruction, then I can try to intervene. But right now, he's not inclined to intervene. After a little bit, he said, it's time to get involved to do it. It was right over Passover, just COVID. I spent 3 days nonstop on the phone with Kirill Dmitriev from Russia and with the MBS directly, and I was dealing with Dan Gillette, who was our energy minister, going back and forth. And it was like, it was crazy. It was one of the craziest negotiations. He ended up agreeing on the largest oil cut in the history of the world. But the story we went to before, which was pretty funny, was trying to make a deal. And instead of a call from Kim Salman, Vladimir Putin, and President Trump to announce the deal. Great. So President Trump announced, congratulations, we have a deal. And then King Salman says, we don't have a deal.
part on a very shoestring budget.
I said, what do you mean?
You have to
They
look
were part
past
of
the
the
plywood
OPEC
sets and some of
Plus.
the corniness of it,
So I
but
got to know, so you got to go call
it's a
Mexico.
really
So I'm
well
calling
done
Mexico.
series. For its
Saying,
time,
we're not
it
doing
was
it.
really,
So why?
really
We're
well done.
hedged at $55.
And
Why didn't you tell us that at the
rumor
beginning?
has
So
it,
I'm
again, this is all
telling you,
rumors,
so we were
who
working
really
through
knows?
this whole thing.
But Stargate
So
was used
meanwhile,
as a
we were
tool
trying
to
to find a
disseminate
compromise
a
with
lot of
Mexico.
actual,
I set
accurate
up a call
information
with
about the
Trump and
program
Putin so they can kind of talk
and
us through.
our interactions with
And he
different
was always trying to
beings.
play
And
the
I
game
will,
of how do we get Russia
I can't tell you,
away
lost
from
count
China.
the
He
number
always
of
thought that
times
that was not
that
the
I've
right
gone to my
strategic
wife with some
framework
like
for
crazy
U.S.
UFO news that
interests.
I read something
And
David Grush says
again,
or
we
whatever.
had no
And I'll
progress
tell her,
with
and she's
them
like, they did
during
that.
that
They did that
time.
in season 2,
What I
episode
would say
5.
is that
It's called What
for
a Blah, and this is what
Zelensky
happened, and it's all in
any
Stargate.
conversation with both of
And
them
it
is
got to be
about
a joke, right?
understanding
I actually
their
stopped telling her
perspective.
stuff because
I think
we
with
would go watch
Putin,
those
he's
episodes, and sure
student of history
enough,
from the things that I saw
found
of
the
him.
Stargate.
If you look at Russia
I
for the
don't know
last
what that says
500
about the
years,
larger
they were attacked
conversation
by
we're all trying to have
the
right now,
Polish
but
in early
definitely feels like
1600s.
there
I
was some
think they
kind
were
of a
attacked by
disclosure plan.
the Swedes in the 1700s. I think they were attacked by Napoleon in the 1800s. And then in the 1900s, they were attacked by Germany twice. And so from his perspective, there is, in the early days of Russia, they were attacked by the Mongols. They were very vulnerable. And a lot of the geography of Russia today is really designed for defensive purposes, that they have natural barriers that makes them easier to defend. And Russia's a massive landmass. It's twice the size of America. They have 11 time zones in the country. And so I do think that for Vladimir Putin, his biggest concern is how do we create a security paradigm in the west of this country that won't be a creep. And I think that there's like two different parts to the mindset. The people who are most cynical of Putin will say, well, he's just trying to recreate the USSR, he's an expansionist. And the people who want to be sympathetic to him will say, well, if you think about it, the Russian perception of the NATO arrangement was that they wouldn't be expanding westward. Over the last years, they've included all these countries that they said they promised they wouldn't include. Who knows what the promises were or weren't. But what I do know from his perspective is allowing Ukraine into NATO was always a red line. And that's why we never offered it. We never provoked it. We never brought it up. We said we're going to arm them. And we basically said, just calm down. We don't want any conflict. So we have bigger issues and bigger opportunities to work on. So I do think you have to think through what's a paradigm that you can accept. And I do think that he'll give the justification for why he's done what he's done. And then I think the framework for a solution is about how do we move both parties forward. Tough job. I hope you get the opportunity to do it because I think it's a conversation that will only help the world hopefully find a pathway forward.
As you mentioned, geography. One of the many books you recommended to me that gives a very interesting perspective on history. It's called Prisoners of Geography by Tim Marshall, and it has a very interesting perspective on the geopolitical conflicts and perspective of Russia from a geography perspective, and also for China in the second chapter. And there's a lot of understanding of why the expansion of NATO is such a big threat for Russia. Because geography still, even in the 21st century, less and less so with technology and so on, but it still plays a major role in conflicts in nature. Rivers, mountains,
And understanding the DNA of countries. It was one of the most phenomenal books, and I just found it on Amazon randomly, but I loved every minute of it. The chapter on America is also incredible, going through the evolution of how we became the country we are, the different acquisitions, the different changes, why we have all these geographic advantages, and it's an unbelievable book for anyone who's interested in geopolitics.
So I have to ask on several aspects of China. First, on the president, the meeting. He helped set up the first call and first meeting between Donald Trump and Xi Jinping. Can you tell us where that? Because that's awesome. Again, that first phone call, the reaching out, the forming the human connection, which ultimately leads to the connection between nations and the possibility of collaboration.
So during the transition, President Trump took a call from the head of Taiwan, and that sent the Chinese into a real tailspin. And he didn't do it, I think, to be provocative then, as much as just as a businessman, he felt he answered your call. Somebody wants to speak to him, you want to have conversations, share their point of view, and it was taken as a very big insult, and it was against tradition and norm. And so that was something that set us off in a wrong direction. My view at the time was that, we are kind of entering the G2 world, whether people want to admit it or not. And that a lot of these countries, in what I call the middle market countries, were basically playing, this one China was being aggressive with their One Belt, One Road, they were basically playing US and China against each other. And I thought that by the two leaders coming together, there were some things they wouldn't agree on, but there was a lot that they probably could agree on, which could lead to resolutions to a lot of issues in the world. That was like my most optimistic view. My most more pragmatic view is that President Trump had very big issues on trade that he wanted to get to with China. He felt like China, their trade practices weren't fair, they weren't following all the global rules of trade. He was a little bit nervous that they would be provocative with Taiwan, and I felt like the two of them getting together would be the best way to try and resolve that. So the Chinese are very proud and a lot of this about face, and so in order to negotiate for that first call, we basically know what would happen in the call. So now let's just have a call, say hi, nice to meet you. It's a question of President Trump basically agreed that he would acknowledge the One China policy, which you can see as a big concession because you can always unacknowledge it the next day. So yeah, I'll acknowledge it and then we'll go. And in exchange, President Xi was going to come over to the U.S. for a visit so they could sit together. And they wanted to do it outside the White House, and so we agreed on Mar-a-Lago, which I also thought was good because President Trump always felt much more comfortable when he was hosting at his properties, and he just felt at home, and so he liked having people as guests, and he loved it. He always felt really relaxed, and it was great. So that was really what we did. Then the Chinese come over, very much anticipated visit, and it was incredible. So they were supposed to sit together for 15 minutes, and they spent about an hour and a half together. During that meeting, President Trump said, "Look, let's just set some ground rules for this relationship. Let's not talk about Taiwan. Just don't do anything. I don't want it on the table. If it does, I'm going to have to do harsh things. I don't want this to be a problem for 4 years. We got bigger issues." So basically, just, again, you notice 4 years of Trump administration, no Taiwan talk whatsoever. It was a non-issue. Started talking about the trade issues. We spent a lot of time on North Korea. President Trump was trying to get the perspective from President Xi of North Korea, because that was, again, considered from Obama the biggest national security issue that we faced at the time. And they just had a good feeling for each other. It also helped that, my wife and I, we actually had a Chinese nanny teacher in our house, and our kids learned fluent Mandarin. And our daughter actually opened when President Xi and President Trump were together with Melania and with Peng. My daughter actually sang them a couple of Chinese songs, and I thought that was a nice way to show, we're tough, but we respect their culture. Because the Chinese have an incredible culture that goes back thousands of years. They're very proud in how they do it. And I think that sign of respect also sets things off in a very warm way. For President to say, my granddaughter speaks Chinese, and we're showing you the respect, which I think is very important. And he did have respect for them. The next part about the visit, obviously there were a lot of discussions on trade, but the part that was probably most impactful to me was President Xi basically did an hour monologue at lunch where he just went through Chinese history from his perspective, and he talked about with particular emphasis on kind of the Treaty of Unequals and then the 100 years of humiliation, and then you go through from now all the way to today, and you have China coming back and rising, and you could tell that he was learning the lessons from the past and was very committed to kind of seeing China through. So that was a different time, right? So China's is different than it was in 2017. In 2017, I remember President Xi was at Davos, and he was feted by all the top business people in the world as Donald Trump was the threat to the global world order. President Xi was the champion of free trade and the biggest champion of environmentalism and fighting for climate change. And what occurred was President Trump came in and basically said that I think China has not been following the rules-based order to very, very drastic approach to tariffs. Every time we do the tariffs again, I had mentioned that I said this would come to my house and price this thing crashed the whole economy. And by the way, he believed it. And these were things that people were telling him would be very tough to do. President Trump had a gentleman named Ambassador Lighthizer, Robert Lighthizer. He was really the tip of the spear on all of our trade negotiations. He worked very well with Secretary Mnuchin. And we ended up increasing tariffs to numbers that hadn't even been thought could happen. So we did the first round of tariffs. Then the Chinese came back and retaliated very surgically, trying to hit us in all the areas that politically would have been difficult. And what Trump did was, instead of backing down, he took some of the revenue from the tariffs, gave it to the farmers, and said, I know that this is going to hurt your business, but I'm going to make sure you guys are made whole. And then he doubled down and basically went back at the Chinese with even more tariffs. So what we watched over a year and a half is probably the biggest hand of poker that was ever played. And it was an amazing experience to be a part of it. And the role I played was really working for Secretary of Legion and Ambassador Lighthizer as a back channel with the Chinese to make sure we can just de-escalate things and get to solutions in the best way possible. And so anyway, it was a fascinating time. But if you think about the global awareness of the bad practices that China was putting in place today versus what they were in 2016, I think one of President Trump's most successful policies was shifting the way the entire world understood the threat of China and then putting in place the beginning of a regime to try and rebalance the world so that we can have more economic parity.
So you mentioned to me the book 100-Year Marathon by Michael Pillsbury when we discussed China. And I've got a chance to read parts of it. And I highly recommend people read it because there's a few, it's definitely an eye-opening perspective. I don't know if I agree with all of it. I don't know if you agree with all of it, but it certainly opens. It gives a very intense perspective. I know you said it was instructive to how you thought how Donald Trump thought about China. Can you describe the main pieces of the book and maybe with a hopeful view of how it's possible to have a trajectory of these two superpowers working together in the 21st century versus fighting against?
It's a very, very big book, and I think it's a book definitely worth reading. Michael is tremendous. He speaks fluent Mandarin, so he spent a lot of time researching through the book. So I highly recommend it to everyone. And he was considered more of a fringe perspective in 2016, but it really, I think, came to represent the underpinning of what the collective thought was of the Trump administration. And maybe you could argue that it was even more cynical. The whole thesis of the book was that China from 1949 to 2049 was working to reclaim their position as the global leader, right? So you had the Chinese Empire. One of the things, I don't know if this book or a different book that I read that spoke about how in the late 1700s, basically the Emperor of China was offered some of the industrial capability from England, which was basically now becoming the industrial revolution. And they said, no, we're fine with the great Chinese Empire. We don't need any of these things. We're better than that. And by rejecting that, the rest of the world got stronger. China remained weaker. Then you had the Opium Wars, the Chinese had big opium problems, so all the trade back and forth. And then China from about 1840 to 1940, 100 years, where they really, after all these treaties, were really a second-class country. And so then you have the People's Revolution that comes in, and he talks about how China, very strategically, is a very, very poor country, would fight their way back and build brick by brick. And he prophesies in the book that Nixon didn't go to China. It was China that actually went to Nixon and was able to use Nixon in order to open up. Then they talk about how under Carter they were able to get the U.S. to contribute to a lot of their, they were able to kind of start borrowing the U.S. know-how from our university systems, from our medical, from science, from our research. And the whole notion that was the conventional thinking of American leaders was that the more we help China advance, the more they would become a free market economy, and it was a great market. The only difference was that they weren't allowing us access. They were making our companies basically give them all of their technical knowledge. They were stealing our intellectual property. They were doing espionage to steal a lot of the patents. They were just ignoring our patents. And they weren't following any of the rules of international trade. Then they started becoming the world's manufacturing hub. They basically became the world's factory. And then they started this whole initiative called the Belt and Road Initiative in order to start locking in their lines of trades. They were buying up all the ports everywhere. They were building railways, thinking how do we need to lock in our distribution so we can maintain the dominance as the world's global factory. And so it was a brilliant long-term plan that they were doing. And by raising awareness, by putting tariffs, some slowed them down a lot. The real question is if they actually did achieve this full objective of becoming the world dominant country, what they would have done with it, whether they would have been nefarious or not. I think from my perspective, even with some of the divisions and issues we have now in America, I still would rather an American-led world order than a Chinese-led world order. But the notion was that they were playing a very zero-sum game and really going to be the dominant leader in this new world order. So that really framed the perspective, and it wasn't necessarily, people ask me, and the Chinese were fearing, is Trump trying to stop our rise, right? And you have a great book also by Graham Allison that he writes about, are we destined for war between U.S. and China? And he goes through different historical times where you have a power and a rising superpower, and I think, more than half the time it ends up leading to war. So the question is what's going to happen here? And I do think that Trump's perspective, and this is my interpretation, because everything was always tactical day to day, and he was unpredictable to the Chinese, which they couldn't deal with, and he was unpredictable even to his team sometimes because he was playing it day by day and issue by issue, and always changing and adjusting, which is how an entrepreneur thinks. He respected the job they did by building their country. They moved 300 million people out of poverty into the middle class. They did it at the expense of a lot of other countries throughout the world, especially America. But Trump says, look, stupid politicians make deals. I respect China for doing what they did. But what I want to do is I want to change the paradigm so that for the next 20 years, we can maintain our advantage over them. We can maintain our competitive dynamic. And his general view is that America is the best private sector in the world. We have a lot of the best minds in the world. And if we could just have a level playing field with set rules, then America should be able to outperform. And so that's really what we were trying to do. We were trying to kind of get rid of some of their subsidies, make them follow some of these international rules of trade, and not allowing them to do predatory investments that then undercut different industries that we had, so that they can have global market dominance and monopolies on different industries, and then have pricing power, but also geopolitical power. So like one of the examples that people talk about now is China. For the last 20 years was very advanced on seeing this electrification trend. They subsidized solar panels. A lot of the American solar panel players were put out of business. So now I think it's like 90+% of solar panels in the world are manufactured in China. And all the rare earths that you need in order to make these solar panels and to make these electric vehicles, China's bought up most of them, and a lot of the refining capacity in China. So thinking through strategically how do we create an even playing field so that we're not at the mercy of them, and how you can have a rules-based world order, that was really kind of the thought of what we were trying to work towards.
So there's this SNL skit where Jimmy Fallon plays you, and you're walking into the Oval Office looking cool, wearing shades and a bulletproof vest to the song Unbelievable by EMF. And if you've seen it, it's pretty epic. And then Trump says that you've traveled the world representing the administration, but no one has ever heard you speak. So there's a lot of questions I can ask about that. So one of them is, can you introspect why you choose this low-key approach of kind of operating behind the scenes and not speaking much to the public, at least at the time? You've spoken a little bit more, and today you've spoken for a really long time, which I deeply appreciate.
It's been a pleasure to do this, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about these things. And, so that was a really fun skit, and it's funny, the thing I got made fun of the most for that was the wardrobe, and that came from after 3 months in the administration, we were having dinner with all the generals, and they were saying, updating us on the war with ISIS. And General Dunford said to me after, look, the president can't come to see how we're fighting this war, but I'd like to invite you to come and see Iraq and come speak. And would you come with me? I said, no, that's great. I always learn from business. If you can't make decisions from just not power, you have to go to the front line and see what's actually happening. Just like, no problem, I'd love to go. Meanwhile, 2 days before I'm about to go, the doc from the White House stops by my office and says, "We need to get your blood types." I'm going to an active war zone. Okay, so I guess we go to war zone. I didn't really think this thing pulled through. So I get on the plane with Dunford, and we land in Iraq. And he looks like G.I. Joe. He's a great general. He's very, very well respected in the military. And we go in and we get on Black Hawk helicopter. He said, today's a nice day. Let's take the sides off. And so I get on the plane, and there's a guy, military service officer, who takes a machine gun, locks it into a thing, takes the bullet, puts them into the gun, and is sitting there saying, "We're ready to go." And I'm looking out, there's 3 other helicopters with guys. One was an Osprey with a guy buckled in, also with a machine gun, looking out, to take off. We're flying over Baghdad from the airport to the embassy. And as we're going, I'm sitting in an open air helicopter with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, guys with machine guns everywhere.
It's a new experience for you.
I would say slightly. I was in real estate 3 months ago, now I'm flying over Iraq, and the chairman says, "That's Saddam Hussein's house." I look down, there's like a big bomb right through the middle, and you see the area with 2 swords in the hands. How did it catch me? Like, well, what is happening? So meanwhile, we end up going to the front lines to be with the service, the Iraqi military, U.S. military is working closely with. And I had a meeting that night with the president of Iraq, and so I wore, what do you wear to the front lines in a battle zone? And also near the president. So I put a sports jacket on. We land at the front line, and they give me a bulletproof vest that says Kushner on it. I tape it. I put it on. I go out, and I cover the NER, which is a Kush. And I didn't realize they were taking pictures.
I think the picture was pretty epic. I love it.
So anyway, so that was the funny story behind that. And then, actually, my brother was at some society event in New York, and he ran into Jimmy Fallon. So the two of them took a selfie together, and Josh writes to me and says, hanging out with my older brother in Missouri. I'm trying to explain to him what his voice sounds like. So it was good. That was a funny one. But I think just being behind the scenes, for me, just gave me more maneuverability in the sense that, again, it goes back to trust and people knowing that I wasn't going to try to publicize the things they were telling me. I think it just gave me more ability to operate that way. And I also realized, too, communicating is a very important skill. Luckily, in Washington, we have shortage of amazing communicators. I think there were a lot of people who were much better at being communicators. So I was very happy that they were willing to do it, because it wasn't something that I had a lot of experience with, and necessarily I thought was very good at. And so I kind of just did my job and just focused on getting things done.
Let me ask you, you have a very
anything about this, please let me know in the comments. What do you think?
If you were to give advice to young folks
that
on how to have such an impactful life,
he really
what would you say?
things, and clearly he's
Career and life, how to have a successful career
he looks
and a successful
weary,
life.
and he looks
Number one is, I would say, you just have to work hard at everything you do. Number 2, I would say, never stop learning, and always try to say yes more than you should, go out of your comfort zone. And I think just you gotta work hard at everything you do, and if you're going to take something on, do it the best you can. One of the lessons I learned about in the book from my father was, remember I was going to a job interview, and he asked me, he said, "What time are you leaving for job interviews at 9 o'clock or something at 8 o'clock? So what if there's traffic? Drive 1,000 times. There's never traffic. So what if there's an accident? I can't control that." He said, "Jared, the only excuse you ever have for being late is that you're being late." And I just think it's something where if you want to accomplish something, a lot of people I hear, they complain about what other people do or why it's hard or why it's impossible. And again, I say this as somebody who's been so blessed with so many things in life. But when I've had challenges or things I've wanted to achieve, I just focus and say, what can I do? And I'll read everything I can get my hands on. If I fail at one, the door closes, I'll try the window. If the window closes, I'll try the chimney. If the chimney closes, I'll try to dig a tunnel. It's just, if you want to accomplish something, you just have to go at it. And I think the most important thing I'll say, sorry, I'm kind of thinking my way into this answer, is just do the right thing. I think that's also right. And I saw that in my career. Be good to people, be honest, do the right thing, and And if you do that, I think long term it does pay off. Maybe not in politics, but in the world at large it does. And my hope is in politics it will as well.
I wonder if you can comment on your process of learning in general, because you took on so many new, interesting problems and approached them with a first principles kind of approach. So what was your source of information? So, because you didn't seem to be listening to the assumptions of the prior experts. You're just taking on the problem in a very pragmatic perspective. So what was, how did you learn about the Middle East? How did you learn about China? How did you learn about Mexico? How did you, like all of these prison reform, all of this that you've taken on and seen the effects of?
It really started with just talking to people. I would try to reach out to people who had been involved in different things and ask them, what they did, what they thought of the problem, who they thought was smart on it, what they read that helped them get a better understanding, why they think something had failed. And then I just, read voraciously on every topic. Washington, it was harder to get advice from humans because humans have this weird tendency to talk to the media, and so I talk to somebody, I'm asked advice, and then the next thing I know is the Washington Post will call and say, Jared Demiddius doesn't know what he's doing, he's even going to this person to get advice. Yeah, I'm asking everyone. So his books really became an amazing guide for me. Ivanka, she's an incredible researcher. She's just voracious, so she gave me some of my best books. And some incredible advice as well. But that was really the process. And then I think that was kind of the first stage. And then the second stage was just constant iteration and readjustment plan as you continue to get more learning. And one story I tell in the book as well is that my first trip to the Middle East, I met with Mohammed bin Zayed, who I spoke about earlier, the ruler of UAE. I spent 2 hours with him asking him questions and really going through the Israeli-Palestinian issue, the Israeli-Arab issue. And he said to me at the end of the meeting, he says, Jared, I think you're going to make peace here in the Middle East. I was shocked because first of all, he was at the time he's one of the most respected leaders in the region, somebody who I found to be very wise and super thoughtful and experienced. And I said to him, why do you say that? I was flattered, obviously, but not certain why he was saying that. Based on the fact that I didn't know what my plan was, I didn't know what I was going to do, and I had no pathway to make peace. And he said, well, the U.S. usually sends one of three different kinds of people to come see me. He said the first are people who come and they fall asleep in meetings. He said the second are people who come and they basically read me notes but have no ability to interact on the message they're there to convey. And then the third have been people who have come to convince me to do things that aren't in my interest. He says, you're the first person who's ever come here and has just asked questions. He says, why have you done that? Because I figure, this problem's been going on for a long time. You live here. I'll be gone at some point. You're going to have to live with the consequences of whatever my work is. And the U.S. has a lot of power. And my question is, what would you do if you were me? And how would you approach this? And help me think about it. And again, I wasn't going to then take his plan and then execute it, but I thought it would be very provocative to understand from the people in the region and instructive how they would use the resource and the power that the U.S. had to solve the problems that were having significant impact on their lives.
Yeah, there's a lot of power to the sort of the simplicity of that human approach, where you're just listening.
And one of my wishes for society is I leave government. I was living on the Upper East Side in a very liberal echo chamber. I then traveled the country. I met so many people who I never would have met otherwise, on the conservative side, on the independent side, on so many different issues. I think that people benefit if you have such a strong point of view. I would follow the John Stewart Mill marketplace ideas and find people who disagree with you and don't call them names, don't say they're a bad person. Say, I want to understand why you feel the way you do. Let's have conversations in this country. And I think that that's probably going to be our best way to work through the issues that we have currently.
When you zoom out and look at the 21st century from a human history perspective across the time scale of many decades, many centuries, what gives you hope about human civilization? Everything you've seen.
As you're going to see in just a moment, Michael's friend is
powerful, influential
an
people.
astonishingly
And you
detailed
look at the
individual,
future.
and he's
What
got
gives you hope about this little planet of
he's
ours?
so organized.
what gives me the most hope is that there's one lesson that I took from my time in government. It's that people coming together to try to make tomorrow different than yesterday can succeed. And if the right people in the right places focus on the right ideas, I think the advancement that we can have for human history and for society can be tremendous. And I think that right now I see we're at a place in society where there's a lot of what I call squabbles between countries, which are really man versus man issues. And those are as old as time, right? You know, we can fight about borders or religion or who wronged somebody 100 or 1,000 years ago. And these are what I call more tribal battles. But I do think that as we advance with artificial intelligence, as energy becomes cheaper and it's more readily available, I think we're going to have massive industrialization. I think we're going to have massive advancement. I think in medical and science, we're going to have cures for diseases. We have the potential in 10, 20 years from now to enter a dawn for humanity that could be incredible. We can become multi-planetary. We can explore the wonders of the world. We can find things we didn't know. So I think that if we put our energy towards finding these advancements that will improve the lives of everyone on this planet, instead of figuring out ways to have these tensions between us, that for me is the most optimistic case for what's possible. And the reason why I believe it's possible is because somebody with no experience, somebody who all I really had was the faith of a leader, and I had the courage to try. And I went out there with other people, and we took on some of the most hopeless, impossible problems, and we succeeded. And if we were able to do that, then everyone else should be able to do that.
Well, Jared, thank you for having the courage to try. Thank you for your friendship, for your kindness, most importantly for your book recommendations. And thank you for talking today. This was fascinating, eye-opening. I hope to have many more conversations. Thank you for listening to this conversation with Jared Kushner. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Mahatma Gandhi. An eye for an eye will only make the whole world blind.
So who is Dr. Dan Hirsch? He was the youngest person ever to be elected into the Los Angeles Microscopical Society. And in 1985, he received his bachelor degree in biological sciences, and in 1986, a bachelor
Following
in psychology.
conversation, Mark Zuckerberg.
In 1987,
Inside the
explored the feasibility
Mark and
of
I
becoming
are
a
hundreds of
priest
miles apart from each other in physical space, but it feels like we're in the same room because we appear to each other as photorealistic Kodak avatars in 3D with spatial audio. This technology is incredible, and I think it's the future of how human beings connect to each other in a deeply meaningful way on the internet. These avatars can capture many of the nuances of facial expressions that we humans use to communicate emotions to each other. Now I just need to work on upgrading my emotion expression capabilities of the underlying genes. This is the Lead Friedman podcast, and now your friend is Mark Zuckerberg.
By the Americans, and were delivered to the Americans, and then supposedly it made its way over here. It's one of the discs that we have. But there's just this long historical connection between Catholicism and the phenomenon. Very interesting.
This is so great.
Now, in 1989, it was Dr. Edward Teller
Lighting change.
who arranged for Dan to take classes at the University of New York, Stony Brook, and he earned his PhD there. So I asked this question to all of you.
No, it does. I
Where
actually
have
moved
we
you
seen
back.
this gentleman
Got it.
before, Dr.
You were like
Edward
right
Teller? Where
here.
have we seen him come
I don't know
the
if people
stories
can
of these type
see
of
this, but
craft
this is
vehicles before?
incredible.
It was none
The
other than
realism
Dr.
here is
Teller
incredible.
who arranged for
Where am I? Where are you?
Bob
Mark?
Lazar to get
Where
his
are we?
interview at
You're in
EGG
Austin,
at
right?
McCarran
No, I mean
International
this
Airport,
place.
and that's how he got his job
We're
at SEO.
surrounded
So
by
we have
darkness
secondary,
with
independent
ultra
confirmation
realistic
that Dr. Edward Teller was
face.
involved.
It just feels like we're in the same room.
In 1991,
This is really the
he
most
was employed
incredible
at
thing I've
Desert
ever
Storm
seen. I'm sorry
as
to
a
be your personal
biowarfare
expert.
expert.
We have done jiu-jitsu before.
No,
Yeah, no, I was commenting to the team before that even that I feel like we've choked each other from further distances than it feels like we are. I mean, this is just really incredible. I don't know how to describe it. It really feels like we're in the same room. It feels like the future. It's truly incredible. I just wanted to take it in. I'm still getting used to it. It's you. It's really you. But you're not here with me, right? They're wearing a headset, and I'm wearing a headset. It's really, really incredible. So what, can you describe what it takes currently for us to appear so photorealistic to each other?
Yeah, so I mean, for background, we both did these scans for this research project that we had at Meta called Kodak Avatars. And the idea is that instead of our avatars being cartoony, and instead of actually transmitting a video, what it does is we've sort of scanned ourselves and a lot of different expressions, and we've built a computer model of sort of each of our faces and bodies and the different expressions that we make, and collapse that into a Kodak that then, when you have the headset on your head, it sees your face, it sees your expression, and it can basically send an encoded version of what we're supposed to look like over the wire. So in addition to being photorealistic, it's also actually much more bandwidth efficient than transmitting a full video, or especially a 3D immersive video of a whole scene.
And it captures everything, like the flaws, like to me, the subtleties of the human face, like even the flaws. That's all amazing. It makes it so much more immersive. It makes you realize that like perfection isn't the thing that leads to immersion. It's like the little subtle flaws, like freckles and like variations in color and wrinkles, all stuff about noses, asymmetry, and just the different like corners of the eyes, like what your eyes do when you smile, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, eyes are a huge part of it. Yeah, I mean, there's all the studies that most of communication, even when people are speaking, is not actually a word that they're saying, right? It's kind of all that stuff. But we try to capture that with the kind of classical expressive avatar system that we have. That's the more cartoon design one. You can kind of put those kind of expressions on those faces as well. But there's obviously a certain realism that comes with delivering this photorealistic experience that I don't know. I just think it's really magical. This gets to the core of what the vision around virtual and augmented reality is. Delivering a sense of presence is if you're there together, no matter where you actually are in the world. And, I mean, this experience, I think, is a good embodiment of that, where it's like you went to completely different states halfway across the country, and it just like looks like you're just sitting right in front of it. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, I can't. I'm almost getting emotional. It feels like a totally
Isn't that kind of a narrow interpretation, though?
Like when you have this kind of conversation with loved ones, we just
unless there's some more specific information.
Maybe just to elaborate with I went to Pittsburgh and went to the full scanning procedure, which has so much incredible technology, so software and hardware going on. But it is a lengthy process. So what's your vision for the future of this in terms of making this more accessible?
It starts off with a small number of people doing these very detailed scans, right? Which is that's the version that you did and that I did. And before, there are a lot of people who've done this kind of scan for. We probably need to kind of over collect expressions when we're doing the scanning, because we haven't figured out how much we can reduce that down to a really streamlined process and extrapolate from the scans that have already been done. But the goal, and we have a project that's working on this already, is just to do a very quick scan with your cell phone, where you just take your phone, kind of wave it in front of your face for a couple minutes, say a few sentences, make a bunch of expressions, but overall have the whole process just be 2 to 3 minutes, and then produce something that's like the quality of what we have right now. So I think that that's one of the big challenges that remains. And right now, we have the ability to do the scans if you have hours to sit for one. And with today's technology, and you're using a Meta headset that exists, it's a product that's for sale now, you can drive for just about. But the reduction of these scans in a very efficient way is one of the last pieces that we still need to really nail. And then obviously there's all the experiences around it. And right now we're kind of sitting in a dark room, which is familiar for your podcast. But I think part of the vision for this over time is not just having this be like a video call. I mean, that's fine. It's cool, or it feels like it's immersive, but you can do a video call on your phone. The thing that you can do in the metaverse that is different from what you can do on a phone is like doing stuff where you're physically there together and participating in things together. We could play games like this. We could have meetings like this in the future. Once you get mixed reality and augmented reality, we could have codec avatars like this and go into a meeting and have some people physically there and have some people show up in this photorealistic form. Superimposed on the physical environment. Stuff like that is super powerful. So we got to still build out all those kind of applications and use cases around it. But I don't know. It's going to be pretty wild next few years.
I'm actually almost at a loss for words. This is just so incredible. This is truly incredible. I hope that people like watching this can get a glimpse of like how incredible it is. It really feels like an insane. But there is that. I guess there's an uncanny valley that seems to have been crossed here. Like it looks like you.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, I think there's still a bunch of tuning that I think we'll want to do where different people emote to different extents, right? So I think one of the big questions is, like when you smile, how wide is your smile? How wide do you want your smile to be? And I think getting that to be tuned on a per person basis is going to be one of the things that we're going to need to figure out. It's like to what extent you want to give people control over that. Some people might try to, might prefer a version of themselves that's more emotive than their avatars and their actual faces. So for example, I always get a lot of critique and shit for having like a relatively stiff expression. But I mean, I might feel pretty happy, but just like a pretty small smile. So I mean, maybe for me, it's actually I'd want to have my avatar really be able to better express like how I'm feeling than how I can do physically. So I think there's a question about how you want to tune it, but overall, yeah, I mean, we want to start from the baseline of capturing how people actually emote and express themselves, and I think that the initial version of this has been pretty impressive. And like you said, I do think we're kind of beyond the uncanny valley here, where it does feel like you. It doesn't feel weird or anything like that.
I mean, that's going to be the meme that the two most monotone people are in the metaverse together. But I think that actually makes it more difficult. Like the amazing thing here is that the subtleties of the expression of the eyes. So, people say I'm monotone and emotionless, but I'm not. It's just maybe my expression of emotion is more subtle usually, like with the eyes, and that's one of the things I've noticed. It's just how expressive the subtle movement of the corners of their eyes are in terms of displaying happiness or boredom or all that kind of stuff.
I'm curious to see, just I've never done one of these before. I've never done a podcast as one of these codec avatars. I'm curious to see what people think of it, because one of the issues that we've had in some of the VR and mixed reality work is it tends to feel a lot more profound when you're in it than the 2D videos capturing the experience. So I think that this one, because it's photorealistic, may look kind of as amazing in 2D for people watching it as it feels, I think, to be in it. But we've certainly had this issue where a lot of the other things it's like you feel the sense of immersion when you're in it that doesn't quite translate to a 2D screen. But I don't know, I'm curious to see.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if people could see that like my heart is actually beating fast. This is super interesting. Like the intimacy of conversation with people remotely. It's been that, I don't do remote podcasts for this reason. And this like breaks all of that. This is just an incredible
transition to something else with the different kind of communication. It's all very geographic, physical area. What you mentioned, would you have a sense of timeline in terms of how many difficult things have to be solved to make this more accessible, like scanning with a smartphone?
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll probably roll this out progressively over time. So it's not going to be like we roll it out and one day everyone has a codec avatar. We want to get more people scanned and into the system, and then we want to start integrating it into each one of our apps, right? Making it so that, I think that for a lot of the work style things, productivity, I think that this is going to make a ton of sense. There's a lot of game environments, and this could be fine, but games tend to have their own style, right? Where you almost want to fit more with the aesthetic style of the game. But I think for doing meetings, and one of the things that we get a lot of feedback on workrooms, where people are pretty blown away by the experience and this feeling that you can be remote, but feel like you're physically there around a table with people. But then we get some feedback that people have a hard time with the fact that the avatars are so expressive and don't feel as realistic in that environment. I think something like this could make a very big difference for those remote meetings, and especially with Quest 3 coming out, which is going to be the first mainstream mixed reality product, right, where you're really taking digital
an interesting resource. This was
expressions of either a person or objects and overlaying on the physical world. I think the ability to do kind of remote meetings and things like that, where you're remote hang sessions with friends, I think that's going to be really exciting. So yeah, rolling it out over the next few years. It's not ready to be like a kind of mainstream product yet, but we just want to keep tuning it, keep getting more scans in there, and keep kind of rolling it out into more of the features. But yeah, I mean, definitely in the next few years, you'll be seeing a bunch more experiences like this.
Yeah, we'd love to see some celebrities scan and some non-celebrities. Just more people to experience this. I would love to see that. This is something, I mean, on my mind, well, I'm literally at a loss because it's very difficult to just convey how I feel the emotion, how I feel the presence, how I feel like the subtleties of the emotion. In terms of work meetings or any kind of, in terms of podcasts, this is awesome. I don't even need to see your arms or lights.
Well, we gotta get that. I mean, that's its own challenge. And part of the question is also, so you have the scan, then it takes a certain amount of compute to go drive that, both for the sensors on the headset and then rendering it. So one of the things that we're working through is what is the level of fidelity that is optimal. Right, you can do the full body in kind of a codec, and that can be quite intensive. But one of the things that we're thinking about is all right, maybe you can kind of stitch a somewhat lower fidelity version of your body, but still have the main the major movements. But your fit really the thing that we have the most resolution, right, in terms of being able to read and express emotions. And like you said, if you move your eyebrows like a millimeter, I mean, that really changes the expression of what you're emoting. Whereas, moving your arm like an inch probably doesn't matter quite as much. So yeah, I think that we do want to get all of that into here, and that'll be some of the work over the next year as well.
So you mentioned Quest 3, that's coming out. I've gotten a chance to try that too. That's awesome. Because how do you pull off the mix? So it's not just virtual reality, it's mixed reality.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the first mainstream mixed reality device. And obviously we shipped Quest Pro last year, but it was $1,500. And part of what I'm super proud of is, we try to innovate not just on pushing the state of the art and delivering new capabilities, but making it so it can be available to everyone. And we have this, it's coming out, it's $500, and in some ways, I think the mixed reality is actually better in Quest 3 than it was than what we're using right now in Quest Pro. So I'm really proud of the team for being able to deliver that kind of an innovation and get it out. But some of this is just software you tune over time and get to be better. Part of it is you put together a product and you figure out what are the bottlenecks in terms of making it a good experience. So we got the resolution for the mixed reality cameras and sensors to be multiple times better in Quest 3, and we figured that made a very big difference when we saw the experience that we were able to put together for Quest Pro. And part part of it is also that Qualcomm just came out with their next generation chipset for VR and MR. That we worked with them on a custom version of it, but that was available this year for Quest 3. And it wasn't available in Quest Pro. So in a way, in Quest 3, even though it's not the Pro product, actually has a stronger chipset in it for the Pro line at a third of the cost. So I'm really excited to get this in people's hands. It does all the VR stuff that Quest 2 and the others have done too. It does it better because the display is better, and the chip is better, so you'll get better graphics. It's 40% thinner, so it's more comfortable as well. But the MR is really the big capability. And part of what's exciting about the whole space right now is, this isn't like smartphones where companies put out a new smartphone every year and you can almost barely tell the difference between that and the one year before it. But for this, each time we put out a new headset, it has like a major new capability. And the big one now is mixed reality, the ability to basically take digital representations of people or objects and superimpose them on the world. And basically, there's one version of this is they're going to have these augments or holograms and experiences that you can bring into your living room or meeting space or office. Another thing that I think is going to be a much simpler innovation is that there are a lot of VR experiences today that don't need to be fully immersive. And if you're playing a shooter game or you're doing a fitness experience, it's one of the people get worried about swinging their arms around, like a lamp or something. And they can run into something. So having that in mixed reality actually is just a lot more comfortable for people. Right? You kind of still get the immersion and 3D experience. And you can have experience that just isn't possible in the physical world alone. But by being anchored to be able to see the physical world around you, it's like it just feels so much safer and more secure. And I think a lot of people really enjoy that too. So I'm really excited to see how people use it. But Quest 3 coming out later this fall.
Yeah, and I got to experience it with other people sitting around, and there's a lot of furniture. So you get to see that furniture, you get to see those people, and you get to see those people like enjoy the ridiculousness of you like swinging your arms, and presumably they're friends of yours, even if they make fun of you, there's a lot of love behind that, and that I got to experience that. So that's a really fundamentally different experience. It's really weird. Like, the zombies coming out of walls.
It's like someone shooting at you and you hide behind your real couch in order to duck the fire.
It's incredible how it's all integrated. But also like subtle stuff like in a room with no windows, you can add windows to it. And you can look outside as the zombies run towards you, but like it's still a nice view outside. It's really, and so that's pulled off by having cameras on the outside of the headset that you pass through that technology. Do that.
It's not only cameras. You basically need multiple cameras to capture different angles and sort of the three-dimensional space, and then it's a pretty complex compute problem, an AI problem to map that to your perspective. Right? The cameras aren't exactly where your eyes are. If no two people's eyes are you're not going to be in exactly the same place. You're going to need to get that to line up, and then do that basically in real time, and then generate something that feels natural, and then superimpose whatever visual objects into it. So it's a very interesting technical challenge. And we'll continue tuning this for the years to come as well. But I'm pretty excited to get this out because I think Quest 3 is going to be the first device like this that millions of people are going to get. That's mixed reality. And it's only when you have millions of people using something that you start getting the whole developer community really starting to experiment and build stuff, because now there are going to be people actually use it. So I think we'll get some of that flywheel going with Quest Pro, but I think it'll really get accelerated once Quest 3 gets out there. So I'm pretty excited.
Plus there's hand tracking without, you don't need to have a control. So this cameras aren't just going to pass through of the entire physical reality around you. It's also tracking the details of your hands in order to use that for gesture recognition.
We've been able to get way further on hand recognition in a shorter period of time than I expected. So that's been pretty cool. I don't know, did you see the demo experience that we built around piano? Piano, learning to play piano?
Yeah, it's incredible. You're basically playing piano on a table, and it's without any controller. And like how well it matches physical
That's
reality
an interesting
with
point.
no
And it makes
latency,
sense too, right?
and
Like
it's tracking your hands with no latency,
these
and
discs
tracking all
in
the
the
people
early
around
days,
you
they
with no
probably
latency,
didn't have
integrating
means to really
physical
do
reality
much.
and digital
So they
reality.
had to kind of work with the tools
Obviously,
they
that
had.
connects exactly to this
Probably more
Kodak
primitive,
Avatar,
say that 3 times
in
fast.
parallel,
So what would you do,
allows
right?
us
Like you do what you
to
can.
have
You take the
ultra
disc,
realistic
you hit it with radar,
copies of
then you look
ourselves
at the
in
cross
this
signal, you
mixed
see what
reality.
comes back. You probably figure out really
So,
early
like, it's
that
all converging
it has
towards like an
almost no
incredible digital
cross signature.
experience
Maybe
in the
that's
metaverse. To me, obviously, I love
clues
the
you into some basic things that you can start doing with your own aircraft research and start
Like, you have
moving in
other
that direction. Then you probably
ideas of
figure out
what
things
this
like
unlocks,
metallurgy
like something
materials,
like Kodak Avatar
you know,
unlocks
really like
in terms of
basic things
applications,
before you get to
in
how
terms of
does the reactor work,
things we were
or
able
how
to
does
do.
the avionics system.
Well, there's
What is that?
what you can do with avatars overall
look like?
in terms of
So
superimposing
that's an interesting
digital
thing. And then
objects
maybe
on the
as
physical
our
world.
aircraft are being developed, they're
And
just
then there's
beating
kind of
out piecemeal
psychologically
little
what is
the things that they
photorealistic do.
glean from this reverse
yeah, so
engineering process
I think we're moving
and
towards
into
a
our
world
aerospace
where
companies, and you're starting to see some of
we're
that
going to
technology
have
work its way
something
in.
that looks like
And even though the
normal
planes that we're
glasses,
seeing now
where
were designed
you
years and years ago,
see the physical world, but you
the
also
stuff
see
that's on the drawing
holograms.
board
And in
today
that world, I
is
think
probably
that
25
they're going to
years
be
ahead of,
not
if
too
not more,
far off,
than
maybe
whatever
by the
we
end
can
of this
imagine
decade.
right
We'll
now.
be living in a world
Very
where there are as many holograms when you walk into a room as there are physical objects. And it really raises this interesting question about what are
By the way, that
a lot of people have
sounds
this
like one that David
phrase
Rush
where
described.
they call the physical world the
looked
real
like a
world.
bell, he said, or
And
looked like
I kind of think increasingly the
where
physical
the
world
outer
is super
shell
important.
of the
But
craft
actually,
was broken
the
away
real
and then
world
was
is
left
the
inside.
combination
Just
of the physical
bell
world
thing.
and the digital
Kind of
world
similar
coming
to
together. But until this technology,
Can you
they were
imagine? You make
sort
it
of
through into
separate,
the building
right?
and
It's like
goes
you
back
access
to
the
that
digital
glass door.
world through a
Goes
screen,
on the
right? And
lanai,
maybe
that's
it's
the
a small
kitchen.
screen that you carry
That's
around, or
down
it's a bigger
that long
screen